The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1353 to Chapter 1406. Within the Tao Tomb. Along the way, Yi Jiming explained the Tao Tomb to Yi Xian. The Tao Tomb was a place where some Tao breakers gathered. The purpose of these Tao breakers gathering was simple, to fight against Tao Ting. In the past, their goal had been very simple. They had only wanted to fight against the Tao Ting. But now, these Tao breakers had become a force. Their goal wasn't just to destroy the Tao Ting. As for the specific strength of the Tao Tomb, Yi Jiming did not know. However, if the Tao Tomb could contend with the Tao Ting, then its strength was definitely not weaker than the Tao Ting. Along the way, He Lianjian also became more low-key, and when he conversed with Yi Xian, he was sufficiently courteous. Power, in any place, only those with strength would be respected. He Lianjian wasn't stupid. If he still wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian at this time, then he couldn't be called stupid. Because that was an insult to the word stupid. Along the way, Zhu Jianshan rarely spoke. After an unknown period of time, the three of them arrived at a starry sky. After passing through nearly a dozen spatial black holes, they finally arrived at the Tao Tomb. The Tao Tomb was not mysterious at all. It was just a mountain range, and in the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge mountain called the Tao Tomb Mountain. This Tao Tomb Mountain was the base of the Tao Tomb. Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras as soon as he entered the Tomb of the Way. There was no lack of Tao Defense Realm cultivators among them, of course. In this place, it should be called the Tao Breaking Realm. In Tao Ting, above Tao Corroboration was Tao Defense, and in the Tao Tomb, above Tao Corroboration was Tao Breaking. Two completely different paths of cultivation. Yi Xian looked around and sensed the powerful auras around him. He knew that he still had a long way to go in the fifth dimension. There were many self-release realm experts in the fifth dimension, but there were too few Tao verification and Tao controlling realm experts. The experts of these two realms could not be compared to the Tao Tomb and Tao Ting. As for achieving the Tao above the Imperial Tao and Tao breaking Tao, there was not a single one in the fifth dimension. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshan suddenly said, "Our people are at the celestial abyss right now." Yi Xian glanced at Zhu Jianshan. He naturally understood Zhu Jianshan's meaning. Zhu Jianshan was telling him that the Tao Tomb was very powerful, very powerful. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the horizon. Yi Xian looked up and saw a white-robed man appear above him. Beside Yi Xian, He Lianjian said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, this person is called by Shu Jing, and he's one of the goddess's admirers. He's here to cause trouble." Yi Xian looked at Helian Jian. "Brother Helian, what do you think I should do?" He Lianjian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, the strong are respected here, so you absolutely can't be afraid. If he dares to provoke you, then beat him up. Otherwise, everyone here will think that you're easy to bully, and all of them will come to bully you. At that time, you'll be in endless trouble." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "I benefited from your advice." At this time, Bai Shujing's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's me." Bai Shujing sneered. "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy of the Tao Tomb's goddess?" Yi Xian smiled. "If I'm not wrong, you should like the goddess, but the goddess doesn't like you. So, when you heard that the goddess likes me, Yi Xian, you became jealous and came to cause trouble for me, right?" Bai Shujing was so angry that he started laughing. "The goddess likes you? Are you joking?" Yi Xian looked at Zhu Jianshan. "Senior Zhu, did the goddess ask you to go to the fifth dimension to propose marriage?" Zhu Jianshan nodded. Yi Xian looked at Bai Shujing and spread his hands. "You see, because I'm too outstanding, your goddess admires me. So, she couldn't help but go to the fifth dimension to propose marriage." Zhu Jianshan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young Master Yi, the goddess." Yi Xian blinked. "Could it be that she doesn't admire me? Is it because of something else?" Zhu Jianshan was speechless. The goddess's goal was naturally for the Tao scripture, but it wasn't good to say this out loud. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "Sigh, actually, I'm also very troubled. She's too outstanding. I tried to change this shortcoming for a long time, but I still couldn't get rid of it." Zhu Jianshan's mouth twitched. Was this guy's skin made of iron? He Lianjian, who was at the side, was also dumbfounded. Wasn't Yixian a little too thick-skinned? At this time, Bai Shujing suddenly said angrily, do you still want face? Yixian glanced at Bai Shujing. Do you like the goddess? Bai Shujing was speechless, not knowing how to reply. Yixian said with a smile, you like the goddess, but don't dare to say it. Why don't you dare to say it? Because you feel inferior. Think about it, your goddess is so outstanding, so would she like someone with an inferiority complex? Bai Shujing's expression was extremely unsightly. Yixian continued, I can see that you've reached the true self-release realm, so your mental state shouldn't be so bad. Why don't you even have the courage to admit it? Loving a woman isn't something that can't be seen in the light. Why should you feel inferior? If your strength isn't enough, and you feel that you aren't worthy of her, then work hard to increase your strength. Tell me, do you think there's any meaning in making trouble for me? Or would your goddess be grateful to you for making trouble for me? No, she would only look down on you even more. In the sky, Bai Shujing's expression became even more unsightly, it was as if he'd choked on 5 kilograms of dung. At this time, Yixian continued, if you were a woman, would you like a man who doesn't even have the courage to admit it? As he spoke, he gazed at Xianxia. Do you think what I said makes sense? Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and then he said, it does make sense. Yixian gazed at Bai Shujing. Think about it, if you were at the legendary Dao control realm right now, the #1 genius of the Dao tomb. At that time, would you still feel that you aren't worthy of the goddess? Bai Shujing clenched his fists tightly as he gazed at Yixian, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Yixian sighed softly. Young man, as someone who's experienced it, I'll teach you a few moves. There are only 2 ways to deal with women. The first is to possess formidable strength and subdue her. The second is to use shamelessness to pursue her. Xianxia suddenly said in a light voice, Brother Yi, can shamelessness really work? Yixian smiled and said, a brave woman is afraid of a clingy man. So long as your skin is thick enough, then there's no woman you can't conquer. Xianxia glanced at Yixian, and he muttered in his heart. Is this fellow really a swordsman? Zhu Jianchen glanced at Yixian, and he sighed softly. This fellow is too outrageous, can the goddess deal with this fellow? Don't suffer a double loss when the time comes. Actually, he was really quite worried right now. Not only was this young master Ye's strength formidable, his ability to deceive others was also rare in the world, most importantly, this young master Yi was truly shameless. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, Senior Zhu, let's go see the goddess. Zhu Jianchen hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young master Yi, please be more composed and don't be rude when you meet the goddess. Yixian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't act rashly. I, Yixian, am a pure person. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't casually enter into relationships with women. Xianxia was speechless. Zhu Jianchen's face twitched. Young master Yi, that's not what I meant. Yixian blinked. Then what do you mean, senior? Zhu Jianchen hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Let's go see the goddess. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He was a little afraid of this young master Yi, it was truly a headache. Yixian followed him. Xianxia glanced at Bai Shujing in the distance. Bai Shujing was still silent, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Xianxia patted his face and said softly, Is being shameless really useful? In the distance, Yixian was constantly sizing up his surroundings. During this time, powerful divine senses swept over him from time to time, but he didn't resist them. Those divine senses were unable to invade his body at all. Zhu Jianchen didn't speak along the way, and whenever someone came to look for Yixian, he would beat them away. He finally understood what was going on. Not many of the younger generation in the Dao tomb were a match for Yixian, and those who came to look for Yixian were asking to be humiliated. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a large hall. At this time, Zhu Jianchen turned to look at Yixian. Young master Yi, the goddess is currently discussing something with the others. Please wait for a moment. Yixian nodded. All right. Zhu Jianchen nodded slightly, and then he stood to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Yixian looked around, and then he slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. There is also a Dao scripture in this Dao tomb. Yixian asked, Can you sense the whereabouts of that Dao scripture? Yi Jiming said in a low voice, I can only sense its aura, but not its exact location. Yi Xian fell silent. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, How many women have you pursued? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Yi Jiming asked again, How many women has your shamelessness pursued? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I was just joking. Yi Jiming sneered. Joking? I was wondering why you have so many women around you. So it's because you're shameless. Yi Xian, at this time, Zhu Jianchen suddenly said, Young Master Yi, the goddess wants to see you. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Zhu Jianchen. Let's go. Zhu Jianchen nodded. After the two of them entered the hall, Yi Xian saw a woman in a white dress. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a purple ribbon wrapped around her forehead. The goddess, in terms of appearance, the goddess was also extremely beautiful. She was one of the rarest women in the world. And the faint smile on the goddess' face told Yi Xian that she was not easy to deal with. Inside the hall, there were also some experts from the Dao Tomb. At this time, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. This was the person who single-handedly killed his way to the Dao Ting and Dao Ting. The goddess was also sizing up Yi Xian. She knew Yi Xian like the back of her hand. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, When are we getting married? Everyone, the goddess's lips curled up. Now. Everyone, Yi Xian. P.S. When can you guys vote, readers? Now. Climax I can do it now. In the square, the experts of the Dao Tomb looked at the goddess, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yi Xian was silent. What is this woman trying to do? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to my beauty? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but touch his face, sighing in his heart. Being handsome is also a kind of trouble. At this time, the goddess suddenly said, You can leave. I want to talk to young Master Yi alone. Inside the hall, the experts of the Dao Tomb retreated. The goddess walked in front of Yi Xian, carefully looked at Yi Xian, then smiled and said, Young Master Yi, let's go for a walk. Yi Xian nodded, Okay. The two left the hall and walked towards the distant back mountain. During this time, people would look at the two from time to time. At this time, the goddess gently brushed her hair behind her ear, smiled and said, Young Master Yi, Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb will have a temporary truce. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Dao Ting must have made some concessions. The goddess smiled and said, Several top-quality mineral veins. Yi Xian was a little curious. Miss Goddess, the goddess suddenly said, Just call me Banji. Banji? Yi Xian looked at the goddess. The goddess nodded, Li Banji, my surname is Li. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Banji, is this heaven realm abyss important to the Dao Tomb and Dao Ting? Li Banji nodded, Very important. It is a place that both sides must fight for. Yi Xian asked, Why? Li Banji smiled and said, Because it is rich in fortune crystal. Young Master Yi might not know what fortune crystal is, but if the fifth dimension wants to continue to grow, fortune crystal is a must. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Li Banji said, After one attains the Dao realm, one must possess a single thing to charge into the Dao defense or Dao breaking realm, and that's spirit energy. However, ordinary spirit energy is useless to Dao proving realm experts. Only the divine fortune crystal can help Dao proving realm experts advance to the next level. Then, she looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, On average, tens of thousands of fortune divine crystals can create a Dao defense or Dao breaking realm expert. Yi Xian frowned slightly. As long as I have this fortune divine crystal, I can reach Imperial Dao? Li Banji shook his head and smiled. That's not it. Only those who fulfilled the conditions, in other words, those whose cultivation had reached the limit and whose mental state was sufficient, could reach the next level after consuming the fortune divine crystal. But without the fortune divine crystal, no matter how hard they cultivate, it's impossible for them to reach the next level. Without the support of powerful spiritual energy, it's like a housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Li Banji continued, Before this, the heaven realm abyss has always been controlled by the Dao Ting. Therefore, the Dao Ting has an extremely large number of Dao defense experts, and they're all very strong. But now, they're willing to give up some supreme-grade mineral veins to the Dao Tomb. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. It's obvious that they want to kill me first. Yi Xian said with a smile, what happens after you kill me? Li Bangji smiled. We'll continue to fight and fight for the heaven realm abyss. Yi Xian said softly, let me guess. You know that the truce in the heaven realm abyss is actually a delaying tactic. The Dao Ting wants to get rid of me now, and after they get rid of me, the Dao Ting will continue to target the Dao Tomb. You sent people to the fifth dimension to find me because you want to join forces with me. Yes, the current situation is advantageous to you, because it's up to you whether you want to continue fighting or not, and you can decide the fate of the fifth dimension with a single thought. Therefore, I have to give you enough benefits, and this benefit must satisfy you. Only then will you continue to fight with the Dao Ting. And the only thing on me that can move you is the Dao scripture. Li Bangji looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi is smart, but young Master Yi is wrong about one thing. The thing that moves me is not only the Dao scripture. Yi Xian looked at Li Bangji. Is there anything else? The corner of Li Bangji's mouth raised slightly. The forces behind young Master Yi. Yi Xian was silent. Li Bangji chuckled. Young Master Yi is not alone. As far as I know, behind young Master Yi, there is not only the Tendo of the fifth dimension, but there are also some relatively mysterious powerhouses. For example, that plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian said softly, it seems that Miss Bangji has investigated me very clearly. Li Bangji nodded and smiled. Young Master Yi, I have no ill intentions. As for the choice, my Dao Tomb will not force young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Li Bangji. There is one thing I don't understand. Why does Miss Bangji want to marry me? For a marriage alliance? Li Bangji blinked. Am I not worthy of young Master Yi? Yi Xian said, you know that's not what I mean. Li Bangji chuckled. There are two reasons. First, I don't want to be enemies with young Master Yi. However, not everyone in the Dao Tomb thinks so. After all, the Dao scriptures on young Master Yi are too tempting. Moreover, as far as we know, young Master Yi has a God's seal. To a certain extent, young Master Yi is the guardian of the great Dao. As for us in the Dao Tomb, we are all Dao breakers. However, if I get married, some people in the Dao Tomb will shut up. Second, I have a selfish motive. The Dao Tomb is not much different from the forces in the secular world. There are also small groups. My identity is special. Whoever marries me, young Master Yi should understand. Yi Xian said with a smile, a shield. Li Bangji smiled. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. Li Bangji suddenly stopped. She looked at the horizon and smiled. Young Master Yi, you can make a decision now. It's not that I want to force young Master Yi, but Uncle Rahu from the abyss of two worlds is waiting for my answer. Yi Xian looked at the horizon from the peak of the mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Bangji held her hands behind her back. Her hair fluttered in the mountain breeze. It was a beautiful sight. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Actually, the Dao Tomb will not stop fighting regardless of whether I agree or not. Li Bangji's right hand unconsciously clenched tightly when she heard this. Yi Xian looked at Li Bangji. Miss Bangji, my sister Nian has heavily injured the Dao ancestor. The Dao Tomb could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Dao Tomb stops now, it's equivalent to giving Dao Ting a chance. Miss Bangji is so smart. She definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Li Bangji smiled. Young Master Yi is amazing. You've seen things so clearly. However, young Master Yi seems to have overlooked one thing. Dao Ting wants to kill even more now. If I stop fighting and let Dao Ting and young Master Yi fight to the death, then my Dao Tomb will reap the benefits. Isn't that better? Yi Xian nodded. Miss Bangji can do that. However, Miss has a better choice. That is to join hands with my fifth dimension. Li Bangji said softly, young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt. The current fifth dimension is of little help to my Dao Tomb. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at himself. What about me? Li Bangji looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Miss Bangji, what do you think of me? Li Bangji looked at Yi Xian and blinked. What do you want to say? Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Bangji, do you think I'm more important or the Dao scripture? Li Banji thought about it and said, Young Master Yi, this question. Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Banji, why did you only see the Tao scripture and not me? Could it be that my future achievements are inferior to a few Tao scriptures? Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, Miss Banji, the Tao scripture is dead, but people are alive. Why choose a Tao scripture and not a person? Li Banji smiled. Young Master Ye's words are not without reason. However, young Master Yi, have you ever thought that if I obtain the Tao scripture, it will be used by me? But will young Master Yi be willing to use it for me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Banji, why do you think this way? Think about it from another angle. We both have the same goal, and that is to destroy Tao Ting. Since we have the same goal, why not cooperate? Since Miss can say so much calmly, you should have a good impression of me. Good impression? Li Banji suddenly interrupted Yi Xian's words. Young Master Yi, sorry to interrupt, but, this good impression, Yi Xian sternly said, Miss Banji, you don't have a good impression of me? Li Banji was silent. She had to admit that this was the first time she met someone like Yi Xian. How could she answer him? Yi Xian continued, Miss Banji, if you want to see the Tao scripture, I can show it to you. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? As he said that, he took out 5 Tao scriptures and placed them in front of Li Banji. Li Banji didn't receive the Tao scripture, but just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, are you afraid that I am cheating? Li Banji shook her head and said softly, Young Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. I already knew about the matter of you sharing the Tao scripture in the 5th dimension. To be honest, in my opinion, this is an incredible thing. However, young Master Yi did it. As she said that, she pushed the 5 Tao scriptures in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I, Li Banji, am willing to teach this friend. As I said, compared to the Tao scripture, this person is more valuable. Yi Xian said with a smile, is this a test? Li Banji shook her head and smiled. No. Young Master Yi, I can tell you clearly that before we came, our goal was the Tao scripture. However, after meeting young Master Yi, I changed my mind. The Tao scripture is not important. As she said that, she looked at the sky and smiled. Young Master Yi, we will get married tonight. Yi Xian was stunned. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Although I value young Master Yi more, not everyone in the Tao Tomb thinks so. If I get married, everyone will shut up. What do you think? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded. This woman's goal is not simple. Yi Xian said softly in his heart, don't worry, other than Sister Nian, no one can scheme against me. As he said that, he opened his eyes and looked at Li Banji. Alright, let's get married. Yi Jiming suddenly said, are you really going to marry her? Yi Xian said in his heart, either she sleeps with me, or I sleep with her, who's afraid of who? Yi Jiming. Marriage, Li Banji did not lie. The land of Tao Tomb quickly began to hold their wedding. Li Banji stood quietly on top of the mountain. Next to Li Banji was Zhu Jianshan, who had gone to the 5th dimension to pick up Yi Xian. After a long time, Li Banji suddenly said, how is it? Zhu Jianshan said softly, a genius is rare in the world. Most importantly, this person is meticulous, black-bellied, and does not stick to one pattern. He paused and then continued, girl, this person is not easy to deal with. Li Banji nodded. Indeed. Then, she opened her palm. Suddenly, many tiny red blood vessels appeared on her palm. Li Banji said softly, Uncle Zhu, under normal circumstances, how long will it take for me to reach Tao completion? Tao Ting above Tao confirmation was Imperial Tao, while the land of Tao Tomb was Tao breaking. However, above Tao breaking, the land of Tao Tomb was also Tao completion. After all, no Tao breaker had ever walked a new path. Therefore, even Tao breakers would eventually return to the realm of the Taoist canon. This was why the land of Tao Tomb cared so much about Tao canon, Zhu Jianshan said after a moment of silence, at least 30 years. 30 years, Li Banji shook her head. That's too long. Zhu Jianshan sighed. There's no rush. Tao completion, even in the land of Tao Tomb, there were only two of them, Li Bangji suddenly smiled. Uncle Zhu, what if my devouring bloodline evolves again? Hearing this, Zhu Jianxin's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Li Bangji. Your real goal is his bloodline. Devouring bloodline, Li Bangji's bloodline was very special. It had the power of devouring. In other words, it could devour other people's bloodline to improve itself. Li Bangji softly said, the power of his bloodline is the strongest I've seen apart from my devouring bloodline. If I can devour his bloodline, I'll definitely be able to improve once again. Moreover, once I marry him, if he's not around, the fifth dimension and the Tao scripture will naturally fall into the hands of the Tao tomb. 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhu Jianxin said solemnly, girl, this person is not simple. You must think carefully. Li Bangji slowly closed her eyes. It's worth the risk. Zhu Jianxin was silent. Li Bangji smiled and said, Uncle Zhu, let's go prepare for the wedding. Zhu Jianxin wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Bangji smiled and said, go. Seeing that Li Ban had already made up his mind, Zhu Jianxin did not say anything else and turned around to leave. On the mountain peak, Li Bangji slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, all the blood in her body gradually trembled. In fact, as soon as she saw Yixian, her blood had been boiling. That was excitement and thrill. The devouring bloodline loved powerful bloodlines the most, and it was obvious that Yixian's bloodline power was very powerful. After a long time, Li Bangji suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. You are an interesting person. I also want to be friends with you. Unfortunately, I want the power of your bloodline even more. In the room, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the soul-suppressing sword. The soul-suppressing sword had absorbed all the souls in the underworld. The current soul-suppressing sword was at the peak of the Tao Imperial Realm. If Yixian's soul fixation sword was added, even some Tao Imperial Realm powerhouses would find it difficult to resist. As for those below the Tao Imperial Realm, basically no one was a match for him. And now, he was at the Tao Validation Realm. However, his combat strength was far beyond the Tao Validation Realm. He had 3 strongest trump cards. The first was the soul-suppressing sword. With this sword in him, even among the Tao Imperial Realm, there were few who could be a match for him. The second was the Tao Scripture martial arts, Tao Fist, and death-seeking. Especially the Tao Fist, the power of this fist was not something an ordinary Tao Imperial Realm powerhouse could withstand. The last one was his bloodline power. The power of his bloodline was the most terrifying of his 3 trump cards. Once the bloodline power was activated, he would enter a state of madness. In this state, his combat strength would increase without limit until he died in battle. In fact, he did not know much about this bloodline power. What kind of bloodline was it? Or in other words, how strong was this bloodline? Apart from that, there was another one, and that was the slaughter domain that he had previously comprehended. His way of proving his Tao was to prove his Tao by killing. To a certain extent, his killing intent had already surpassed the sword Tao. His current strength was far beyond the ordinary Tao Imperial Realm. However, this was far from enough, not to mention anything else. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would definitely not be able to defeat that Tao ancestor, not to mention that there were so many Tao Imperial Realm powerhouses. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Tao scripture, he had to find all the Tao scriptures. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yixian collected his thoughts and got up to open the door. Outside the door stood a man. It was Helian Jian. Yixian smiled. Brother Helian. Helian Jian smiled faintly. Brother Yi, congratulations. Yixian chuckled. Brother Helian, you didn't come here just to congratulate me, did you? Helian Jian nodded. Brother Yi, I heard that Tu Ming came back from the heaven abyss. Yixian said softly, Bangji's pursuer? Helian Jian nodded. Yes. Brother Yi, this person is not simple. He is known as the second person of the younger generation in the Tao tomb. His strength is only second to the goddess, and he is the number 1 pursuer of the goddess. Most importantly, he has the Tu family behind him. The Tu family has great influence in the Tao tomb, and they have always wanted the goddess to marry Tu Ming. So this time, Tu Ming did not come with good intentions. Yixian nodded slightly. I understand. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Brother Yi, the waters of the Dao tomb are very deep. You must be careful. Xian smiled. Thank you for telling me. Xianxia shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. Someone asked me to follow Zhu Jianshan to the fifth dimension to find him. In fact, they wanted to kill me with a borrowed knife. If you had not shown mercy, I would have died. Not only would I have died, but I might have died without knowing why. Saying this, he suddenly bowed respectfully to Xian. Thank you, Brother Yi, for not killing me that day. After getting to know Xian, he realized how terrifying Xian's strength was. Because of this, he was grateful to Xian. Because not only did Xian not kill him, but he also reminded him, Xian smiled. Brother Helian, do you know who wants you dead? Xianxia nodded. I know. But. Saying this, he shook his head with a bitter smile. What can I do? They did not force me to go. Xian patted Xianxia's shoulder. It's okay, there will be opportunities for revenge. Xianxia nodded. I understand. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared. The woman was holding a groom's clothes. She glanced at Xian. Young Master Yi, it's time to get married. Xian burst out laughing. We are married. Saying this, he waved his right hand and the groom's clothes appeared in his hand. Get married, inside the Dao Tomb Palace. At this time, many experts of the Dao Tomb Palace had gathered. At this moment, these experts all had a strange expression. Get married, this goddess and Xian got married just because they said they wanted to. The two of them had just met. When Xian entered the main hall, Li Bangji was already waiting. At this time, Li Bangji was wearing a red wedding robe. However, she did not cover her head with a red veil. Because of this, her peerless appearance was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. It had to be said that Li Bangji was very beautiful. Li Bangji looked at Xian and smiled. Let's begin. Xian smiled. Then let's begin. As he said this, he walked to Li Bangji's side and directly took her hand. Li Bangji's expression fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. She did not withdraw her hand. Xian took Li Bangji's hand and walked to a place not far away. Only a bastard would not take advantage of an opportunity. After 3 bows, Xian and Li Bangji directly went to the bridal chamber, leaving behind the experts of the Dao Tomb Palace in a mess. The location of the bridal chamber was beyond Xian's expectation. Because it was in a basement, a very deep basement. Xian looked around. The surroundings were sealed. There was only a bed and a few simple wooden tables. Li Bangji smiled. This is where I usually cultivate. It's a little crude. You don't mind, do you? Xian shook his head and smiled. I don't mind. As he said this, he sat on the bed. He looked at Li Bangji. Miss Bangji, isn't it a fake marriage? Li Bangji smiled. It's a fake marriage. However, we have to put on a good show. What do you think? Xian nodded. That's true. As he said this, he sat on a chair and said, Miss Bangji, you can sleep on the bed. Li Bangji sat on the bed. She looked at Xian and smiled. You come over too. Xian smiled. That's not very good, is it? Li Bangji blinked. She was a little playful. Why? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Xian smiled. He walked to the bed and sat next to Li Bangji. At this moment, Li Bangji suddenly pulled Xian's hand. Xian glanced at Li Bangji and did not resist. Li Bangji smiled. I've investigated young Master Yi. To be honest, I have some admiration for young Master Yi, especially for young Master Yi's character. Young Master Yi values friendship and righteousness. He treats the Tao scriptures like dirt. As she said this, she shook her head and smiled. Just this point alone, there are very few men in the world who can compare to young Master Yi. Xian looked at Li Bangji. He smiled. Miss Bangji, do you really admire me? Li Bangji blinked. Not really. However, I do have a good impression of you. Xian smiled. Miss Bangji, we're friends now, right? Li Bangji nodded. Yes. As she said this, she looked at Yixian. Since we're friends, I'd like to borrow something from you. Yixian asked with a smile. What is it? Although he was smiling, inside the prison pagoda, the soul-suppressing sword was ready to go. Li Bangji's lips suddenly curled up. I want to borrow young Master Ye's blood. As soon as she said this, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Yixian. In an instant, countless blood-red ropes appeared all over Yixian's body. These ropes bound Yixian tightly. Yixian looked at Li Bangji. His expression was calm. Miss Bangji, what are you trying to do? Do you want to play with special spirits? Li Bangji smiled. To tell you the truth, I want to devour young Master Ye's blood. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. The next moment, the soul-suppressing sword in his body suddenly calmed down. Yixian looked at Li Bangji. This woman wants to fight with me, or is she going to fight with her father? However, Yixian was still a little apprehensive. Is my father reliable? If he's not, then I can't beat him. P.S. There are very few tickets recently. I'm very unhappy. Don't force me to release chapters. When I release chapters, even I'm afraid of myself. It had to be said that Yixian was a little confused at this moment. He knew that the woman in front of him must have a purpose, but he did not expect that she wanted to devour his bloodline power. Yixian, who was about to attack, stopped. Although his body was locked by a mysterious force, he was confident that he could destroy this mysterious force. Whether it was Dao Ting or the Dao Tomb, they had underestimated his strength. However, he did not choose to attack. He was very confident in the power of his bloodline. Devour my blood. He wanted to see if Li Bangji's bloodline power was stronger, or if his bloodline power was stronger. Although he was confident in his bloodline power, the soul-suppressing sword in his body was still ready to attack at any time. In front of Yixian, Li Bangji suddenly said, "You are very calm." Yixian looked at Li Bangji and smiled. Miss Bangji, I thought you were different from others, but unfortunately, you still chose the benefits in front of you. Li Bangji smiled. If it wasn't for your special bloodline, I would choose to be friends with you, but unfortunately, saying that, she shook her head and smiled. Do you have any last words? Yixian was silent. Li Bangji smiled. If you don't say anything, then there's nothing. Saying that, she suddenly pressed her right hand on Yixian's shoulder. In an instant, the blood in Yixian's body began to tremble. At this moment, Li Bangji suddenly became excited. I can feel that your bloodline power is extremely powerful. If my devouring bloodline devours your bloodline power, it will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Saying that, she suddenly raised her right hand. In an instant, a stream of blood suddenly rushed out of Yixian's body. This stream of blood directly entered her body through Li Bangji's right hand. Boom! In an instant, Li Bangji's body turned blood red. Li Bangji slowly closed her eyes and said excitedly, what a powerful bloodline power, good. Saying that, she suddenly opened her eyes. What? What's going on? Yixian looked at Li Bangji without saying a word. Li Bangji said in horror, no. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In her body, Yixian's blood was devouring her bloodline. Yixian's bloodline was going to take over? Li Bangji hurriedly circulated her bloodline power, wanting to suppress Yixian's bloodline. However, she was horrified to find that her bloodline power could not suppress Yixian's bloodline at all. Yixian's bloodline was frantically devouring her bloodline. At this moment, Li Bangji was really panicking. Seeming to have thought of something, Li Bangji suddenly looked at Yixian and said with astonishment, you can control that blood. Yixian nodded. Li Bangji stared at Yixian. Stop your bloodline power. A ray of sword light suddenly flew out from Yixian's body. The next moment, all the red threads that locked him disappeared without a trace. Yixian looked at Li Bangji and said with a smile, Miss Li, was it fun? Li Bangji said in a deep voice, I underestimated you. I should say, I underestimated your bloodline power. Yixian nodded, yes. Li Bangji looked at Yixian and suddenly smiled, let's cooperate, just like what we said before. Yixian shook his head and smiled, sorry, I don't want to cooperate with you anymore. Li Bangji looked calm, it doesn't matter if you don't want to cooperate. Young Master Yi can leave. Yixian looked at Li Bangji and did not say anything. Li Bangji raised the corner of her mouth, young Master Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me? Yixian nodded, that's what I thought. Li Bangji looked at Yixian with a calm expression, you won't do that. You won't dare to do that. If I die here, you should know the consequences. You should know that young Master Yi and the fifth dimension are in a terrible situation. If I die in the hands of young Master Yi, then young Master Yi will become enemies with Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb. Young Master Yi is so smart, he will not let himself and the fifth dimension fall into such a desperate situation, right? Yixian shook his head, you're wrong. As his voice fell, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Li Bangji's throat was directly split open, Li Bangji's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yixian. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She never thought that Yixian would really dare to kill her. How could Yixian be so brainless? How could this be? Was he not afraid of the Dao Tomb's revenge? A series of questions flashed through Li Bangji's mind. At this time, Yixian suddenly smiled, Miss Bangji, from your expression, you seem a little surprised. Li Bangji stared at Yixian. She wanted to inform the outside world, but she was firmly suppressed by Yixian's bloodline power. The current her could not mobilize even the slightest bit of her strength. If Yixian's bloodline power was outside, it would not be able to do anything to her. However, Yixian's bloodline power was inside her body. Right now, Yixian had dominated her body. As long as Yixian willed it, her body would immediately explode and she would die. Li Bangji slowly closed her eyes, tell me, how are you going to deal with this? Let me die in peace. Yixian's right hand gently stroked Li Bangji's cheek, Miss Bangji, I have to say, you are very beautiful. I can't bear to destroy such a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force gathered in the palm of his hand. Li Bangji looked at Yixian, waiting for Yixian's performance. At this time, a ruthless look flashed in Yixian's eyes. He punched himself. In an instant, a world-destroying power erupted from the secret chamber like a flood. Dao Fist, this time, Yixian used Dao Fist. As soon as this punch was thrown, the entire Dao Tomb was shocked. When Yixian punched his chest, Li Bangji was slightly stunned. Then, she softly said, good plan. At this time, she already understood how Yixian was going to deal with the aftermath. Boom, as Yixian's punch landed on his chest, the entire secret chamber suddenly turned to ashes. At the same time, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles directly exploded at this moment. At the same time, Li Bangji's body also exploded. Her spiritual soul was destroyed, the entire Dao Tomb was shocked, someone attacked the Dao Tomb. Soon, countless experts arrived at the scene of the incident. The first to arrive was Zhu Jianshan. When he saw that the secret chamber had turned to ashes, Zhu Jianshan's face immediately became extremely ugly. He glanced around and in the next moment, he directly appeared in front of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian could be said to be a tragic sight. Yixian's body had already split open and blood flowed continuously. His aura was also extremely weak, as if he could die at any time. Zhu Jianshan did not care about Yixian. He glanced around and soon, his face turned pale. Where was Li Bangji? At this time, the experts of the Dao Tomb also arrived at the scene. When they saw Yixian's appearance, all the experts of the Dao Tomb were stunned. What is going on? Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshan suddenly lifted Yixian up, and he stared fixedly at Yixian. What's going on? Yixian didn't speak. Blood sprayed from his mouth repeatedly, and he seemed like he could die at any moment. An expert from the Dao Tomb spoke in a low voice, his injuries are too severe. Zhu Jianshan spoke furiously, where's Bangji? Yixian still didn't answer him, and he just kept spitting blood. Zhu Jianshan intended to ask more questions, but an old man spoke abruptly, calm down and heal him first. Zhu Jianshan stared fixedly at Yixian, and a short moment passed before he withdrew a medicinal pill and gave it to Yixian. As soon as he consumed the medicinal pill, Yixian's aura instantly became slightly stronger. Zhu Jianshan hurriedly asked, where's Bangji? Yixian glanced at the surroundings and was slightly dazed, where's Bangji? Zhu Jianshan's brows knit together slightly. Meanwhile, the old man spoke solemnly, young Master Yi, what exactly happened just now? Yixian suddenly seemed to have gone mad, where's Bangji? As he spoke, he grabbed Zhu Jianshan's collar and roared furiously, where's Bangji? Where's my Bangji? Zhu Jianshan was speechless. Everyone in the surroundings looked at each other. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice, "Elder Zhu, the goddess's soul tablet has shattered." It had shattered. The expressions of all the experts here instantly changed drastically. Zhu Jianquan's face instantly turned pale as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Her soul tablet has shattered? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean?" As he spoke, he grabbed the middle-aged man and roared like a wild beast, "What do you mean by her soul tablet has shattered? Huh?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, the goddess has probably suffered misfortune." "Impossible." Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the sky, "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible for anything to have happened to Banji. It's absolutely impossible." At this moment, his voice wasn't just trembling, even his expression was filled with terror. It was like he'd lost the love of his life. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, sighed softly, and didn't dare speak another word. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly held his head in his hands and howled, and his voice was filled with boundless sorrow. Zhu Jianquan suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, what happened just now?" Everyone here gazed at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was still howling with sorrow as if he was about to cry himself to death. All of them were speechless. Zhu Jianquan walked over to Yi Xian and spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, what exactly happened just now?" Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and at this moment, his face was already covered in tears. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, who was already crying, and their hearts were quite complicated. This guy was indeed a sentimental person. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Just now, I entered the secret room with Banji, and Banji said that he had something important to tell me, but at this moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared in the secret room, and then he punched." Speaking of this, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "I've never seen such a powerful punch. Just that punch, I was directly sent flying." Zhu Jianquan frowned slightly. "Mysterious person?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes, mysterious person. I couldn't see his true appearance. He was very close to me, but for some reason, I just couldn't see his face." Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at Zhu Jianquan. "I remember Banji said something." Zhu Jianquan hurriedly asked, "What did he say?" Yi Xian clenched his hands. "Banji said doubting, doubting." Hearing this, the faces of all the powerhouses suddenly became ferocious. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "Doubting. It must be doubting. Ah. Doubting, Yi Xian, swear to the heavens that I will not live under the same sky as you." Everyone. Yi Xian had a ferocious expression on his face, and he emanated an oppressive killing intent. As for the doubting experts, their expressions were extremely gloomy as well. Doubting had actually made a move. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianquan spoke abruptly, "Young Master Yi, can you tell us about what happened earlier in detail?" Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "I've already told you. As soon as Banji and I entered the secret chamber, that mysterious expert appeared before us. Banji was just about to call for help, but that mysterious expert attacked. After that, it became like this." Zhu Jianquan spoke solemnly, "But we didn't notice any doubting expert." Yi Xian's expression suddenly became solemn. "He's very strong. Because Banji and I didn't have the time to fight back." As he spoke, he shook his head. "If my body wasn't strong enough, then I'm afraid my soul would have been obliterated as well." Zhu Jianquan glanced at Yi Xian's body. Needless to say, Yi Xian's injuries were very severe indeed. A short moment later, Zhu Jianquan said, "Young Master Yi, go heal your injuries first." Meanwhile, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. "Shit. My scriptures are gone." "Dao scriptures?" Zhu Jianquan frowned slightly. "Dao scriptures?" Yi Xian nodded, and his face was covered in terror. "Right, I brought 5 Dao scriptures with me before I came here, but they're gone now." "They're gone?" The experts of the Dao tomb exchanged glances when they heard this. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly spoke solemnly, "It's definitely Dao Ting." Another expert nodded, "Besides Dao Ting, there's no one else. We were too careless this time." Zhu Jianquan suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, go heal your injuries first." "Heal your injuries first." Yi Xian glanced at Zhu Jianquan, cupped his fists, and then turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, Zhu Jianshan slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the old man by Zhu Jianshan's side suddenly said, "You don't believe him?" Zhu Jianshan shook his head. This matter is a little strange. However, he had no reason to kill half of them. Moreover, even if he had a reason to kill Xianxia, there was no way he could do it in an instant. The person who did it must be far stronger than Xianxia. Moreover, the injuries he suffered weren't fake. His injuries were truly severe, his flesh almost collapsing. Furthermore, he's a swordsman, and that power just now didn't have any sword chi or sword intent fluctuations. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and said softly, "All the signs show that he wasn't the one who did this, but I still feel that there's something fishy about this." The old man said in a deep voice, "Even if he has the ability to kill half of them, he has no reason to do so. Currently, the fifth dimension already has a great enemy in the form of doubting. Yi Xian is not stupid enough to kill half of them at this time and become enemies with the Dao Tomb. Therefore, I think that the person who did it is doubting. The reason why he did it is obviously because he doesn't want the Dao Tomb to form a marriage alliance with Yi Xian. In other words, he doesn't want the Dao scriptures to fall into the hands of the Dao Tomb." Dao scriptures, Zhu Jianshan's pupils suddenly shrank. I almost forgot about this. Dao scriptures. Yi Xian has no reason to kill half of them, but doubting does. As he said this, his face became a little ugly. We were too stupid. This time, Yi Xian didn't come here empty-handed. He brought 5 Dao scriptures with him. 5 Dao scriptures. How could doubting let those 5 Dao scriptures fall into our hands? If I were them, I would also stop them at all costs. The old man nodded. We were careless this time. As he spoke, he looked at Zhu Jianshan. What now? Zhu Jianshan said fiercely. Inform Luoho that the goddess was killed by the experts of doubting. The old man nodded. Okay. As he said this, he turned and left. In the hall, Zhu Jianshan was silent. In fact, he had suspected Yi Xian, but he should say it, Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her 2 little hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and looked a little weak. There was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his crown prince position. This is really unfair. How dare you? The Great Elder suddenly said angrily, It is not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Someone, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly smiled. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to perform. The guard smiled coldly. young Master Yi Lang will inherit the crown prince position. Why are you shouting? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yixian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yixian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yixian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yixian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yixian, he's my man. How dare you? Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooey, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yixian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yixian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yixian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yixian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no morals. From now on, Yixian's position will be removed, and Yi Lang will take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that Yixian was about to be removed, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the crown prince position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! To Heaven Realm Abyss, Yi Xian was not putting on an act, he was really going to Heaven Realm Abyss. Either he died, or Dao Ting died. After Yi Xian left, more and more experts from the Dao Tomb headed for Heaven Realm Abyss. Banji's death was basically a foregone conclusion. It was done by Dao Ting, who else could it be other than Dao Ting? The Heaven Realm Abyss that had stopped fighting began once again. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. It was a pity because he did not use the soul-suppressing sword to absorb Banji's soul. Li Banji's soul was abnormally strong. If he could absorb it, the soul-suppressing sword would be greatly enhanced. In addition, the other party's bloodline was also very tempting. However, he did not choose to devour the other party's bloodline, because it was too risky. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, do you think the Dao Tomb will suspect you? Yi Xian said softly, didn't Zhu Jianzhen suspect me before? But I believe that they will choose to believe me in the end. Yi Jiming asked, why? Yi Xian said, just one point, they do not think that I have the strength to kill Li Bangji. Li Bangji was killed in an instant without any resistance. In their hearts, do you think that I, Yi Xian, have the strength? Yi Jiming sighed softly. In fact, this time it was Li Bangji's own fault. If not for the other party wanting to devour his bloodline, even if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would not have the ability. In a one-on-one fight, Yi Xian might be able to win, but that was the Dao Tomb. One word from Li Bangji and Yi Xian would die in a group fight, but this Li Bangji wanted to devour Yi Xian's bloodline. What was the most abnormal part of Yi Xian's body? It was his blood. However, Yi Jiming did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for Li Bangji. That woman wanted to devour Yi Xian's bloodline. Once she succeeded, coupled with the fact that she was already married to Yi Xian, it was very likely that she would be able to smoothly take over the entire fifth dimension. It could be said that the woman's plan was very vicious. Not only did he want to kill Yi Xian, but he also wanted to obtain Yi Xian's Tao scripture and the five-dimensional universe. However, the other party did not expect Yi Xian's bloodline power to be so strong. It could be said that Li Bangji had died, and he had also lost the Dao Tomb. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out the Qiankuan gourd. Immortal gourd, Yi Xian didn't forget about it. He hadn't used the gourd yet. Yi Xian asked, Immortal gourd, is the whirling world very strong? The gourd immortal hurriedly replied, of course. Very, very strong. Yi Xian asked again, how strong is it? The gourd immortal fell silent. Yi Xian said, for example, if I go to the whirling world, what level do I belong to? The gourd immortal thought for a moment and said, a top expert. However, there are still people who can beat you. Yi Xian said softly, I understand. He was quite curious about the whirling world. After all, it was the origin of the Tao scripture. The gourd immortal suddenly asked, why are you suddenly asking me this question? Yi Xian said softly, I have a feeling that the whirling world will also become my enemy. The gourd immortal, Yi Xian said again, no matter what, we have to prepare for the worst. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. The gourd immortal said, the whirling world also has the Tao scripture that you mentioned. Yi Xian opened his eyes. Which one? The gourd immortal said, I don't know about that. Yi Xian fell silent. If he wanted to collect all the Tao scriptures, wouldn't he have to go to the whirling world? Yi Xian's expression gradually darkened. Collecting all the Tao scriptures was not an easy task, however, he did not plan to give up. One step at a time, Yi Xian collected his thoughts and sped up. Heaven Abyss. Heaven Abyss was located in an ancient starry sky. In this starry sky, there was a huge starry sky abyss. No one knew how this starry sky abyss was formed, and no one cared about this question. Because everyone cared about the fortune crystal in this starry sky abyss. In this starry sky abyss, there were countless mineral veins, and these mineral veins produced the fortune crystal. For Tao validation experts, there were perhaps two things in this world that were most precious. One was the Tao scripture, and the other was the fortune crystal. Even with the Tao scripture, without the fortune crystal, they would not be able to advance further. Cultivation required money. The higher one advanced, the more money they needed. This was also why there was the Tao Ting and the Tao Tomb. Because when everyone gathered together, they could earn money faster and more. It could be said that Heaven Abyss was a place that Tao Ting and the Tao Tomb had to fight for. This was also why the experts of Heaven Abyss did not return to the Tao Ting even after such a huge incident. This was because this was the lifeline of Tao Ting. If the Tao Tomb completely occupied this place, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the south of Heaven Abyss, there was a huge sky palace. This sky palace was the base of Tao Ting in Heaven Abyss. In the main hall of the sky palace, there were only two people. One was the White Emperor Starlord who had rushed over from Tao Ting. The other person was Sir God Real Martial. The true martial god had a burly figure. His hair was loose, and he wore golden chain armor. He stood with his hand on his sword. His eyes were like lightning, and he exuded a powerful aura that could take one's soul away. The true martial god was the leader of the Tao Ting Divine Lords, and now the commander of the Tao Ting army. The true martial god suddenly said, Bai Dizzy, what do you think about the death of the Divine Lady in the Tao Tomb? Bai Dizzy said softly, it must be Yi Xian. The true martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. What do you mean? Bai Dizzy said, we didn't do anything. Who else could it be? The true martial god frowned. Does Xian have the strength to kill the divine lady? Bai Dizzy shook his head. Probably not, but it must be him. He killed the divine lady and then framed me for doubting. I have to say, this guy's move is very vicious. The true martial god said, if he really killed her, isn't he afraid of the Dao Tomb finding out? Bai Dizzy said, that proves that this person is not simple. He dared to kill the divine lady at a time like this. What courage! The true martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. You seem to value Xian a lot. Bai Dizzy said seriously, true martial, don't underestimate this person. He is not only strong, but his intelligence is also rare. Judging from this matter, the Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb could have made peace temporarily. But now that the divine lady is dead, it is impossible for us to make peace. Most importantly, Xian has become the son-in-law of the Dao Tomb, and he is fighting for the revenge of the divine lady. Goddess, come and find my Dao court with the slogan of revenge. He wanted to destroy the Dao Ting for the 5th dimension Tendo and the 5th dimension universe, but now, his slogan has changed. Things are completely different. Because he will have the support of the Dao Tomb. If he wants to avenge the 5-dimensional screen of the universe, the land of the Dao burial mound will not support him. Maybe they will sit on the sidelines and watch us fight against Xian. But now, he wants to avenge the goddess. The land of the Dao burial mound will not support him. The true martial god was silent. The White Emperor's son continued, as far as I know, this person has already obtained the Dao scripture of that person from the underworld. He now has 5 Dao scriptures on him, but he made a false accusation, saying that not only did my Dao court kill the goddess, but I also obtained the Dao scripture. Think about it, what will the Dao Tomb do now? They will fight us at all costs. The current situation is not good for the Dao Tomb. The true martial god suddenly said, can we kill this person? Bai Dizzy was silent. The true martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. Can't we? Bai Dizzy said softly, I'm afraid it will be difficult. The Dao ancestor personally attacked once in the Dao Ting, but he was stopped by a mysterious woman. I, the Dao Ting, have not been able to find out the true identity of that mysterious woman. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This Xian is not as simple as he looks. I have studied him for so long, but I have not found out the force behind him. The true martial god frowned. The force behind him? Bai Dizzy nodded. There must be a powerful force behind him, but I, the Dao Ting, cannot find out who this force is. The only thing we can find is 2 points. First, the woman in the plain dress. She seems to be Xian's path protector, but we cannot find out where she is now. Other than that, there is also the power of his bloodline. His bloodline is extremely powerful, but I have never heard of a bloodline that can make people go crazy. At this point, he looked at the White Emperor's son. Regardless of whether it is the woman in the plain dress or the source of his bloodline, they are not simple at all. As for these people, their presence is too inconspicuous. Even if they occasionally make a move, they are always instant kills. Thus, I have no way of knowing their true strength. In short, I, the Dao Ting, cannot underestimate Xian. His threat is no weaker than the Dao Tomb. The true martial god slowly closed his eyes. It is indeed not easy to obtain the 5 Dao scriptures. Bai Dizzy said softly, previously, I suggested a temporary ceasefire because I wanted to get rid of Xian first. However, I did not expect Xian to go to the Dao Tomb and the goddess to die. As he spoke, he sighed softly. At the bottom of it all, it's my fault. I never imagined that Nian would actually be so powerful, and I greatly underestimated her. If it wasn't for that, my Dao court wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Mu Nian, the true martial god's eyes flashed with seriousness. That woman only used 30% of her strength to destroy the Dao ancestor's body. If she used all her strength, who in the Dao Ting could be her opponent? The hall suddenly fell into silence. In fact, Bai Dizzy was still afraid. If it was not for Mu Nian wanting to protect the 5th dimension, that woman could have destroyed the Dao Ting. After all, the Dao Tomb was still there. Fortunately, that woman's main goal was to protect the 5th dimension. At this time, the true martial god suddenly frowned. I have just received news that Xian has arrived at the Heaven Abyss. Just as White Emperor was about to speak, a furious roar suddenly resounded from outside the palace. Bastards from the Dao court, how dare you kill the goddess of my Dao tomb? Why aren't all of you coming to die? It was Yi Xian's voice. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Dizzy's face twitched. He could not help but curse. How shameless! Inside the palace, Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at True Martial Divine Lord. Kill this person. True Martial Divine Lord nodded and disappeared from the palace with his sword. But soon, he came back. Bai Dizzy was stunned. What happened? True Martial Divine Lord was expressionless. He left. Left? Bai Dizzy's face darkened. He came and cursed before leaving? True Martial Divine Lord nodded. Bai Dizzy was silent. True Martial Divine Lord gripped his sword tightly with his right hand. Can he really devour swords? Bai Dizzy nodded. Yes. True Martial Divine Lord asked, is it a problem with his constitution or something else? Bai Dizzy said in a low voice, it might be a problem with his constitution. His constitution is a bit special. True Martial Divine Lord nodded. I understand. Then, he looked at Bai Dizzy. This person's purpose in coming to Heaven Abyss should be to make Daoting and the land of Dao fight to the death. The more intense our fight, the better it is for him. So, we can't let him have his way. Come with me to see Luo Ho. Bai Dizzy nodded. Okay. After saying that, the two of them disappeared. Yi Xian wanted to kill a few people before leaving, but he suddenly felt danger. He didn't choose to take the risk and left decisively. Although he was strong now, he wasn't invincible. Not long after Yi Xian left Heaven Palace, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. The man in black said in a hoarse voice, Luo Ho wants to see you. Luo Ho, the current boss of the land of Dao in Dual World Abyss, Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The man in black turned and left. Yi Xian followed. Soon, Yi Xian followed the man in black to an ancient city. The ancient city stood in the starry sky and was extremely spectacular. Dao Tomb City. As soon as he approached the city, Yi Xian felt countless powerful auras. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, he clearly felt the difference between the fifth dimension and the Daoting Dao Tomb. The difference wasn't just a little big. Yi Xian followed the black-cloaked man to a large hall. After entering the hall, the black-cloaked man quietly retreated. Yi Xian looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing not far in front of him. The middle-aged man wore a long black robe and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. At his waist was a strangely shaped blade. Rahu, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't sense the existence of this person in front of him at all. Luo Ho suddenly said, show yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Dizzy and True Martial God appeared in the hall. Both of them did not come with their true bodies, but rather with their illusions. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Yi Xian was expressionless. He didn't speak, but he was secretly thinking about what might happen next. Luo Ho looked at True Martial God. True Martial, I believe the two of you are here for young Master Yi. If you have something to say, just say it. We are all quite busy. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Luo Ho. Luo Ho, do you think Goddess was killed by me, Dao Ting? Luo Ho was expressionless. You have to ask Dao Ting. True Martial God smiled. Luo Ho, you and I have fought for nearly 1,000 years. You should know my personality. I, True Martial, disdain doing such things. Luo Ho was silent. Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Dao scripture. Hearing this, Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, I believe that True Martial God disdains doing such things. However, just because you don't do it doesn't mean others won't do it. As he said this, he pointed at Bai Dizzy. For example, you. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian looked emotionless. The True Martial Arts Divine Lord is a real strong man. Even if such a strong man has done something sneaky, he will have the nerve to admit it. However, not everyone is like the True Martial Arts Divine Lord. White Emperor Star Lord, in order to destroy my fifth dimension, what tricks have you not used? Bai Dizzy smiled. But I don't have the strength to go to the Dao Tomb to kill people. Yi Xian said, can't you send someone? Do you lack experts for doubting? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. I've long heard that young Master Yi is good at distorting the truth. Now that I've seen it for myself, you really live up to your reputation. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. What? Doubting killed someone and stole the Tao scripture, but you don't dare to admit it? Or do you want to put the blame on me and say that I, Yi Xian, killed someone? Bai Dizzy sneered. Is that not possible? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. White Emperor Star Lord, I thank you. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Bai Dizzy didn't care about Yi Xian. He looked at Luo Ho. Luo Ho, don't you think there's something fishy about this? Luo Ho's expression was calm. There's something fishy. That's why I asked you to discuss it. You said that the person was killed by this young Master Yi. Do you have any evidence? Bai Dizzy said, but he doesn't have any evidence to prove that I, Dao Ting, killed him. Yi Xian said, besides you, Dao Ting, who else could it be? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Don't I still have you? Yi Xian said, what reason do I have to kill the goddess? Or should I say, do I have the ability to kill the goddess silently? Bai Dizzy smiled. It's because all the signs show that it's not you that it's most likely you. Yi Xian was expressionless. According to your logic, can I say that all the signs show that I'm not your father, and I'm most likely to be your father? Bai Dizzy frowned. Manners? Yi Xian spread out his hands. Manners are for people. In my opinion, you, doubting people are not human. Bai Dizzy frowned. Yi Xian, you're also a person. Can't you have the demeanor of a strong person? Demeanor of a strong person? Yi Xian said fiercely, you killed my newly married wife, and you want me to talk about demeanor of a strong person with you? You guys are really funny. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, I, Dao Ting, did not kill the goddess. Yi Xian said angrily, then who killed her? Bai Dizzy was a little angry. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Yi Xian stared at Bai Dizzy. Then you killed her. Bai Dizzy was so angry that he wanted to hit him. Damn it, this guy is making a scene. At this time, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, as far as I know, young Master Yi and the goddess met not long ago. As soon as the goddess died, young Master Yi swore to avenge her. Young Master Yi, don't you think you're going a little too far? Or is it because you have a guilty conscience? Hearing this, Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, the goddess likes me. True Martial Divine Lord was speechless. Bai Dizzy sneered. Likes you? Why does she like you? Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Why doesn't she like me? Bai Dizzy, it's not that I, Yi Xian, want to boast, but among the younger generation of Dao Ting, is there anyone more handsome than me? Oh, no, is there anyone better than me? Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. There really wasn't anyone, don't talk about Dao Ting. There wasn't anyone in the Dao tomb, Yi Xian spread his hands. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes. I am so outstanding, so what if the goddess likes me? Let me ask you, what's wrong? Bai Dizzy's expression became uglier. Yi Xian said, there is one more thing. The goddess took the initiative to go to the fifth dimension to propose to me. The goddess took the initiative, not me, Yi Xian. White Emperor Star Lord, True Martial Divine Lord, have you never been pursued by a woman? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Yi Xian. Do you like the goddess? Yi Xian's expression was calm. Is it important whether I like her or not? True Martial Divine Lord frowned. Isn't it important? Yi Xian spread his hands. I don't think it's important. In my opinion, the goddess is beautiful enough to be with me, Yi Xian. Since she likes me, what's wrong with sleeping with her? What's wrong? Divine Lord True Martial was dumbfounded when he heard that. Bai Dizzy also looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Was this something a human could say? Was this something a human could say? Luo Ho couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, can't a man have more women? Moreover, after I marry the goddess, I can borrow the power of the Dao tomb to resist doubting. Why wouldn't I do it? Bai Dizzy shook his head. Shameless scumbag. It's her misfortune that the goddess likes you. Yi Xian sneered. I, Yi Xian, dare to take responsibility for what I do. I, Yi Xian, dare to admit that I married the goddess not only because she's beautiful, but also because I want to use the Dao Tomb to resist doubting. This is my goal. I, Yi Xian, dare to admit it. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. He didn't have a good impression of Yi Xian, but he had to admit that Yi Xian dared to take responsibility for what he did and dared to admit it. In this aspect, Yi Xian was much better than most people. At this time, Yi Xian said, I don't have a deep relationship with the goddess, but since she's married to me, she belongs to me, Yi Xian. Since she was killed by you, shouldn't I avenge her? Moreover, you also stole my Dao scripture. Of course, from Yi Xian's words, Yi Xian also gained a piece of information. That was, he, Yi Xian, was married to the goddess, and there was no harm at all. In this case, how stupid would he be to kill the goddess? Dao scripture. Luo Ho collected his thoughts and looked at Bai Dizzy and True Martial Divine Lord. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, Yi Xian, don't slander us. We didn't kill the goddess, and we didn't steal your Dao scripture. Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, then who was it? Bai Dizzy was also a little angry. How would I know who it was? At this point, he suddenly realized something and stopped. Didn't he just insist that it was Yi Xian? Yi Xian sneered and didn't say anything. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you really aren't simple. Yi Xian turned to Luo Ho. Senior Luo Ho, I don't want to talk to them anymore. They killed the goddess and stole the Dao scripture. Now, I just want to fight them to the death and sacrifice half of my soul in heaven. Then, he turned around and left with his sword. Luo Ho frowned. Where are you going? Outside the hall, Yi Xian didn't look back. I'm going to the heavenly palace to fight them to the death. Soon, he disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, True Martial Divine Lord looked at Bai Dizzy. You really didn't send anyone to kill the goddess? Bai Dizzy. P.S. I'm so handsome, can't you vote for me? Bai Dizzy was infuriated by True Martial Divine Lord's words. Seeing White Emperor's expression, True Martial Divine Lord said softly, looking at him, even I suspect that we killed the goddess. What about the Dao Tomb? Let's go. After saying that, he disappeared with White Emperor's son. Inside the palace, Luo Ho was expressionless. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the palace. Luo Ho, do you believe him? Luo Ho shook his head. No. But he had no reason to kill Banji. He couldn't have killed Banji in an instant. This matter is very strange. Dai Yi, go and investigate it. The voice said, yes. Inside the palace, Luo Ho slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian, in fact, he had also suspected Yi Xian. But why did Yi Xian kill Banji? Yi Xian had no motive to kill. But Dao Ting did. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the palace. He really went to the heavenly palace. Luo Ho said softly, could it really be Dao Ting? Heavenly palace. Yi Xian stood there with his sword in hand. In front of him stood more than a dozen strong people, all of whom were at the peak Dao proving realm, and in the dark, he felt the presence of at least a dozen Dao defense cultivators. Then, Bai Dizzy appeared in front of Yi Xian. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you really came. Yi Xian smiled. Surprised? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. You are the most shameless person I have ever seen. Yi Xian said softly, living is the most important thing. The White Emperor smiled and said, you dared to come here alone, so you must have thought that the Dao Tomb would help you, right? Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. What do you think? Bai Dizzy narrowed his eyes, we won't give them the chance to help. Suddenly, Yi Xian looked at Sky Palace. I've long heard that True Martial God Sword doctrine is superb. Today, Yi Xian would like to challenge you to a one-on-one, fair fight. A fair fight. When they heard this, the experts of the Dao Palace who were about to attack in secret stopped in succession. Bai Dizzy's brows knit together slightly, and he was just about to speak when a ray of light suddenly resounded from within the palace. In the next moment, an enormous golden sword shot into the sky from within the palace, and then it slashed directly at Yi Xian. True Martial Divine Sword, True Martial God took action himself. Obviously, Emperor True Martial had accepted Yi Xian's challenge. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sword. The sword light was like lightning, causing the starry sky to tremble. The realm of this sword was above his. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, and then he thrust his sword forward. Chi, the sword directly pierced the sword light. Bang, Yi Xian retreated 1,000 feet in an instant. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. It was True Martial God. True Martial God gazed at Yi Xian. The sword has changed, and it contains the Grand Tao within it. In the younger generation, you're number one in the sword doctrine. Yi Xian smiled. If True Martial God wants to kill me, then you can ask all the experts in the surroundings to attack together. In that way, Yi Xian, will definitely die. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, attack together. He knew that this was the best time to kill Yi Xian. If all the experts attacked together, then not to mention Yi Xian, even Rahu would definitely die here. However, no one attacked. Bai Dizzy gazed at True Martial God, and True Martial God said, I'll fight him fairly. Bai Dizzy spoke solemnly, True Martial, you. True Martial God, you. True Martial God looked at Bai Dizzy. I, the Dao Ting, may be able to kill him today, but we will become the laughingstock of the Dao Tomb. Also, do we need to attack together to kill a young man? Bai Dizzy understood. Not everyone knew how powerful Yi Xian was. If they chose to attack Yi Xian now, it would mean that they were not confident and would weaken the Dao Ting's power. After all, Yi Xian was challenging True Martial God, and he was challenging someone stronger than him. Under such circumstances, if the Dao Ting chose to attack together, what would that mean? Most of the people in the Dao Ting were the Grand Dao Guardians, and they were all arrogant. White Emperor sighed softly and did not say anything else. He was a civil servant in the Dao Ting, and he could not understand the thoughts and actions of the martial artists, but he had to respect them. The strong had their own pride, especially now. Aura was very important to the Dao Ting. Bai Dizzy retreated to the side. True Martial God looked at Yi Xian. Draw your sword. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly disappeared. Pissed, a sword light tore through the field. In the distance, True Martial God suddenly drew his sword and slashed. It was a powerful slash with the power of thunder. Boom, Yi Xian's sword light was shattered. At the same time, a powerful sword force pushed Yi Xian hundreds of meters away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the starry space around him exploded. His body had withstood True Martial God's power, but the space he was in could not. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. After reaching the doctrine realm, he wanted to fight to his heart's content. He wanted to use his sword alone, without the power of his bloodline or killing intent. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the executing heaven sword in his hand began to vibrate. In the distance, True Martial God suddenly took a step forward. With one step, he was in front of Yi Xian, and he stabbed at Yi Xian. This sword strike was like a sudden clap of thunder, so fast that it was impossible to cover one's ears. The sword suddenly stopped a few meters away from Yi Xian. Sword realm, under the sword realm, the sword speed was suppressed. Suddenly, Sir True Martial took another step forward. Pissed, something in the sword intent seemed to be torn apart. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale, and he thrust his sword out at the same time. The sword changed. There were thousands of changes in one sword. This was his own sword Dao. Boom, as soon as the two swords touched, Yi Xian's sword realm disappeared, and he retreated hundreds of meters. Before he could stop, True Martial God appeared in front of him again. This time, True Martial God did not stab. Instead, he slashed with his sword. As the sword slashed down, it was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping over with unstoppable momentum. Facing the sword, Yi Xian did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he blocked it with his sword. Boom, in an instant, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of meters. As he retreated, True Martial God suddenly took a step forward. With this step, he appeared in front of Yi Xian. The next moment, he slashed with his sword. Pissed, the sword slashed, and the space was torn open. It was a very simple diagonal flick, without any fancy movements. This time, Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he stabbed at True Martial God's chest. A life for a life. However, at that moment, the sword in True Martial God's hand suddenly changed its stance. The sword slashed at Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. Clang, Yi Xian's executing heaven sword shook violently and almost flew out of Yi Xian's hand. At the same time, true martial god slashed forward. The slash seemed to shatter the starry sky. It was terrifying. At that moment, Yi Xian disappeared into thin air. Space Dao La. As soon as Yi Xian disappeared, the sword in the true martial god's hand suddenly stopped. Then he swung his sword to the right. Boom, a sword light shattered, and a figure retreated rapidly from that area of space, retreating a distance of 3,000 feet with each step. The true martial god looked at Yi Xian. I've been in the heaven abyss for 1,000 years, and I've been fighting for 1,000 years. I've met all kinds of opponents, and I've almost died countless times. You have a lot of combat experience, but you're like a child in front of me. If you think you can beat me with combat skills, I can tell you that you're dreaming. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. At that moment, he realized another problem. He had a serious lack of combat experience. In the fifth dimension, his combat experience was naturally top-notch. However, in Celestial Abyss, Yi Xian's combat experience and combat skills were like that of a child's. From the start of the fight until now, he felt powerless. He felt like he was being controlled by his opponent. It was as if his opponent knew his next move, consciousness suppression. Once he was suppressed, all moves were useless. At that moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at True Martial God and sent him a Xianxia transmission. Don't hold back. True Martial God nodded. He naturally understood what it meant to be a disaster. Although Yi Xian in front of him could not defeat him, Yi Xian was still very young. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, this was extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, True Martial God suddenly looked at Yi Xian. The next moment, he disappeared. The next moment, a destructive sword light slashed toward Yi Xian like a storm. The power of this sword was enough to destroy the entire starry sky, let alone Yi Xian. However, the power of this sword was contained in the sword light. The surrounding starry sky was unharmed. However, Yi Xian, who was far away, did not dodge at all. He just let the sword strike his body. Boom, under everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Xian directly absorbed the sword light. He absorbed it. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. In fact, he was very curious. What kind of physique did Yi Xian have? He could even absorb True Martial God sword energy? Damn, wasn't this physique too abnormal? Invincible among swordsmen. Next to him, True Martial God whispered, you can really devour sword energy. Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. He had to admit that True Martial God's sword was very nourishing. In the distance, True Martial God suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. He held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. A ray of sword light appeared in front of Yi Xian like a crescent moon. He did not choose to absorb it because this time, True Martial God did not use his sword. He used everything. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly pierced the crescent moon-like sword light. Boom, Yi Xian's sword light instantly shattered. At the same time, True Martial God punched Yi Xian in the chest. However, the sword in Yi Xian's hand had become the soul-suppressing sword. The moment he flew out, he stabbed the sword into True Martial God's chest. Boom, Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet in an instant, and his soul-suppressing sword stabbed into True Martial Divine Lord's chest. The soul-suppressing sword. The moment the soul-suppressing sword pierced True Martial Divine Lord's chest, a powerful soul power enveloped him. However, the soul-suppressing sword that had always been successful failed at this moment. The soul-suppressing sword couldn't suppress True Martial Divine Lord's soul. Sensing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword flew back into his hand. In the distance, True Martial Divine Lord looked at Yi Xian. A Tao-controlling realm sword. Yi Xian's expression grew serious. He didn't expect the soul-suppressing sword to be ineffective against his opponent. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Yi Xian. Are you curious why I'm fine? Yi Xian asked, are you a soul cultivator? True Martial Divine Lord shook his head. I'm not a soul cultivator, but my soul is a battle soul. Yi Xian frowned. Battle soul? True Martial Divine Lord nodded. I've been fighting in the celestial abyss for 1,000 years. My soul has long become a battle soul. Do you know what a battle soul is? Yi Xian shook his head. True Martial Divine Lord walked slowly toward Yi Xian. A battle soul is a state, a spirit. Even if my body is destroyed, my fighting spirit is not extinguished, and my soul is not dead. I can continue to fight. My soul is immortal, and my fighting spirit is eternal. This is a battle soul. Yixian whispered, I underestimated you. He knew that if he wanted to defeat this person, he had to defeat him with strength. True Martial Divine Lord stopped and looked at Yixian. You have a God's seal. That means you are a great Tao guardian too. Yixian smiled. Yes. True Martial Divine Lord was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy knew what True Martial Divine Lord meant. After a moment of silence, he said, he has Tao scriptures. The True Martial Divine Sovereign slowly closed his eyes and sent a voice transmission with profound energy. Bai Dizzy is a genius. Not only is he extremely talented, but he's even more ruthless. If I let him come here and train him for 10 years, he will definitely be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the celestial abyss. The person who was supposed to be a pillar of my Tao Ting has now become the mortal enemy of my Tao Ting. Bai Dizzy shook his head. I had the same idea when I was investigating him, but I couldn't recruit him because he killed the 6th princess. Just because of this, it's impossible for him to enter my Tao Ting. Divine Lord True Martial's expression turned cold. Don't you know what that woman is like? She only had herself to blame for her death. Let alone outsiders, even I want to kill her. Bai Dizzy smiled wryly. In fact, he didn't like that woman either. Not only was she willful, but she was also brainless and caused trouble every day. This time, she had kicked an iron plate. Not only had she kicked an iron plate, but she had also caused Moon Yanyan to injure a Tao ancestor. The reason why the Tao Ting was in such a passive position was all because of that woman, but it couldn't be helped. Her identity was there, and Moon Yanyan hadn't shown that he was that strong. At that time, even Bai Dizzy had chosen to protect the 6th princess without hesitation. Of course, if he had known how terrifying Moon Yanyan was, he might have solved the matter in a different way, but there were no ifs in the world. In the distance, True Martial Divine Lord said, Bai Dizzy, have you ever thought about why the Tao Ting has been declining since the beginning? Bai Dizzy was silent. True Martial Divine Lord said, is it because of the Tao breakers? No, it's because there's a problem with those of us who guard the Tao. Many of us have started to go against the original intentions of the 3000 Tao. The Tao is not fair. There will be Tao breakers in the world. Bai Dizzy shook his head. True Martial, you know how difficult it is to reform the Tao Ting from the inside. Especially now that the Tao Tomb is here. If we want to change, we will be doomed eternally. True Martial Divine Lord said softly, I used to fight for the Tao, for my beliefs, but now, Bai Dizzy's expression changed. True Martial, you can't think like that. Every force will have problems. The Tao Ting has problems. We have to think about how to change, not be disappointed. You know, when the Tao ancestor took over the Tao Ting was already in a mess. He thought the same as us. He wanted to change the Tao Ting. But now, we are facing a bigger problem, and that is the Tao breakers. It's not a good time to attack the Tao Ting. True Martial Divine Lord slowly closed his eyes. Bai Dizzy said, I believe it will get better, although the process might be a little painful. True Martial Divine Lord said softly, the Tao Ting will get better. With that, he looked at Yixian in the distance. It's a pity to kill you, but I have no choice but to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yixian suddenly slashed with his sword, boom, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted. In an instant, Yixian retreated. As he retreated, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly turned into a sword light and flew out. In the distance, True Martial Divine Lord punched. Boom, Yixian's sword was sent flying by True Martial Divine Lord's punch. The moment the sword flew out, True Martial Divine Lord appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian was about to attack when a mysterious power suddenly enveloped him. Battle domain, Yixian was shocked. He hadn't expected that True Martial Divine Lord actually possessed a battle domain. A strand of powerful battle intent locked onto Yixian. Battle intent. At this moment, Yixian sensed True Martial Divine Lord's powerful battle intent. It was so strong that he'd never seen it before. Yixian didn't dare hold back when facing such an expert, and he immediately utilized 4 domains. Slaughter domain, sword domain, death domain, blood domain. As soon as the 4 domains appeared, true martial divine lord's battle intent was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly slashed down from within the sword domain. True martial divine lord didn't retreat, and he smashed his fist forward instead. It was a head-on collision. The force of his fist was extremely domineering. Bang! A world-shaking explosion resounded abruptly, and then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Xian, however. Bai Dizzy's expression had become slightly solemn, because true martial divine lord had retreated by over 10 as well. It wasn't just Bai Dizzy, the doubting experts here were quite shocked as well. 4 domains, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to comprehend even 1 domain. However, Xian had actually comprehended 4. True martial divine lord glanced at Xian and spoke softly, 4 domains. Xian wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth. Needless to say, true martial divine lord was really strong. Even his 4 domains weren't able to suppress true martial divine lord. The killing intent in true martial divine lord's eyes grew stronger. Now, he was starting to fear Xian. If this young man were to mature, then he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence. True martial divine lord suddenly vanished on the spot when he thought up to this point. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth swept through the battlefield. At this moment, the entire starry sky trembled. This time, true martial divine lord had utilized a killer move. Everything was obliterated beneath his fist. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that his strength was far inferior to true martial divine lord's. However, he wasn't afraid. There was only excitement in his heart. Fight! As if sensing Xian's fighting spirit, the executing heaven sword trembled violently. Sword hums reverberated throughout the starry sky. When true martial divine lord arrived in front of Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He charged forward and slashed down with his sword, 1 sword to decide life and death. He wasn't as strong as Qing'er, so he couldn't really decide life and death with 1 sword. However, he had the determination to decide life and death. Under this sword, if one of them didn't die, one of them would die. When a person wasn't afraid of death, that was when he was at his bravest. The power of this sword could be said to be his strongest sword under normal circumstances. However, reality was cruel. As Xian's sword fell, he was sent flying backward in an instant. He was sent flying thousands of feet away. While he was flying backward, every inch of space was destroyed. However, true martial divine lord had also retreated dozens of feet. Compared to Xian, his situation was much better. True martial divine lord looked at Xian, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening. In the beginning, he had cherished talent, but now he was truly afraid. Although Xian couldn't defeat him, he wasn't proud at all. After all, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. How old was Xian? Under normal circumstances, a young man like Xian wouldn't even be qualified to fight him. However, Xian had fought him for so long. At this moment, Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly jumped up and slashed at the true martial god. He attacked first. True martial divine lord narrowed his eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Defeat wasn't scary. What was scary was not having the guts to fight. You could lose to your enemy, but you couldn't not have the guts to fight. If you couldn't win, it was a matter of strength. As long as you didn't die, there would come a time when you could win. But not having the guts to fight was a matter of state of mind. The most terrifying thing about a man wasn't failure, but cowardice. The moment Xian attacked first, true martial divine lord knew Xian's temperament. That was why fear appeared in his eyes. True martial divine lord took a step forward. When his step landed, the stars trembled. When Xian's sword landed, true martial divine lord suddenly punched. The moment the punch landed, the stars within tens of thousands of miles trembled. Without a doubt, Xian was sent flying again. This time, he flew for thousands of feet. This time, Xian was in an even worse state than before. His body cracked. Moreover, the space where Xian stood collapsed. The power of a single punch was so strong. In the distance, Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at true martial divine lord again. A moment later, he disappeared again. He attacked first again. A ray of sword light flashed and tore through the stars. In the distance, true martial divine lord slowly clenched his right hand. On the other side, the White Emperor's son frowned. Was Xian courting death? No, Based on his understanding of Yi Xian was definitely not a brainless fool, so what was Yi Xian doing now? Or perhaps, he was playing some kind of trick again. Bai Dizzy's expression changed as if he thought of something. He looked at True Martial Divine Lord and said, "Kill him. This guy is playing dirty. He's playing dirty." The moment the son of the White Emperor's voice fell, Yi Xian flew out again. At this time, before Yi Xian could attack, the True Martial Divine Lord took the initiative to attack. However, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian as soon as the True Martial God made his move. Luo Ho. Bai Dizzy's face darkened when he saw Luo Ho. Luo Ho smiled. "True Martial, you're bullying the weak." True Martial Emperor looked at Luo Ho. "I'll explain one last time. I didn't send anyone to kill the goddess." Luo Ho shook his head. "It doesn't matter anymore." "It didn't matter," the True Martial God frowned slightly. Then, as if something had occurred to him, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Xian, who was covered in wounds in the distance. What a cunning plan. Luo Ho didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Yi Xian and was about to leave with Yi Xian when a powerful force locked him in place. Luo Ho turned to look at True Martial Emperor. "Are we going to fight now?" True Martial Emperor looked at Luo Ho. "For him?" Luo Ho smiled. "If he was doubting, would you fight against the Dao Tomb for him?" True Martial Emperor was silent. "Because he would." Luo Ho laughed and left with Yi Xian. True Martial Emperor slowly closed his eyes. His expression was gloomy. At this time, White the Arca's son appeared next to True Martial God and said, "He is smarter than we thought." What was Yi Xian's purpose in challenging True Martial Emperor? To kill True Martial Emperor? No, Yi Xian wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't kill True Martial Emperor. True Martial Emperor was the leader of the Stellar Lords. If Yi Xian killed him, wouldn't that be a joke? Yi Xian's real purpose in challenging True Martial Emperor was to prove himself. He wanted to prove to the Dao Tomb that he, Yi Xian, was valuable. Previously, there were rumors that Yi Xian was a monster, but the Dao Tomb had no idea how strong he really was. But now, the Dao Tomb knew. This was what Raha meant when he said that doubting didn't kill the goddess. This was because the Dao Tomb was currently protecting Yi Xian because Yi Xian was valuable, not because of the goddess. When a person has value, others will be willing to invest in you. To put it simply, although Yi Xian was married to the goddess, the Dao Tomb had not recognized Yi Xian's identity. But now, the Dao Tomb had recognized him. At least he admitted it on the surface. That was how the world worked. You were valuable, and everything was friendly to you. But if you had no value, your loved ones might dislike you. In the battlefield, Bai Dizzy said, he knows that he can't compete with doubting, so he must use the Dao Tomb. His actions will make it impossible for me and the Dao Tomb to make peace with the Dao Tomb, and we won't be able to deal with him and the fifth dimension. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Not only that, as long as he is outstanding enough and remains an enemy of doubting, even if the Dao Tomb knows that he killed the goddess, the Dao Tomb will pretend that it doesn't know and will say that I killed him. His value has already surpassed the goddess. True Martial Emperor suddenly said softly, the Dao Tomb will nurture him. Bai Dizzy nodded. His expression was extremely ugly. If Yi Xian was nurtured by the Dao Tomb, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. With this guy's talent, it wouldn't be long before even True Martial Emperor could kill him. Bai Dizzy shook his head and sighed. Originally, he thought that after Moon Yanyan's death, it would be much easier for Dao Ting to kill Yi Xian. But now, things had become more troublesome. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Where is the white robe?" True Martial Emperor said, "In the depths of heaven abyss." Bai Dizzy said softly, "Tell him to come back." True Martial Emperor nodded and said softly, "Bai Dizzy, go and ask for a decree. Tell all the experts of doubting who are in seclusion to come out." Bai Dizzy's expression changed. This, True Martial Emperor said softly, "Things will become more and more serious." Bai Dizzy nodded. "I'll go right now." Then, he turned and left. In the starry sky, True Martial Emperor looked into the depths of the starry sky with deep worry in his eyes. Dao Tomb City. In the room, Yi Xian lay quietly. His injuries were rapidly recovering. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was filled with the battle with True Martial Emperor. From the beginning, he was suppressed in both strength and battle awareness. At this moment, He deeply felt that he was severely lacking in battle experience. True martial emperor hadn't reached Dao attainment state, but he was completely different from other Dao defensive state experts. A Dao defensive state expert who fought his way up was truly terrifying. Challenging someone of a higher level also depended on the person. At this moment, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What are your plans next? Yi Xian said softly, I'm not strong enough. I need to improve my strength. And this place is just right for me to improve my strength. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, I can feel that true martial emperor wants to kill you. If you stay here, Dao Ting will definitely target you. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Yi Jiming wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, Jiming. I'll be careful. Yi Jiming sighed. Right now, Yi Xian was actually playing with fire. Neither Dao Ting nor the land of Dao Tum were easy targets. They wouldn't let Yi Xian toy with them. One careless move and Yi Xian would be doomed, but Yi Xian had no choice but to play like this, because in the current situation, if Yi Xian didn't play like this, once Dao Ting and the land of Dao Tum reached some kind of agreement, Yi Xian and the five-dimensional universe would be doomed. An hour later, Yi Xian's injuries had completely recovered. He left his room. The Dao Tum city was filled with powerful auras. Here, the weakest experts were at the self-release realm. Moreover, they were truly at the self-release realm. In addition to that, Yi Xian also found that everyone in this place was giving off a fierce murderous aura. These people were all battle-hardened. The gap between the experts of the five-dimensional universe and the land of Dao Tum and Dao Ting was not small. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, the five-dimensional universe still had a long way to go. Regardless, Yi Xian, would continue to walk forward with the five-dimensional universe. At this time, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This man was Tu Ming. There were a few people beside Tu Ming, all at the self-release realm. Tu Ming looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. At this time, a man beside Tu Ming suddenly said, Brother Tu Ming, is he the Yi Xian who married the goddess? Tu Ming nodded. The man sized up Yi Xian, and then he walked in front of Yi Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up. I heard that you went to challenge the true martial divine lord. Yi Xian nodded. What's the matter? The man smiled. If you were really that powerful, why would you need Marshal Luo Ho to save you? Yi Xian suddenly slapped him. Slap. The man didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by Yi Xian's slap. He flew dozens of meters away. Tu Ming and the others were stunned when they saw Yi Xian suddenly attack. They quickly surrounded Yi Xian. Tu Ming looked at Yi Xian. You do it. Yi Xian looked coldly at Tu Ming and the others. I'm going to challenge the true martial divine lord. It's true that I haven't defeated him, but I dare to go. Do you dare to go? The expressions of Tu Ming and the others were slightly unsightly. Yi Xian looked at Tu Ming and pointed at him. Are you going? You don't dare. A bunch of cowards. With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the man who was sent flying suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly slapped him. Bang! At this moment, the man was sent flying 300 m away. Beating up a self-release realm expert, Tu Ming and the others were stunned, especially Tu Ming. He knew that Yi Xian was very strong, but he didn't know how strong Yi Xian was. Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of the man he'd slapped, and he stepped on the man's chest. Looking for trouble with me? Are you worthy? The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You dare to humiliate me? Yi Xian suddenly slammed his fist against the man's face. Bang! The man's head exploded, his soul was destroyed. The expressions of Tu Ming and the others who were about to attack instantly stopped when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had killed someone. They hadn't expected this at all. The eyes of the man who'd been killed by Yi Xian were open wide, and they were filled with disbelief. He hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would kill him as well. Right at this moment, a powerful force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian swiftly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Bang! A powerful force erupted in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was instantly pushed over 100 m back. A middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, and his hands were hidden within his sleeves. Tu Ming and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man, Bitter King. Bitter King, one of the 4 kings of the Dao Tomb, and he only obeyed Rahu. Bitter King gazed at Yi Xian. Why did you kill him? Yi Xian replied with a question. Is it wrong for me to challenge the true martial divine monarch? Bitter King frowned slightly. I'm the one who asked you that question. Yi Xian pointed at the young man's corpse. He humiliated me first. Bitter King turned to look at Tu Ming. Tu Ming hesitated for a moment before he told Bitter King about what had happened. He naturally didn't dare conceal anything from Bitter King, so he didn't exaggerate. A short moment later, Bitter King gazed at Yi Xian. He doesn't deserve death. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I, Yi Xian, hate bastards that are tough to their own people but weak to outsiders. As he spoke, he glanced at Tu Ming and the others. So what if you bully your own people? Go bully Doubting if you have the ability. Let me ask all of you, do you dare to go Doubting with me now? Tu Ming and the others had slightly unsightly expressions when they heard this. Bitter King suddenly said, I've said it. He doesn't deserve death. His voice was slightly stunned. Yi Xian looked at Bitter King. Then what should we do? He's already dead. Why don't I apologize to him? As he finished speaking, he turned to look at the young man's corpse and bowed. I'm sorry, I killed you. Please forgive me. Everyone. Even though Bitter King's expression was calm as he gazed at Yi Xian, everyone here felt a strand of invisible pressure descend upon them. Yi Xian gazed at Bitter King with an emotionless expression. What? Do you intend to hit me? There wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes. Bitter King's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly laughed with ridicule. So this is the Dao Tomb. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and charged at Bitter King. Tu Ming and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Has Yi Xian gone mad? He's actually attacking Bitter King. Bitter King was quite stunned as well. Did this fellow attack me? Bitter King didn't think too much about it and smashed his fist forward. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying, and then he crashed heavily to the ground. However, Yi Xian immediately crawled up from the ground and charged at Bitter King again. He's still going to fight. Tu Ming and the others looked at each other. Was Yi Xian out of his mind? Meanwhile, more and more experts from the Dao Tomb had arrived in the surroundings. All of their faces were covered in disbelief. That's Bitter King. Has Yi Xian gone mad? He's actually attacking Bitter King? Yi Xian charged over and over again, but he had no doubt that he wasn't a match for Bitter King at all. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he charged over and over again to fight Bitter King. Tu Ming stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was covered in injuries. He's a madman. At this moment, he really was quite fearful of Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian is a madman. Bang! Meanwhile, Yi Xian was blasted flying again. Bitter King frowned slightly as he gazed at Yi Xian. Is there something wrong with you? Yi Xian crawled up from the ground, wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then spoke fiercely. Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Bitter King again. Chi, a ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Bitter King frowned slightly and punched out once more. At this moment, the 4 mysterious powers suddenly suppressed Bitter King. 4 domains. Being suppressed by the 4 domains, Bitter King's eyes turned serious. He punched out. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying again, but Bitter King was also pushed back more than 10 zhang. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Bitter King again. Bitter King reacted faster than him and punched again. It was just a simple punch, nothing fancy. And it was this simple punch that sent Yi Xian flying again. Dozens of feet away, Yi Xian crawled out of the pit. Just as he was about to attack again, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Rahu, Luoho looked at Yi Xian. Did you enjoy the fight? Yi Xian didn't say anything. Rahu glanced at the man's corpse and said, he did need to be taught a lesson for looking for trouble. However, his crime doesn't deserve death. Weren't you a bit too vicious? Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I've already apologized. Rahu shook his head. You killed someone and then apologized. You really are a genius. Yi Xian was speechless. Rahu suddenly said, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the side. Yi Xian followed him, and so did Bitter King. On the way, Rahu suddenly said, you need comrades and friends in this place. But you won't have any friends if you act like this. Yixian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. Bonji said that the Dao Tomb is very complicated. I don't want to be swept into such a vortex. I just want to kill the Dao Ting. Raha glanced at Yixian. The Dao Tomb is very complicated, but you don't have to worry. In this heaven realm abyss, no one dares to play dirty. Here, everyone in the Dao Tomb will be united. Yixian was silent. Rahu continued, your biggest weakness now is that you lack battle experience. I want to send you to a place where there are battles every day, and they are battles of life and death. Yixian asked, where? Rahu said, the Purgatory Battlefield. Yixian frowned. The Purgatory Battlefield? Rahu nodded. Not only are there experts from the Dao Tomb, but there are also Dao Ting. All the warmongers are there. Over there, you can fight without fear. As for Dao Ting, you don't have to worry. Zhenwu and the others won't go there because it's a battlefield for the young. Of course. As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. You might be an exception. Dao Ting will kill you at all costs. However, I will protect you in secret. If Dao Ting has experts like Zhenwu, I will stop them. Yixian nodded. I'll go. What he needed the most right now was battle, a crazy battle, Rahu nodded. He opened his palm and lightly waved it in front of him. Go in. Yixian directly entered the spatial fissure. After Yixian left, Bitter King suddenly said, the goddess must be looking for him for the Tao scripture. The Tao scripture. Rahu said softly, it's in Dao Ting's hands. Bitter King looked at Rahu. Rahu was expressionless. The goddess was killed by Dao Ting. The Dao scripture is also with Dao Ting. As he spoke, he turned and left. On the spot, Bitter King finally understood. In fact, Rahu suspected that Yixian did it. He suspected it too. However, they had no evidence. But did they need evidence? If they wanted to know if Yixian did it, it was simple. They could capture Yixian and find out the truth in countless ways. However, Raha did not do that. Why? Because Yixian was valuable. Raha wanted to train Yixian into a sword that could deal with Dao Ting. Moreover, the morale of the Dao Tomb had greatly increased because of the goddess' death. They were united against a common enemy, because Dao Ting had sent someone to kill the goddess and steal the Dao scripture. All the experts in the Dao Tomb were enraged. It could be said that the Dao Tomb was now more united than before. As for Yixian, wasn't it better to let Yixian fight Dao Ting to the death? Dao Ting, Heavenly Palace. In the palace, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, he went to the Purgatory Battlefield. Bai Dizzy looked at True Martial Divine Lord. Are you sure? True Martial Divine Lord nodded. The White Emperor's son said softly, it seems like the Dao Tomb wants to nurture him. True Martial Divine Lord nodded. Not only is his sword Dao outstanding, but he also has 4 kinds of purgatory. His biggest weakness is his lack of battle experience. If he goes to that place, he can make up for this weakness. Once he comes out. Bai Dizzy looked at True Martial Divine Lord. You do it. True Martial Divine Lord shook his head. I can't. If I do, Rahu will attack immediately. Moreover, we have a rule. That place is a battlefield for the younger generation. The older experts of both sides cannot participate. Bai Dizzy was silent for a moment. Inform all the younger generation of Dao Ting. Tell them to join forces and kill Yixian at all costs. True Martial Divine Lord nodded. Yes. At this moment, the White Emperor suddenly stood up, his face a little gloomy. Those brats are all very arrogant. They will definitely look down on Yixian. Hearing this, True Martial Divine Lord frowned. He would not look down on Yixian, but the younger generation of Dao Ting would definitely look down on him. Once they looked down on Yixian, it was tantamount to asking for death. True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, Shirua. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman suddenly entered the hall. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Shirua. Go to the Purgatory Battlefield and tell Guanshan not to underestimate him. Then he paused and said, tell him that Yixian can exchange 100 moves with me without dying. Shirua nodded. Understood. Then she turned and left. At this time, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, wait. Shirua looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said solemnly, tell Guanshan to be careful of Yixian. Not only is he strong, but he is also very good at all kinds of dirty tricks. Be careful when dealing with him. Don't fall for his tricks. Also, if you meet him, don't talk about fair duels or morality. Beat him to death immediately. Shirua looked at Bai Dizzy. White Emperor Star-Lord, the more I say this, the more they will be unconvinced. Bai Dizzy sighed. He felt helpless. He knew that the younger generation of doubting was also arrogant, and each one was more arrogant than the last, but this Yixian was not simple. Dealing with Yixian, if one was not careful, they would fall for his tricks. Not to mention others, even he had a headache. Shirua suddenly said, I will act according to the situation. True martial god nodded. Trust Shirua. As he said this, he took out a token and gave it to Shirua. This is the true martial token. If necessary, use this token to order them around. Those who do not listen to you will be immediately expelled from doubting and will never be hired again. Shirua took the true martial token, bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Inside the hall, Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. True martial, do you think they can kill Yixian? True martial god was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, if they unite and don't underestimate Yixian, then they have an 80% chance. But if they underestimate Yixian and give Yixian a chance. At this point, he didn't continue speaking. At this time, Bai Dizzy suddenly laughed. Actually, it is not a bad thing. True martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy smiled. The younger generation of doubting is the future of doubting. These people need to grow. This time, Yixian is a training for them. If they can kill Yixian, then it proves that doubting will prosper in the future. Even if they can't kill him, it doesn't matter. A failure can help them grow better. True martial god nodded. That makes sense. Bai Dizzy said softly, then let us wait and see. After an unknown amount of time, Yixian appeared in a mountain range. Behind him, the crack in space slowly closed. Purgatory Battlefield. Just as Yixian entered Purgatory Battlefield, all the doubting powerhouses in Purgatory Battlefield suddenly rushed towards Dao Mountain. Dao Mountain was the base of doubting geniuses in the Purgatory Battlefield. Originally, these doubting geniuses were training in various places, but they suddenly received a call from Guan Mountain. Thus, they all rushed to Dao Mountain. Somewhere in the mountains, Yixian sat on the ground with a bonfire in front of him. Grilling fish, Yixian quietly grilled fish, deep in thought. After coming to the Purgatory Battlefield, he had been thinking about one thing. If he was doubting, what would he do? He would definitely kill Yixian. There were only two ways for doubting to kill him. First, True Martial God would act personally. If True Martial God acted personally, Yixian would definitely die. However, if True Martial God acted, Luoho would definitely act too. At the moment, Luoho was useful to the Tomb of the Tao. Therefore, Luoho would not sit back and do nothing. The first method would not work. Then there was only one left. Let the doubting geniuses in the Purgatory Battlefield kill him. Bai Dizzy and True Martial God were not idiots. They definitely would not let one or two doubting geniuses kill Yixian. In other words, there was a high possibility that the doubting geniuses in the Purgatory Battlefield would join forces. Thinking of this, Yixian silently took out a black robe. After the black robe on the ship, only his face was exposed. As if he felt that it was not enough, he took out a black half-mask and wore it. Now, unless the other party was an expert like True Martial God, ordinary people would not be able to use their divine sense to check him. Although he was not afraid of the geniuses here, he would not underestimate them. There were countless geniuses in the world. Yixian did not think that he was number one. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. After a while, Yixian picked up the grilled fish and started eating. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared not far from Yixian. Yixian looked up and saw a man walking slowly in front of him. The man held a dagger in his hand and walked sloppily. The Dao Proving Realm. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Dao Validation Realm. The man sized up Yixian. You look a little unfamiliar. Yixian tossed the fish bone to the side and said, Is something the matter? The man's lips curled up. Robbery. Yixian looked at the man. Are you from Doubting or the Dao Tomb? The man frowned. Can't you tell? Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you think? The man pointed at the left side of his chest. There was a small black word there, Dao, Dao Ting. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm also Dao Ting. The man frowned. You're also a Dao Ting? Yi Xian nodded. The man glanced at Yi Xian's chest and shook his head. There's no mark. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a surge of energy appeared in his hand. Godly energy, however, he didn't reveal too much. Thus, the man didn't know what godly energy he had. Seeing the godly energy in Yi Xian's hand, a trace of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Godly energy. You've obtained a great Dao inheritance? Yi Xian nodded. I am a Dao protector. The man sized up Yi Xian. How should I address you, brother? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Yang Xian. Yang Xian. Within Yi Xian's body, the sword spirit suddenly trembled. Yang Xian? The man sized up Yi Xian again. Why didn't you go to the Dao mountain? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I'm looking for someone. The man asked, Yi Xian? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. The man said in a deep voice, Brother Xian, Guan Shan said that no one is allowed to look for Yi Xian alone. Yi Xian frowned. Is Yi Xian very strong? The man nodded. It said that he can exchange 100 moves with True Martial God Lord without dying. True Martial God Lord and White Emperor Star Lord have instructed us not to underestimate Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, so that's how it is. The man nodded. Let's go. Let's go to the Dao mountain. Yi Xian asked, how should I address you, sir? The man smiled. Song Fei. Yi Xian nodded. Brother Song, let's go to the Dao mountain. Song Fei said, let's go. The two set off for the Dao mountain. Along the way, Yi Xian would ask questions from time to time. Soon, he had a thorough understanding of the entire purgatory battlefield. The entire purgatory battlefield was divided into two camps. One was the Dao Ting, and the other was the Dao Tomb. The Dao Ting was led by Guan Shan, and Guan Shan was the number one genius of the Dao Ting. His strength had reached the peak of the Dao Vindication realm, and he was extremely powerful. The Dao Tomb was led by the number one genius of the Dao Tomb, Fan Shui. It was worth mentioning that there was a mine in this purgatory battlefield, and that was the Fortune Divine Crystal. The main goal of both sides was to fight for this mine, but now, the Dao Ting's main goal was to kill Yi Xian. Guan Shan had summoned all the monsters of the Dao Ting, and in this purgatory battlefield, there were more than 100 monsters of the Dao Ting, and the weakest was at the self-release realm. These people were all the most monstrous of the younger generation of the Dao Ting. The Dao Ting placed them here mainly to train them. At this time, Song Fei suddenly smiled. Brother Xian, True Martial God Lord said that if we can kill Yi Xian, each of us will be rewarded with 20 Fortune Divine Crystals. 20 Fortune Divine Crystals. If we are lucky, we will only get 10 Fortune Divine Crystals in a year. I didn't expect Yi Xian's head to be so valuable. Yi Xian said seriously, Brother Song Fei, you are wrong. Song Fei looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said seriously, Brother Song Fei, why did the God Lord and the others give such a tempting reward? There is only one explanation, and that is that Yi Xian is not easy to deal with. Also, the God Lord and the others asked us to join forces. What does this mean? It means that they value Yi Xian very much, and Yi Xian is actually valued by the God Lord. Think about it, how monstrous is this Yi Xian? Song Fei nodded. Brother Xian is right. It is said that Yi Xian proves his Dao through killing, and his bloodline is extremely powerful. We cannot underestimate him. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, we must treat Yi Xian with caution. Song Fei smiled and said, however, I would like to see this Yi Xian for myself. I want to see what he is capable of. Arrogance. Although the God Lord True Martial had asked them to value Yi Xian, those who could survive in this place were all monstrous geniuses. Many people were not convinced that the God Lord True Martial valued a young man so highly. Yi Xian looked at Song Fei but did not speak. Soon, the two arrived at the Path Mountain. The Path Mountain was a small mountain, and there were already 60 to 70 people gathered at the top of the mountain. They were all Dao Ting geniuses. Yi Xian glanced at those geniuses from the Dao Palace. He had to admit that these geniuses from the Dao Palace were indeed very strong. Most of them were in the Tao-proving realm, and judging from their auras, they were the kind that had nothing to hide. If these people joined forces, he would not be able to defeat them. After all of them were veterans of countless battles, especially a few of them. Their auras were extremely thick. They'd attained the Tao control realm. Meanwhile, a man suddenly appeared here. He wore a dark robe, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed very graceful. There was a woman by his side, and it was Shirua who'd come from the Daoting. Guanshan glanced at them and said, "All of you should be aware of the reason I gathered all of you here." Meanwhile, a man suddenly said, "Is that fellow, Yi Xian, really that strong? Does he want all of us to join forces?" Guanshan glanced at the man. "Li Sheng, can you withstand 100 blows from the God Lord True Martial?" The man called Li Sheng spoke solemnly. "Can he really withstand 100 blows from the God Lord True Martial?" Guanshan gazed at Shirua. Shirua stepped forward and glanced at the others. "All of you are monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses. However, allow me to tell all of you that Yi Xian isn't simple at all. He proved his Dao by killing while he was in the Daoting, and he killed the first swordsman of the Daoting, Feng Daoxiu, and 2 other divine generals by himself. Besides that, he even challenged the God Lord True Martial. I can tell all of you that the God Lord True Martial didn't hold back at all. However, he's still alive." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and continued, "His strength isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he's extremely cunning and likes to play dirty. So, all of you can't be careless if you encounter him." Below, another man smiled and said, "Miss Shirua's words make me want to meet this Yi Xian even more." Many people in the surroundings smiled as they chimed in. Shirua sighed softly in her heart. As expected, all of these geniuses had their own pride. Yi Xian was merely at the Dao validation realm, so how could they possibly take Yi Xian seriously? Actually, if she hadn't witnessed Yi Xian's strength with her own eyes, she wouldn't have paid much attention to Yi Xian either. All of them had a head on their shoulders, so who would be afraid of whom? However, she'd witnessed Yi Xian's strength. That fellow proved his Dao by killing. Not to mention the younger generation, even amongst the older generation of the Daoting, there weren't many who could defeat Yi Xian. Otherwise, White Emperor Starlord wouldn't have such a headache. Meanwhile, Guanshan suddenly said, "Shirua, what else did White Emperor Starlord and the God Lord True Martial say?" Shirua restrained her thoughts and gazed at Guanshan. The reason they chose to make peace with the Dao Tomb was because they wanted to withdraw and kill Yi Xian. This person is a thorn in the side of the Daoting. Do you understand, Guanshan? Guanshan nodded, "I understand." Shirua nodded slightly. "Guanshan, I know your strength. Few of the younger generation are a match for you. However, if you meet Yi Xian, do not fight him one-on-one. You must gather everyone's strength to kill him and prevent any future troubles." Guanshan smiled. "Actually, I'd like to fight him one-on-one. Fan Shui and I have been fighting for so many years, and we have always been evenly matched. As for this Yi Xian, I really want to meet him. However, since White Emperor Starlord and the God Lord True Martial value this person so much, I naturally won't underestimate him. If I find him, I will gather everyone's strength to kill him." Shirua nodded. "That would be best." At this time, all the Daoting powerhouses had basically arrived. Soon, they began to discuss how to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian would also give some suggestions from time to time. The discussion was very excited. P.S. I won't ask for votes. Anyway, it's useless. I don't want to be humble anymore. I won't bow down for mere monthly votes. I treat money like dirt. I have no desires. How could they kill Yi Xian? This was the core of the Daoting experts' discussion. Yi Xian watched quietly from the side. "Damn it, these people want to gang up on me," Shirua suddenly said. "Everyone, if we want to kill Yi Xian, we must find this person first." Guanshan nodded. "We must find this person first." Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward. "Miss Shirua, I think we need to be wary of 2 things. Shirua looked at Yi Xian. "What are they?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "First, we must be careful of Yi Xian sneaking into our midst." Shirua frowned slightly. "Sneaking into our midst?" Yi Xian nodded. "Didn't you say that Yi Xian is cunning? Therefore, I think we must confirm the number of people here. We cannot let the Yi Xian sneak into our midst." Shirua pondered for a moment, that makes sense. Yi Xian looked around, we have 108 people here. Guanshan, do you recognize all of them? Guanshan shook his head. Although he was the leader of the doubting experts in the purgatory battlefield, he did not know all the doubting geniuses because they usually had their own things to do. They would only gather at that time when the fortune divine crystal appeared in the ore vein. Normally, they would not gather together and would cultivate on their own. Yi Xian said, therefore, we must confirm the number of people here to prevent that Yi Xian sneaking into our midst. Perhaps not, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Guanshan nodded slightly, you're right. Yi Xian looked at everyone present, everyone should get to know each other now. We will know if there are any unfamiliar faces in the future. Everyone exchanged glances. With the strength they possessed, they were able to remember everyone here with a single glance. At this moment, Shirua suddenly looked at Yi Xian, you are? Yi Xian cupped his fists, I am Yang Xian, Song Fei's brother. Song Fei, not far away, Song Fei was stunned. Brother, at this time, Yi Xian looked at Song Fei and said with a smile, from now on, all of us doubting are brothers. We will live and die together. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, everyone, you must understand that our enemy is not only Yi Xian, but also the Dao Tomb. If Yi Xian enters this battlefield, do you think that the Dao Tomb will just sit back and watch? The Dao Tomb, the expressions of everyone here gradually became solemn when they heard this. Yi Xian continued, that's the second thing I wanted to tell you. It's very likely that Yi Xian will join the Dao Tomb. Once Yi Xian joins the Dao Tomb, then it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Shirua gazed at Yi Xian, Brother Xian, what do you think we should do now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, it's very simple. We'll find Yi Xian before he joins the Dao Tomb, and then we'll kill him. Guanshan suddenly said, so, we have to find Yi Xian first. Yi Xian nodded, the important matter at hand is to find Yi Xian. However, I think that it's difficult to find him using ordinary methods. Just think about it, how could Yi Xian not be aware of our intentions when we're all gathered here? No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to fight all of us on his own. So, I think that Yi Xian will definitely choose to hide himself and attack us from the shadows. As he spoke, he gazed at Shirua, Miss Shirua, just think about it. If Yi Xian hides in the shadows and attacks us from the shadows. Shirua's expression became quite unsightly when she heard this. After all, how terrifying was Yi Xian's strength, if such a person were to hide in the shadows, then everyone here would feel like a blade was pressing against their backs, and they wouldn't be able to rest at all. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, so, we must lure Yi Xian out. Shirua gazed at Yi Xian, how? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, the divine fortune crystal. Yi Xian has attained the Dao validation realm, so he'll absolutely be unable to refuse the divine fortune crystal. So, we can use the divine fortune crystal to lure him out and kill him. Shirua pondered deeply for a moment before she said, I think that's a feasible method. However, I think that Yi Xian won't fall for it. Yi Xian spoke seriously, he will absolutely not fall for it if it's just a few divine fortune crystals. But what if it's a lot? Shirua frowned slightly, a lot? Yi Xian nodded, what if it's a few hundred divine fortune crystals? A few hundred, everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. A few hundred. They were only able to obtain a little over 10 divine fortune crystals every year. A few hundred, that was insane. Yi Xian continued, everyone, I think that this is a test given to us by Divine Lord True Marshal and White Emperor Star Lord. All of them gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian spoke solemnly, White Emperor Star Lord and True Marshal Divine Lord view Yi Xian as a formidable enemy of our doubting in the future. Do they really think highly of Yi Xian? Under such circumstances, how could we be calculative about our own gains and losses? Everyone, if we don't unite and work together, then just think about it, how would White Emperor Star Lord and True Marshal Divine Lord view us? All of them fell silent. Yi Xian continued, this time, we're not fighting for our own interests. We're fighting for doubting. Everyone, White Emperor Star Lord and True Marshal Divine Lord view Yi Xian very highly. This time it's a test for our doubting younger generation. If so many of us can't kill Yi Xian, then what hope does our doubting have in the future? Therefore, this time, we must kill Yi Xian at all costs. We must let White Emperor Starlord and True Martial Divine Lord understand that our doubting younger generation is not inferior to Yi Xian. Shirua nodded slightly. Brother Xian is right. Everyone, White Emperor Starlord has sent countless experts to kill Yi Xian, but they all failed. This time, Yi Xian has entered the purgatory battlefield. White Emperor Starlord and True Martial Divine Lord want us to deal with Yi Xian. This is actually a test for us. If so many of us can't kill Yi Xian, how disappointed will White Emperor Starlord and True Martial Divine Lord be? Moreover, how will the younger generation of the Dao Court have any face left? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they all had their own ideas, they still had a sense of right and wrong. At this time, it would be very stupid for anyone to play tricks. White Emperor Starlord and True Martial Divine Lord were not stupid. Usually, one could have internal strife because only with competition could there be progress. But at this time, if anyone were to have internal strife, the higher-ups would absolutely not spare him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Guanshan. Brother Guanshan, you are the strongest among us. You must bear the heavy responsibility of killing Yi Xian. You must not refuse. Hearing this, Guanshan, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, he suddenly had a good impression of Yi Xian. To kill Yi Xian, we need everyone to work together. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "We'll definitely do our best to support Brother Guanshan." Guanshan nodded slightly. Brother Xian, in your opinion, would Yi Xian really fall for it if we use the Fortune Divine Crystals as bait? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "We can give it a try." Guanshan asked, "How?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and was about to speak when Shirua spoke abruptly, "We can do this. We can spread the news that a few hundred Fortune Divine Crystals have suddenly appeared in that vein." Guanshan frowned slightly. "In that way, the Dao Tomb will definitely hear of it and come over." Shirua nodded. "Yes, but Yi Xian will definitely come as well." Guanshan gazed at Shirua. "What do you think, Miss Shirua?" Shirua said in a low voice, "As far as I know, Yi Xian has just joined the Dao Tomb, and his relationship with the Dao Tomb is not particularly good. The reason why Luo Ho took him in is because he wants to use him to deal with me, Dao Ting. As for Yi Xian and Fan Shui, I believe that Fan Shui and the others will not fight us to the death for a mere Yi Xian. Yi Xian has just arrived, so it's impossible for him to have a deep relationship with them. Coupled with his special identity, I believe that they will not fight us to the death for Yi Xian." Guanshan thought for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Xian, what do you think?" Shirua also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Shirua's words are very reasonable. This method is feasible, but the Fortune Divine Crystals," Shirua said with a smile, "fishing naturally requires bait." She glanced at the crowd as she spoke, "All of you should have a lot of savings. Each of you will contribute 5 Fortune Divine Crystals. Once we're done, the 5 Fortune Divine Crystals will be returned to you untouched." The crowd hesitated for a moment, then took out 5 Fortune Divine Crystals. In a short while, they had collected over 500 Fortune Divine Crystals. He had to admit that this was a huge sum of money. As soon as the 500 Fortune Divine Crystals appeared, an extremely pure wave of energy suddenly spread throughout the surroundings. Yi Xian glanced at the pile of Fortune Divine Crystals, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Guanshan suddenly said, "Let's go to the vein." It didn't take long for them to disappear from the Dao Mountain. Before long, they arrived at the belly of a mountain. On the way, Yi Xian learned that the vein stretched for 800 miles. The first 400 miles were controlled by the Dao Tomb, and the last 400 miles were controlled by the Dao Ting. Moreover, the vein produced a few thousand Fortune Divine Crystals every year. Actually, it wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't much for everyone. After all, a vein only produced a few thousand Fortune Divine Crystals every year, and those few thousand Fortune Divine Crystals were shared between the Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb. Guanshan placed the 500 Fortune Divine Crystals within a cave. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with dense spiritual energy, and cultivating here was more than a few times faster than cultivating in the outside world. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the Dao Tomb and the Dao Ting were fighting for the heaven abyss. Experts were the core, but the Fortune Divine Crystals were actually the true core, because Fortune Divine Crystals could nurture experts. Meanwhile, A man suddenly said, Fan Shui and the others are here. They're right outside. Guanshan spoke softly, they really came quickly. As he spoke, he glanced at the others, all of us have to leave, and only one of us can stay here. Because if all of us are here, then Yi Xian will absolutely not show himself. So. In the end, he looked at Yi Xian, Brother Xian, stay here and guard these fortune divine crystals. Notify us immediately once Yi Xian appears. If he doesn't, then keep these fortune divine crystals. Meanwhile, Shirua was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, why don't we do this? Miss Shirua stays here as well. Yi Xian is so strong, and I'm not confident in my ability to deal with him alone. If Miss Shirua is here, then even if Yi Xian appears, he will absolutely not be able to kill me and Miss Shirua in an instant. Guanshan thought for a moment and nodded, all right. Both of you be careful. If I don't see Yi Xian outside, I'll immediately notify the two of you, and you must be ready to notify us at any time. If I find Yi Xian, I'll notify the two of you as well. At that time, both of you keep the fortune divine crystals. Yi Xian nodded, understood. It didn't take long for Guanshan and the others to leave. Only Yi Xian, Shirua, and a pile of fortune divine crystals that emanated dense spirit energy remained within the cave. Meanwhile, Shirua suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and she stared at Yi Xian, Brother Xian, why are you wearing a mask? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm too handsome. I'm afraid that women will ruin their lives if they see me. Shirua was speechless. At the top. Inside the cave, Shirua had a strange expression on her face. Too handsome? Shirua sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Brother Xian, do you think Yi Xian will appear? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. But I don't think he will refuse these several hundred fortune divine crystals. Shirua nodded, yes. She turned to look outside the cave. Brother Xian, I'll go out and take a look. You stay here and guard. Yi Xian suddenly said, there are so many divine crystals, I'm a little worried that I'll be guarding them alone. Shirua smiled, Brother Xian, don't worry. If Yi Xian appears, inform us immediately. We'll be here in 2 breaths' time. She walked out of the cave as she said this. But right at this moment, a sword suddenly pressed against her forehead. Yi Xian had made his move. Shirua slowly closed her eyes. Yi Xian smiled, when did Miss Shirua discover me? Shirua opened her eyes and looked at Yi Xian, who had appeared in front of her. What you said before? Yi Xian frowned, which words? Shirua said, too handsome, I'm afraid a woman will fall for him. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, why? Shirua looked at Yi Xian, according to my investigation, Yi Xian is a very thick-skinned person. No one else but a thick-skinned person could say what you just said. Moreover, you were wearing a mask, so I was wondering if you could be Yi Xian. Of course, I wasn't completely sure, so I wanted to go out and find Guanshan and the others. But now it seems that my guess was right. Yi Xian smiled, Mrs. Smart. Let me guess, you didn't call for help because you thought I could kill you in a second, right? Shirua said solemnly, Yi Xian, you don't kill women, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Shirua's expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, the soul-suppressing sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly sank into her forehead. Boom, in an instant, the soul-suppressing sword absorbed Shirua's soul. His divine soul was destroyed. Shirua's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Xian smiled. I just don't kill my own woman. I still kill other women. As he spoke, he put away the soul-suppressing sword. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the pile of fortune divine crystals. With a wave of his right hand, all the fortune divine crystals flew into his storage ring. Yi Xian looked around and said softly, how should I deal with the aftermath? Outside the mine. At this time, the people from the Dao Tomb were confronting Guanshan and the others from the Dao Ting. More than 500 creation divine crystals had suddenly appeared. Naturally, the Dao Tomb would not give up on this fat piece of meat so easily. This time, there were more than 100 people from the Dao Tomb. Leading them was Fan Shui. In the air, Fan Shui looked at Guanshan and said with a smile, Guanshan, I heard that more than 500 fortune divine crystals have suddenly appeared. How about it, can we go take a look? Don't worry, we're just going to take a look. We won't rob you. Guanshan looked at the people behind Fan Shuishui and frowned. No, Yixian. At this time, Fan Shuishui suddenly said, "What, are you looking for Yixian?" Guanshan looked at Fan Shuishui. You know where Yixian is? Fan Shuishui laughed, yes. Do you want to know where he is? Guanshan looked at Fan Shuishui. What's your condition? Fan Shuishui stared at Guanshan. 500 fortune divine crystals. As long as you give me 500 fortune divine crystals, not only will I tell you where Yixian is, I can also guarantee that we will not interfere in the matter between you and Yixian. Guanshan narrowed his eyes. Really? Fan Shuishui smiled. Really? So long as you're willing to give me 500 fortune divine crystals, then I, Fan Shuishui, and the others from the Dao Tomb will absolutely not interfere in the matter between you and Yixian. Guanshan was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from within the mine. Brother Fan, it's a success. As soon as this voice resounded, a ray of light suddenly shot into the sky from within the mine, and then it vanished in the blink of an eye. The expressions of Guanshan and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and then they charged towards the cave. Fan Shuishui's face was extremely gloomy as he gazed at the ray of light in the sky, and then he spat fiercely towards the side. Damn it. You even dared to scheme against me. You're probably tired of living. When Guanshan and the others entered the cave, they were dumbfounded. At this moment, Shirua was lying silently within the cave. There was a hole in the center of her forehead, and her soul had vanished. As for Yixian, even though Yixian wasn't dead, he was in a terrible state. At this moment, Yixian was leaning against the side of the mountain. There were over a dozen injuries all over his body, and it was especially so for the ones on his chest. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. It was an extremely shocking sight. Guanshan seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly gazed at the fortune divine crystals. However, all of them had vanished. The expressions of Guanshan and the others instantly turned extremely gloomy when they witnessed this scene. Yixian had arrived. Not only had he instantly killed Shirua, he'd heavily injured Xianxia and taken the fortune divine crystal with him. Guanshan suddenly gazed at Yixian. Brother Xian, why didn't you notify us? Yixian shook his head. He was just about to speak when a mouthful of blood essence suddenly sprayed from his mouth. All of them were speechless. Yixian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, it was too late. He immediately attacked Shirua as soon as he appeared. That attack. When he spoke up to this point, his voice suddenly started trembling. That attack was like a thunderclap. His sword was visible before the person could even see it. Miss Shirua didn't even have time to react before it pierced through the center of her forehead. I've lived for most of my life, yet I've never seen such a terrifying attack. It was truly too terrifying. That fellow, Yixian, isn't a man, he's a god. He's a god of the sword. All the others here exchanged glances when they heard this. Guanshan had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. He was clearly aware of Shirua's strength. Even though Shirua wasn't very strong, she wasn't weak either. He'd instantly killed Shirua with a single attack, so he had to ask himself if he could accomplish that. The answer was very difficult. Perhaps he, Guanshan, could kill Shirua, but he was absolutely unable to kill Shirua with a single attack. Guanshan seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Yixian. He was just about to speak when Yixian suddenly spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence. Guanshan hesitated for a moment when he saw this, and then he said, Brother Xian, recuperate first. Yixian nodded slightly, and then he leaned against the rock and slowly closed his eyes. Guanshan suddenly spoke fiercely, Fan Shuishui. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The others in the surroundings left as well. Guanshan gazed at Fan Shuishui from outside the cave. Fan Shuishui, what a great plan. Not only did you obtain crystals, you even killed him. You killed two birds with one stone. Fan Shuishui spoke in a low voice, Guanshan, there's no relationship between us and that fellow, Yixian. Guanshan spoke fiercely, there's no relationship? Are you joking? Fan Shuishui frowned, Guanshan, don't let Yixian use you. He's clearly trying to instigate a battle between us. Guanshan suddenly roared furiously. Fan Shuishui, is Yixian from your Dao Tomb? Fan Shuishui was speechless. Actually, Yixian really was from the Dao Tomb right now. However, they hadn't taken Yixian to be on their side. After all, Yixian was from the fifth dimension, and he wasn't on the same side as them. Meanwhile, Guanshan suddenly said, Fan Shui, it's been a very long time since we sparred. Why don't we have a good spar today? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Fan Shui. On the other hand, the doubting experts behind him charged over as well. Fan Shui's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Yixian. He knew that they'd fallen into Yixian's trap. Yixian hadn't just seized the fortune divine crystals, he'd even shifted the blame to the Dao Tomb. He's fucking inhumane. Fan Shui didn't give it any further thought and charged forward as well. At this moment, he could only choose to fight. While the two sides were fighting, Yixian continued to heal his injuries in the cave. His injuries weren't healing very quickly. Ever since he was discovered by Shirua, he understood that he had to be more cautious when doing things. As if thinking of something, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. 500 Fortune Divine Crystals. With these 500 Fortune Divine Crystals, the fifth dimension would be able to nurture even more super experts, especially Arrow and Xianxia, and the others. They would definitely be able to easily reach the Dao Validation Realm. Not only that, but there would also be more and more Dao Validation Realm experts in the fifth dimension. As if thinking of something, Yixian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Silly Sister Nian. Protecting the fifth dimension alone, although Mu Nian had protected the fifth dimension, protecting the entire universe alone was really too stupid. The fifth dimension belonged to everyone. If the living beings in the fifth dimension didn't cherish the fifth dimension, then it would be useless for anyone to protect it. He, Yixian, wouldn't protect the fifth dimension alone. This was because he knew that there was a limit to one person's strength. Only when all the experts of the fifth dimension united and protected together would the fifth dimension be able to live longer. And what he, Yixian, wanted to do was to nurture even more experts. Of course, he also understood that the experts of the fifth dimension were united because of benefits. Not many people truly cared about the fifth dimension, but it didn't matter. He, Yixian, could slowly nurture the next generation of people in the fifth dimension. If he couldn't change the thinking of this generation, then he would change the thinking of the next generation. It could be said that he, Yixian, was serious about the future of the fifth dimension. He would protect the fifth dimension until the day he, Yixian, died. This was his promise to Sister Nian. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "What are your plans now?" Yixian guarded his thoughts. He looked outside and softly said, Guanshan isn't a stupid person. After he calms down, he will definitely think about one question, and that is why I didn't die. Yi Jiming solemnly said, then how are you going to deal with it? Yixian softly said, I won't let him think about this question. As long as my injuries don't recover in a short period of time, he will subconsciously ignore this question. However, there is a thorny problem now. Shirua's death will make them more wary of me. At this time, they will be even more united. Not only them, but the Dao Tomb will also. Moreover, the Dao Tomb will probably hate me to the core. Yi Jiming asked, then how are you going to counterattack? Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Let me think about it. Yi Jiming. P.S. What's a mere monthly ticket worth mentioning? No means no. Outside the mine, Guanshan, Fan Shui, and the others were still fighting. It had to be said that this kind of battle was rare. Usually, the two sides had conflicts almost every day, but they were all small-scale conflicts. It was rare for both sides to go all out. This battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Both sides stopped at the same time because both sides had lost more than 20 people. If this continued, both sides would perish together. In the sky, Fan Shui stared at Guanshan. You fool, you were used by Yixian. Used? A sarcastic smile appeared at the corners of Guanshan's mouth. Fan Shui, you stole me outside and let Yixian get the Fortune Divine Crystal. I have to say that you guys are cooperating really well. Very good. Fan Shui fell silent. Right now, he really had no way of explaining himself. Was Yixian from the Dao Tomb? From the doubting's point of view, Yixian was from the Dao Tomb because Luo Ho had sent Yixian, but from their point of view, Yixian wasn't from the Dao Tomb. They had never acknowledged Yixian. He had wanted to use Yixian to extort Guanshan, but he didn't expect Yixian to really appear. Moreover, he had killed an expert from the Dao court in an instant and framed him for it. Not only did he not gain anything, but he had also caused trouble. The more Fan Shuishui thought about it, the angrier he got. As if thinking of something, Fan Shuishui looked at Guanshan and sneered, "Guanshan, from what I know, Yixian hates you to the bone, so you have to be careful." Haha. With that, he turned around and left with the others. Guanshan and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Daotum City, there were only two people in the main hall, Bitter King and Luo Ho. Bitter King said softly, Fan Shuishui said that Yixian was plotting against them. Luo Ho was expressionless, won't he plot against them? Bitter King looked at Rahu, what are your plans? Luo Ho said softly, Yixian is a whetstone for the geniuses of Dao Ting, and also for the geniuses of the Dao Tum. Tell Fan Shuishui that we don't care about Yixian. He can do whatever he wants. Bitter King was a bit worried. This, Rahu looked at Bitter King. Do you know what I thought when I first saw Yixian? Bitter King said, just speak. Luo Ho stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. He looked at the horizon and said softly, let's talk about this person's strength first. At such a young age, his sword Dao has already reached the level of transformation, and he even has 4 types of domains. How terrifying is this? The most important thing is that this person dares to fight and put his life on the line. His ferocity reminds me of someone. Bitter King frowned slightly, Skyless? Luo Ho nodded, a complicated look flashed past his eyes, the ruthlessness on his body is too similar to Skyless. Bitter King fell silent. Skyless, he was one of the 4 great kings of the Dao Tum. Not to mention Rahu, even the Lord had a headache dealing with this Skyless, because he was truly lawless. At this moment, Rahu said again, in this chaotic world, you can't survive without a bit of ruthlessness. This person is not only ruthless, but also decisive. The most terrifying thing about him is his intelligence. He knows how to take advantage of the situation, and is tactful in handling matters. He is not pedantic at all. In this aspect, Skyless is not as good as him. Bitter King said in a low voice, can Fan Shuishui and the others deal with him? Can they deal with him? Rahu said softly, Fan Shuishui has 2 choices. The first is to befriend Yixian and become friends with Yixian. This way, the purgatory battlefield will completely become the Dao Tum's territory. The second choice is to ignore everything and let Yixian and Guanshan fight, then reap the benefits. This way, the purgatory battlefield will still be the Dao Tum's territory. Bitter King said softly, there is a third choice. To become enemies with Yixian. Rahu nodded, although Yixian is married to the goddess, the Dao Tum does not treat him as one of our own. Especially Fan Shuishui and the others, they will not accept Yixian so easily. In their eyes, Yixian is an outsider, and an outsider who can threaten their position. Bitter King sighed softly. Yixian's existence would definitely make Fan Shuishui feel threatened, because he was afraid that Yixian would replace his position. After all, the current younger generation of the Dao Tum was Fan Shuishui. But after Yixian came, this position was a bit uncertain. Bitter King said, if he really thinks so. Rahu slowly closed his eyes, let's see what he chooses. Bitter King said in a low voice, have you thought about the future Yixian? In fact, he was a little worried, the current Yixian could not threaten them, but that might not be the case in the future. Not only was Yixian strong, but his intelligence was also monstrously high. Rahu smiled, I know you are worried, but have you thought about who is the most worried the stronger Yixian becomes? Bitter King said, Dao Ting. Rahu nodded, Dao Ting is more worried than us. There is nothing wrong with letting Yixian become a sharp sword against Dao Ting. Purgatory battlefield. Guanshan and the others returned to the cave. At this time, Yixian's injuries had only recovered by 20 to 30%. Guanshan and the others had ugly expressions. This time, not only had they lost more than 20 people, they had also lost more than 500 fortune divine crystals. What a bloody loss. As if thinking of something, Guanshan looked at Yixian, Brother Xin, you've fought with Yixian before. Is his sword really that terrifying? Yixian thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, now that I think about it, I realized something. Yixian launched a sneak attack. If not for that, Miss Shirua would not have been killed by his sword, and I would not have been so seriously injured. Guanshan narrowed his eyes. Sneak attack? Yixian nodded. He was hiding in the cave, and Miss Shirua and I were not prepared, so, Guanshan slowly closed his eyes. If it was a sneak attack, he could have killed Shirua in an instant. After all, it was a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Guanshan felt much more relaxed. After all, if Yixian had really killed Shirua with a single strike of his sword in a head-on battle, then his strength would truly be too terrifying. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly spoke in a low voice. Looks like the Dao Tomb has joined forces with Yixian. We're in a very bad situation now. Guanshan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they heard this. Wouldn't Yixian be like a tiger that had grown wings if he joined the Dao Tomb? All of them fell silent within the cave. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly sat up, and he spoke fiercely. Everyone, the Dao Tomb and Yixian will absolutely not let us go. Since it's like that, why don't we fight them to the death? Everyone looked at Yixian when they heard this. Guanshan spoke in a low voice. Fight them to the death? Guanshan spoke in a low voice. Fight them to the death? Yixian nodded. Brother Guanshan, just think about it. Now that Yixian has joined the Dao Tomb, do you think they will let us go? They won't. The Dao Tomb will definitely join forces with Yixian to annihilate us, and then they'll take the entire vein for themselves. If I'm not wrong, then Fan Shui and the others are definitely discussing how to eat us. Guanshan's expression was quite unsightly. Meanwhile, one of the men spoke abruptly. Brother Xian, then how do you think we should fight them to the death? Yixian thought for a moment and said, in any case, they won't let us go. Since it's like that, then why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? Guanshan fell silent. Fight them to the death. Even though the Dao Tomb and the Dao Tomb were constantly fighting each other, they rarely fought to the death. Their main objective here was to temper themselves and obtain fortune crystals. Fight them to the death? Even though they fought with their lives on the line, they rarely fought to the death. It could be said that the purgatory of hell wasn't quite the same as it had been in the past, and it was much more harmonious. In the past, the purgatory of hell had truly fought with their lives on the line. But now, both sides had a tacit understanding. As for the vein? You take half, we take half, and everyone develops peacefully. So, when Yixian mentioned fighting them to the death, Guanshan hesitated. Yixian added when he saw Guanshan hesitate, even if we don't make a move, they will. Guanshan slowly clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Yixian continued, we can do this. Ask Fan Shui to hand over Yixian because Yixian killed our Miss Shirua. If Fan Shui is willing to ignore this matter, then we can only target Yixian. Guanshan looked at Yixian and asked, what if he insists on interfering? Yixian suddenly spoke angrily. Yixian killed our people and seized our fortune divine crystals. Are we going to cower just because Fan Shui wants to interfere? Brother Guanshan, think about it carefully. Even if we cower, will Yixian and Fan Shui let us go? No. They won't. They will only seek revenge in a frenzy. If we don't make a move now, then we'll lose the initiative, and we'll be in a very passive position once they make a move. Guanshan fell silent. Yixian continued, Brother Guanshan, all of you are aware that Yixian is a very devious person. If he keeps hiding in the shadows and plays tricks, then we won't be able to guard against him. Since it's like that, then why don't we just fight them to the death? I don't believe that the Dao Tomb will protect Yixian to the death. It doesn't matter even if they do. We have a chance of winning if we fight them head-on. But if we continue to be in a passive position, then we'll be in trouble. A man suddenly said, Brother Xian is right. If we don't take the initiative to attack, then we'll always be in a passive position. That's even more disadvantageous to us. Since it's like that, then why don't we fight them to the death? If Fan Shui doesn't care about Yixian, then we'll target Yixian. If he insists on interfering, then we'll fight them to the death. Another man said, right, we can't continue to be in a passive position. We'll fight them to the death. It didn't take long for everyone to look at Guanshan. Guanshan fell silent for a moment before he said, all right, then we'll fight them to the death. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the others away. Meanwhile, Yixian stood up as well. Guanshan gazed at Yixian, Brother Xian, are you going as well? Yi Xian spoke fiercely, how can I be left out at a time like this? I want to live and die with all of you. Yi. His voice stopped abruptly when he spoke up to this point. Damn it, I was too immersed in my acting and almost said my real name. FPZW soon, the group went to look for Fan Shui. Kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also in the group. He had been secretly observing Guanshan. Guanshan's expression was calm after he came out of the cave. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian had never thought that he was smart enough to play everyone in the palm of his hand. The fact that Shi Rua had seen through him had made him even more cautious. Although Guanshan was a man of few words, he was definitely not a fool. If he was a fool, he would not have been able to survive in this place for so long. Fortunately, Shi Rua, who was most familiar with Yi Xian, was dead. If Guanshan had investigated him like Shi Rua had, he would have been exposed by now. Soon, the group arrived at a valley. This valley was Fan Shui's group's base. As soon as Guanshan's group arrived, Fan Shui appeared in front of them with the geniuses of the Dao Tomb. Fan Shui said coldly, Guanshan, are you really that stupid? Guanshan looked at Fan Shui, where's Yi Xian? Fan Shui said angrily, I don't know. Guanshan frowned slightly, you don't know? Fan Shui said in a low voice, Guanshan, although Yi Xian has come to the Purgatory realm, he has not come to us. I said that I know Yi Xian's whereabouts just to extort money from you. As for Yi Xian's whereabouts, I really don't know. Guanshan fell silent. Fan Shui said again, if you find him, I can promise you that the Dao Tomb will not interfere. Guanshan slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Fan Shui said again, Guanshan, Yi Xian is not a simple person. He killed someone, stole the divine crystal, and wants to frame the Dao Tomb. His goal is very simple. He wants us to fight to the death. Think about it, if we fight to the death and he comes out. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, suddenly stepped forward. Fan Shui, are you joking? Fan Shui looked at Yi Xian. What's wrong? Yi Xian sneered, Fan Shui, is Yi Xian a member of your Dao Tomb? Fan Shui looked at Yi Xian. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian smiled and said, what is Yi Xian's purpose? It's the destruction of my Dao Ting. What is your purpose in coming to the Dao Tomb? Didn't they destroy my Dao Ting in the end? Why was Yi Xian able to come here? It was because the Dao Tomb had sent him here. If I didn't guess wrongly, the reason your Dao Tomb grounds sent him over is definitely to exterminate us and monopolize this purgatory battlefields or veins. Upon hearing this, Guanshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fan Shui. At this time, Yi Xian said, before Yi Xian came, neither of us could do anything to the other. But now, Yi Xian is here. I dare say that you must have been discussing how to exterminate us and monopolize the entire purgatory battlefield. Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone looked at Fan Shui with unfriendly expressions. Fan Shui's expression was somewhat gloomy. I said. I've never seen Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered, Fan Shui, don't put on an act here. Today, either you hand over Yi Xian, or we'll fight to the death. Fan Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Fan Shui in anger. I'll fuck your ancestors. Everyone, Fan Shui was instantly enraged. He directly punched out. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He raised his arms to block. Bang, before the crowd could react, Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of feet away. In the end, he crashed heavily on a giant rock. Bang, the enormous rock shattered into pieces. On the ground, Yi Xian was just about to crawl up, but he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. After that, he crawled directly into the pile of rubble, and his body trembled for a while before he completely stopped moving. He's courting death. Fan Shui frowned when he saw this. Damn it. I didn't even use much strength, is this fellow so weak? Meanwhile, all the doubting geniuses were infuriated. Damn it, this is going too far. Before Guanshan could give the order, all the doubting geniuses had charged out. Fan Shui frowned when he saw this. At this moment, he felt that the matter was slightly strange. However, he didn't have the time to think too much about it because the doubting geniuses had charged over. In next to no time, the battle had begun. As for Xian, he was still lying in the pile of rubble, and no one cared about him. Amidst the rubble, Xian's eyes slowly closed, and then he started to swiftly recuperate. Meanwhile, Yijiming spoke abruptly, "What do you plan to do next?" Xian spoke softly, "I've noticed a problem recently, and it's that both the Dao Tum and Dao Ting don't want to engage in a true bloody battle. Because their strengths are on par, and a bloody battle would only result in both sides suffering heavy losses. So, both the Dao Ting and the Dao Tum wouldn't engage in a true bloody battle. Especially the Dao Ting right now. They view me as a thorn in their side, so they'll definitely try their best to eliminate me. The reason the Dao Tum is protecting me now is because I'm useful to them. But if the Dao Ting gives up sufficient benefits, then the Dao Tum wouldn't hesitate to abandon me." Yijiming spoke in a low voice, "You must gather all the Dao scriptures and summon the grand Dao spirit." Xian shook his head, "I can't. I only have 5 Dao scriptures right now, and it's very difficult to gather all of them. I can't place my hopes on the grand Dao spirit." Yijiming agreed, "Indeed." Xian slowly closed his eyes, "Let me think about it." He couldn't take a single wrong step now, or he would be consigned to eternal damnation. As if he'd thought of something, Xian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Yijiming fell silent as well. The current Xian made her feel slightly terrified, and of course, she felt even more heartache for him. Xian was taking one step and looking 10 steps ahead, and he had no choice but to do so. Whether it was the Dao Ting or the Dao Tum, they weren't things that Xian could go against right now. If he wanted to survive in these cracks, then he had to advance step by step, and he couldn't take a single wrong step. At this moment, the battle between Guanshan, Fan Shui, and the others had reached its climax, and people were dying at every moment. Fan Shui, who was fighting Guanshan in the sky, suddenly spoke fiercely, "Guanshan! You idiot! You've been used by Xian." Guanshan's face was quite gloomy. At this moment, he felt that there was something fishy about the situation as well. Why hasn't Xian made an appearance yet? As if he'd thought of something, Guanshan suddenly turned around and gazed at the spot where Xian had fallen just now. At this moment, Xian was still amidst the pile of rubble. Guanshan suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the pile of rubble. With a wave of his right hand, the pile of rubble was immediately reduced to dust. He looked at Xian, who was lying on the ground on his last breath, and was about to speak when Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a ray of sword light appeared in front of Guanshan. Guanshan's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his arm to block it. Hiss! The ray of light sliced off his right arm, and then it pierced through the center of his forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed. At this moment, everyone here was stunned, including Fan Shui. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Guanshan gazed at Xian with slight disbelief. "It really is you." Xian patted off the dust on his body. "When did you notice?" Guanshan gazed at Xian. "Fan Shui said that you, Xian, would benefit the most from the battle between us. Since the beginning, you've been constantly sowing discord between us and Fan Shui, and you wanted us to fight a bloody battle. So, I thought of you. Moreover, Shirua died in the cave, but you're still alive. This question had been in my mind since the beginning. However, I didn't have the heart to ask you when I saw that you were heavily injured. Of course, all of this was just my guess. I didn't dare confirm that it was you until you attacked." Xian said, "I'm sure now." Guanshan stared fixedly at Xian. "I'm not convinced that I'm going to die at your hands." Xian shook his head. "I don't need you to be convinced." Guanshan spoke fiercely. "Xian, why don't you dare to fight me fair and square? Why do you have to resort to such schemes?" Xian patted Guanshan's shoulder lightly. "Brother, all of you never intended to fight me one-on-one from the beginning. All of you were thinking about how to gang up on me and beat me to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-suppressing sword trembled slightly, and Guanshan's soul was completely absorbed. Meanwhile, all the doubting experts were looking at Xian. There were less than 50 doubting experts left, and most of them were injured. Xian looked at Fan Shui. Fan Shui spoke fiercely. "Xian, how dare you? You even dared to scheme against me." You. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at Fan Shuishui. I'll kill you if you say another word. Fan Shuishui's eyes narrowed slightly. You. Yi Xian vanished on the spot. In the distance, Fan Shuishui's expression changed. He took a step back, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. This punch was like a torrent that surged through a dam, and a destructive force swept out and destroyed everything in its path. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before Chen Shi. Hiss, everyone watched as that powerful force was instantly shattered. At the same time, Fan Shuishui retreated explosively by 300 m. Fan Shuishui's 4 domains enveloped him as soon as he stopped moving. In the next moment, another ray of light appeared in front of him. Yi Xian had attacked with all his might, and he'd practically held nothing back. Fan Shuishui's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, "Quickly attack." The experts behind him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly shouted furiously, "I'm acting on Rahu's orders to kill Fan Shuishui. Who dares to attack?" Acting on Rahu's orders, the geniuses of the Dao Tomb were stunned. What the hell? While they were still stunned, Yi Xian had arrived in front of Fan Shuishui, and a ray of light slashed down towards Fan Shuishui's head. Hiss! In front of everyone's eyes, Fan Shuishui was directly cut into 2 halves by the sword. The geniuses of the Dao Tomb were stunned when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Fan Shuishui's eyes were opened wide even at the moment of his death. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would kill him just like that. Yi Xian gazed at the geniuses of the Dao Tomb. "From now onward, I'm your boss. Guanshan is dead. So long as we kill these fellows from the doubting sects, then the purgatory battlefield will belong to our Dao Tomb. Will all of you accept such a great undertaking?" The experts of the Dao Tomb were slightly tempted when they heard this. Both sides had been fighting in the purgatory battlefield for over 1,000 years, but a victor had never been determined. So, if they were able to determine a victor this time, then they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves in the Dao Tomb. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Rahu has ordered that everyone who captures the purgatory battlefield will be rewarded with 20 divine fortune crystals." Meanwhile, one of the geniuses of the Dao Tomb spoke in a low voice, Yi Xian. Are you telling the truth?" Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily, "I, Yi Xian, am the #1 swordsman in the world, the #1 expert in the younger generation. Would I lie? Are you looking down on me?" That genius hesitated for a moment and said, That's not what I meant." "Don't be angry. 20 fortune divine crystals." It had to be said that the experts of the Dao Tomb were very tempted. They had come here not only to train themselves, but also for wealth. 20 fortune divine crystals was not a small sum to them. Of course, the most tempting thing was the great cause that Yi Xian had mentioned. The Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb had been fighting for so many years, but there had never been a winner in the purgatory battlefield. Now, as long as they followed Yi Xian, the purgatory battlefield would immediately become the Dao Tombs, and all of them would become the heroes of the Dao Tomb. When they thought up to here, everyone gazed at the experts of the Dao court. At this moment, the Dao Ting geniuses suddenly turned around and fled. Originally, they had wanted to kill Yi Xian. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. However, they did not expect that Yi Xian had instigated these people from the Dao Tomb. With the help of these people from the Dao Tomb, Yi Xian had no chance of winning. "Run!" Seeing the Dao Ting geniuses fleeing, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily, "Kill!" As he spoke, he directly rushed out with his sword in hand. Very soon, the geniuses from the Dao Tomb hesitated for a moment before they also rushed out. Around an hour later, all the Dao Ting experts in the purgatory battlefield were killed. None of the Dao Ting experts survived. On the Dao Mountain, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Behind him were over a dozen corpses. At this moment, the geniuses from the Dao Tomb were also by his side. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Although they had just joined forces with Yi Xian, they did not forget that Yi Xian had killed Fan Shuishui not long ago. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and said softly, "Why didn't the Dao Ting send anyone to interfere?" At this moment, a man said in a deep voice, "The Dao Ting will not interfere. As long as one entered this place, the experts of the older generation would not be able to interfere. Even if they do, we will stop them. It can be said that whoever enters this place is responsible for their own life and death." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." The man looked at Yi Xian. "What do we do now?" Yi Xian was just about to speak when two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. True martial god and Bai Dizzy. At this moment, both of their faces were extremely gloomy. Doubting, all the geniuses had died here. Although these people were not top-notch powerhouses, they were Doubting's future. It could be said that in the near future, there would be a gap in the backbone of the Doubting powerhouses. Not only that, but from now on, the purgatory battlefield would become the private property of the Dao Tomb. He had lost both his life and his wealth. In fact, Bai Dizzy regretted asking the Doubting younger generation to deal with Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was also from the younger generation, he was far more scheming than ordinary people could ever be compared to. Doubting younger generation, although not stupid, when it came to scheming, they were far inferior to Yi Xian, who had climbed up from the bottom. Of course, the most important thing was Yi Xian's strength. Whether the Doubting admitted it or not, Yi Xian was now the number one of the younger generation. In a one-on-one fight, even some of the Doubting Sir Gods would not dare to say that they could defeat Yi Xian, let alone the younger generation. Bai Dizzy suddenly said softly, "True Marshal, let's go." True Marshal did not move. He was still looking at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Originally, he cherished talents, but now, he wanted to kill Yi Xian even more. This person would become a great enemy of the Doubting in the future if he lived. Yi Xian's threat wasn't weaker than the Dao Tomb at all. Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy said, "Wait for the Dao ancestor to emerge from his closed-door cultivation." True Marshal closed his eyes slowly. 3 months, the Dao ancestor would be able to reconstruct his body in 3 months. Once the Dao ancestor emerged, it wouldn't be so difficult for the Doubting to kill Yi Xian then. As for now, even though he could kill Yi Xian, the Dao Tomb would act as soon as he did. When he thought up to this point, True Marshal took a deep look at Yi Xian, and then he vanished with Bai Dizzy. Luo Ho and Ku Wang showed up in front of Yi Xian when the two had disappeared. The experts of the Dao Tomb bowed when they saw them. The experts of the Dao Tomb bowed. However, Yi Xian didn't move. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. "Why did you kill Fan Shui? His voice carried a strand of invisible might. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "He obstructed me." Ku frowned slightly. "What did he obstruct?" Yi Xian said, "He obstructed me from killing someone." Ku looked at Yi Xian. "If you want to kill someone from the Doubting, then there's no need to kill him." Yi Xian looked at Luo Ho. "From now on, the entire path of purgatory belongs to the Dao Tomb. Besides that, the younger generation of the Doubting is practically extinct. I've done what Fan Shui couldn't." Luo Ho fell silent. Ku's eyes gradually turned cold. "You still haven't answered." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Ku. "Ku, do you really want me to be so direct?" Ku frowned slightly. He was about to speak when Luo Ho suddenly said, "Go heal your injuries first." Yi Xian nodded and left. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian, who was leaving in the distance, with a complicated expression. Ku looked at Luo Ho. What did he mean? Luo Ho said softly, "He was telling us that he, Yi Xian, did what we couldn't do. Not only did he kill countless geniuses from the Doubting, but he also helped us obtain the mine in the purgatory battlefield." Ku said in a low voice, "But I said he killed him." Luo Ho shook his head. In that situation, if he didn't kill Fan Shui first, Fan Shui would definitely stand by and let him be surrounded by the Doubting experts. If he had been surrounded, he would have fallen into a desperate situation. Even if he won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, his life would have been in Fan Shui's hands. So, he chose to attack first and kill Fan Shui. Then, he lured the geniuses of the Dao Tomb to help him destroy those monsters from the Doubting. Ku was silent. Luo Ho said, "Before, I told you that Fan Shui had 3 choices. Unfortunately, he chose the last one." As he spoke, he looked at Ku. "This time, our geniuses were not as skilled. So, if we continue to ask him why he killed Fan Shui, we will only be humiliating ourselves. Do you understand?" Ku said in a low voice, "This person is too dangerous." Luo Ho nodded. "For a moment, I wanted to kill him. But, thinking about it, what is Yi Xian's goal? It's to destroy the Doubting. His goal is the same as my goal in the Dao Tomb. We can cooperate with him. And he also sees us as a partner to cooperate with. Both of us need to understand each other. He uses us, and we use him. Aku said softly, it would be great if he was from our Dao tomb. Luoho nodded, if he really was from our Dao tomb, even if we can't destroy the Dao Ting, we will suppress them for the next 10,000 years. Aku shook his head, what a pity. Luoho looked up at the sky and said softly, in 3 months, the Dao ancestor should come out of seclusion. I wonder if the Lord. In the previous battles between the Dao tomb and the Dao Ting, the Dao tomb had always been at a disadvantage because the Lord of the Dao tomb was in seclusion. Once that Dao ancestor recovered from his injuries, if the great Lord of the Dao tomb didn't come out of seclusion, the Dao tomb would be at an absolute disadvantage. Aku said in a low voice, in about 3 months, the Dao ancestor will be able to recover his body. 3 months, the two fell silent. After a while, Luoho suddenly said, why don't we let Yixian go to the heaven realm abyss? Aku looked at Luoho, with his current strength, Luoho said softly, he can. Aku said in a low voice, the white-robed man is there. Luoho smiled, isn't it better to let Yixian fight with the white-robed man? Aku shook his head, he is not a match for the white-robed man. Luoho said softly, we underestimated him. In terms of strength, he is definitely not a match for the white-robed man. However, the scariest thing about that guy is not his strength, but that he is full of evil tricks. Let him fight with the white-robed man. Maybe he can help us salvage some of the situation. In the heaven realm abyss, there were more than 1,200 super veins, and previously, the Dao tomb occupied less than 300 mines because the white-robed man was guarding there. The white-robed man, the number 1 divine general of the Dao Ting. Hearing these 2 words, Aku's expression gradually became solemn. The white-robed man had fought with the Dao tomb for countless years. Apart from that time when he lost to the Lord, he had never lost to the Dao tomb. Even Luoho could not do anything to the white-robed man. It could be said that no one in the Dao tomb was willing to face the white-robed man. Aku shook his head again, I admit that in the future, Yixian might be able to fight against the white-robed man. However, now, Yixian is not a match for him. Moreover, even if we let him go, he might not necessarily go. If he doesn't go, we can't force him to go, can we? Luoho said softly, although we took advantage of the Dao ancestor's seclusion to fight for some mines, in the heaven realm abyss, we are still at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yan Yaoyao needs someone to help her. Wu Man and I have to guard the formation outside, and we don't know where Wu Tian is. Right now, the most suitable person for the Dao tomb is the Yixian. Aku still wanted to say something, but Luoho suddenly said, let him try. Aku looked at Luoho, is he willing to go? Luoho nodded, he will go. Because he cares about the 5-dimensional universe. After saying that, he disappeared. In Yixian's room, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this time, his injuries had mostly recovered. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Knowing destiny, can you feel the Taoist scripture in the tomb of the Tao? Yi Jiming said in a low voice, I could feel it before, but now I can't. Yixian was silent. Yi Jiming said again, how long will it take for you to break through? Yixian shook his head, it's very difficult for me to break through now. Yi Jiming suddenly said, can't you think of a way to contact the plain-dressed woman? Yixian slowly clenched his fists, knowing destiny. Sister Nian is so strong, but she still can't beat Qing and Qing can't solve the cause of my calamity. Saying this, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance, knowing destiny. I'm very worried about Qing. In the depths of a distant starry sky, a woman in a plain dress who held a sword in her hand suddenly stopped moving. The space not too far away from her suddenly trembled, and then space split apart before a woman walked out from within the spatial rift. Mu Nian looked at the plain-dressed woman and grinned, hi, long time no see. The plain-dressed woman looked at Mu Nian, he's dead. Mu Nian nodded, smiled, and said, yes. The plain-dressed woman was silent. Mu Nian suddenly smiled, it's really not easy to find him. Speaking of which, I'm very worried about him, can he go back? The plain-dressed woman suddenly slashed into the distance, and in an instant, the distant starry sky split open. Mu Nian looked at the torn space. Gradually, she saw something, and her expression became more and more solemn. In the end, the smile on her face completely disappeared, leaving behind only a solemn expression that she had never seen before. The plain-dressed woman looked at Mu Yanyan, but did not speak. Mu Yanyan said softly, "No wonder you have to leave him. It's been hard." The plain-dressed woman did not speak, but walked away with her sword in hand. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and said, "I'm sorry. We siblings can't repay what we owe for now." Mu Yanyan said softly, "Now I'm even more worried about him." The plain-dressed woman walked away with her sword in hand. "Even if the sky falls, I'll carry it." Mu Yanyan smiled, "The great Tao has no end, and the future is endless. Take care, young lady." The plain-dressed woman did not turn back. "Never forget, there will be an echo. Young lady, we'll meet again. P.S. It seems that there are double monthly votes. I'm not asking for votes when I say this. I'm not asking for votes when I'm updating 3 chapters today. Anyway, I'm really not asking for votes." Inside the room, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of fortune divine crystals. There were more than 1,000. This was because after killing the monstrous geniuses of the Tao Ting, he did not take everything for himself. Instead, he shared it with the geniuses of the Tao Ting grounds. More than 1,000 fortune divine crystals. This kind of thing could only be found in the Tao Ting and the Tao Ting grounds. Even the underworld did not have it, let alone the 5th dimension. When he saw this fortune divine crystal, he suddenly understood something. It was not that the people of the 5th dimension were not talented, but that they lacked this kind of cultivation resource. If the 5th dimension also had this kind of cultivation resource, then the people of the 5th dimension would definitely not be weaker than the people of the Tao Ting and the Tao Tung grounds. No matter how talented they were, they still needed money. At this time, Xian suddenly put away the fortune divine crystals and looked outside the door. Outside, a voice could be heard, "Is it convenient for you to come in?" "Luo Ho." Xian got up and walked to the door. He opened it and smiled, "Senior Luo Ho, what's the matter?" Luo Ho nodded slightly, "There's something I need your help with." Xian made an inviting gesture. Luo Ho entered the room and sat to the side. He sized up Xian, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Xian nodded, "I basically recovered." Luo Ho looked at Xian, "I'll get straight to the point. The Tao Tung land and the Tao court have always been fighting for the mineral veins in the heaven realm abyss. For the past 10,000 years, the Tao Tung land has always been at a disadvantage. There are a total of 1,296 mineral veins in the heaven realm abyss, but the Tao Tung land only occupies 320. The reason why my Tao Tung grounds is at a disadvantage is because of one person." Xian asked, "Who?" Luo Ho said, "White Robe. The #1 god general of the Tao Ting." Xian was silent. He had heard of this person before. He was the strongest god general of the Tao Ting. He had only lost once against the Tao Tung grounds. Luo Ho looked at Xian, "I want you to go to heaven realm abyss." Xian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip without saying anything. Luo Ho smiled and said, "Before I came here, I sent someone to deliver 1,000 fortune divine crystals to the 5th dimension." Xian suddenly asked, "Senior Rahu, is there anyone in the Tao Tung who can fight against White Robe?" Luo Ho was silent for a long time. 2,000. Xian said, "Senior Rahu, Xian, am not greedy. I want that mine in the purgatory battlefield." Luo Ho looked at Xian, not saying a word. Xian continued, "Senior Rahu, at present, I'm definitely not White Robe's opponent. If I go to Heaven Realm Abyss, it's equivalent to risking my life. What do you think?" Luo Yi sipped his tea and said nothing. Xian continued, "In Heaven Realm Abyss, there are 1,200 super mines." Luo Ho suddenly put down the teacup and took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. "It's yours." With that, he stood up and left. Xian took a look at the storage ring. Inside the storage ring was the mineral vein. Xian picked up the storage ring and left. Xian returned to the 5th dimension. In the main hall, there were only Guanyin and Xian. Xian handed the storage ring to Guanyin. "I'll give this to you for safekeeping." Guanyin looked at the storage ring, and her expression soon became extremely solemn. "This is?" Xian said, "Fortune divine vein, it can produce fortune divine crystals. This thing is what we lack the most right now." Guanyin looked at Xian, "Where did you get it?" Xian said, "Heaven Realm Abyss." Guanyin was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, he stood up and left. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, silent for a long time. Yi Xian arrived at a courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard, the door in the distance suddenly opened and Xianxia walked out. Xianxia walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly pulled Xianxia's hand and placed a storage ring in her hand. It's useful to you. Xianxia said, I'll go with you. Yi Xian shook his head, I need you to guard this place. Xianxia was silent. Yi Xian said, 3 months, we only have 3 months at most, do you understand what I mean? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian, don't do anything stupid, we'll face it together when we return. Yi Xian nodded, all right. Xianxia suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand, I'm serious. Yi Xian smiled, I promise you. Xianxia looked into Yi Xian's eyes, don't lie to me, otherwise, I won't forgive you. She turned and left after she finished speaking. In the courtyard, Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then he turned and left. He gave the rest of the Fortune Divine crystals to Arrow and the others. With these Fortune Divine crystals and Fortune Divine veins, he believed that Xianxia, Arrow, and the others' strength would definitely rise to a new level. Yi Xian arrived in the starry sky. He sat alone in the starry sky, and not far from him was Mu Nianyan's main body. Yi Xian sat alone in the starry sky for an entire night. The next day, Yi Xian got up and left. Heaven Abyss, Dao Mound City. Luo Ho stood on an altar, and beside him was Ku Wang. Ku Wang said, he brought the vein back to the 5th dimension. Luo Ho suddenly said, Ku, how strong do you think Mu Nianyan is? Ku Wang was silent. Mu Nianyan, this woman seriously injured a Dao ancestor with just 30% of her strength. This strength was indescribably terrifying. At this time, Luo Ho said softly, this woman is really terrifying. Unfortunately, she chose to protect the 5th dimension. If she was willing to give up that place, with her strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to destroy the Dao Ting. Ku Wang nodded. Mu Nianyan being able to destroy the Dao Ting was not an exaggeration, she could seriously injure a Dao ancestor with just 30% of her strength. If she was at her peak, the Dao ancestor would definitely not be her match. Unfortunately, she didn't retract the power she used to suppress the 5th dimension. At this time, Luo Ho suddenly said, he should be at Heaven Abyss. Ku Wang said solemnly, can he deal with White Robe? Luo Ho shook his head. That's not important. What's important is that after he goes to Heaven Abyss, he will go all out against the Dao Ting. If he can deal with White Robe, that's naturally good. If he can't, that's fine too. It's best if he dies at the hands of White Robe. Ku Wang looked at Luo Ho. Why? Luo Ho said softly, we have always neglected one thing, and that is the people behind Yi Xian. Mu Nianyan is not the only one behind him. If he dies at the hands of the Dao Ting, those people will not let it go. Ku Wang said softly, can you find out who is behind him? Luo Ho shook his head. I can't, and that's the scariest thing. Ku Wang looked at Luo Ho. After Yi Xian went to Heaven Abyss, I'm a little worried about Yao Yao. Hearing this, Luo Ho frowned. After a moment, Luo Ho said softly, tell her to be careful of Yi Xian. Ku Wang nodded and turned to leave. Heaven Abyss. When Yi Xian arrived at Heaven Abyss, he had to admit that he was shocked. The celestial world abyss was a huge abyss in the starry sky. From his position, the celestial world abyss seemed bottomless. An abyss in the starry sky. Before Yi Xian came here, he did some research. There were no records of how the Heaven Realm abyss was formed, whether it was the Dao Court or the Tomb of Dao. Anyway, the Heaven Realm abyss already existed before these two forces appeared. And in Heaven Abyss, there were more than 1,200 super creation divine veins, more than 1,200. What kind of concept was this? How many Dao proving and Dao controlling experts could be nurtured? In front of Heaven Abyss, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he directly entered Heaven Abyss. When Yi Xian entered Heaven Abyss, Bai Dizzy and True Martial Divine Lord also received the news. In the main hall, Bai Dizzy was extremely excited. He actually went to Heaven Abyss. He went to Heaven Abyss. He was naturally excited because White Robe was there. Who was White Robe? The first divine general of Dao Ting. He had only been defeated once in his life. In fact, he had wanted to mobilize White Robe to deal with Yi Xian, but the mineral veins in Heaven Abyss were too important. White Robe had to guard them. Otherwise, Doubting would not be able to suppress that woman in the Dao Tomb. One had to know that those mineral veins were the foundation of Doubting. He had not expected that Yi Xian would go to Heaven Abyss himself. At this time, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, the Dao Tomb deliberately sent him there. At this time, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, the Dao Tomb deliberately sent him there. True Martial Divine Lord said solemnly, very likely. Bai Dizzy shook his head. Yi Xian is no match for White Robe. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Bai Dizzy. He is growing every day. Bai Dizzy was silent. White Robe was very strong, but Yi Xian was also very monstrous. Most importantly, Yi Xian was very cunning. This guy went to Heaven Abyss. Thinking of this, Bai Dizzy suddenly became worried. True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, inform White Robe and tell him to be careful of Yi Xian. Bai Dizzy nodded. Don't be careless. True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, did you find out who was behind him? Bai Dizzy shook his head. Not yet. So far, we only know that there is a woman in a plain dress, a man in a green robe, the ancestral master of the sword sect, and the woman who fought with the Dao ancestor. However, we can't find out who these people are. True Martial Divine Lord frowned. Even we can't find them? Bai Dizzy nodded. This is not normal. True Martial Divine Lord said solemnly, go and investigate personally. You must find out who is behind him. Bai Dizzy nodded. Understood. True Martial Divine Lord said, how strong is that woman in a plain dress? Bai Dizzy said solemnly, I don't know. I only know that she only uses one sword to kill people. However, the people she killed were all below the Dao confirming realm, so I don't know her true strength. But she shouldn't be weak. She should be at least peak Dao Imperial. True Martial Divine Lord was silent for a moment. Can you find her? Bai Dizzy said, I have already sent 2 heavenly generals, Qianli and Divine Wind, to find her. It shouldn't be difficult for them to find her. True Martial Divine Lord looked at Bai Dizzy. What happens after we find her? Bai Dizzy made a throat-slitting gesture. Apex Celestial Abyss. The Celestial Abyss was divided into the Southern Abyss and the Northern Abyss. The Southern Abyss was the territory of the Dao Ting, while the Northern Abyss was the territory of the Dao Tomb. As soon as Yi Xian arrived at the Northern Abyss, a man appeared in front of him. The man glanced at Yi Xian. The Celestial King wants to see you. With that, he turned and left. Staying where he was, Yi Xian kept silent for a moment. Then he followed. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly looked around. It was like a starry sky, and his vision was dim. Everywhere was emitting a strange star-like light, which was very beautiful. What was worth mentioning was that the spirit energy here was very, very rich. It was the richest place he had ever seen. Even the 36 levels of heaven of the Dao Ting couldn't compare to this place. This was a true holy land for cultivation. At this moment, the man suddenly stopped. There was a pitch-black palace not far in front of the two of them. The Celestial King Palace. Yi Xian looked at the black palace, and he sensed many extremely powerful auras around it. The weakest was at the Dao Defense realm. At this moment, Yi Xian understood, basically all the experts of the Dao Tomb were here. It should be the same for the Dao Ting. The man brought Yi Xian to the entrance of the palace, and he made an inviting gesture before quietly retreating. Yi Xian entered the palace. The palace was very spacious, but also very cold. At the front of the palace, Yi Xian saw a woman. The woman wore a black robe. The robe was so black that it seemed to be weaved with ink. At the end of the robe, there were several red flowers. The flowers were as red as blood, and the redness was enchanting. It was the red spider lily. A white ribbon was tied around her waist, and the ribbon perfectly outlined her slender and hot figure. The woman wore her hair in 2 ponytails, and she looked very neat and tidy. The woman's appearance was also very beautiful. Her facial features seemed to have been meticulously carved, and there was not the slightest flaw. It was unforgettable at first glance. Yao Yao, one of the 4 great kings of the Dao Tomb, the Heavenly King, the woman was also sizing up Yi Xian. After a while, she slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, Luo Ho told me to be careful of you. Yi Xian was silent. Qian Yao Yao looked at Yi Xian. Before you came, I investigated you. I can't say that I know you like the back of my hand, but I have a pretty good understanding of you. Yixian smiled and said, what does senior want to say? Xianxia turned and walked to the entrance of the hall. She looked into the distance and said, Raha told me to be careful of you, do you know that? Yixian was silent. Xiaoyao continued, the Doubting is afraid of you, and so is the Dao Tomb. Do you know that? Yixian was still silent. Xiaoyao continued, the Doubting wants you dead, and the Dao Tomb also wants you dead. The difference is that the Dao Tomb wants you to die at the hands of the Doubting. That way, the faction behind you will fight the Doubting to the death. Yixian looked at Xiaoyao and hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, perhaps we should be more tactful with our words. Xiaoyao turned and walked in front of Yixian. She looked at Yixian and said, you killed the Divine Lady, and the Dao scripture is still in your hands. Yixian, Xiaoyao walked to the side and sat down. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Let me guess, the Divine Lady wanted to marry you because she wanted to devour your bloodline. However, she underestimated your bloodline. Your bloodline is superior to hers, so she failed. After you killed her, you pushed the blame on the Doubting, so that the Dao Tomb would fight the Doubting to the death. That way, you would have more time to develop. Yixian said nothing, his expression calm. Xiaoyao put down the teacup and looked at Yixian. Luoho and the others must have guessed that you killed the Divine Lady, but they didn't expose you because you proved your value. Your value is above the Divine Lady's. They want to use you, and you also want to use the Dao Tomb. Therefore, both of us hit it off, and everyone has a tacit understanding of each other. Yixian walked to sit in front of Xiaoyao and took a sip of his tea. Then he said, Senior, why don't we talk about something else? For example, my handsomeness. I can chat with Senior for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiaoyao smiled. You must be wondering why I'm telling you this right now, right? Yixian looked at Xiaoyao and said nothing. Xiaoyao got up and walked to Yixian. She looked at Yixian and smiled a moment later. Welcome to the celestial abyss. With that, she turned and left. Inside the hall, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. What did this woman mean? Outside the hall, Xiaoyao slowly walked down the stone steps. Behind her was a woman in black armor. The woman's face was covered and she held a long saber in her hand. Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. Mengwen, what do you think? The woman called Mengwen said hoarsely, kill. Xiaoyao glanced at Mengwen. Why? Mengwen said in a low voice, a threat. Xiaoyao smiled. Mengwen, why break the Dao? Because the Dao is unfair, so we break the Dao. Mengwen looked at Xiaoyao and said nothing. Xiaoyao said softly, Mengwen, back then, Doubting treated us like this. If we threatened them, they would kill us. And now, how are we treating Yixian different from Doubting? Mengwen said nothing. Xiaoyao looked at the horizon. Let's look at Yixian from another angle. Do you want to listen? Mengwen nodded. Yes. Xiaoyao said softly, before we talk about him, let's talk about the 5th dimension Tendo, Mu Nianyan. Mu Nianyan, Mengwen was silent. Who didn't know the 5th dimension Tendo, that extraordinary woman who could kill a Dao ancestor's fleshly body with just 30% of her strength? Her strength surpassed everyone's imagination, Xiaoyao said, in Doubting, she could have taken back her power and killed the Dao ancestor, but she didn't do so. Because if she did, the 5th dimension would be gone. And she didn't take back her power even in death. Mengwen, such a powerful woman, gave up her life without hesitation for the sake of her beliefs and protectors. What about us? How many people in the Dao Tomb still remember our original intentions and beliefs? Mengwen said nothing. Xiaoyao continued, I admire Mu Nianyan, but my greatest regret in life is not being able to get to know this woman. As she spoke, she looked at Mengwen and said with a smile, I admire Yixian very much. I admire his sense of responsibility, his bravery, and even more, his resourcefulness. After Mu Nianyan left, from what he had done, it was enough to prove that Mu Nianyan had not misjudged him. From another angle, you will find that this person is loyal and loyal. Although he is unscrupulous, he has a bottom line. Meng Wan said in a low voice, he killed the goddess. Xianxia smiled and said, Meng Yi, there are only two reasons why the goddess wanted to marry him. First, she wanted to devour his bloodline, and second, she wanted his Tao scripture. The goddess' death was completely her own fault. To put it bluntly, she deserved it. Meng Wan was silent. Xiaoyao continued, the Dao Ting wants Yi Xian's Tao scriptures, and the Dao Tomb also wants them. However, whether it is the Dao Ting or the Dao Tomb, both neglected one thing. After Yi Xian obtained the Dao scriptures, he did not keep them for himself, but shared them. The Dao Ting wanted the Dao scriptures, but in fact, they had a better choice. That is to help Yi Xian and the fifth dimension Tendo to save the fifth dimension. This way, I can guarantee that they would easily obtain the Dao scriptures. Because from all the signs, whether it is Yi Xian or that Mu Yanyan, they do not care about the Dao scriptures. However, the Dao Ting chose another path. Not only did the Dao Ting choose another path, the Dao Tomb also chose another path. Meng Wan looked at Qin Yaoyao. King, Rahu, and the others, Qin Yaoyao said softly, do you know why? Meng Wan shook his head. Qi Yaoyao suddenly laughed at herself. Because whether it is the Dao Ting or the Dao Tomb, they feel that they are superior. It is understandable for the Dao Ting to think this way. After all, they have always regarded themselves as the protectors of the great Dao, and feel that they are the keepers of order between heaven and earth. However, why does the Dao Tomb have such a thought? Why did we break the Dao in the first place? Because the great Dao is unfair, so we choose to break the Dao. Now, how is the Dao Tomb treating Yi Xian any different from the Dao Ting? Saying this, she looked at Meng Wan and smiled. Meng Wan, what is the original intention of the Dao breakers? It is to break the Dao and return a bright world to the world. But now, many Dao breakers break the Dao in order to become the next Dao Ting. Meng Wan said solemnly, King, Yi Xian is only using the Dao Tomb. Qin Yaoyao smiled. When you use others, others will naturally use you. Saying this, she looked into the distance and said softly, if I am not wrong, White Robe already knows that Yi Xian has come to the heaven abyss. Meng Wan said, what will he do? Qin Yaoyao smiled. Guess. Meng Wan shook his head. I can't guess. Qin Yaoyao laughed. Pass down my order, have the 12 Taoists come to see me. As she spoke, she walked towards the distance. As if she had thought of something, she suddenly stopped and said, besides that, have Yi Xian come as well? Meng Wan bowed slightly before turning around and leaving. The Southern Abyss. A man suddenly appeared outside a pitch-black palace. He was just about to enter when a black-clothed old man blocked his way. The man hurriedly bowed slightly when he saw the old man. Please notify Divine General White Robe that I have come on the orders of Star-Lord White Emperor and Divine Lord True Marshal. I have something to tell Divine General White Robe. The black-clothed old man turned around and left. A short while later, the black-clothed old man appeared in front of the man again. Speak. The man hesitated for a moment and said, Yi Xian has entered the heaven abyss. Please kill him and remove a great threat to the Dao Ting. The black-clothed old man said softly, understood. The man glanced at the black-clothed old man, and then he turned around and left without saying another word. After the man left, the black-clothed old man looked at the white-clothed old man in the hall. Divine General, what do you think? After a long period of silence, a voice slowly drifted out. Everything as usual. P.S. Thank you to all the friends who have tipped, thank you. As for the monthly votes, insist on not asking for monthly votes on the second day, top the main hall of the Southern Abyss. At this moment, there were a total of 26 people within the hall, and all of them were at the peak of the Dao defense realm. Their leader was Qi Yaoyao, and Yi Xian was amongst them. During this time, some of them frequently sized up Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't speak and just sat there silently. Qi Yaoyao glanced at them and said, I just received news that another 2 low-grade mines have fallen into the Doubting's hands. The expressions of everyone here turned gloomy when they heard this. Qi Yaoyao picked up the teacup on the table by her side, walked over to the center of the hall, and then lightly swiped the ground with her left hand. A map suddenly appeared on the ground. It was a map of the celestial abyss. Qi Yaoyao opened the lid of the teacup, took a light sip, and then said, their next target is probably the Mang Mountain mines. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. The Mang Mountain Mines, that was a top-grade mine. There were over 1,000 mines in the celestial abyss, but there were less than 36 of them. Moreover, the Tao Tomb only had 6 of them. It could be said that every single one of them was extremely important to the Tao Tomb. On the other hand, a single top-grade mine could produce at least 100,000 divine fortune crystals every single year. Once it was lost, then it meant that the income of everyone within the Tao Tomb would suffer a sharp decline. Meanwhile, Xianxia glanced at them and asked, "What do all of you think?" A black-robed old man spoke abruptly, "Mang Mountain Mines can't fall into the hands of the Tao Ting." Xianxia smiled and said, "I know that it can't fall into the hands of the Tao Ting. I'm asking if all of you have any countermeasures." The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, "Who's the Tao Ting?" Xianxia replied, "The White Cloak Army's vanguard, Bailey too." Bailey too. The expressions of everyone here grew even gloomier when they heard this. Bailey too wasn't an ordinary person. He was the Tao Ting Divine General's vanguard, and he was called the madman of the battlefield. He was a complete madman on the battlefield. Moreover, he had a nickname on the battlefield, the Tao Ting White Robe Jr. This was a person who gave the Tao Tomb a huge headache. Seeing that everyone was silent, Xianxia smiled and said, "Why? Is everyone not saying anything?" The black-robed old man said, "Celestial King, I presume you already have a candidate in mind. Speak frankly. No matter who you have in mind, no one will refuse." Xianxia suddenly walked in front of Yixian. She looked at Yixian and said with a smile, "Let me introduce a new friend to everyone. His name is Yixian and he comes from the 5th dimension. I think everyone should have heard of him." Everyone looked at Yixian in unison. Yixian sipped his tea in silence. Xianxia suddenly said, "The meeting is over." Everyone was stunned. The meeting ended just like that. "What the hell?" Xianxia looked at the crowd. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Everyone hurriedly left. Yixian also turned to leave, but Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia smiled and said, "You stay." Yixian. Soon, only Yixian and Xianxia were left in the hall. Xianxia looked at Yixian with a spurious smile. "Are you panicking?" Yixian thought for a moment and said, "I can still hold on." Xianxia sat to the side and looked at Yixian. "Why did you come to the celestial abyss this time?" Yixian looked at Xianxia. "What does Senior want to say?" Xianxia smiled. "You can call me Yao Yao." Yixian fell silent. He couldn't see through this woman. Xianxia said, "The Tao Tomb wants to sacrifice you. Do you know that?" Yixian said, "Why are you telling me this?" Xianxia got up and walked in front of Yixian. "How about this, you help me and I help you?" Yixian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Xianxia smiled. "Bailey Two's goal is Mount Mang. You go and guard it for me. After that, I will give you 10% of the annual output of Mount Mang's supreme grade mine." Yixian fell silent. Xianxia continued, 10% is 10,000 fortune divine crystals. 10,000 fortune divine crystals can help some of your friends reach the Tao defense realm. Don't haggle, because if I give too much, others in the Tao Tomb will think otherwise. Do you want this deal or not? Yixian looked at Xianxia. "Why don't you let others go?" Xianxia smiled. "Did you see that? No one asked to go." "Why didn't they ask to go?" "Because going to Mount Mang is to risk their lives. Bailey too is a famous madman. Who would want to risk their lives against him? Wouldn't it be better to just sit at home and split the money?" Yixian fell silent. Xianxia picked up her teacup and took a sip. "You took over 100 spirit veins from the Tao Ting to the 5th dimension. Now that everything in the 5th dimension is recovering, the spirit chi is getting better and better. However, do you know what the 5th dimension lacks the most? It lacks experts. Without the fortune divine crystals, even if you have the Tao scripture, you won't be able to help your friends reach the Tao defense realm." As she spoke, she glanced at Yixian. "You too." Yixian didn't say anything. Xianxia continued, "There are many people in the Tao Tomb who want you to die at the hands of the Tao Ting because they are afraid that you will become a threat to the Tao Tomb when you grow stronger. The Tao Ting also wants you dead." It can be said that both the Dao Tomb and the Dao Ting want you dead. The only difference is that the Dao Tomb will not kill you first. If you want to change your current situation, there is only one way, and that is to continue to prove your worth. Xian smiled. Help the Dao Tomb obtain more spirit veins? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia smiled. I guard the heaven abyss, and my situation here is not very good. If you can help me, I can promise you that as long as you are in the heaven abyss, I will protect you. Dao Ting will kill you, I will fight the Dao Ting, I will kill you, I will attack the Dao Tomb. Xian looked at Xianxia. Are you trying to trick me? Xianxia took a sip of spirit tea and said, do you have any other better choices? If you do, I will respect your choice. Xian chuckled. Miss Xiaoyao, there is one thing I don't understand. I hope you can explain it to me. Xiaoyao said, ask away. Xian said, I have no great enmity with the Dao Tomb. Why does the Dao Tomb want me dead? Xianxia looked at Xian. You have the Dao scripture. Not only does the Dao Ting want it, it is also what the Dao Tomb wants. Moreover, you are too outstanding. Outstanding to the point that the Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb fear you. Xian said softly, I have no enmity towards the Dao Tomb. I just want to destroy the Dao Ting. Xianxia smiled. What will happen after we destroy the Dao Ting? Xian fell silent. Xianxia chuckled and said, they see further than you. Not only do they see the future, but they also see the future. You are at the Dao validation realm now. What if you reach the Dao controlling realm or achieve the Dao? For example, if your big sister Nian is still here and she wants the heaven abyss as mine, do you think the Dao Tomb will give it to her or not? Xian said nothing. Xiaoyao said, no matter if it's the Dao court or the Dao Tomb, we don't want a second person as powerful as Mu Niannian to appear because it will threaten our interests. Especially when you, Xian, have the 5 scriptures. Do you think we will let you collect all the Dao scriptures? We won't. As she said that, she smiled slightly. In this world, there are many times when being too outstanding is a sin, because you will threaten others, even if you have no intention of harming them. For example, if a poisonous snake passes by on the street, even if it doesn't bite, people will still choose to kill it. Why? Because it can threaten everyone, so it must die. As for you, Xian, you are even more of a threat than a poisonous snake. Of course, there is another reason why they want you dead. If you die at the hands of the Dao Ting, the people behind you will fight the Dao Ting to the death. At that time, the Dao Tomb will be able to reap the benefits. Xian looked at Xianxia. Don't you want me to die at the hands of the Dao Ting? Xianxia smiled. Why would I want you to die at the hands of the Dao Ting? Xian looked straight at Xianxia. Why not? Xianxia smiled. I cannot represent the entire Dao Tomb, and Rahu and the others cannot represent the entire Dao Tomb. Xian was silent. Xianxia smiled. Although you are not at the Dao controlling realm, your strength far exceeds that of an ordinary Dao controlling realm cultivator. Most importantly, you are smart. If you help me, the Dao Tomb situation in the heaven abyss will be better. I also believe that you did not come to the heaven abyss for fun. In that case, why can't we work together? I need you to help me, and you need me to help you fend off some people you cannot fend off right now. What do you think? Xian suddenly stood up and looked at Xianxia. Happy working with you. The corners of Xianxia's mouth lifted. Happy working with you. Xian turned and left. Xiaoyao suddenly said, aren't you going to propose something else? Outside the hall, Xian's voice sounded. If I propose it now, will you agree? Inside the hall, Xianxiao shook her head with a smile. What a smart guy. Then, she picked up her teacup and drained it in one gulp. Meng Wen, pass down my order. From now on, all the experts of Mount Meng are under Xian's command. Meng Wen turned and left. At this time, Xiaoyao said, give him 10 Dao breakers. The Dao breaking army. Not everyone in the Dao Tomb was a Dao breaker. Many of them were experts that had been nurtured in the later stages of the Dao Tomb. There was an extremely mysterious army in the Dao Tomb. This army was made up entirely of Dao breakers, and they were extremely strong. Only this army could go against the White Cloak army. As for the Dao-breaking army, even one of the 4 kings, Xianxia, could only mobilize 50 people. This was the core army of the Dao tomb, there was no other. Meng-Wan hesitated and was about to speak when Xianxia said softly, "You go as well. Do whatever he asks you to do." Meng-Wan didn't ask anything else. He turned and left. In the hall, Qi Yaoyao twirled the teacup in her hand and said softly, "Pass down my order to Luo Ho. Yi Xian is now mine. No one in the Dao tomb is allowed to have any ideas about him. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." "Yes." A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Yi Xian headed for Mount Mang. Along the way, Yi Jiming suddenly asked, "Do you trust that woman?" Yi Xian replied softly, "I have no better choice at the moment." Yi Jiming said solemnly, "This woman is not simple, you have to be careful." Yi Xian nodded, "I know." Saying so, he slowly closed his eyes. What did the current 5-dimensional universe need the most? He was an expert. In order to nurture experts, one must have the Fortune Divine Crystal. The amount of Fortune Divine Crystals he had obtained previously was too little. Now, the only place with Fortune Crystals was the Celestial Abyss, but this fat piece of meat had already been occupied by the Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb. Could he snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said softly, "Jiming, I have always been curious about Sister Nian's level." Yi Jiming said solemnly, "Her strength is definitely above Dao attainment." Above Dao attainment, Yi Xian frowned. What realm was above Dao attainment, and Qing what level was she at? Was there really no end to martial path and sword path? At this moment, a mountain range appeared in the distance. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the mountain range, Mount Mang. Yi Xian was about to speed up when 100 people suddenly charged in his direction. Yi Xian frowned. Soon, the 100 people were in front of him, but they did not stop, continuing to charge into the distance. But soon, they were stopped by a woman, Meng-Wan, Yan Yaoyao's armed guard. Behind Meng-Wan were 10 people, their auras as deep as the vast starry sky, extremely powerful. Seeing Meng-Wan, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Meng-Wan looked coldly at them. "Mount Mang has fallen?" The man in the lead said in a trembling voice, "Miss Meng-Wan, Bailey too has already killed his way to Mount Mang. Commander Mu Feng has been imprisoned. It was lost." Meng-Wan frowned, glancing at Mount Mang, then at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also heard the man's words. Mount Mang had fallen. Yi Xian was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Meng-Wan suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and said, "He's your new commander." Everyone in the surroundings gazed at Yi Xian with strange expressions when they heard this. At this time, Meng-Wan looked at Yi Xian, "From now on, they will obey your orders." Yi Xian shook his head. "Let them go back." Meng-Wan frowned at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian glanced at those people, his face expressionless. "Look, they're already scared out of their wits. What's the use of keeping them?" The experts here were instantly infuriated when they heard this, and the man who spoke earlier stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Are you insulting us?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." A ferocious expression instantly appeared on the man's face. However, he didn't attack, and he just stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked over to the man, and then he pointed at his chest, "Hit me. Do you dare?" The man clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't attack. He hadn't forgotten what Meng-Wan had said. Yi Xian was their commander now. Yi Xian glanced at the 100+ people here. "None of you have the balls." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the man suddenly spoke furiously, "You're insulting us." The experts here gazed furiously at Yi Xian as well. Yi Xian stopped moving, and then he turned around to gaze at the man and the others. "I looked at all of you. All of you aren't injured." What does that mean? It means that Bailey too seized Mount Mang without any effort at all. As for all of you, none of you chose to resist, right? The experts here instantly revealed unsightly expressions. They really hadn't resisted before they'd fled. Meng-Wan's expression instantly turned icy cold when he noticed their expressions. Meng-Wan's expression gradually turned cold when he saw everyone's expressions. Yi Xian sneered, "I said you guys have no guts. Am I wrong?" With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the man suddenly stood in front of Xian and stared at Xian. Do you know how terrifying Bailey 2 is? Xian shook his head, I don't know. The man said fiercely, then what right do you have to insult us? Xian was silent. The powerhouses started to criticize Xian, and some of them even wanted to beat him up. Beside him, Mengwan's expression was extremely grim. Xian looked at Mengwan. How should I address you, young lady? Mengwan looked at Xian. Mengwan. Xian nodded. Miss Meng Yi, did you just say that they are all under my control? Mengwan nodded. Yes. Xian looked at the man and the others. I'm willing to give all of you a chance. Now, I'm going to reclaim Mount Meng. Are any of you willing to come with me? No one spoke. The man sneered. You're courting death. Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss, the man's head flew into the air before he could even react. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Xian killed someone. Mengwan was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected that Xian would suddenly kill someone. Xian glanced at them. Protecting Mount Meng is your duty. However, all of you fled without a fight and surrendered Mount Meng to us. Let me ask all of you, do all of you have the face to go back? Even if all of you go back, won't you feel ashamed when you face King Meng? Meanwhile, a man with a spear in his hand said in a low voice, Bailey 2 is very strong. Xian gazed at the man, losing isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is admitting defeat without even fighting. As he spoke, he gazed at Mengwan. Miss Mengwan, give the order that all the generals of Mount Meng flee without a fight. Inscribe the names of all the generals of Mount Meng on stone steels and place them before the Grand Hall of the Dao Tomb Hall for all the experts of our Dao Tomb to see. Moreover, notify the entire Dao Tomb Hall. The expressions of all of them became extremely unsightly when they heard this. Mengwan glanced at Xian. I'll make the arrangements. Xian nodded. Let's go to Mount Meng. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Mengwan glanced coldly at them. What a disgrace. As she spoke, she led the 10 Dao breakers behind her and left. All of them didn't flee, and all of them fell silent. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, who's that man? The man with a spear glanced at the ray of light in the distance. He should be Xian. Xian, someone exclaimed, the Xian who killed all the doubting geniuses in the purgatory battlefield? Another exclaimed, it's actually him. He's the Xian who challenged the true martial divine monarch. Suddenly, someone asked, can he defeat Bailey 2? The man with a spear spoke ferociously, everyone, if we return just like that, then we'll really become the shame of the entire Dao Tomb Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Some of the others hurriedly charged forward as well. However, there weren't many of them. There were less than 30 of them. The others didn't choose to follow him. As far as the others were concerned, charging forward was no different than giving their lives away. Mengwan suddenly appeared by Xian's side. Just us? Xian stopped and turned around to look at the 10 people by Mengwan's side. All 10 of them were looking at Xian with calm expressions. Xian nodded, that's enough. Mengwan was just about to speak when the spearman and the others suddenly flashed over from afar. There was a trace of surprise in Mengwan's eyes as he gazed at the spearman and the others. The spearman and the others walked over to Xian, and then he gazed at Xian. We're with you. Xian asked, what's your name? The spearman replied, Zhao Jin. Xian nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Mengwan. Miss Mengwan, order the 10 people behind you to kill all the others who didn't come. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Mengwan was stunned as well. Kill all of them? Xian smiled when he saw Mengwan not react, so my words don't work? Mengwan gazed at Xian, this matter is of great importance. I need to consult the Heavenly King. Xian suddenly gazed at the 10 Dao breakers. Did the Heavenly King ask all of you to obey my orders? They nodded. Xian smiled and said, now, I order you to kill all of those people and place their heads in front of the main hall of the Mausoleum of Ways. The 10 of them bowed slightly, turned around, and left. Mengwan was just about to speak when Xian suddenly said, Miss Mengwan, I don't need you. Mengwan gazed at Xian. Xian gazed at Mengwan. I'd thought that Miss Mengwan would be different, but now it would seem like you're the same." As he spoke, he gazed at Zhao Jin and the others. "Is Bailey too very terrifying?" All of them nodded with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Yi Xian pointed at himself. "Remember, my name is Yi Xian, and I'll allow all of you to understand what true terror is." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhao Jin and the others exchanged glances, and then they followed him. Meng Wan had a gloomy expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. The 10 Dao breakers did not disobey Yi Xian's orders. They really killed all of the 70-odd people, and brought their heads before the hall of the Dao Mound. They were placed neatly. For a moment, all the experts of the North Abyss were shocked. All of the 70-odd people had been killed under Yi Xian's orders. Countless experts arrived before the hall of the Dao Mound, cursing incessantly. Some even sought an audience with Xianxia, requesting that Yi Xian's position as commander be immediately removed, and that Yi Xian be killed to appease everyone's anger. In the hall, Xianxia was leisurely drinking tea, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, a woman entered the hall. It was Meng Wan. Xianxia looked at Meng Wan. "He asked you to come back." Meng Wan nodded. Xianxia smiled. "Why?" Meng Wan said in a low voice. "He wanted to kill those 70-odd people, but I didn't agree, so he asked me to come back." Xianxia smiled. "What did I say to you before you left?" Meng Wan suddenly raised her head, and in the next moment, she slowly knelt down. "Your Majesty." Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. "I treat you like a younger sister, but you've forgotten your status. Go back to the Dao Mound. This place is not suitable for you." Hearing this, Meng Wan said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, can you?" Xianxia looked at Meng Wan. "Do you know why he killed those 70-odd people?" Meng Wan shook her head. Xianxia said softly, "What is the greatest problem of the Dao Mound?" "It's fear. Fear of the White Cloak Army, fear of the White Cloak Army." As she spoke, she walked to the entrance of the hall, and looked at the people who were still cursing Yi Xian outside. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Look, even now, many people are still cursing Yi Xian, but they've overlooked the fact that those 70-odd people fled without a fight." Why have they overlooked it? Because in their eyes, we should have lost against the White Cloak Army, so it's normal for those people to flee without a fight. After all, the White Cloak Army is so powerful. At this point, Xianxia looked towards the horizon, a trace of excitement in her eyes. "I really like this Yi Xian more and more." Mount Mang. At this moment, the Dao Ting had occupied Mount Mang. Yi Xian led the 30-plus experts up into the sky above Mount Mang. Besides them, the 10 Dao breakers were there as well. Yi Xian looked down at Mount Mang from midair, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Jin and the others were looking at Yi Xian from behind Yi Xian. They'd naturally heard of Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had led the geniuses of the Dao Tomb to annihilate Guanshan and the others from the Dao Ting. However, Bailey too wasn't Guanshan. He was an extraordinary expert who'd made a name for himself. Could Yi Xian defeat Bailey too? Suddenly, a powerful aura shot into the sky from Mount Mang, and then a man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The man sized up Yi Xian's group and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. Hiss, the man's head flew into the air while blood sprayed. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. He killed him just like that. He didn't even make any opening remarks. Yi Xian sheathed his sword. Meanwhile, a ray of blood-red light suddenly shot into the sky from Mount Mang, and there was a blood-red blade within it. Li Jin and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. The madman, Bailey too, in midair, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword, and a ray of cold light flashed. Bang! The blood-red light was instantly blasted apart, and an expanse of blood-red light surged through the sky. Meanwhile, a man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The man's upper body was bare, his long hair hung loosely on his shoulders, and he held a blood-red blade that seemed like it was condensed from blood. Bailey too, people called him a madman. There were over 30 more people standing behind Bailey too, and every single one of them emanated a powerful aura of slaughter. It was obvious that they were iron-blooded warriors. The White Cloak Army, Li Jin and the others who stood behind Yi Xian were simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to these 30 people. Not just his strength, but his temperament as well. Bailey too looked at Yi Xian and smirked. "You're Yi, Before he could finish speaking, Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Bailey too was stunned. They're going to make a move just like that, aren't you going to start with a verbal attack? Bailey too did not think too much. He raised the bloody saber in his hand and slashed forward. A bloody light instantly flooded the sky. Within this bloody light, there was an extremely terrifying evil aura and killing intent. Li Jin and the others behind Xian had a drastic change in expression as they retreated rapidly. It was because they were unable to resist the murderous and vicious auras, not even at the edge. The 10 Daobreakers did not retreat, nor did the 30 people behind Bailey Tuesday. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly stopped, and a mysterious force suddenly appeared. Blood Realm. The instant the Blood Realm appeared, the sea of blood was instantly absorbed by him, including the evil chi and killing intent. Everyone here was stunned at the sight of this, and it included Bailey too. Bailey too gazed at Xian with slight disbelief. How could this be possible? Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was quite excited, because he noticed that he was most suitable for the battlefield, especially the battlefield. How much killing intent, evil energy, and blood was there in the battlefield, but he could absorb all of them. Bailey too stared fixedly at Xian from afar. At this moment, there was a solemn expression in his eyes. He was naturally aware of Xian. It could be said that the doubting's hatred towards Xian still existed within the Dao tomb. Meanwhile, Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were completely blood red, and when coupled with his white hair, Xian seemed like a demon. Xian gazed at Bailey too while his left thumb suddenly pressed against the hilt of his sword, and his sword trembled slightly. Bailey too suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared above Xian, and he slashed down with his saber. There were no flashy movements, it was just a simple slash. Xian didn't defend himself, and he stabbed with his sword instead. Bang! Hiss! Under everyone's gaze, Xian's sword pierced through Bailey too's chest. At the same time, Bailey too's saber struck Xian's head. Xian's entire body shook violently. At this moment, cracks appeared on his head. However, his physical body had forcefully withstood this saber, but Bailey too hadn't been able to resist Xian's sword. Bailey too stared fixedly at Xian, an injury in exchange for a life. As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. He'd lost. He hadn't lost in terms of ruthlessness, he'd lost in terms of physical strength. It's over. All of the experts present were dumbfounded. The two of them had only exchanged 2 blows as soon as they'd met, and then the battle was over. The 30-odd people behind Bailey too stared fixedly at Xian. None of them retreated. Xian suddenly turned around to look at the dumbfounded Li Jin and the others. What are you waiting for? Li Jin and the others came to their senses. They looked at the 30-odd White Cloak Army soldiers hesitantly. They were still afraid of the White Cloak Army. Xian suddenly said, "If you're afraid, then you'll lose for the rest of your life." Li Jin and the others fell silent. Xian looked at Li Jin and the others. "If you have balls, then you're a man." What is a man? Men can cry, they can lose, they can even die, but they can't cower. And now, look at yourselves. Can you even call yourselves men? Li Jin and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Xian's words were as sharp as a blade. But none of them dared to move. The 10 Daobreakers were just about to attack when Xian stopped them. These Daobreakers were no weaker than the White Cloak Army soldiers, both in terms of strength and mentality. He wanted to train Li Jin and the others. Xian couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Li Jin and the others weren't going to make a move. It was like when someone bullied you in the secular world, and you felt that you couldn't beat him, so you didn't dare fight back. But did you think that bullying you would end after one time? No. He would continue to bully you. Why? Because he thought you were easy to bully, and as long as you fought back, even if you lost, he wouldn't dare bully you again. Because you weren't that easy to bully. He'd understood this very well back in Qingqing. One could lose, one could die, but one could never be a coward. If you dare bully me, I'll beat you to death. If I can't beat you, that's fine. I'll beat you every time you come at me, and I'll beat you again. Li Jin and the others didn't even have the courage to make a move. Strength. Actually, Li Jin and the others were at the Dao validation realm as well, and their cultivations weren't any lower than the White Cloak Army soldiers. However, they were just like some people in the secular world. They were clearly no weaker than others, but they still didn't dare fight back. Yi Xian gazed at Li Jin and the others. The Doubting and I are mortal enemies, but now, I respect the White Cloak Army, while I look down on all of you. A strong person challenging a weak person isn't something to be proud of. A weak person challenging a strong person is a true man. Leave and return to Dao Burial Mound City. Because you aren't worthy of following me, Yi Xian. I, Yi Xian, don't associate myself with a bunch of weaklings. Li Jin and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Li Jin suddenly stepped forward and grinned fiercely. Brothers, let's fight for our dignity. Today, we'll show Yi Xian that we aren't weaklings. At worst, we'll just die. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Behind Li Jin, the rest of the people also rushed out. Meanwhile, the White Cloak Army didn't flee. Even though they were afraid of Yi Xian, not a single one of them fled. As soon as Li Jin and the others charged forward, the 30+ others attacked as well. It didn't take long for the battle to begin. However, Li Jin and the others were immediately suppressed as soon as the battle began. There was still a gap in their strength. It didn't take long for the members of the Dao Burial Mound to start dying. Yi Xian still didn't show any intention of attacking. He didn't feel pity for them. After all, none of them, including Yi Xian, had come to the celestial abyss to play around. They had to be prepared to be killed at any moment here. More and more experts of the Dao Burial Mound were falling, but Yi Xian still showed no intention of attacking. If this continued, then it would only take an hour at most for the members of the Dao Burial Mound to be annihilated, but up until now, not a single member of the White Cloak Army had died. Yi Xian just watched. He was waiting for the moment when Li Jin and the others only had the will to fight and no fear in their eyes. At this moment, while there was the will to fight in their eyes, there was still fear. That was exactly why Li Jin and the others hadn't completely forgotten about life and death. What were they waiting for? They were waiting for Yi Xian to attack. As far as Li Jin and the others were concerned, Yi Xian would definitely attack. Since the beginning, they'd been placing their hopes on Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left with the 10 Dao Breakers. Li Jin and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian left, he left. At this moment, some of them suddenly collapsed. The 6 experts of the Dao Burial Mound had immediately turned around and fled. They'd been waiting for Yi Xian to attack. After all, Yi Xian was their hope. Because they knew that they were absolutely unable to defeat the White Cloak Army. However, they hadn't expected that Yi Xian would just leave. Forget about them. There was no hope left. Many had fled, however, over a dozen hadn't fled. After Yi Xian left, they knew that they would definitely die today. Since they were going to die, then they intended to drag one of them down with them. Meanwhile, Li Jin suddenly roared madly with laughter. Even if I die, I'll change to another. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. At this moment, he was prepared to die. The others were the same. At this moment, the aura they emanated was completely different. When one didn't even fear death, that was the moment one transformed. Who wasn't afraid of death on the battlefield? Only those who weren't afraid of death wouldn't die so easily. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would definitely win. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared here. Hiss! As soon as it appeared, the head of an expert from the White Cloak Army flew up into the air. A moment later, rays of light crisscrossed through the White Cloak Army, and then the sound of slashing resounded incessantly. Every single slash resounded, and an expert perished. The expressions of the experts from the White Cloak Army changed drastically, and they hurriedly moved closer. However, that ray of light tore through their formation with extreme ease. A short while later, over 30 experts from the White Cloak Army were lying on the ground. Even though they weren't a match for Yi Xian, it wasn't very possible for Yi Xian to instantly annihilate them. However, it was entirely possible when the Dao Breakers were included. Yi Xian put his sword away and walked over to Li Jin and the others. At this moment, only 12 of them remained, and all 12 of them were heavily injured. Yi Xian gazed at Li Jin and the others. From this moment onward, all of you will follow me. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked up into the sky. One of the Dao Breakers by his side spoke solemnly. I just received news that the Doubting has dispatched reinforcements. It's the #1 general of the White Cloak Army, Fu Su. He's the #1 expert of the White Cloak Army, and he's extremely courageous. He paused for a moment before he continued, he's brought 300 White Cloak cavalry with him. They're the most elite cavalry of the White Cloak Army, and they can be said to be the most elite cavalry of the Dao Ting. Besides that, there are also 6 Divine Monarch realm experts. Anyone who could be conferred the title of Divine Monarch was a Dao Defense realm expert. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. We'll have to pay more. Li Jin and the others were stunned. Dao Tum City. Within a hall. Xianxia sipped her tea slowly in silence. Yi Xian continued, the price is right. Doubting is useless. Xianxia stopped. P.S. We'll have to pay more, top. Inside the hall, Xianxia remained silent. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. He wasn't heading towards Mount Ming. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, 40% of the profits from Mount Ming's top-grade mine. Yi Xian stopped, turned around, and walked towards Mount Ming. Within the hall, Xianxia looked outside the hall, can you do it? Yi Xian didn't even turn around, what do you mean? Xianxia was stunned, and then she shook her head with a smile, interesting. As she spoke, she got up and walked out of the great hall. At this moment, the experts of the Dao Tomb hurriedly came before Kuan Yaoyao. One of them said in a low voice, Celestial Monarch, that Yi Xian is inhumane. He actually killed so many people of our Dao Tomb. Xianxia suddenly punched out. Bang, the old man hadn't even finished speaking when he was blasted into nothingness. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Xianxia looked at the crowd and smiled, come on, continue. How could they dare to speak? Xianxia glanced at them and smiled, of all the things I can't do, I'm #1 in internal strife. Send down my order. Anyone who dares to flee without a fight will be killed without mercy. Also, everyone here today will be dismissed and immediately returned to the Dao Tomb. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they heard this. Return to the Dao Tomb. Was she trying to drive them away? The heavenly monarch's expression gradually turned cold. If you're still here in 10 breaths of time, I'll make you disappear completely. The experts hurriedly retreated when they heard Xianxia. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, send down my order. All unparalleled experts are to head to Mount Ming immediately. Once there, Yi Xian will be the new commander of the unparalleled army. Seeing Yi Xian is like seeing me. Unparalleled, she only had 500 bodyguards. Although they couldn't compare to Dao Breakers, they were the elites of the elites. It didn't take long for over 500 powerful auras to soar into the sky from the Dao Tomb city and head towards Mount Ming. Xianxia opened her eyes and looked into the sky as she chuckled. What a good, the price is right, the Dao court will be crippled. What an interesting little fellow. Mount Ming. When Yi Xian entered Mount Ming, he immediately sensed the pure aura of a divine crystal. A top-grade ore vein. At this moment, greed rose in Yi Xian's heart. If the 5th dimension also had this kind of top-quality ore vein, then the 5th dimension would also have more experts. Most importantly, this kind of top-quality ore vein would also bring great benefits to the 5th dimension, because the spirit chi was pure. In the current 5th dimension, although the spiritual chi had recovered a lot, it had not completely recovered. In particular, the amount of origin chi in the 5th dimension was extremely small, and this origin chi was not something that could be solved with a few spiritual veins. Although he was tempted, he knew that he couldn't covet the supreme grade spiritual vein now because neither the Dao Ting nor the Dao Tomb would give it to him. He had to take it slow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far away from him stood a man in a black robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. Fu Su. The expressions of the Dao breakers by Yi Xian's side gradually became solemn when they saw the person who'd arrived. Fu Su couldn't be compared to Bailey too because he was a core existence in the Dao Ting. There were 6 old men behind Fu Su, 6 divine monarchs, all of them were at the peak of the Dao control realm. Moreover, there was a group of cavalry in the sky behind the 6 old men, the white-robed cavalry. Yi Xian glanced at Fu Su and said, all of you move aside. Li Jin and the others glanced at Yi Xian, and then they moved to the side. At this moment, even though there was a solemn expression in their eyes, there was no fear. The Dao breakers had moved to the side as well. Fu Su gazed at Yi Xian from afar and smiled, young Master Yi, I've heard of your name a long time ago. I finally get to meet you today. Yi Xian glanced at the group behind Fu Su, and then he smiled. A one-on-one battle or a group battle? Fu Su gazed at Yi Xian. A one-on-one battle. It should be a one-on-one battle. What about a group battle? Yi Xian smiled. I'll fight all of you. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jin and the others were stunned. A group battle? Is he serious? The Dao breakers gazed at Yi Xian as well, and they were extremely shocked. Yi Xian wants to fight all of them. Fu Su gazed at Yi Xian from afar, and the smile on his face had vanished. Was Yi Xian confident, or did he have a backup plan? Fu Su shook his head. While Yi Xian was a monster, it was impossible for him to defeat all of them. It was a trap. Fu Su glanced at the surroundings, but he didn't notice anyone else. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's no one else." With that, he walked towards Fu Su with his sword in hand. As he walked, Yi Xian's body gradually turned red. The power of his bloodline. Yi Xian used the power of his bloodline. But he did not go completely mad. After activating the power of his bloodline, a powerful killing intent swept out like a tide. Li Jin and the others changed expression and retreated. Even the Dao breakers were forced to retreat. This killing intent was so terrifying that it could mess with their minds. It could be said that Bailey Tu's killing intent was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to Yi Xian's killing intent. One kill to prove the Dao. When Yi Xian had entered the Dao, he had used killing to prove the Dao, not the sword. It could be said that Yi Xian's killing intent was above his sword essence. Of all those who had used killing to prove the Dao, only Yi Xian had survived. Killing intent, bloodline power, and the sword spirit. The present Yi Xian could be said to be very terrifying. In this state, he could even fight an expert like the true martial divine lord. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly enter such a state, Fu Su suddenly said, "Retreat." Finishing, he and the people behind him retreated like the tide. Retreat. Li Jin and the others were dumbstruck. They retreated just like this? At this moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the power of the bloodline in his body gradually calmed down. After a while, Yi Xian returned to normal. Yi Xian looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. He had not expected Fu Su to suddenly retreat. Yi Xian turned and left after a moment of silence. Seeing this, Li Jin and the others hurriedly followed. At a certain horizon, Fu Su looked in the direction of Mount Ming. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared next to him and said gravely, "Retreating like this will affect our morale." Fu Su looked at the old man. "Elder Zhang, do you think the true martial divine lord and White Emperor Star Sovereign are powerful?" Elder Zhang stilled and then said, "Of course. True martial divine lord, the commander of all the armies in Celestial Abyss. It could be said that even white robes had to listen to his orders. As for White Emperor Star Sovereign, while he was not very good at fighting, his status in the Dao Ting was very high. He had appointed some of the Dao Ting positions. These two, one civil and one martial, were the left and right arms of the Dao ancestor. At this time, Fu Su said softly, "White Emperor Star Sovereign and true martial divine lord attach great importance to him, and think that he is a great enemy of our Dao Ting. I have investigated this person. This person once fought his way into our Dao Ting. Even Divine General Quan Bi died at his hands. Also, he challenged the true martial divine lord before. While he lost, he did not die." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, and he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "This person's strength is invincible in the Dao proving realm, and there are few in the Dao control realm who are a match for him. Especially when he enters that legendary state of madness, ordinary Dao control realm cultivators are utterly no match for him. If we had attacked just now, there would only be one result, great losses. Also, according to what I know, this person can grow in slaughter because he can absorb blood, and his sword can absorb souls. Speaking of the sword, I almost forgot that his soul-suppressing sword has reached Dao defense realm." His voice was solemn. The old man said gravely, "But if we retreat like this," Fu Su smiled lightly and said, "Face is not important. What is important is not to make unnecessary sacrifices." The old man looked at Fu Su. "What do you plan to do next? Mang Mountain cannot be given away." Fu Su said softly, "Elder Zhang, it is not about the supreme grade spirit vein now. It is about this Yi Xian. White Emperor Star Sovereign and true martial Star Sovereign are right to worry. This Yixian will become a great threat to our doubting in the future. This person must die here. I have already sent people back to ask the Divine General. Everything will be decided by him. Elder Zhang nodded slightly. As though thinking of something, he suddenly said, Fu Su, if you fight this person, what are your chances of victory? Fu Su shook his head. No chance. Elder Zhang was shocked. How? Fu Su said softly, if I had a 30% chance of victory, I would have fought him just now. But I don't even have half, much less 30. Regardless of whether our doubting admits it or not, he is the first of the younger generation in 100 years. Elder Zhang was silent. Fu Su seemed to have thought of something, and his expression gradually turned grave. If this person really joins the Dao Tomb, it is not a good thing for our doubting. At this time, a man suddenly appeared in front of Fu Su. The man bowed slightly to Fu Su. Divine General greets the commander. Divine General, Fu Su nodded. Let's go. Finishing, he and the man disappeared. The news that Yixian had scared off the white-robed cavalry quickly spread throughout Heaven Realm Abyss. Yixian, this name could be said to be known by everyone in this Heaven Realm Abyss now. Everyone knew it. In Dao Tomb City, Xianxia sat on the stone steps of the hall with her legs crossed. Her eyes were slightly closed, thinking about something. She already knew about Mount Mang. This matter also shocked her a little. She had not expected that Fu Su would choose not to fight. Of course, she had not expected that Yixian would dare to fight Fu Su and the others alone. After a long silence, Xianxia opened her eyes. She looked towards the horizon and said softly, White robes, it's getting more and more fun. What do you think? Mount Mang. Yixian came to the interior of Mount Mang. The interior of Mount Mang was a supreme-grade spirit vein. This spirit vein could produce more than 100,000 fortune divine crystals in a year. More than 100,000, this was something that could nurture many Dao verification and Dao defense experts. Yixian glanced around and then turned around to leave. There were some fortune divine crystals inside, but he did not take them. There was no meaning in taking away a few fortune divine crystals. Outside Mount Mang, more than 500 people suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. The man in the lead bowed respectfully to Yixian. By the orders of the Celestial King, from this moment onwards, we will obey young Master Yi. Yixian sized up the 500 people and said, Dao Ting, where is the nearest supreme-grade spirit vein? The man stilled and then said, 1,000 li to the south, Mount Politburo. Yixian looked up at the horizon. What benefits do I get from taking a supreme-grade spirit vein? Dao Tomb City, in front of the hall, Xianxia looked at the horizon. What benefits do you want? Yixian stretched out 4 fingers. 40%. Xianxia stood up and looked at the horizon. 30%. It is not that I am unwilling, but it is not good for you if I take too much. Yixian was silent for a moment. Fine. But I need you to do me a favor. Xianxia smiled. Fine. Yixian asked, aren't you going to ask what it is? Xianxia smiled. You are a person who knows what to do. Yixian did not say anything else and left with the group. Apex in the sky, Yixian rode his sword in silence. When he saw the Dao Breakers and the White Cloak army, he had an idea. The 5th dimension also needed such a powerful army, an army dedicated to protecting the 5th dimension, the Sword Sex Swordsman. The Sword Sex Swordsman had a solid foundation, and these people were no weaker than the Dao Breakers and the White Cloak army in terms of temperament and talent. The Sword Sex people didn't lack hard work, but fortune crystals. As long as they had enough fortune crystals, he believed that the Sword Sex Swordsman wouldn't be any weaker than the White Cloak army and the Dao Breakers. Sister Nian's death made him understand that the 5th dimension couldn't be saved by one person, he had to nurture more experts. The Sword Sex experts had all reached the self-release realm. As long as they had the fortune crystals, he believed that it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the Dao validation realm. This was because he, Yixian, had the Dao scripture. As long as they reached the Dao validation realm, the Sword Sex Swordsman wouldn't be any weaker than the Dao Breakers and the White Cloak army. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had fortune crystals. Fortune crystals. When he thought of this, Yixian sped up. Mount Baiqiu. There was also a supreme-grade spirit vein inside the mountain, which could produce more than 100,000 fortune divine crystals in a year. With more than 100,000 fortune divine crystals, many Dao validation realm experts could be nurtured, and even Dao defense realm experts could be nurtured. Moreover, even if they reached the Dao validation and Dao defending realms, they would still need fortune crystals to nurture them. After reaching the Dao validation and Dao defending realms, ordinary energy was useless to them. Because of this, the ore veins within the heaven abyss were so important. It could be said that these ore veins were the lifeline of the Dao Ting and the Dao tomb. Mount Baiqiu was also guarded by the White Cloak army. There weren't many of them, only 30 or so. However, there was a divine sovereign standing guard. The reason why there were so few people was because the Dao tomb had never taken the initiative to attack. All along, the Dao tomb had been passively defending. When Yixian and the others arrived at Biqiu Mountain, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Divine Lord. Dao Defense State. The old man was stunned when he saw Yixian, and then he said in a low voice, Yixian. Yixian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, retreat. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The White Cloak army on Mount Biqiu also began to retreat. At the sight of that, everyone behind Yixian was struck dumb. Yixian was also slightly stunned. Leaving just like that, as if he had thought of something, Yixian's expression gradually became solemn. Dao Ting was afraid of Yixian? No, they weren't afraid of Yixian at all. At most, they would be fearful of him. They'd retreated without a fight because they wanted to preserve their strength and avoid making unnecessary sacrifices. Yixian glanced at the sky. He knew that Dao Ting wouldn't attack now, but once he did, it would be the final battle. Yixian didn't think too much about it and led them into Mount Baiqiu. As soon as Yixian entered Mount Baiqiu, he immediately swept away all the divine creation crystals within it. There were more than 10,000 of them. It was obvious that the old man and the others didn't know that Yixian was coming, so they hadn't been able to take the divine creation crystals with them. Over 10,000 divine creation crystals. In the belly of the mountain, an idea suddenly occurred to Yixian. Dao Ting had more than 30 supreme grade veins, and these veins would definitely contain divine creation crystals. On the other hand, he'd investigated before, and no matter if it was the Dao tomb or the Dao court, they would harvest it once a month. Because after these fortune divine crystals were formed, they needed to be nourished in the mine for at least a month. Only then would the fortune divine crystal be larger and its energy purer. At this thought, Yixian turned and left. He left Mount Baiqiu, but this time, he left alone. There was a large mountain range 3,000 li south of Mount Baiqiu. This mountain range was known as the Southern Mountain Range. There was a supreme grade vein in this mountain range, and there were many experts guarding this place. There were a total of 6 divine sovereigns and hundreds of White Cloak army soldiers. Moreover, after Mount Baiqiu had fallen, Fusu's army and experts had immediately stationed themselves here because this place was closest to Mount Baiqiu. It was obvious that they were afraid that Yixian's next target would be the Southern Mountain Range. And they would not give up on this supreme grade vein in the Southern Mountain Range. Yixian did not go to the Southern Mountain Range. Instead, he went to the Taihang Mountains, 1,000 li behind the Southern Mountain Range. There was also a supreme grade vein in the Taihang Mountains. Yixian successfully snuck into the Taihang Mountains. With his current strength, it would be difficult for most people to discover him as long as he did not want to be discovered. After entering the Taihang Mountains, Yixian smiled. There were more than 10,000 divine creation crystals in the Taihang Mountains. Without any hesitation, Yixian swept all the divine creation crystals clean. However, the moment he collected the divine creation crystals, an angry roar suddenly rang out from outside the Taihang Mountains. In the next moment, dozens of powerful auras rushed into the interior of the Taihang Mountains. At this moment, the interior of the Taihang Mountains was empty. Yixian had long since disappeared. Within the interior of the Taihang Mountains, an old man's expression was frighteningly gloomy. The divine creation crystals were gone, they had been stolen. The old man could not help but curse, they actually stole them. Shameless! Aha! After leaving the Taihang Mountains, Yixian did not go back. Instead, he continued to the next supreme grade mineral vein in the Dao Ting. Soon, one supreme grade spirit vein after another in the Dao Ting was plundered clean. The Divine Palace. This was the residence of the white-robed Divine General and the core of the Southern Abyss. At this moment, almost all the Dao Defense Realm experts in the Dao Ting in the Southern Abyss had gathered in the main hall. Inside the hall, these Dao Defense Realm experts had extremely ugly expressions. Yi Xian was stealing the divine creation crystals, however, there was nothing they could do about Yi Xian, who specialized in stealing divine crystals of fortune, because they could not find Yi Xian at all. Moreover, they also knew that even if they found him, a few divine emperors would not be able to do anything to this Yi Xian. So far, Yi Xian had stolen 15 supreme-grade mineral veins. In order to prevent Yi Xian from continuing to steal, they had already taken away the remaining divine creation crystals and some supreme-grade spirit veins. Although they had stopped the losses in time, this time, the Doubting could be said to have suffered a heavy loss, because Yi Xian had taken at least 200,000 divine creation crystals. 200,000, a divine emperor's monthly allowance was only 3,000 divine creation crystals, but Yi Xian had stolen more than 200,000 divine creation crystals in one go. Inside the hall, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the hall. The old man glanced at the crowd. Meeting adjourned. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. The meeting was adjourned just like that. Where was the white-robed divine general? Inside the hall, many people were discussing, but the old man had already turned around and disappeared. Inside the hall, everyone was dumbfounded. What was this? Those divine creation crystals were given to Yi Xian just like that? Yi Xian did not return to Beacon Hill. Instead, he went directly to the Heavenly King Hall. Inside the hall, Xianxia looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Congratulations, you've made a fortune. Yi Xian flicked a finger and a storage ring landed in front of Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at it. Inside the storage ring were 100,000 divine creation crystals. She looked at Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian said, protection fee. Xianxia blinked. Protection fee? Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. She naturally understood what Yi Xian meant. Why could Yi Xian act so fearlessly here? Was there really no one in the Doubting who could restrain Yi Xian? No, there was someone. Disregarding everything else, White Robe was definitely able to suppress Yi Xian. However, White Robe did not make a move. Why? Because if White Robe made a move, Xianxia would definitely make a move. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. She had not expected Yi Xian to take out 100,000 divine creation crystals. This guy was very greedy, but he was also very rational. Greed was nothing to be afraid of, but insatiable greed. Xianxia picked up the teacup beside her and took a sip. Then she said, Doubting has not made any moves until now. What do you think? Yi Xian said, White Robe is waiting. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Waiting for what? Yi Xian said, once he makes a move, he will definitely not give you or me any chance. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, you seem very calm. Aren't you afraid? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, if I fight White Robe, what's my chance? Xianxia shook her head. You have no chance. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. What about you? Xianxia said with a smile, 460. Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. As you said, White Robe has not made a move until now. This is very abnormal and not like his style. Yi Xian suddenly said, if I were White Robe, Miss Xiaoyao, do you know what I would do? Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked back at Xianxia. If I were White Robe, I would gather all the troops here to fight Miss Xiaoyao to the death and decide the winner in one battle. Xianxia was silent. Yi Xian walked in front of Xianxia and looked at her. Miss Xiaoyao, do you think he won't do that? Xiaoyao said, if he does that, it will be mutual destruction. Yi Xian said with a smile, mutual destruction? No, I think that if he does that, your side will lose without a doubt. Xiaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said, momentum. White Robe's name strikes fear into the hearts of the experts of the Dao Tomb. If he brings the entire White Robe army here, believe me, as long as Rahu and the others don't make a move, Miss Xiaoyao, your side is definitely no match for them. He looked outside the hall and said softly, Miss Xiaoyao, the Doubting is very united, much more so than the Dao Tomb. Just this alone is enough to prove that you are no match for them. Let me guess, they're not afraid of you, but of the great lord of the Dao tomb, am I right? Xianxia was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Yao Yao, think about it again. The Dao Ting has no Dao ancestor, and the Dao tomb has no lord. What do you think White Robe and the others will do? Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Yi Xian said, White Robe and the others may not have done this before, but now that I'm here, they will have no choice but to do so. They can't let me continue acting so arrogantly, can they? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, you forgot to mention one thing. If White Robe brings everyone here, and he doesn't want to fight, he wants to kill you. When that happens, do you think the Dao tomb will protect you or not? Right at this moment, the space in the sky suddenly split apart, and then a man in a white robe walked out from within the split in space, a spear, a white robe, the strongest divine general of the Dao Ting. Down below, Xianxia gently touched Yi Xian's arm with her right arm and said with a smile, are you panicking? Yi Xian, at this moment, White Robe looked at Yi Xian. You have the God Seal and are also a Dao protector. Since you are a Dao protector, I can give you a chance. If you are willing to enter the Dao Ting, I will let bygones be bygones. Yi Xian gently touched Xianxia's arm with his left hand. Are you panicking? Xianxia. Apex, was he panicking? Xianxia was silent. She knew that if Yi Xian nodded and agreed, then Dao Ting would really let bygones be bygones. Even if White Emperor Star Sovereign wanted to pursue the matter, he could not. With White Robe's protection, no one could stop him except that Dao ancestor. However, she did not panic at all, because she knew that Yi Xian would not join Dao Ting. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You won't join Dao Ting, right? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Xianxia looked at White Robe and smiled. White Robe, did you hear that? White Robe glanced at Yi Xian. Take a spear from me? Yi Xian looked straight at White Robe. All right. White Robe did not waste any words and stabbed with his spear. The space in front of Yi Xian split open. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and 4 domains appeared. At the same time, his entire body became covered in blood. He had used all his trump cards. Facing White Robe, Yi Xian naturally did not dare to hold back. He attacked with all his strength. Within the 4 domains, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Boom! Yi Xian was pushed back by the spear attack. He was pushed back thousands of feet, and when he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, White Robe glanced at Yi Xian. Not bad. With that, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, What are you laughing at? Yi Xian smiled. He wanted to kill me with a spear. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Yes. But you blocked it. So, are you proud? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm laughing because I know what level my strength is at now. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. In that exchange, he had lost, but he was very happy, because he had discovered his own shortcomings. In that exchange just now, there was no battle technique involved. It was just a simple suppression of realm and strength. If he reached the Dao defense realm, he would be able to put up a fight against Shen Wu or White Robe. Even now, he still had the strength to fight. He couldn't win, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight, especially after activating the power of his bloodline. He could fight anyone. He had to find a way to reach the Dao defense realm. At this thought, Yi Xian looked towards Xianxia. Miss Yao Yao, can you do me a favor? Xianxia asked in a deep voice, you want to reach the Dao controlling realm? Yi Xian nodded. Feng Yaoyao was silent. Yi Xian asked, is it very difficult? Qi Yaoyao didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, the Tomb of Dao doesn't want me to reach the Dao defense realm? Ting Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Understood. Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. You will become the Tomb of Dao's enemy? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Yaoyao, you should ask the Tomb of Dao, not me. Ting Yaoyao was silent for a moment before saying softly, I'll be frank with you. It's best if you don't reach the Dao defense realm now. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Because Dao Ting won't let you reach the Dao defense realm. I'm willing to bet that Dao Ting will kill you at all costs if you try to reach the Dao defense realm now. Moreover, the Tomb of Tao may have other intentions. After you reach the Tao defense realm, you will be at least 10 times more threatening than you are now. Yi Xian was already very terrifying now. If he reached the Tao defense realm, even the Tomb of Tao would be afraid of him, let alone Tao Ting. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It's too difficult for me. Then, he turned and left. Qi Yaoyao suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian turned to look at Ting Yaoyao. She flicked her finger and a storage ring landed in front of Yi Xian. It was the storage ring Yi Xian had given her. There were 100,000 fortune crystals inside. Yi Xian smiled. This is the protection fee. Ting Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. You seized 2 supreme-grade mines for the Tomb of Tao. This is my reward for you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, this is 100,000 fortune crystals. Ting Yaoyao blinked. Do I look like I need money? Yi Xian, Ting Yaoyao smiled. You really need this now. Take it. Yi Xian didn't refuse. He took the storage ring. Thanks. Then, he turned and left. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Divine Palace. Inside the palace, White Robe sat cross-legged on the ground. Behind him stood an old man. The old man said in a deep voice, Divine General, how is that young man? White Robe said, not bad. Not bad. The old man's expression turned serious. This was a very high evaluation. The old man asked again, Divine General, what are your plans? White Robe said softly, wait. The old man frowned. Divine General, if we continue to wait like this, once Yi Xian reaches the Tao Imperial Realm, White Robe opened his eyes. Why should we be afraid of the enemy? The old man wanted to say something but stopped. White Robe slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian returned to the 5th dimension. The current 5th dimension was unprecedentedly powerful, the spiritual qi was also unprecedentedly rich, there were more than 160 dragon veins in the 5th dimension, the origin of the 5th dimension, which was the origin spirit, was also slowly recovering. However, her recovery speed was a little slow. Now, she was also slowly spreading her origin power between heaven and earth. In short, everything in the 5th dimension was getting better and better, and in that starry sky, which was also the starfield where Moon Yanyan's main body was located, more and more mysterious energy appeared in this starry sky and slowly gathered towards Moon Yanyan's main body. Sword Sect. After returning to the 5th dimension, Yi Xian directly went to the Sword Sect. At this time, the Sword Sect had 320 swordsmen. These swordsmen had all reached Release 1, True Release 1, their current goal was to reach Tao Confirmation. Currently, in the entire 5th dimension, there were still very few who had reached Tao Confirmation. Only Arrow and Lanxiao, and the others had done so with the help of 3 lives and Tao scriptures. However, with these fortune divine crystals, Yi Xian believed that more and more people would reach Tao Confirmation in the future. Inside the Sword Sect's main hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him were 5 Tao scriptures, there were 9 Tao scriptures in total, and he currently had 5. If he could gather all 9, he could summon the great Tao spirit. He naturally did not forget Sister Nian's words, gather the Tao scriptures, awaken the great Tao spirit, and then let the great Tao spirit help him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, knowing destiny, is the great Tao spirit very strong? Yi knowing destiny, I don't know. Yi Xian blinked, you haven't seen it before? Yi knowing destiny said in a deep voice, no. The great Tao spirit is recorded, but I have never seen it before. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian put away the Tao scriptures. He looked at his right hand and slowly clenched it. A powerful force condensed in his fist. Tao fist, he rarely used this Tao scripture martial art, not because it was not powerful enough, but because it was too powerful. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, Tao fist, Tao fist. Saying this, he opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. Why didn't he fuse his Tao fist with his sword? Just do it. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a powerful force suddenly condensed in his hand. In the end, this force began to gather in the executing heaven sword in his hand. The executing heaven sword began to tremble violently. Crack. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly cracked. A trace of excitement flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He did not expect it to work. Xian slowly raised the executing heaven sword. In the executing heaven sword, other than his own sword Dao power, there was also the power of the Dao fist. He completely fused the two forces into one. However, the force was too strong, and he felt that his body could not withstand it. Xian quickly stopped. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand, and a moment later, he began again. The power of sword Dao and Dao fist merged. He wanted to create a new sword skill. In order to control these two powerful forces, he began to use his sword domain to suppress them. However, he found that even the sword domain could not suppress these two forces, so he used the death domain and the blood domain. Under the suppression of the three domains, he began to slowly control the power of the Dao fist and his sword Dao. Dao fist, one fist contained the great Dao. After fusing the power into the sword, his sword naturally became a Dao sword. One sword contained the great Dao. In the main hall, Xian slowly closed his eyes, and in his three domains, an extremely powerful force constantly shook. Fortunately, there were three domains to suppress it, or the main hall would have been turned to dust. Just like that, Xian began to slowly try to control these two forces. Heaven Abyss. Although Xian had taken 2 supreme-grade spirit veins, and Xian had stolen more than 200,000 fortune divine crystals, Dao Ting did not take any revenge. Outside Heaven Abyss, in the heavenly palace, Bai Dizzy sat on a chair, thinking silently. Not far from him was True Martial Divine Lord. They already knew about what happened in Heaven Abyss. At this moment, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, "Are we still waiting?" Bai Dizzy opened his eyes, looked outside the hall, and said softly, "Wait." True Martial Divine Lord looked at Bai Dizzy. "What are you waiting for?" In fact, he and White Robe were already prepared to kill Xian at all costs. They did not want to see Xian reach the Dao defense realm. Once Xian reached the Dao defense realm, it would be extraordinarily difficult to kill him. However, his and White Robe's plan was stopped by Bai Dizzy. He and White Robe chose to respect Bai Dizzy's insistence. Bai Dizzy got up, walked to the door of the hall, and said softly, "Qianli and Divine Wind should be finding her soon." Divine Lord True Martial understood immediately. The woman in the plain dress. Bai Dizzy had already sent people to look for the woman in the plain dress. True Martial Divine Lord suddenly said, "So what if they find her?" Bai Dizzy said softly, "True Martial, I know you're worried, but forgive me for being blunt. Why did Dao Ting end up like this? It's because we underestimated Moon Yanyan. I don't want to underestimate anyone. Especially this woman in the plain dress. I won't be at ease until I find her." True Martial was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you think this woman in the plain dress is stronger than Moon Yanyan?" Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be. I don't believe there's a woman stronger than Moon Yanyan in this world. Even if there is, it's impossible for us to meet all of them. People like Moon Yanyan were already spiritual beings. Could there be a woman stronger than her? Bai Dizzy would never believe it. Just as True Martial was about to speak, Bai Dizzy suddenly opened his eyes. They found her. Somewhere in the distant starry sky, 2 middle-aged men were sprinting in the starry sky. One of the men said excitedly, "Divine Wind, I can already feel her aura. We'll be able to see her soon." The man called Divine Wind was also excited. "After a month of relentless searching, we finally found her." As soon as he said that, the 2 men's speed suddenly increased. P.S. Thank you for all the tips from the readers. Thank you very much. I don't update much. Sometimes I'm still sloppy. I have a lot of typos. I often dig holes and don't bury them. If I wasn't handsome, you guys would have run away. Am I right? To be honest, many readers read my book because they covet my beauty. This was an unknown starry sky. The starry sky was deep and filled with twinkling stars that crisscrossed each other. At first glance, it was like an exquisite painting that was pleasing to the eye. The starry sky was beautiful, but it was also frightening. Because it was unknown, this starry sky had no end. No one knew what was in it. In the depths of this starry sky, a sword-wielding woman walked slowly. The woman wore a plain dress that was spotless. She walked slowly like a lonely traveler. No one knew where she was going. She didn't know either. However, she wasn't lost at all. When a person has someone they care about, their life will have meaning. Longevity. She had never thought about longevity. In the past, her long life had only brought her loneliness. Invincible, she had been invincible for a very, very long time. As for this endless universe and the endless end of the martial path, she wasn't curious at all. She couldn't create this endless universe, but she could destroy it. No matter how powerful the universe was, it was nothing more than a strike from her sword. As for the end of the martial path, if it really had an end, would it be able to stop her sword? Right now, she only wanted to do one thing. She wanted to reach that end and kill that person. When that time came, perhaps she would stop and look at the scenery of this world. But now, apart from that person, everything else seemed unnecessary to her. At that moment, the woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks. Not far in front of her was a huge black pyramid. The black pyramid was tens of thousands of meters tall and it towered in the starry sky. In front of the black pyramid was a statue of a man. The man held a spear and looked up at the starry sky. The woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks and looked at the black pyramid. At that moment, the starry sky behind her suddenly trembled. Soon, two men appeared behind her. They were Divine Wind and Xianxia. The two of them looked exhausted. Naturally, they would be exhausted. For the past month, they had been searching for the woman in the plain dress without sleep or rest. Fortunately, the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. They had finally found her. The woman in the plain dress looked at the two of them without saying a word. At that moment, Divine Wind frowned. Xianxia, something's wrong. Xianxia scanned his surroundings and his expression quickly darkened. At that moment, the two of them suddenly realized that this galaxy was no longer the galaxy they were familiar with. The records of the Doubting didn't include this galaxy. Where is this? At this moment, both of them had the same question in their minds. Xianxia suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman. Where is this place? The plain-clothed woman still did not speak. Xianxia's brows knit together slightly, and he was about to speak when Godwind spoke solemnly, something's off. Xianxia looked at Divine Wind. Divine Wind stared at Xianxia. Can you sense her? Xianxia looked at the woman in a plain dress when he heard this, and his expression quickly became solemn. Because he couldn't sense the woman in the plain dress in front of him, the plainly dressed woman was standing in front of him, but he couldn't feel her. Divine Wind glanced at the woman in a plain dress and said, We've probably encountered a formidable obstacle. After a moment of silence, Xianxia cupped his fists towards the woman in the plain dress. Do you know Yi Xian? He decided to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. The person in front of him was clearly a tough one. It was better not to make a move first. It was better to be more stable. Yi Xian, when she heard Xianxia's words, there was finally a trace of emotion in the woman's eyes and she nodded slightly. I know him. Xianxia looked at the plain-dressed woman. Do you know our origins? The woman shook her head. Xianxia said, We're from Doubting. We're here on the orders of Lord Taibai Jinxing to look for you. The woman looked at Xianxia, and her voice was emotionless. Are you courting death? Xianxia was speechless. Divine Wind suddenly said, Let's retreat. At this moment, he sensed danger. As heavenly generals of Doubting, both of them weren't idiots. At this moment, both of them sensed that something was off when they saw the woman in a plain dress. Danger, that's the feeling, Xianxia said in a low voice. Are we leaving just like that? Divine Wind looked at the woman in a plain dress. We might not be able to defeat her. Xianxia said in a low voice, How will we explain to Lord Taibai Jinxing if we leave just like that? As he spoke, he looked at the woman in a plain dress. Even if we can't defeat her if we join forces, it shouldn't be a problem for us to retreat unscathed. Divine Wind fell silent. Actually, he still felt slightly uneasy. The woman in front of him stood there without saying a word. She looked harmless, but he felt uneasy in his heart. However, as Xianxia had said, how would he explain if he returned just like that? At this thought, Divine Wind made up his mind. Then let's fight. Xianxia looked at the woman in a plain dress and said with a smile, Your Excellency, to be honest, the two of us are here to seek guidance from Your Excellency. Please enlighten us. The woman in a plain dress shook her head. There's no need for guidance. I'll grant you death. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Behind her, both Qianli and Shenfeng's bodies stiffened. Both of their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Even in death, they didn't know when the woman in a plain dress had attacked. A moment later, Divine Wind suddenly said in a trembling voice, Doubting is in danger. Xianli slowly closed his eyes. Doubting is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them completely disappeared into the starry sky. They were directly wiped out. The woman in a plain dress walked into the distance. When she approached the black pyramid, the statue in front of the pyramid suddenly opened its eyes and looked down at the woman in a plain dress. Mortal. The voice was cold and emotionless. The woman in a plain dress paid no attention to the statue and continued walking towards the black pyramid. Seeing this, the statue frowned. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed danger. The stronger one was, the more they could sense the power of the woman in a plain dress. Behind the woman in a plain dress, the statue said again, You don't have a divine body or godhead. Why are you so powerful? The woman in a plain dress still didn't answer. She walked to the black pyramid and casually waved her hand. The impenetrable black pyramid immediately split open. The woman in a plain dress walked slowly. The statue didn't stop her because he didn't dare. Soon, the woman in a plain dress entered the black pyramid. But soon, she walked out again. After coming out, she looked into the distance. At the end of the starry sky was a huge abyss, and in the abyss was a black pyramid. The woman in a plain dress suddenly said, What is this place? The statue hurriedly said, Ancient God Abyss. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly. She opened her palm and a sword suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, an extremely powerful sword aura enveloped the entire ancient God Abyss. In an instant, the entire ancient God Abyss became illusory. Seeing this, the statue was stunned. She wanted to destroy the ancient God Abyss. Why? At this moment, in the huge abyss, people suddenly appeared on the black pyramids. They were all illusory, not their real bodies. Everyone looked at the woman in a plain dress. In their eyes, there was an unprecedented seriousness. Every person standing on the pyramid was at least at the peak of the Tao attainment realm. However, at this moment, everyone's faces were extremely solemn. In their eyes, there was only fear, deep fear. Just one sword strike was enough to make them feel despair. No one resisted, no one dared, no one could. Under the shroud of the sword aura, the entire black pyramid in the ancient God Abyss actually trembled and then slowly cracked. The entire ancient God Abyss was about to be erased, and in the field, no one dared to resist. At this moment, a black-robed elder suddenly appeared in front of the woman in a plain dress. The black-robed elder's aura was as vast as the starry sky, unfathomable. Above the Tao attainment realm, the black-robed elder bowed slightly to the woman in a plain dress and smiled bitterly. I'm Xianxia, may I know how I've offended you? The woman in a plain dress looked at Xianxia. No. Xianxia was slightly puzzled. Then why do you want to destroy us? The woman in a plain dress fell silent for a moment. Your strength is too strong for my brother. It's not something he can bear at his age. So, all of you can die. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. We're strong and threaten your brother, so you want to kill us? What kind of logic is that? Is it wrong for us to be strong? That's not human. Suddenly, the sword in the woman's hand trembled, and in the next moment, the surrounding pyramids actually started to crack inch by inch. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this. At this moment, Xianxia hurriedly said, Please be merciful. Don't worry, we will definitely not become enemies with your brother. Damn it, what a joke, you're so strong, how would we dare to become enemies with your brother? Meanwhile, the sword in the woman's hand calmed down. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the strong cultivators in the crowd instantly relaxed. The woman in the plain dress looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia hurriedly asked, Is your brother from the dark abyss? The woman in the plain dress shook her head. Xianxia heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart, and he hurriedly said, Don't worry, we will not become enemies with your brother, absolutely not. The woman in the plain dress thought for a moment, and then said, I'm going to a very far place, and all of you are a huge threat to him. I'm worried. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Don't worry, we will definitely not become enemies with your brother. We can swear on our souls. As he spoke, he hurriedly looked at the people in the crowd. Swear. Hurry up and swear. At this moment, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Big sister, please let us go. We don't dare to become enemies with your brother. In the crowd, the people in the crowd hurriedly swore as well. They had no choice but to be cowards at this time. The woman in the plain dress fell silent. After she swore, everyone in the crowd looked at the woman in the plain dress, and the stone that had dropped in their hearts rose again. The woman in front of them was so strong that it made them feel despair. It was really despair. Ordinary people could not feel the strength of the woman in the plain dress, but they could. Just that one sword strike was enough to destroy everyone in the crowd. That sword strike had already exceeded their understanding. After a moment, the woman in the plain dress looked at the crowd, and then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress stopped again. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. The woman in the plain dress waved her right hand, and a portrait appeared in front of Xianxia. It was a portrait of Xianxia. The woman in the plain dress looked at Xianxia. "This is my brother." Xianxia looked at the portrait, and then hurriedly turned to look at the people in the crowd. "Look carefully. Look carefully." Everyone hurriedly looked at the portrait. They looked very carefully. The woman in the plain dress looked at the crowd. "Don't bully my brother." After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after, she disappeared into the starry sky. In the arena, Xianxia shook his head and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Oh my God, who's the one bullying who? Is there still law in this world? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still justice in this world?" Two Worlds Abyss, Heavenly Palace, Grand Hall. Dizzy, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhenwu looked at Dizzy from afar. "What's wrong?" Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. "Divine Wind and Xianli are dead." "Dead?" Lord Zhenwu was silent. The hall was silent. After a long time, Dizzy suddenly said, "It seems that this woman is stronger than we thought." Zhenwu looked at Dizzy. "We can't wait any longer. Yi Xian will reach Imperial Dao if we wait any longer." Dizzy was silent. Zhenwu said, "I know you're worried about the woman, but we really don't have that much time now. Yi Xian is now at the peak of Dao validation. If the Dao tomb helps him reach Imperial Dao, it will be very difficult for us to kill him." Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. "Zhenwu, I suggest we figure out Yi Xian's identity and the woman's identity first." Zhenwu frowned. "Yi Xian's identity?" Dizzy nodded. "This person has a special bloodline, and I haven't found the origin of that bloodline." Then, he shook his head, his eyes full of worry. The more he investigated Yi Xian, the more he realized that Yi Xian was not simple. As if thinking of something, Dizzy shook his head again and sighed. He had thought that after Moon Yinyan's death, it would be much easier for Dao Ting to kill Yi Xian, but now, he found that things were not as simple as he thought. At this time, Zhenwu suddenly said, "We can't wait any longer." Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. Zhenwu said, "Whether his background is simple or not, we have no way out. We will kill him in the future, and we will kill him now." "Why not kill him now?" Dizzy was silent. Zhenwu continued, "Dizzy, you have to understand that once this person attains the Imperial Dao, even I won't be able to kill him. But now, we only need to pay a small price to kill him." Dizzy said in a low voice, "The Dao tomb?" Zhenwu said, "We will give the people of the Dao tomb a choice. As for how they choose, it will be up to them." After a long silence, Dizzy no longer hesitated. "Kill." True Martial Divine Lord nodded and looked outside the hall. "Make all the necessary preparations." Dizzy nodded and got up to leave. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were closed, and the executing heaven sword was trembling slightly in his hand. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slashed with his sword. Chi, a streak of sword light pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky within a radius of nearly 100,000 kilometers was reduced to nothingness. Erased, the Taoist fist and the power of his sword Dao, he could now control both of these powers. When these two powers combined, they were at least 3 times stronger than the Taoist fist. After the strike, Yi Xian felt his body become extremely empty, as if it had been sucked dry. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, his body would have been destroyed by this sword. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. "Let's call it the Taoist sword." This sword contained the great Dao. After a while, Yi Xian sheathed his sword, looked around, and then turned to leave. Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly King city. Qi Yaoyao stood quietly at the entrance of the Heavenly King Hall, as if waiting for Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked over to Qi Yaoyao and was just about to speak when the space in the sky above the Heavenly King Hall suddenly split open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. White robes. Behind the white-robed man, there were more than 1,000 experts. Among them, there were a total of 36 Sir Gods, 36 Divine Lords. Besides them, all the top experts of the White Cloak Army were here. Yi Xian looked at the sky in silence. Qi Yaoyao smiled. Are you panicking? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Qi Yaoyao said softly, they're negotiating. Yi Xian looked at Qi Yaoyao. Luo Ho and True Marshal? Qi Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yaoyao, I want to see how they negotiate. Qi Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, can I? Qi Yaoyao nodded. Yes. With that, she and Yi Xian disappeared. The next moment, the two appeared in a small pavilion. Yi Xian saw a few familiar faces. By Dizzy, True Martial Divine Lord, Luo Ho, Ku Wang, everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's sudden appearance. Qi Yaoyao smiled. He wants to see how you negotiate, so I brought him here. You guys continue. Luo Ho looked at Qi Yaoyao in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. We meet again. Bai Dizzy smiled. You're a little late. We're done. Yi Xian smiled. Let me guess. You gave Senior Luo Ho a condition he couldn't refuse, right? Luo Ho suddenly said, 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. And we won't fight for 20 years. 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins, Yi Xian smiled. Does Senior Luo Ho agree? Luo Ho nodded. We can't refuse. Just as he said, the Dao Tomb couldn't refuse. As long as the Dao Tomb didn't do anything, they would get the 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins. Moreover, they could use the Dao Ting to kill Yi Xian. As long as the Dao Ting killed Yi Xian, would the people behind Yi Xian let it go? They definitely wouldn't let it go. It could be said that once Yi Xian died, the people behind him would fight the Dao Ting to the death. At that time, the Dao Tomb would reap the benefits. In short, giving up on Yi Xian had only benefits. Luo Ho stood up and looked at Qi Yaoyao. Let's go. Qi Yaoyao didn't move. Luo Ho frowned. Qi Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Aren't you going to say something? Yi Xian was silent. Qi Yaoyao walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Have you given up? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Luo Ho and smiled. Senior Luo Ho, I have to say that you underestimate me too much. What, I'm only worth 10 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins? Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're a smart person. There are some things that you can understand without saying, right? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. However, there is something that Senior Luo Ho will definitely be interested in. Luo Ho nodded. Speak. Yi Xian smiled. I can gather all 9 scriptures. Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian. The scriptures are still in your hands. Yi Xian smiled. Senior is a smart person. There are some things that we don't need to say. What do you think? Luo Ho smiled. Yes. However, what makes you say that you can gather all 9 scriptures? According to my knowledge, you only have 5 right now, right? Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he smiled. Senior Luo Ho, I'll answer that question later. Everyone, if I'm not wrong, then all of you are definitely very curious about my identity and background, right? Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Just as Yi Xian had said, he was indeed curious about Yi Xian's identity and background. Bai Dizzy suddenly smiled. What? Are you going to introduce yourself? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Heaven and Earth Gourd appeared in his hand. Luo Ho frowned when he saw the Heaven and Earth Gourd because he didn't recognize it. However, Bai Dizzy's expression changed drastically. The Heaven and Earth Gourd. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Dizzy while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This old man is really experienced and knowledgeable, he even knows the Heaven and Earth Gourd. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. That place you're from? Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian. What place? Yi Xian smiled and said, "The whirling world." Luoho's expression changed when he heard this. The whirling world, even the doubting sects and the Daotun were quite unfamiliar to this place, because even they didn't know where the whirling world was. All they knew was that the Tao scriptures had been passed down from the whirling world. Yi Xian gazed at them and smiled. "To tell you the truth, I'm the young master of the number one sect in the whirling world, the whirling school. I've come to this world for the sake of gathering the precious treasure of my whirling school, the Tao scriptures." The whirling school. Luoho gazed at Yi Xian with a doubtful expression. He knew that Yi Xian's forte was deception. Bai Dizzy suddenly smiled and said, "Yi Xian, you say you're the young master of the whirling school. How do we know if you're telling the truth or not?" Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. "If I'm not wrong, the doubting sects should have investigated my, Yi Xian's, background. I'd like to ask, did you find out?" Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you know why you didn't find out?" "Because it's very simple, I'm from the whirling world." Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Deception, continue to deceive. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you know why I was able to gather the 5 Tao scriptures? Because they originally belonged to my whirling world. Do you know who that woman who stopped the Tao ancestor was? She's also from the whirling world." Saying this, he looked at Luoho and said, "Senior Luoho, what's a mere 10 top quality spirit veins? When I return in the future, my whirling school can give you 20, 30. Luoho was silent. Bai Dizzy looked at Luoho and said, "Do you really believe what he said?" Luoho suddenly said, "As far as I know, when you went to the doubting world, you used a little white fellow to absorb all the spirit chi in the doubting world and took away more than 100 dragon veins in the doubting world." Yi Xian said, "Senior guessed correctly. That was the spirit ancestor." The spirit ancestor. Hearing this, Luoho's expression became extremely grave. "The spirit ancestor, that was only a legend." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Her name is Xiao Bai and she's also from the whirling world. When I went to the doubting world last time, I asked her to help." Saying this, he raised the gourd in his hand and said, "This gourd is called the Heaven and Earth gourd and it's the number one treasure of my whirling school. It contains the power of heaven and earth. Anyone who enters it, even if they're at the Tao defense realm, will turn into a puddle of blood." Saying this, he looked at Bai Dizzy and said, "My whirling school has already regarded the doubting world as our mortal enemy. In a few days, an army will come. Old man, do you know how many people will come?" 100,000. 100,000 Tao defense realm experts. By then, I'll flatten the doubting world. Just wait for your death. P.S. Tickets. 100,000 Tao defense state. Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone's expression became a bit strange. Even Qi Yaoyao shook her head. What did 100,000 Tao defense state mean? The Tao Ting and the Tao Tum combined didn't exceed 200 Tao defense state. 100,000. Was this a cabbage? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Xian said, "You don't believe me?" Next to him, Bai Dizzy said indifferently, "Your mouth is yours. You can even say 200,000. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Everyone, don't forget that the Tao scripture came from our whirling world. The Tao scripture used to be a complete Tao scripture. In our whirling world, the Tao scripture's martial arts inheritance is the most complete. In our place, Tao proving is like a dog, walking all over the place." At this moment, Zhenwu suddenly said, "Since the whirling world is so strong, why don't you call them over to destroy the Tao Ting?" Hearing this, Luoho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and said with a smile, "Bai Di Xingjun, you're so smart. You should know why, right?" Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian, "I don't know. I want to hear your lies." Yi Xian. At this moment, Qi Yaoyao suddenly said, "There are 2 reasons. First, it should be very difficult for the whirling world to come here, just like how we can't go to the whirling world. Second." Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian, "They want to train you." Yi Xian said with a smile, "It's not that they want to train me. It's that I want to train myself." Qi Yaoyao asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Xian looked at Luo Ho and said with a smile, "Senior Luo Ho, do you think I, Yi Xian, can destroy the Tao Ting?" Luo Ho shook his head, "No." Yi Xian asked again, "If not now, what about the future?" Luo Ho wanted to say something but stopped. The current Yi Xian indeed couldn't destroy the Tao Ting, but what about the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy said with a smile, Yi Xian, I've long since heard that you're good at bluffing, but I never expected you to be so good at it. Holding a broken gourd, he said that he was the young sect master of the whirling world's #1 power, the whirling school. Why didn't he say that he was the son of the plane of the 9 dimensions? In any case, we have never been to the 9 dimensions. Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, the gourd immortal suddenly shouted, Old man, who are you calling a broken gourd? Bai Dizzy glared at the gourd immortal. I'm talking about you. Enraged, the gourd immortal turned into a beam of white light and charged at Bai Dizzy. In the distance, True Martial Divine Lord suddenly swung his sword. Boom, the gourd deity's attack was blocked. Immortal Gourd scolded, Old man, have you heard of the whirling sect? Bai Dizzy was expressionless. I don't know. Immortal Gourd, Bai Dizzy looked at the gourd immortal. What, are you threatening me? Immortal Gourd said angrily, then have you heard of the 5th dimension Tendo? Hearing this, Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. What do you mean? Immortal Gourd sneered. Let me tell you, the 5th dimension Tendo has been to the whirling world, and she is the honorary elder of the whirling sect. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Moon Yen Yen, damn, this woman is from the whirling sect. Yi Xian glanced at the gourd immortal. Damn, is this guy telling the truth? Sister Nyen has really been to the whirling sect? At this moment, the gourd immortal said again, Old man, do you know how strong the whirling sect is? Let me tell you, the whirling sect has 100,000 Dao controlling realm experts, more than 10,000 Dao attainment realm experts, and several hundred Dao attainment realm experts. And our sect master. Do you know how strong our sect master is? Bai Dizzy gazed at the gourd immortal with an emotionless expression, I don't. Why don't you tell me? The gourd immortal laughed coldly, let me show you how strong my sect master is. Little Kiji, take out that sword from the top of the pagoda. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it. When did the owner of the sword from the top of the pagoda become the sect master of your whirling sect? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the gourd immortal said, quickly take it out. Let them see it. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the sword from the founding ancestor of the fallen immortal isle. He passed it to Luo Ho, Senior, please take a look. Luo Ho's expression instantly became solemn when he laid eyes on the sword. One could discern a person just by looking at the sword. The owner of this sword was absolutely not an ordinary person. Bai Dizzy and Emperor True Martial's expressions also became extremely solemn, especially Emperor True Martial, because he was a swordsman. He was shocked when he saw the sword. Yi Xian looked at Emperor True Martial and said with a smile, Emperor True Martial, you are also a swordsman. Can you comment on this sword? Emperor True Martial glanced at Yi Xian, but he did not say anything. The gourd immortal suddenly sneered, comment? Is he qualified? Yi Xian smiled. As the gourd immortal had said, Emperor True Martial was indeed not qualified to comment on this sword. The owner of this sword was on the same level as Qing Er. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Luo Ho and said with a smile, Senior Luo Ho, as the young sect master of the whirling sect, I would like to cooperate with the land of Dao Tum. Do you want to talk? Luo Ho looked at Yi Xian, about what? Yi Xian smiled, about the Taoist scriptures and the top-grade ore veins. Luo Ho fell silent. Meanwhile, Bai Dizzy suddenly laughed, Luo Ho, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you? Luo Ho looked at Bai Dizzy, then can you explain this sword, this gourd, and the person behind it? Bai Dizzy did not say anything. Explain, how? He could not explain. In fact, for a moment, he felt like he was from the whirling world. That was the only way to explain everything that had happened, but he did not believe Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian and the gourd were fooling him. Luo Ho glanced at Bai Dizzy and said, Bai Di Xing, the land of Dao Tum has been investigating Yi Xian's background. I believe that your Dao Ting has been investigating as well. But we could not find anything. He and the person behind him are too mysterious. Almost untraceable. But if Yi Xian is from the whirling world, then everything can be explained. What do you think? Dao Ting looked at Luo Ho, he killed the divine lady. Luo Ho turned to look at Yi Xian, did you kill the divine lady? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head, I didn't kill her, Dao Ting killed her. Luo Ho looked at Bai Di Xing, Dao Ting killed her. Bai Di Xing looked at Yi Xian and sneered, Yi Xian, you are an outstanding person. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Yixian smiled, Bai Dixing, then tell me, why did I kill the divine lady? What reason do I have to kill the divine lady? Bai Dixi looked at Yixian for a moment, then turned to look at Luo Ho. It seems that the Dao Tomb wants to protect Yixian. Luo Ho looked at Yixian and smiled, Young Master Yi, do you have anything to say? Yixian smiled, if the Dao scripture is gathered, I will share it with the Dao Tomb. I will keep my promise. Luo Ho smiled, I believe you. He still believed in Yixian's character, because Yixian had previously shared the Dao scripture with everyone in the fifth dimension. Both White Emperor's and Zhen Wu's faces darkened when they saw this. Luo Ho changed his mind. Why did Luo Ho change his mind? Simple. Benefits. If Mu Niannian was still here, even if Yixian did not move out of the whirling world, he would still choose to ally with the fifth dimension. But Mu Niannian was not here. Only Yixian's fifth dimension had no value. Instead, Yixian might become a great enemy in the future. Therefore, he chose to give up on Yixian. Giving up on Yixian could only bring him benefits, but now, he chose to help Yixian. Because of Yixian's identity, the young master of the whirling world, when a person's strength reached a certain level, others would not see him as a threat. Instead, they would think of ways to become his ally. And having a backer was also a kind of strength. Bai Dixi suddenly looked at Yixian and smiled, Yixian, this is the first time I've seen someone with such a strong mouth. With just a few words, you changed your fate. If the 3,000 great Daos had a Dao of the mouth, you could definitely achieve Dao. Yixian looked at Bai Dixi and smiled, Bai Dixing Jun, I know that you have been investigating my bloodline power and the plain-dressed woman. But I want to ask, have you found anything? Bai Dixi did not say anything. Yixian smiled, it seems that you haven't. But now that I have taken the initiative to tell you my origin, you are not happy. Why is that? Bai Dixi shook his head and smiled, Yixian, it is impossible for you to collect all the Dao scriptures, because I, the Dao Ting, have 2 Dao scriptures. Yixian looked at Bai Dixi, the day your Dao Ting is destroyed is the day I obtain the Dao scriptures. Destroy the Dao Ting, Bai Dixi narrowed his eyes, you think you can do it? Yixian smiled and turned to look at Luo Ho, Senior Luo Ho, let's go. Luo Ho nodded. Right when Yixian and the others were about to leave, a white figure suddenly appeared before them. A white robe, Luo Ho's right hand that was hidden behind his back couldn't help but clench tightly when he saw the white robe. Along with the appearance of the white robe, countless experts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The White Robe Army, there were 36 divine monarchs amongst them, practically all the experts of the Doubting in the two-world abyss were here. Meanwhile, a few hundred experts suddenly appeared behind Luo Ho and the others, all of them were Dao breakers. The white robe gazed at Yixian, you must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that stabbed forward. The might of this spear could destroy the world. At the instant that the white robe attacked, Luo Ho suddenly smashed his fist forward, bang! This punch caused the world here to become illusory. Rumble, an enormous explosion resounded, and then everyone here was blasted back repeatedly. The white robe retreated by over 30 m while Luo Ho retreated by over 60 m. After the two of them stopped, the white robe gazed at Zhen Wu, stop wasting time. Let's resolve everything today. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Luo Ho, and his spear swept through everything before him. Suddenly, Yixian turned around and fled. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, Star Monarch Bai Di's expression changed drastically, shit. He's going to act recklessly. Quickly stop him. Because Yixian was fleeing towards the Divine Palace. Now that all the experts of the Abyss of Two Worlds were here, who in the Divine Palace could stop Yixian was trying to take advantage of the situation. Zhen Wu was about to stop Yixian when Qi Yaoyao suddenly stood in front of him. Qi Yaoyao smiled, Zhen Wu, let's fight? Zhen Wu was about to speak when Qi Yaoyao charged over. It didn't take long for a battle to break out. Meanwhile, Bai Dixi was burning with anxiety. Damn it, Yixian was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was familiar with Yixian's style. Once Yixian went to the Divine Palace, nothing would be left of the Divine Palace. Most importantly, all the top experts were here, and no one was a match for Yixian. He wanted both sides to stop, but the initiative was no longer in the hands of the Dao Ting. Whether they fought or made peace depended on the Dao Tomb. For a time, Bai Dixi's expression was unsightly to the extreme. The Divine Palace. During the battle with the Doubting, the first place Xian thought of was the Divine Palace. There definitely weren't many experts in the Divine Palace right now. When Xian arrived at the Divine Palace, a few dozen powerful auras locked onto Xian. All of them were at the Dao Verification Realm. There wasn't a single Dao Control Realm expert. Xian walked towards the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, a man suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Fusu's heart sank when he saw Xian. Something's wrong. Almost all the experts of the Doubting had gone to kill Xian, but now, Xian had appeared in the Divine Palace. Obviously, the Dao Tomb had interfered. Xian ignored Fusu and walked towards the Divine Palace. He knew that there was a top-grade mine under the Divine Palace, and the largest spirit vein in Doubting. At this time, Fusu suddenly blocked in front of Xian. He was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind. Everyone from the Shen Palace, retreat. The voice of Baidizhi. Right now, there was no one in the God Palace who could stop Xian. Attacking Xian would only be a meaningless sacrifice. Fusu glanced at Xian. He did not refuse Baidizhi's order and retreated to the side. Xian did not choose to kill anyone. What he was thinking about now was that supreme-grade spiritual vein. With no one stopping him, Xian rushed directly to the underground of the Divine Palace. He saw the supreme-grade mineral vein. There were more than 50,000 fortune divine crystals in this top-grade or vein. Without any hesitation, Xian put away the more than 50,000 divine crystals of fortune. But this was not the end. Xian looked around. In the next moment, his palm opened. A great power suddenly gathered. He was going to move the entire or vein away. For a moment, the entire Divine Palace was shaking. Outside the Divine Palace, Fusu and the others changed expression when they saw that Xian was going to move the vein away. At this time, Baidizhi, who was hundreds of thousands of li away, also received the news. When he heard the news, Baidizhi could not help but curse. Xian! Are you a bandit? Ah! You're either robbing or stealing. Are you a person? Anger this old man to death. And after Xian snatched that top-grade mineral vein, he did not choose to let it go. It had to be said that more than 30 supreme-grade mineral veins had collapsed. In a short while, Xian had stolen another vein. At this moment, Baidizhi could not sit still. Baidizhi looked at White Robe and the others who were still fighting and shouted, "Stop! Stop!" As soon as these words were spoken, all the experts in the surroundings stopped moving. Everyone looked at Baidizhi. Baidizhi said gravely, "White Robe, can you kill Luo Ho and the others today?" Kill Luo Ho and the others. White Robe shook his head. While they had the upper hand, it was still not enough to completely kill Luo Ho and the others. If Luo Ho and the others were so easy to kill, Doubting would not have waited until now. Baidizhi looked at White Robe. If you continue to fight, then Xian will steal all the veins. White Robe frowned. He had not expected that Xian would run over to steal veins instead of fighting. This person never played his cards according to common sense. Baidizhi suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Xianxia stood in front of him. Baidizhi looked at Xianxia. "Do you want to perish together now?" The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up. "Why not?" Baidizhi turned to look at Luo Ho. "If we fight to the death now, no one in your Dao Tomb can suppress White Robe. We will all die, but White Robe will not. Once Luo Ho and the others are gone, I guarantee you that White Robe will flatten everyone in your Dao Tomb. So, if we fight now, we will perish together. Luo Ho, do you want to perish together?" The Dao Tomb and Dao Ting had fought for so many years, but they had never truly fought to the death, because both sides were about the same in strength. Fighting to the death would mean perishing together. Obviously, they did not want to perish together. They were all developing. They hoped that a super genius would appear on their side, a super genius that could change the outcome of the battle. White Robe was also very strong, but not enough. But now, one had appeared. Unfortunately, this person was not from the Dao court, nor was he from the burial mound of Dao. However, Xian was now on the side of the burial mound of Dao, so, Dao Ting was in a very bad situation. After a moment of silence, Luo Ho looked at Xianxia and shook his head. Obviously, he did not want to perish together with Dao Ting. If Xian was a genius from the Dao Tomb, then the Dao Tomb would do everything in their power to protect Xian's growth. Unfortunately, Xian was not. They could only cooperate with Xian. Bai Dizzy and the others turned and left. After Bai Dizzy and the others left, Xianxia said softly, they will not give up. Luo Ho looked at Xianxia. Do you believe Yixian's words? Xianxia smiled. Whirling world? Luo Ho nodded. Xianxia was the smartest person among the four great kings, or rather, the smartest person in the Dao Tomb. That was why she could lead the experts of the Dao Tomb to fight against White Robe. If it was someone else, the Heaven Realm Abyss would have been doubting long ago. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, I believe him. Luo Ho looked at Xianxia and said nothing. Xianxia smiled. Luo Ho, we can't find out the origin of that sword and the person behind it, nor can we explain it. But now, there are 3 places that we can't step into. The first is the Milky Way realm, the second is the Whirling World, and the third is the legendary ancient god Abyss. Saying this, she looked into the distance. He can't be from the ancient god Abyss, so there is only one explanation. He is either from the Whirling World or the Milky Way realm. And he has the Chankuan gourd. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Ho nodded. He turned to the people behind him. From now on, these Dao breakers will listen to your orders. Saying this, he turned and left. Xianxia suddenly said, not enough. Luo Ho stopped. After a moment of silence, he said, I will arrange it. Saying this, he disappeared into the distance with Bitter King. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled. You really know how to fool people. Saying this, she turned and left. When Dao Ting chose to retreat, Yixian also immediately retreated. After returning to the Heavenly King City, Yixian's face was full of smiles. He had obtained a total of 4 top-quality mineral veins. One of them was a top-grade mine, and it was the largest mine in the Dao Court, for top-quality mineral veins were enough to completely change the fate of the 5th dimension. At this time, Xianxia walked into the hall. Yixian looked at Xianxia. She smiled. Congratulations on obtaining 4 top-quality spiritual veins. Yixian was silent. He knew that this woman in front of him was not easy to fool. Xianxia sat to the side and said, I now represent the Dao Tomb to discuss our cooperation. Yixian smiled. Miss Xiaoyao, please speak. Xianxia looked at Yixian. 20 top-quality mineral veins. Within 2 years, you have to give the Dao Tomb 20 top-quality spiritual veins. Yixian was silent. 2 years, Xianxia continued, in addition, if you collect the Dao scripture in the future, you have to share it with us. Yixian still did not speak. Xianxia raised her teacup and took a sip. Also, we want to meet someone. Yixian asked, who? Xianxia looked at Yixian. It would be best if it is a woman in a plain dress. Yixian shook his head. Xiaoyao said, your sister has a powerful soul within her. This powerful soul forced the Dao ancestor back with one punch. We can meet her. Yixian thought for a moment. I will think of a way. Xiaoyao looked at Yixian. Not think of a way, but we must meet her. If we don't see the person behind you, we won't believe that you're some bullshit young sect master of the whirling sect. Yixian looked at Xiaoyao. Miss Xiaoyao, do you believe me? Xiaoyao smiled. It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. Because I'm not the boss of the Dao Tomb. Understand? Yixian nodded. I understand. Xiaoyao put down her teacup and said, we know that you have someone behind you. However, we've never come into contact with you. So, we don't believe you. It's very simple to dispel our doubts. We just have to meet the person behind you with our own eyes. Any one of them will do. Of course, they have to be strong. Yixian nodded. I will. Xiaoyao looked at Yixian. We will protect you during these 2 years. Even if the Dao ancestor appears, we will. However, you have to bring us benefits during this period. Yixian fell silent. Xiaoyao stood up and walked over to the entrance of the hall. She looked up into the sky. During this period, you can use the resources of the Dao Tomb. However, you can't attain the Dao control realm. Because if you dare to charge into the Dao control realm, then the Dao Ting realm will definitely fight you to the death, and they'll do it even if they have to take us down with them. You're at the Tao verification realm, and you're at the Tao control realm. So, in order to prevent the situation you're in and the Tao tomb from becoming even more difficult, don't charge into the Tao control realm for now. Yi Xian remained silent. Qi Yaoyao continued. If you're able to gather all 8 scriptures in the future, then the Tao tomb will offer the last one to you. Of course, the precondition is that you're really the young sect master of the whirling world. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Yi Xian. I'm done. It's your turn now. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I want to take a look at the Tao scripture in the Tao tomb. Qi Yaoyao shook her head. No. We'll give it to you once you've gathered all 8 scriptures. Not now. Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'll just take a look. I won't take it away. Qi Yaoyao still shook her head. Yi Xian ran over to Qi Yaoyao and hugged her arm. He begged, just one look. One look is enough. Looking at Yi Xian, Ting Yaoyao said, it's meaningless for you to look at it. Yi Xian said seriously, I have a brother called the 9th floor. He's at the end of his lifespan, and he'll die in a few days. His last wish is to take a look at that Tao scripture, the 9th floor. P.S. Tickets are just fleeting clouds. I've already seen through it. Have you? If you have, then vote for it, it's useless to keep it. Inside the hall, Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian with a silent smile. Yi Xian blushed with shame. This woman wasn't easy to fool. At this moment, Qian Yaoyao suddenly said, Tell me, why do you want to see that scripture? Yi Xian said solemnly, to improve. Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian, that scripture won't be of much use to you. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Qian Yaoyao smiled, because it's too profound, you won't understand it now. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Qian Yaoyao continued, the later scriptures are more profound than the previous ones. As far as I know, the 5th scripture in your hand is enough for one to reach the Tao manipulation realm, but after that is Tao attainment. Do you know how many Tao attainment experts there are in this world? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Qi Yaoyao said, there are only 2 people in the Tao tomb and 2 people in the Daoting realm. What you see now, be it White Robe or Zhen Wu, are only at the Tao manipulation realm. Luo Ho and I are the same. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Yaoyao, there are strong and weak in the Tao manipulation realm, right? Qian Yaoyao nodded, of course. The Tao manipulation realm is divided into 3 levels, the initial realm, the ascendant realm, and the defense realm. Luo Ho, White Robe, and I are all at the defense realm, the true Tao manipulation realm. There are also strong and weak in the defense realm, but it depends on one's combat ability. Yi Xian said solemnly, Tao ancestors are Tao attainment? Qian Yaoyao nodded, yes. So is the Lord of the Tao tomb. Yi Xian was silent. Qian Yaoyao continued, the scripture in the Tao tomb can help one achieve Tao attainment, but do you really think you can achieve Tao attainment just by looking at a scripture? If it was really that simple, then the Tao tomb and the Daoting world would already be filled with Taoists. If you want to achieve the Tao, you must first reach the peak of the Tao defense realm, which is the defense realm. Moreover, this is only the foundation. If you want to go further, it will depend on your own state of mind and understanding of the Tao. Yi Xian said solemnly, can you elaborate? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, the 3,000 great Taoists all have their own Tao. If you want to achieve Tao, you need something of your own. For example, the reincarnation great Tao that you obtained. If you want to achieve Tao, you have to create something similar. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Qian Yaoyao said softly, achieving the Tao is easier said than done. Since ancient times, there have been very few who have attained the Tao. Yi Xian suddenly said, I still want to see. He didn't want to use the Tao scripture to achieve Tao, but he wanted to learn the Tao scripture martial arts in the Tao scripture. His Tao sword could be said to be a threat to an expert of Qian Yaoyao's level. And he had heard from Destiny knowing that the Tao scripture martial arts in the later stages were more powerful. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Qian Yaoyao was silent for a moment, then said, you really want to see it? Yi Xian nodded. Can you help me? Qian Yaoyao's status in the Tao tomb was not low. He knew that if this woman was willing to help, then there was a chance. Qi Yaoyao suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, she and Yi Xian disappeared from the main hall. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Luo Ho. Luo Ho looked at the two of them. What's the matter? Xianxia smiled. He wants to see our Tao scripture. Luo Ho immediately shook his head. At this time, Yi Xian took out a storage ring and handed it to Luo Ho. Luo Ho glanced at the ring and saw 2 supreme-grade spirit veins inside. Luo Ho was silent. He was a little tempted, but he was hesitant. Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. What? Are you afraid that he'll attain the Tao? Luo Ho immediately put the storage ring away and said, we can only look. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Luo Ho opened his palm, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The Tao scripture. Yi Xian took the scroll and opened it. 2 words entered his eyes, attain the Tao. The 6th scroll, attain the Tao. Yi Xian opened the Tao scripture and looked at the first line. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things but does not compete. Luo Ho and Xianyaoyao were both looking at Yi Xian. Luo Ho was very curious about why Yi Xian wanted to look at the Tao scripture. Could it be that he wanted to attain the Tao? That was absolutely impossible. If Yi Xian attained the Tao just by looking at the Tao scripture, then that would be too abnormal. If it wasn't for the sake of attaining the Tao, then what was it for? He was very curious because Yi Xian had spent 2 supreme-grade spirit veins for it. Actually, Xianyaoyao was very curious as well. Spending 2 supreme-grade spirit veins just to take a look at the Tao scripture was definitely worth it for others, but it was definitely not worth it for Yi Xian. Because Yi Xian's accomplishments weren't really related to the Tao scripture. Moreover, there wasn't much meaning for Yi Xian to look at the Tao scripture right now. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly put the Tao scripture away and returned it to Luo Ho. Luo Ho gazed at Yi Xian. Did you gain anything? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, I don't understand it at all. I regret my decision. Just return the spirit veins to me. Luo Ho's expression froze. Is that even something a human can say? Xiaoyao shook her head repeatedly as well. He's truly shameless. Luo Ho put the Tao scripture away and left. He had nothing to say to a shameless person. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He looked at Xianyaoyao. I really regret it. Xiaoyao gave Yi Xian a deep look. No matter what you got, congratulations. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent where he was. This woman was extraordinarily shrewd. Yi Xian turned and left. As he turned, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Divine Palace. At this moment, Bai Dizzy, True Martial Divine Lord, and White Robe were all present. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and somewhat depressing. This time, not only did they fail to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian also stole 4 supreme-grade spirit veins, 4 supreme-grade spirit veins. Although it wasn't a serious loss, it wasn't a small one. Moreover, Yi Xian stole the biggest one. At this moment, True Martial suddenly said, is he really from the Whirling World? Whirling World. Hearing this, White Robe frowned slightly. He looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, it's possible. True Martial said, how so? Bai Dizzy said softly, we can't find out the force behind him, including the woman in plain dress and the origin of his bloodline. If he really is from the Whirling World, then everything makes sense. But... At this point, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He is definitely not from the Whirling World. True Martial asked, why do you think so? Bai Dizzy said, if he really is from the Whirling World and it is as strong as he said, then the 5th dimension Tendo wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, he could have asked the Whirling World to help him restore the 5th dimension. Not only that, he could have asked the Whirling World's powerhouses to destroy me and Dao Ting, but he didn't do so? Because of what? Because of training? Nonsense. He said he was the young sect master of the Whirling sect. Obviously, he wanted to trick Luo Ho and make Luo Ho stand on his side. Obviously, he succeeded in duping them. At this time, True Martial suddenly said, if he is not from the Whirling World, then where is he from? Bai Dizzy shook his head. I can't find anything. As for the origin of Yi Xian's bloodline, he still couldn't find anything. Who is this Yi Xian's bloodline? At this time, White Robe suddenly said, the two of you are always overcautious and never dare to be decisive. Let me tell you, if this person reaches the Imperial Tao, he will become extremely difficult to kill. At that time, the price I will have to pay for doubting will be at least 10 times greater than now. After saying this, he got up and left. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Yi Xian returned to the fifth dimension. After returning to the fifth dimension, he immediately took out the 2 top-grade mineral veins. With these 2 top-grade mineral veins, there would be more and more Dao validation powerhouses in the fifth dimension. In addition, he also distributed the fortune divine crystals he obtained from the divine palace to Xianxia and the others. This was because Xianxia, Arrow, and the others would be the easiest to reach Dao validation. Once they reached Dao validation, with their battle strength, they could even kill imperial Dao powerhouses. Currently, there were more and more self-release powerhouses in the fifth dimension, but Dao validation powerhouses were still too few. However, with the fortune divine crystals and top-grade mineral veins, Yi Xian believed that in the near future, there would be more and more powerhouses in the fifth dimension. What was worth mentioning was that there were many spirits in the fifth dimension. These spirits were all brought over by Yi Xian and Guanyin from various worlds. If the fifth dimension wanted to completely recover, it needed these spirits. The existence of these spirits would make the spiritual qi in the fifth dimension more and more. In order to invite these spirits to the fifth dimension, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. Not only did he let Xiaolinger personally swindle them, as long as these spirits came to the fifth dimension, he would give them purple qi. Although his purple qi was not as pure as the little white guy's, it was still a great help to these spirits. In addition, after these spirits came to the fifth dimension, their status was also very high. In the entire fifth dimension, no one dared to harm these spirits. It could be said that these spirits could do whatever they wanted in the fifth dimension. Fortunately, these spirits were naturally kind and would not act recklessly. In short, with the purple qi and Xiaolinger swindle, there would be spirits coming to the fifth dimension almost every day. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slowly closed. Dao Scripture Martial Arts. The Dao Scripture in the Dao Tomb also contained a Dao Scripture Martial Arts, and he and Yi Jiming had already obtained that Dao Scripture Martial Arts, Dao Scripture Body Refinement. The Dao Scripture Martial Arts and the Dao Scripture in the Dao Tomb was a body refinement technique. To Yi Xian, this was really timely help. This was because what he wanted to improve the most was his physical body. His current physical body could fight against the Dao Proving Realm, but it would be a little difficult to fight against the Dao Defending Realm. He did not dare to take the damage of the Dao Defending Realm head-on. To put it simply, his current physical body was already somewhat insufficient. To him, this Daoist cannon was like coal in a snowy day. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked, Jiming, how strong is this Dao Scripture Body Refinement? He could not understand the Dao Scripture, but Yi Jiming could. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiming said, if you successfully cultivate it, your physical body will become a Dao body. This is a body refinement technique with no limit. You can continue to grow. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, what do you mean? Yi Jiming said, it means that once your physical body becomes a Dao body, you can continue to grow, you can reach the Dao Defending Realm, you can achieve Dao, and even beyond. This Dao body is the first body refinement technique in the Dao Scripture. As she spoke, she paused, then said, there is no other. Peak the Dao Physique. After that, Yi Jiming continued to explain the Dao Physique to Yi Xian. What was the Dao Physique? It was the Grand Dao Physique. The Dao Scripture was the origin of all martial civilizations. It could be said that the universe could be divided into 2 types of martial civilizations. One was the Dao Scripture martial Dao civilization, and the other wasn't. As for the Dao Scripture's body tempering technique, it was number 1 in the 3,000 great Daos. Without a doubt, once he attained the Dao Physique, then his body could attain the Dao, control the Dao, attain the Dao. At that time, his body would even be stronger than his sword Dao. Yi Xian started to cultivate the Dao Physique under Yi Jiming's guidance. Heaven Abyss. Luo Ho, Bitter King, Qi Yao Yao, and Zhang Man were all present within the hall of the Dao Tomb city. Besides them, there was another person, Zhang Man. He was one of the 4 kings. 3 of the 4 kings of the Dao Tomb were already here. Luo Ho gazed at Kuan Yao Yao. Kuan King, what do you think the Dao Tomb will do next? Kuan Yao Yao fell silent for a moment before she said, they won't give up. Think about it. What would we do if we were in their shoes? It's very simple, we would stop at nothing to eliminate Yi Xian. So, I think they'll act as soon as the Dao Ancestor emerges from his closed-door cultivation. The Dao Ancestor, everyone's expressions became slightly solemn when they heard this. After all, he was one of the supreme experts in the world. In the entire Dao tomb, only the Overlord could contend against this person. However, the Overlord was still in closed-door cultivation. It could be said that the Dao tomb would be in an even more difficult situation once the Dao ancestor emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, Bitter King suddenly said, "What about the person standing behind Xian?" All of them gazed at Bitter King, and he spoke solemnly, "There's someone standing behind Xian, but they've only acted at the critical moment. Don't all of you think that this is a little unusual?" Luoho said, "Just be frank." Bitter King spoke softly, "Have all of you noticed that the person behind him seems to be training Xian?" "Training Xian?" Luoho was silent. Bitter King continued, "This person is definitely not simple. His life is like cheating. This kind of person's background is definitely not simple, especially his bloodline. Even the goddess-devouring bloodline is far inferior to the power of his bloodline. Neither the Daoting world nor the Dao tomb can find the origin of his bloodline. This means that even if the force behind him is not as powerful as the Saha world, it is definitely not simple." As he spoke, he looked towards Huan Yaoyao. "Yao Monarch, what do you think?" Qin Yaoyao smiled and said, "Ah Ku, you're right. It doesn't matter if the person behind him is the Whirling World's whirling sect or not. What's important is that the force behind him is powerful. That's enough." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. "Everyone, can we reconcile with the Daoting?" Everyone fell silent. Could the land of the Dao tomb and the Daoting be reconciled? Obviously not, Qi Yaoyao continued, "There's no way we can reconcile with the Daoting. Even if we want to develop peacefully, the Daoting won't allow it. Bai Dizzy and his people have always wanted to restore the order of the past, and we are the biggest obstacle in their way. If this continues, the land of the Dao tomb will not be able to defeat them. Therefore, in my opinion, the land of the Dao tomb and the Daoting will have to fight sooner or later. Since there will be a fight sooner or later, why don't we ally with Xian?" Ah Ku said solemnly, "If we join forces with Xian to destroy the Daoting, then Xian." Huan Yaoyao looked towards Ah Ku. "Are you trying to say that Xian will replace the Daoting as our greatest enemy?" Ah Ku nodded. Huan Yaoyao smiled and said, "Why would you think that?" "Ah Ku, do you know? If Xian is willing to let go of his hatred and surrender to the Daoting will definitely accept him." Ah Ku was silent. Qi Yaoyao said again, "Who is our greatest threat now?" "It's the Daoting, not Xian. There is no conflict of interest between us and Xian, nor is there any enmity. So, why should we choose to be enemies with him? We can ally with him and destroy the Daoting together. Also, have any of you thought about how strong the force behind Xian is? Let's not talk about others, let's talk about this fifth dimension Tendo. She hasn't revealed her strength, but have any of you thought that there could be such a powerful person in this world?" Everyone was silent. Moon Yanyan, this woman's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. She destroyed a Dao ancestor's body with only 30% of her strength. How terrifying was her strength, Huan Yaoyao continued. Also, the power of Xian's bloodline must be beyond everyone's expectations. Why don't you all think about the source of this bloodline power? And those two swords on him, just how powerful are the masters of those two swords? Everyone was silent. Huan Yaoyao smiled, "So, it doesn't matter if he's the young sect master of the whirling sect. What's important is that the force behind him is strong enough." Just as Ah Ku said, although this force doesn't show itself often, haven't you all noticed? Whenever Xian is in danger of death, there will always be someone to help him. Luoho looked at Huan Yaoyao, "Is the force behind him really training him?" Huan Yaoyao chuckled, "Who knows? Maybe they're letting him go, or maybe they can't care about him for now. In any case, it's fine as long as there's someone behind him. Also, don't forget about Xian himself. If he reaches the Dao controlling realm, none of us here will be able to kill him." Beside her, Zhang Man frowned, "Is it that exaggerated?" "Yes." It wasn't Zhang Man who spoke, but Luo Ho. Zhang Man gazed at Luo Ho, and Luo Ho spoke softly, "Once he attains the Dao controlling realm, then it won't be impossible for any one of us here to kill him, but it will be extremely difficult. His sword Dao and bloodline power can't be underestimated." Meanwhile, Qi Yaoyao continued, actually, the more monstrous he is, the better it is for us. As for whether he'll become a threat to us in the future, do you think he's more reliable or doubting? All of them fell silent. Compared to doubting, they were more willing to choose Yixian. Besides being shameless, Yixian's character wasn't bad at all. At the very least, they'd never heard of Yixian doing anything immoral or going back on his word. Huan Yaoyao stood up. Let's discuss how we should deal with the Dao ancestor who's about to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Dao ancestor, the expressions of everyone here gradually became solemn. In the fifth dimension, Yixian had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, cultivating the Dao physique. The Dao scripture contained the detailed cultivation method of the Dao physique. Coupled with Yi Jiming's explanation, Yixian's cultivation went smoothly. It could be said that the more Yixian cultivated, the more excited he became, because he discovered the strength of this Dao physique. Dao physique, the Dao scripture body tempering technique was truly terrifying. It was at least several times more terrifying than the Dao fist technique. Now he was even more looking forward to the Dao scripture martial arts. In a certain courtyard, a petite girl sat cross-legged on the ground. Around her, a powerful sword intent was emanating. This person was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi had been in closed-door cultivation all this time. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes. In the next moment, the sound of a sword suddenly soared into the sky from the courtyard. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly shook around Xiaoqi. In an instant, the courtyard she was in turned into dust. Breakthrough, Dao validation. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly appeared in the field. Looking at Xiaoqi in the distance, Guanyin's eyes were filled with excitement. Xiaoqi had broken through. Xiaoqi and Lanqiu, and the others were the focus of cultivation. It could be said that the fortune crystals that Yixian brought back were given to the few with the best talent. There was no other way. The current fifth dimension did not have the ability to cultivate everyone to Dao validation. They could only choose a few especially outstanding people. Xiaoqi opened her palm, and a sword appeared in her hand. She looked up at the horizon, and there was a trace of a strange color in her eyes. Guanyin walked in front of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Xiaoqi slowly closed her eyes. After a long silence, she chuckled. I am still me. Guanyin was puzzled by what he heard. Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Guanyin. Where is he? Guanyin asked. Yixian? Xiaoqi nodded. Guanyin said, he has been in closed-door cultivation ever since he came back. Xiaoqi nodded slightly. I need to go somewhere. If he is in trouble, contact me. After saying that, she turned around and left with her sword. Guanyin hurriedly asked, where are you going? Xiaoqi stopped and said softly, third dimension. After saying that, she turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Third dimension? Guanyin furrowed his brows. A moment later, Guanyin turned around and left. No matter what, for the fifth dimension, Xiaoqi's breakthrough was a good thing. Xiaoqi had already broken through, so Lanqiu and the others were definitely not far away. These people were not any less talented than Xiaoqi. Of course, Xiaoqi was a little special. Guanyin arrived in front of Yixian's room. After Yixian returned, he had been in closed-door cultivation for several days. During these days, Yixian did not contact the outside world. Therefore, she did not know what Yixian was doing. As if thinking of something, Guanyin sighed. It could be said that if there was no Yixian, there would be no fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension was not any worse than other places. The experts of the fifth dimension were not willing to leave. Not only that, some experts from the Dao world and the sixth dimension had taken the initiative to come to the fifth dimension. Here, there were Dao scriptures and cultivation resources. Who was not willing to come? Moreover, the current fifth dimension was very united, unprecedentedly united. She knew that all of this was because of Yixian. If something happened to Yixian, then the entire fifth dimension would instantly change. The human heart was something that could not be understood. She and Yixian could no longer change the thoughts of this generation. However, they could change the next generation and let them truly love this universe. This was Yixian's true goal. He wanted everyone to recognize the fifth dimension and treat it as their home. After a moment, Guanyin turned around and left. Somewhere in the starry sky, Moon Yanyan was quietly lying in the starry sky. The surroundings were silent. Around him, more and more strange energy gathered towards Mu Yanyan's body. P.S. More and more monthly votes are gathering towards Green Phoenix. Apex. Half a month later, Yi Xian finally walked out of the room. Outside the room, Yi Xian looked up at the sky. He closed his eyes and spread his arms. His body became illusory. At this moment, his body seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Dao body. After half a month, under Yi Jiming's guidance, he finally succeeded in cultivating this Dao body. The reason why it was so fast was that his physical body had a strong foundation. Before his physical body reached Dao body, his physical body was already top-notch. Now that his physical body had become a Daoist body, even the gourd deity could not melt him. It could be said that among the Dao defense realm, only White Robe and Jin Wu could pose a threat to his physical body. However, if they wanted to kill him, it would not be as easy as before. Now, he could completely rely on his invincible physical body to fight against Jin Wu and White Robe. In short, he was more tanned and harder to die. In addition, this Dao scripture could also be improved. His physical body could reach Dao defense realm, Dao attainment realm. Within the scope of Dao scripture martial arts, there was no upper limit for Dao scripture body tempering. This was a Dao scripture body tempering that could continue to grow. At this moment, Guanyin appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, "You broke through?" Yi Xian nodded. Guanyin smiled sweetly, "Congratulations." The improvement of Yi Xian's strength was beneficial to the entire fifth dimension. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "How is the fifth dimension now?" Guanyin's lips curled up. "We have more than 3,000 spirits. These spirits are now living in our fifth dimension for a long time." Yi Xian nodded. "You must give them preferential treatment." The help these 3,000 spirits could provide to the fifth dimension was immeasurable. Guanyin nodded. "Very preferential treatment. Also, Xiaolinger has become the boss of these spirits." Yi Xian blinked. "I became the boss?" Ever since the recruitment of the spirits of heaven and earth began, Yi Xian had given Xiaolinger full authority to entertain these spirits. This was because it was easier for Xiaolinger to gain the trust of these spirits. Normally, heaven and earth spirits would not believe in humans. Little did he expect that Xiaolinger would become the boss. Guanyin laughed and said, "Yes, she is already the boss of all the spirits. Moreover, she also created a sect called the Spirit Sect. Inside are all the spirits of heaven and earth, and she is the sect master." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Come, let's go take a look at the Spirit Sect." Guanyin smiled. "All right." Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the Spirit Sect. The Spirit Sect was built in the depths of a large mountain. As soon as the two of them entered the mountain, Yi Xian sensed an incomparably pure spiritual energy. The spiritual qi here was too rich. It was in no way inferior to the Dao tomb. Yi Xian was a little surprised. At this time, Guanyin suddenly said, "Because there are many spirits of heaven and earth here, I placed 6 top-grade dragon veins here. In addition to the spirits of heaven and earth themselves, the spiritual qi here is at least 10 times richer than in other places." She paused for a moment, then continued, "There is no other way. When these spirits come to our fifth dimension, we have to give them the best conditions. Moreover, it is very worth it. After these spirits come, they will help us restore the imbalance of the spiritual qi in certain places." Yi Xian laughed. "These spirits of heaven and earth are generally very kind. If we treat them sincerely, they will also follow us sincerely." Guanyin nodded. She had come into contact with these spirits of heaven and earth before. They were indeed kind and easy to get along with. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Spirit Sect. It had to be said that the Spirit Sect was built quite well. There were more than 10 halls, and they were all very large. At first glance, it looked very imposing. At this time, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Guanyin. In the white light, there was a pair of eyes. When she saw Yi Xian, her eyes immediately became alert. Vigilance immediately appeared in her eyes, but when she saw Guanyin, the vigilance in her eyes turned into joy. The ball of white light floated in front of Guanyin and said in a crisp voice, "Sister Guanyin." Guanyin smiled slightly. "It's Xiaoxing." The white light hurriedly nodded. "It's me." Guanyin laughed. "Where's your sect master?" Xiaoxing turned her head to take a look, then said, "Sect master is in a meeting." Meeting. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. This Xiaoling isn't a meeting? Guanyin blinked. Can you take us to have a look? Xiaoxing nodded. Yes. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Yixian. Guanyin laughed. He is your sect master's elder brother. Elder brother, Xiaoxing blinked. Elder brother? Yixian nodded and said with a smile, yes. Xiaoxing glanced at Yixian, her eyes full of curiosity. Sect master said that you are very powerful. Are you really that powerful? Yixian laughed and then spread out his palm. Dozens of wisps of purple gas floated towards Xiaoxing. When she saw the purple gas, Xiaoxing suddenly became excited. She looked at Yixian and said with a trembling voice, is it for me? Yixian nodded and said with a smile, yes. Xiaoxing hurriedly said, oh, thank you, thank you. Very excited, the purple gas was really useful to them. If the purple gas was a little purer, it would be enough to change the fate of these spirits. After a while, Xiaoxing brought Yixian and Guanyin to the main hall of the spirit palace. At this time, there were more than 3,000 spirits gathered on the bluestone square below the main hall. When he saw more than 3,000 spirits, Yixian was a little shocked. When these spirits gathered together, it was really too shocking. He had never seen so many spirits. At this moment, the spiritual energy on the bluestone square was so rich that even the 33 levels of doubting could not compare to it. In the past, these spirits were equivalent to rogue cultivators, and they lived in fear. Because of their own reasons, many humans had always wanted to obtain them. Therefore, most of the spirits of heaven and earth hid in the mountains and forests. Now, Yixian gathered them together. Not only did he protect them, but he also gave them the best resources and status. Here, humans were very respectful when they saw them. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. Moreover, everyone's respect for them came from the bottom of their hearts because they had indeed helped the fifth dimension a lot. They didn't do anything, they were just helping. In the distance, Xiaoling was wearing a white dress and holding a staff in her hand. She looked at the spirits below with a calm expression, very much like a big sister. Below, all the spirits were looking at Xiaoling. They were also very convinced of Xiaoling. This was because Xiaoling was the highest ranked among them. In addition, Xiaoling's status in the fifth dimension was unparalleled. Who didn't know that Yixian treated her like a younger sister? Most importantly, Xiaoling had a good relationship with the little white fellow. Who was that little guy? The spirit ancestor of heaven and earth. In the distance, Xiaoling suddenly pressed her hand down lightly, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Very imposing. Xiaoling glanced at the spirits here and said, all of you have to get even more companions. Here, there is food to eat, a place to live, and there are people to protect everyone. Anyone who finds a companion, I will give them 100 strands of violet energy. Plus 30 fortune divine crystals. With that, she waved her right hand, and a large pile of fortune divine crystals appeared in front of her. There were more than 1,000 fortune divine crystals. She got it from Yixian. She'd asked for it. Yixian had given her 10,000 fortune divine crystals, and he hadn't asked her why she wanted them. In any case, he'd given them to her if she wanted them. However, Yixian hadn't expected that Xiaoling would use them for this. The eyes of many spirits here instantly lit up when they saw the fortune divine crystals. Fortune divine crystals, they were very useful to them as well. Because they contained extremely pure energy within them, and it would be extremely beneficial to them if they absorbed it. Little Ling continued, call a little friend over, 30 creation divine crystals. If you call 2 over, 70. If you call 3 over, 150. If you call more than 5 over, directly give 300 creation divine crystals and 300 wisps of purple aura. As for the companions all of you call over, they will get fortune divine crystals and violet energy as well. All the spirits below instantly became excited when they heard this. 300 fortune divine crystals and 300 strands of violet energy. This was a good thing. Many of them were dumbfounded. They were actually very poor when they were independent cultivators, so they'd never even seen fortune divine crystals and violet energy before this. Meanwhile, Xiaoling distributed the fortune divine crystals and violet energy to some of the spirits. All of them were from the companions she'd called over earlier. Some of the spirits here were extremely envious when they saw those spirits obtain the fortune divine crystals and violet energy. Meanwhile, Xiaoling continued, everyone has a chance. So long as you call your companions over, you'll have it. Now, go call them over. Don't worry, I'll send people to protect all of you. It didn't take long for the spirits here to shoot into the sky. They were going to look for companions. Even if humans did find companions, those spirits would be extremely vigilant because they didn't trust humans at all. However, it wouldn't be a problem if the spirits went to look for other spirits. The relationship between spirits wasn't as complicated as it was for humans. So, making the spirits look for other spirits could attract even more spirits over. After the spirits dispersed, Guanyin, who stood by Yixian's side, shook his head and smiled. What a formidable little fellow. Yixian nodded and smiled. He really is formidable. As he spoke, he glanced at the direction that the spirits had left in the sky. Guanyin said, "Don't worry, someone will protect them from the shadows." Yixian nodded, "Take good care of them. Since they trust us, then we have to live up to their trust." Guanyin nodded, "Of course." Meanwhile, Xiaolinga ran over to Yixian and Guanyin, and Xiaolinga grinned, "Big sister Guanyin, big brother." Yixian lightly rubbed Xiaolinger's little head and smiled. "Was it fun?" Xiaolinger hurriedly said, "I wasn't playing, I was doing serious business." Yixian laughed, "Right. Let's do serious business." Xiaolinger blinked, "Big brother, I still want the fortune divine crystals. You know, the development of our spirit sect requires a lot of money." Yixian, at the side, Guanyin shook her head and smiled. Yixian took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiaolinger. "For you." Xiaolinger giggled and hurriedly took the storage ring. Yixian said seriously, "There are many places in the fifth dimension that require the help of these spirits. When the time comes, you have to cooperate with Big Sister Guanyin, understand?" He knew that these spirits were very obedient to Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger hurriedly nodded, "Of course." Yixian was about to speak, but at this time, the space in front of him trembled slightly. Yixian frowned. Guanyin looked at Yixian. "What is it?" Yixian said in a low voice, "I want to return to the dual realm abyss." After saying this, he directly turned around and disappeared. At the scene, Guanyin frowned deeply. Something happened? Two realms abyss, Heavenly King Hall. Qi Yaoyao was already waiting for Yixian the moment he entered the hall. Yixian said solemnly, "Did something happen?" She nodded, "It's not a bad thing, but it's not good either." Yixian looked at her, "What do you mean?" Qi Yaoyao said in a low voice, "A black vortex has appeared in the two worlds abyss. We can sense an extremely pure spiritual aura within it. Our initial estimate is that there are at least 10 supreme-grade spirit veins inside, and there might even be the legendary supreme-grade spirit veins." Yixian frowned, "Black vortex? How did it appear?" She shook her head, "We explored it." "Do you know how deep this heaven realm abyss is?" Yixian shook his head. She said, "The interior of this heaven realm abyss is bottomless. Even now, we can't explore it completely." Yixian was puzzled, "Even the Dao Tomb and Dao Ting can't do it?" She smiled, "Do you know the origin of heaven realm abyss?" Yixian shook his head. He actually didn't know much about heaven realm abyss. She said softly, "Actually, we don't know either." Yixian was stunned, "You don't know either?" Qian Yaoyao nodded, "This place has existed longer than us and the Dao Court. We've been exploring this heaven realm abyss all these years, but we still haven't fully explored it." Yixian frowned, "So mysterious?" She smiled, "It's not just mysterious. There's a flow of air in the depths of this heaven realm abyss. It's extremely strange, and even Dao-controlling experts can't resist it. The deeper we go, the stronger the flow. In the past 10 years, we in Dao Ting have explored heaven realm abyss, and more than 60 Dao-controlling experts have died." Yixian said softly, "In other words, none of you have been to the bottom of this heaven realm abyss?" She nodded, "According to my guess, the heaven realm abyss we've explored may not even be a third of it." 1/3, Yixian was visibly moved. If less than a third of it had been excavated, then this heaven realm abyss would be extraordinarily terrifying. How many spirit veins were there in the depths of the heaven realm abyss? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Meanwhile, Qing Yaoyao suddenly said, "Don't think too much about it. The deepest place we can probe is the dark realm. We can't even enter the dark realm right now." This time, the black vortex appeared at the edge of the dark realm. "This time, I asked you to come here because I want you to make a trip there. Is there any problem? Yi Xian blinked. Me? Ting Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. You and Rahu are stronger. Why don't you go? Xian Yaoyao smiled and said, if we go, who is going to block the Daoting for you? Do you think the Daoting will just stand and watch when such a black vortex suddenly appears? They would definitely intervene. As for us, we have to stop White Robe and the others. No matter how I think about it, you're the most suitable. Yi Xian grinned. Are there any benefits? Xian Yaoyao walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Are you afraid you won't be able to reap any benefits if you go there? Yi Xian said seriously, actually, I'm just asking. I'm an ally of the Dao Tomb. I, Yi Xian, am duty-bound to do things for my allies. The corners of Qian Yaoyao's mouth curled up. I like your shamelessness. Yi Xian, Qian Yaoyao returned to her seat. She picked up her teacup and took a small sip. After a short while, she said, this is a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter for my Dao Tomb, and a fortuitous encounter for you, Yi Xian. But I have to tell you this. The Daoting will definitely intervene. It's just that I don't know how they will intervene. All we can do is block White Robe and the others for you. You will have to face the remaining danger yourself. Is there a problem? Yi Xian shook his head. No problem. Xian Yaoyao nodded. Then go. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Miss Yaoyao, is the dark world dangerous? Xian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. It's very dangerous for others, but I don't think it's that dangerous for you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The corners of Qian Yaoyao's mouth curled up. Haven't you heard of this saying? A shameless person is invincible. I think you're invincible. What's a mere dark world to you? Yi Xian's face darkened. Was that even human? Qi Yaoyao suddenly said seriously, be careful of the Daoting. Be careful of that black vortex as well. The sudden appearance of that black vortex isn't normal. You have to be careful. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Yaoyao, have you gone in? Xian Yaoyao nodded. I have. However, I was only able to reach the edge of the black vortex. I can't take it any further. Yi Xian was puzzled. Then what makes all of you think that I can take it? Xian Yaoyao gazed at Yi Xian. Do you know what it is that I can't take it? Yi Xian was quite curious. What is it? Xian Yaoyao said softly, sword energy. Peerlessly powerful sword energy. Sword energy, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, there's sword energy? Xian Yaoyao nodded. Extremely powerful sword energy. The reason we're letting you go is naturally not because we want you to give your life away. Since you can absorb sword energy, perhaps you can enter that vortex and investigate it. Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. If it wasn't for this reason, the Dao Tomb probably wouldn't have told him about the black vortex at all. There are at least a dozen top-grade spirit veins in there. There are even transcendent-grade spirit veins. The Dao Tomb has come to find me because it has no other choice. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll go. Xian Yaoyao nodded lightly. Be careful. Yi Xian stood up and left. Meanwhile, Qian Yaoyao suddenly said, have you broken through? Yi Xian turned around to look at Qian Yaoyao with a puzzled expression. No. Qian Yaoyao gazed at Yi Xian. You haven't? Yi Xian nodded. I'm still at the Dao corroboration realm. Qian Yaoyao smiled. I thought you'd broken through. Yi Xian smiled. Why does Miss Yaoyao say that? Qian Yaoyao took a sip of tea and said, do you know why a person's feet are wider than their hands? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Qian Yaoyao smiled. Because your feet are always hidden. But if you're wearing sandals, then how would you hide them? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said softly, thank you. With that, he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that Qian Yaoyao had discovered his physical breakthrough. This time, he had been careless. Although he had concealed his physical presence, he hadn't used the prison pagoda to conceal it. It was obvious that his current strength wasn't enough to hide from experts of Qian Yaoyao's level. He had to use the prison pagoda. Outside the hall, Yi Xian lightly patted his face and said softly, I have to be more careful. With that, he turned into a streak of sword light and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, Xianxia swirled the teacup in her hand and said softly, physical body, is it that scroll? Is it because of the Tao scripture? With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Divine Palace. Bai Dizzy, White Robe, and the true martial Divine Lord were all here. They already knew about the black vortex in the dark world. At this moment, White Robe suddenly said, my people have found out that the black vortex isn't a plot of the Tao tomb. However, the vortex contains extremely powerful sword qi. Luo Ho and Xianxia don't dare to enter it. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, Yi Xian will go. White Robe looked at Yi Xian. Why? Bai Dizzy said softly, because that shameless guy can absorb sword qi. With that, he frowned slightly. What a coincidence. This black vortex seems to have appeared for Yi Xian. The true martial Divine Lord suddenly said, White Robe, you've been to the dark world. What's inside? White Robe was silent for a moment, then said, turbid qi, a lot of it. It can corrode a person's lifespan and physical body. True martial frowned slightly. Can't resist it? White Robe shook his head. Difficult to resist. The deeper you go, the more turbid qi there is. If you come into contact with too much of it, you will enter the angel decay stage 5 early. True martial was silent. The angel decay stage 5. Once you entered this state, you were not far from death. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, can Yi Xian resist the turbid qi? White Robe shook his head. In terms of strength, he can't. Far from it. But this person is quite mysterious. I'm not sure if he has any other way to resist the turbid qi. Bai Dizzy was silent. In his heart, this Yi Xian was omnipotent. At this moment, the true martial Divine Lord suddenly said, this might be our chance. A chance to kill Yi Xian. Because after he enters the dark world, the experts of the Tao tomb won't be able to enter. If we kill him in there, the Tao tomb won't be able to intervene. White Robe shook his head. We can't enter the Tao tomb either. The true martial Divine Lord suddenly said softly, Taoist robe. Taoist robe, Bai Dizzy frowned. Can it resist the turbid qi? With that, he looked at White Robe. After a moment of silence, White Robe said, it can resist it for about an hour. But the Taoist robe will be destroyed. Moreover, Yi Xian will go to that small vortex, but he might not enter the dark world. If he doesn't enter the dark world and stays at the edge of the dark world, the tomb of Tao will immediately attack us. The true martial Divine Lord said solemnly, bet that he will enter the dark world. Bet. Both Bai Dizzy and White Robe were silent. The true martial Divine Lord looked at White Robe. If you attack Yi Xian alone, how confident are you that you can kill him? White Robe said, 80%. That's if he hasn't reached Tao Imperial. The true martial Divine Lord slowly closed his eyes. 80%. That's enough. It's worth the bet. With that, he looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy stood up. I'll go get the Taoist robe. With that, he turned and disappeared. In the hall, the true martial Divine Lord said softly, unfortunately, this person isn't Tao Ting. Otherwise, he would be able to help us destroy the Tao tomb. If Yi Xian was Tao Ting and Tao Ting, he would definitely have a chance to reach the level of a Tao ancestor in the future. Moreover, if another expert of this level were to appear, then destroying the Tao tomb would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't Tao Ting. Not only that, but they had to get rid of Yi Xian, at all costs. Dark World. When Yi Xian arrived in the Dark World, his expression turned grave. The Dark World was pitch black, and within that pitch black space, there were some air currents that made him feel threatened. Turbid air. Even Tao manipulation experts would find it hard to resist these air currents. Yi Xian looked to his right and saw a pitch black vortex not far away. The vortex was huge, and he could feel pure spiritual energy and sword qi in its depths. Sword qi. Yi Xian was curious, just how strong was this sword qi? Even experts like Xianxia and Luo Ho found it hard to resist. Could it be left behind by the three swords? Yi Xian walked towards the black vortex. Yi Jiming suddenly said, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally didn't dare to be careless in a place like Heaven Abyss. Soon, Yi Xian approached the black vortex. As if thinking of something, he turned to look, but there was no one in the distance. But he knew someone was in the dark, some were from the Dao court, and some were from the Dao tomb. Yixian was silent where he stood. Yi Jiming suddenly asked, "What is it?" Yixian chuckled, "What do you think Dao Ting will do to kill me?" Yi Jiming was silent. Yixian looked at the black vortex, and after a long silence, he quickly walked into it. Somewhere in the dark, Luoho whispered, "Can he even absorb the sword chi in there?" Bitter King and Xianxia were beside Luoho. Xianxia smiled, "We'll know soon enough." As she spoke, she turned her head and looked somewhere. "What do you think the Dao court will do?" Bitter King said solemnly, "He won't give up." Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, no one knew what she was thinking. Luoho suddenly said, "Why is there sword chi in there?" Qi Yaoyao said, "Because someone went in?" "Who?" Bitter King asked. Xianxia shook her head. "I don't know." As she spoke, she glanced at the dark world in the distance and said softly, "Ever since I found out about Moon Yanyan, I've realized that we've become slightly weak." Before she met Moon Yanyan, she had always felt that they were the most powerful people in this world. However, after meeting Moon Yanyan, she suddenly realized that they were very weak. This was the way of the world. When you thought you had reached the ceiling, little did you know that there was an even higher existence. On the other side, Bai Dizzy and True Martial Divine Lord were watching in secret. They had investigated this new black vortex for a long time, but to no avail. They didn't fight over it, because it was meaningless. There was a powerful sword chi inside. If they couldn't enter the Dao tomb, they couldn't enter either. However, Yixian could enter. Could Yixian absorb the sword chi inside? They were curious as well. The sword chi inside was no ordinary sword chi. Even experts like Qianyaoyao and Luoho couldn't resist it. How terrifying was it? Could Yixian absorb such a powerful sword chi? After Yixian entered the vortex, a wave of pure spirit chi hit him in the face. Yixian quickened his pace and soon arrived at a starry sky. There was another world inside this vortex. The starry sky was deep and boundless. At this moment, he suddenly turned around. Because he sensed a strand of sword chi in the distant depths, an unfamiliar sword chi. He was more familiar with the sword chi of the three swords, but the sword chi before him didn't belong to any of them. After a moment of silence, Yixian walked toward the source of the sword chi. The further he went, the more serious Yixian's expression became. Not only did he feel a powerful sword chi, but also a powerful sword force. It was countless times stronger than the true martial divine lord's sword force. At this moment, Yixian was a little shocked. Apart from the three swords and Sister Nian, there was actually such a powerful swordsman in this world. Who was it? Yixian's curiosity grew. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. A corpse floated dozens of feet in front of him. Yixian sized up the corpse. There was a sword mark on the corpse's throat. A single slash. Yixian walked up to the corpse and took a look at it. The body was still there, but the soul was gone. It must have been annihilated. Yixian frowned slightly. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. What on earth was this place? Yixian's curiosity grew, and he became even more cautious. Although he had cultivated a Dao body, that didn't mean he was invincible. He couldn't be arrogant at any time. Yixian continued walking forward. After walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, a beam of sword energy cut through the air and slashed towards him. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning. By the time Yixian sensed it, the sword chi was already in front of him. Yixian's expression changed. He didn't expect the sword chi to be so fast. At this moment, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. He could only let the sword chi cut him. At this moment, Yixian only hoped that his invincible sword body would be useful. Chi. As a tearing sound came, Yixian retreated almost 10,000 feet away. As soon as he stopped, the space around him cracked, and the crack spread tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, and there was a sword chi stuck in Yixian's chest. Yixian's body stiffened in the starry sky. His expression was extremely solemn. Because his body couldn't absorb the sword chi, however, the sword chi couldn't hurt him either. Even though the sword chi had entered his body, it didn't hurt him. However, he couldn't absorb the sword chi either. It was very strange. Even Yixian was confused. What's going on? Meanwhile, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "The sword chi can't hurt you, but your physique can't absorb it either. So, there's only one explanation." Your invincible sword body is very strong, but you're not strong enough to absorb the sword qi. The sword qi's owner's attainments in the sword Dao might be similar to Moon Yanyan's, only inferior to 3 swords. Only inferior to 3 swords, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He looked into the distance. There's such a powerful swordsman in this world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly pulled out the sword qi. One could tell a person just by looking at the sword qi. Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn as he looked at the sword qi in his hand. The sword qi's owner's attainments in the sword Dao were probably only inferior to 3 swords. As for Sister Nian, he hadn't seen her at her peak, so he didn't know who was stronger between the sword qi's owner and Sister Nian. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "The sword qi isn't resisting?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Only now did he realize that the sword qi in his hand didn't resist. What's going on? Yi Xian looked at the sword qi in his hand. The sword qi was trembling slightly, but it didn't resist him. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, "Don't tell me the sword qi's owner is related to you again." She was speechless towards Yi Xian. How many people does this guy have backing? Not to mention her, even he himself probably doesn't know. Wherever he goes, he has backing, Yi Xian said in a low voice. "I've never seen the sword qi's aura before, so I don't think I know the sword qi's owner." Yi Jiming said in a low voice, "Just because you don't know him doesn't mean he doesn't know you." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Jiming continued, "No matter what, since the sword qi isn't resisting you, it means that the sword qi's owner might know you. Let's go ahead and take a look." Yi Xian nodded slightly and put the sword qi away. Although the sword qi had left its owner, with the sword Dao's attainments, the sword qi would last for at least 10,000 years. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped on his sword. There was a top-grade or vein not far away from him. A top-grade or vein, Yi Xian was slightly excited. He and the others had entered the Orvane, but when they entered, Yi Xian was stunned. This top-grade Orvane was filled to the brim with fortune divine crystals. There were at least 300,000 of them, 300,000 divine fortune crystals. What did that mean? Yi Xian was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself. The Orvane here had not been developed by anyone, so it contained a large number of divine fortune crystals. Most importantly, these divine fortune crystals were different from the ones he had seen outside. They were completely different. These divine fortune crystals were the size of a fist and were dark purple in color. The energy contained within them was several times purer than the divine fortune crystals outside. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly said softly, "These divine fortune crystals have not been taken away by anyone. They can grow continuously in this vein. Congratulations, you're rich." Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. How many experts could be nurtured in the 5th dimension with more than 300,000 pure divine crystals of fortune? He could nurture a large number of Dao validation and Dao defense realm experts. Most importantly, there was more than just this top grade or vein in this black hole. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the divine fortune crystals. Not only did he put away the divine fortune crystals, but he also put away the entire Orvane. At this moment, he also understood one thing, and that was that the longer these divine fortune crystals stayed in this Orvane, the better. After putting away the divine fortune crystals and the top-grade Orvane, Yi Xian continued forward. At this moment, another sword qi slashed at him from afar. However, he didn't panic at all. As he expected, the sword qi stopped 5 feet in front of him. Yi Xian put away the sword qi. He continued forward. Along the way, Yi Xian walked with the wind, feeling very proud of himself. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Jiming, do you have any thoughts?" Yi Jiming was silent for a moment before saying, "Cheater." Yi Xian blinked. "What do you mean?" Yi Jiming said calmly, "I saw this phrase in an ancient book. It said that it came from the Milky Way realm. It means that if you don't abide by the rules, your life will be like cheaters, just like you are now." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why does it sound like a bad phrase to me?" Yi Jiming said, "I don't know either. In any case, many of the words there are a bit strange. I looked at that ancient book and was also confused because I couldn't explain many of the words. For example, this cheater, what is cheater? What is cheater? Why is it combined to describe people who don't abide by the rules? I can't understand it." Yi Xian. P.S. I don't ask for votes, I don't ask for rewards, just write more and write a good book. Cheater, Yixian shook his head. What a strange word. Yi Jiming suddenly said, don't dwell on this problem. It's meaningless. Yixian nodded and sped up. Along the way, he encountered more sword qi, and he noticed that these sword qi were scattered in space and would attack anyone they saw. Obviously, a great battle had happened in this part of space. After flying on the sword for about an hour, Yi Xian saw another ore vein. There were over 200,000 fortune divine crystals in that ore vein. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian put away the ore vein. Now, he had 2 top-grade ore veins and over 400,000 fortune divine crystals. This was simply a sudden windfall. Even though the number of fortune divine crystals was increasing, Yi Xian felt uneasy. There was clearly something wrong with this place. Besides sword qi and ore veins, he also saw corpses along the way. Judging from the corpses, they were all super experts when they were alive. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In the starry sky not far away from him, there was a giant starship floating in the sky. The entire starship was like a ghost floating in the starry sky, extremely creepy and creepy. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell is that? Yi Jiming suddenly said, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and walked towards the starship. When he got close to it, he felt a powerful aura again. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and he became even more vigilant. Just as he was about to slip away, the starship shook violently, and then footsteps came from inside the starship. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Someone's here. Yi Xian looked at the starship in front of him. Under his gaze, an old man walked out from the starship. The old man wore a loose gray robe, and he held a walking stick in his hand. His aura was faint, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian looked at the old man, but he didn't say a word. At this moment, the old man was also looking at Yi Xian. After a short moment, the old man suddenly said in a hoarse voice, why aren't you afraid of the sword qi? Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand. I'm also a swordsman. The elder stared at Yi Xian. Your attainments in the sword Dao are far inferior to the owner of this sword energy. Yi Xian said, all swordsmen in the world are one family. We don't fight each other. The old man frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Xian was speechless. The old man continued, those sword qi won't hurt you. What is your relationship with the owner of the sword qi? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, it's my first time here, so I don't know why that sword qi didn't harm me. This time, he wasn't fooling around. What a joke. If the owner of the sword qi had a grudge against this old man, then wouldn't he be courting death? The old man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings and said, Senior, where are we? The old man replied, the dark dimension. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, are you from the depths of the dark dimension? The old man shook his head. I'm from the outside world. Yi Xian blinked. The outside world? The old man gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian's heart shook. Damn it. This old man wants to kill me, because he sensed a strand of killing intent. Even though the old man's killing intent was very well concealed, he'd still noticed it. Because he'd attained his Dao through slaughter, so he was extremely sensitive to killing intent. The old man's right hand slowly clenched tightly within his wide sleeves. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm here to look for my dad. The old man frowned slightly. Dad? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Senior, have you seen him? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. No. Damn it. Who knows who your dad is? Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm. Instantly, the blood in his body trembled. Bloodline power. When he saw Yi Xian's bloodline power, the old man's expression changed. Yi Xian looked at the old man. My dad's bloodline is the same as mine. Senior, have you seen someone with such a bloodline? The old man stared fixedly at the boiling blood in Yi Xian's body. His expression gradually became solemn. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. What bloodline is this? It's actually so strong. Who is this young man in front of me? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his bloodline power. He cupped his fists at the old man and asked, I wonder if Senior has seen him before. The old man was silent for a moment and shook his head. Never. With that, he paused for a moment and said, "Young friend, your bloodline power is quite special." At this moment, his killing intent was gone. What was the thing that a person was most afraid of in their lifetime of cultivation? They were afraid of forming evil karma and bad karma. This world was too dangerous, so one had to be extremely careful in the outside world. Especially some people that one absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Once they did, it would be like stirring a hornet's nest. If one were to beat the young, then the old would come, and if one were to beat the old, then a group of old would come. But this young man before him was obviously someone with backing, and it was no ordinary backing. Once he killed him, there would be no end to future troubles. Xian smiled. Senior's aura is as deep as the ocean. I'm afraid you've attained the Tao, right? The old man nodded. Attained the Tao. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it. This old man has attained the Tao. No wonder I felt so dangerous. I've actually encountered a Tao realm expert. One must know that even if the Tao court and the Tao tomb were to be added together, there were only 4 cultivators at the Tao realm. Meanwhile, the old man spoke abruptly, with your strength, you shouldn't have stepped foot here. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, what sort of place is the dark dimension? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, you don't know, yet you still dared to come here. Xian blinked and said, is this place very dangerous? The old man gazed at Xian, isn't it? Xian glanced at the surroundings and smiled embarrassedly, I don't think it's dangerous at all. The old man was speechless. Not dangerous? I almost killed you just now. You're not dangerous at all. Xian spoke with a serious expression, my older brother said that you shouldn't be afraid of death. Young man, don't be afraid of death. You should temper yourself. The old man gazed at Xian, your older brother? Xian nodded, and then he withdrew a sword from the top of the pagoda. My older brother gave this to me. It was the sword of the swordsman who wore a cloud-white robe. The old man's expression instantly turned solemn when he saw the sword of the founding ancestor of the immortal banished island. The stronger one was, the more one would be able to sense how formidable those 3 swords were. The old man gazed at Xian. This is your older brother? Xian nodded, yes. The old man hesitated for a moment. Young friend, you. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. Who exactly is this young man? Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, Senior, have you been to the depths of the dark dimension? The old man shook his head, I haven't. There's muddy energy there, and it's difficult for ordinary people to resist it. As he spoke, he gazed at Xian, it's best that you don't go there as well. The muddy energy there isn't something you can resist right now. Xian nodded. I'm not going. The old man cupped his fists, young friend, I have something to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Obviously, he intended to ask Xian to get off the pagoda. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, do you know the origins of this sword energy? The old man shook his head, I don't know. I only know that a great battle took place here in the past. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Xian, young friend, this sword energy isn't able to harm you? Xian grinned, and then he took out a strand of sword energy. I don't know why the sword energy isn't able to harm me. The old man fell silent as he gazed at the sword energy in Xian's hand that didn't resist it. The sword energy actually didn't resist, what the hell? The old man found it hard to comprehend. Meanwhile, Xian spoke abruptly, Senior, may I ask why you're here? The old man replied, to settle some matters. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but you're neither from the doubting Tao tomb, right? The old man nodded, no. However, I've heard of these 2 powers. Are you from the doubting Tao tomb or the doubting Tao tomb? Xian smiled, I'm from the 5th dimension, and I'm temporarily allied with the doubting Tao tomb. The old man frowned, as far as I know, the doubting Tao ancestor is the only one with decent strength, but your father and brother should be able to kill him without any pressure. Xian bitterly smiled, there's no other way, they want to train me so that I can face everything by myself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they won't make a move. The old man was silent. It's good to have a backer, you can do whatever you want. The old man withdrew his thoughts, and glanced at Xian, young friend, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Xian smiled, Senior, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the starship. The old man cupped his fists and was about to leave. Meanwhile, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young friend, there's a ruin up ahead, and it used to belong to an ancient power. I came here for that ruin. However, that ancient ruin is slightly special. Not only is there a huge amount of muddy chi outside, there's even powerful sword chi there. The sword chi is so strong that even I can't resist it." When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, "Young friend, are you interested in going with me to have a look?" Xian blinked but didn't speak. Why did this old man invite me? As if he knew what Xian was thinking, the old man smiled, "I have no ill intentions towards you. To be honest, I've been investigating some matters in the outside world for the past few years, and I just happened to find that ruin. However, the sword chi there is extremely strong, and even I can't resist it. I originally wanted to give up, but after I met you." Xian understood when he heard this. The old man smiled, "The sword chi isn't able to harm you, so it shouldn't be a problem if you intend to enter the ruin." Xian fell silent. The old man continued, "Don't worry, I won't take any of the wealth there. I'm only going there to investigate something." Xian smiled, "How could that do?" "I'll go with you, and we'll split the wealth equally." The old man grinned, "To tell you the truth, old man isn't an independent cultivator. So, wealth is like floating clouds to me." Xian thought for a moment before he smiled, "Senior, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian sat on the old man's starship and continued forward. It didn't take long for an enormous stone door to appear within Xian's field of vision. There were two large words above the stone door, "Sword Sect." The Sword Sect. Xian was stunned when he saw these two words. The Sword Sect, to Xian, this trip to the Sword Sect was like returning home, it was extremely intimate. The Sword Sect, there was a turbid aura drifting around the stone door. Apart from that, there was also some sword aura drifting around. The sword energy was very strong, extremely strong. The old man had a solemn expression in his eyes when he saw the sword energy. He'd been here once in the past, but he hadn't dared to go over. The muddy energy wasn't too bad because he could resist it, but the sword energy was strong to the point of killing him. If it was just pure sword energy, then he could resist it. But this place was quite strange, and he didn't want to take the risk. Actually, he was extremely shocked when he'd just arrived here, whose sword energy is still so strong even after a few tens of thousands of years. The old man sighed in his heart. As expected, there's always someone stronger in the world. Meanwhile, Xian walked towards the stone door. The old man hurriedly said, "Young brother, be careful." Xian nodded and walked towards the stone door. Even though he was confident in his ability, he still didn't dare be careless. When he arrived over 30 m away from the stone door, the sword energy that drifted around the stone door suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, the sword energy transformed into rays of light that slashed towards Xian. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. But he was stunned in the next moment, because the countless rays of sword energy had stopped in front of Xian. All the rays of sword energy had stopped in front of Xian. The old man blinked. Are they really not going to target this fellow? Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the rays of sword energy stop. The rays of sword energy were extremely formidable, and it would be extremely troublesome if they were really targeting him. Because his sword was temporarily unable to absorb them, Xian didn't think too much about it and put them away. Meanwhile, the old man walked over to Xian's side, and then he glanced at Xian and exclaimed with admiration, "Young brother, you're truly an extraordinary person." Xian smiled, "Senior, do you have a way to deal with the muddy energy?" The old man nodded. "The muddy energy here is much inferior to the depths of the dark dimension. I can deal with it." Xian smiled and said, "Then let's go in." The two of them continued forward. Along the way, the old man waved his right hand and the turbid energy was blocked by a mysterious force. Xian glanced at the old man. This old man's strength was not ordinary. Behind the mountain gate were some ancient buildings. However, these buildings were extremely dilapidated. Some of them had even collapsed into ruins. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here. At this time, the two of them arrived in front of a large hall. Half of the hall had already collapsed, leaving only the other half. It looked very desolate. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly said, "Young friend, watch out." With that said, he waved his right hand, and a black shadow in front of Yi Xian was directly pushed back. Yi Xian gripped the sword tightly in his left hand. He looked at the black shadow. The shadow dissipated, revealing an illusory middle-aged man, a soul body. Although it was a soul body, the other party's aura was very powerful. Inside Yi Xian's body, the soul-suppressing sword was ready to strike. The middle-aged man looked at the old man, reaching the Tao. The old man was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with killing intent. A mere dark abyss spirit dares to act rashly in front of this honored one. With that said, he pointed forward with his fingers, and a wave of cold and gloomy energy swept out. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly punched out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the middle-aged man retreated rapidly. This time, he retreated hundreds of feet away, but the old man did not retreat a single step. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. This old man's strength was definitely above Luo Hu and the others. Reaching the Tao realm, he was really strong. The middle-aged man stared at the old man. You know I come from the dark abyss. You are from the ancient god abyss. The old man was about to attack. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, please wait. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Senior, you should also want to know what happened here, right? After a moment of silence, the old man looked at the middle-aged man. What happened here? The middle-aged man did not speak, but stared at Yi Xian. You are from the sword sect. Yi Xian frowned. Just because I am a swordsman, you think I am from the sword sect? The middle-aged man did not speak. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Senior, what kind of place is this dark abyss? Is it the dark world? The old man shook his head. No, the dark abyss is a place more terrifying than the dark world. With that said, he looked at the middle-aged man. Who killed you? The middle-aged man said in a low voice, a woman. Woman, the old man frowned. How many of you died? The middle-aged man slowly clenched his fists, and his expression was ferocious. More than 30. Yi Xian suddenly asked, more than 30 reaching the Tao realm? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian. 12 reaching the Tao realm, 18 Tao defense realm peak. Hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. He was shocked. 12 reaching the Tao realm, what did this mean? What kind of place was this dark abyss? Why was it so strong? At this moment, the old man suddenly said, more than 30 of you were all killed by a woman. The middle-aged man ignored the old man, and looked at Yi Xian. Her sword aura did not hurt you. What's your relationship with her? Yi Xian was silent. He was sure that the owner of the sword aura was not Qing and among the women he knew, only Qing and Sister Nian's sword aura were this strong. Apart from those two, he did not know any other female swordsman. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, what's your relationship with her? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Take a guess. The old man was speechless. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he spoke in a low voice. She killed many of us. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. I didn't kill her. What does it have to do with me? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. What's the difference between her killing him and you killing him? Yi Xian flew into a rage. Are you kidding me? Why is there no difference between her killing and me killing? Go and find her if you can. The middle-aged man was expressionless. Killing you is the same. Yi Xian was so angry that his chest hurt. Damn it, he was obviously picking on the weak one. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the soul-suppressing sword transformed into a ray of sword light and flew out. In the distance, the middle-aged man's face drastically changed. He did not attack, but turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian and the old man were both stunned. Yi Xian's face was a little ugly. Damn it, that guy ran away. That person was at least at the Tao attainment realm. Although it was only a soul, if the other party chose to escape, there was nothing he could do. Damn it, that guy wouldn't call someone to beat me up, would he? Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's face became even uglier. The reason why the other party did not dare to escape before must be because of the sword qi. But now, he had taken away all the sword qi. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the old man glanced at the soul-suppressing sword in front of Yi Xian. Young friend, your sword has reached the Tao attainment realm. What a good sword. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. It's just SOSO. Saying so, he put away the soul-suppressing sword. The old man said in a low voice, young friend, this dark yuan is not simple. You and them, Yi Xian sighed softly. Senior, you saw it too. I have no enmity with them, but they insisted on pestering me. Tell me, is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, young friend, your identity isn't simple, so there's no need to pay too much attention to this dark yuan. However, you still have to be careful in the future. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior. The old man nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze shot towards the depths of the ruined hall. There was a corpse there, there was a sword by the corpse's side. The old man walked over to the corpse and sized it up carefully. A short while later, he pressed his palm down lightly. Condense. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the surroundings suddenly trembled, and then an illusory soul appeared in front of the old man. The old man looked at the illusory soul. What happened here? The soul glanced at the surroundings in a daze. Suddenly, he looked at Yi Xian, and he was stunned when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked. Senior, you know me? The soul looked at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. You. At this point, he frowned. How is this possible? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? The old man glanced at Yi Xian as well, and he was also bewildered. The soul fell silent for a long time before he said, you have the ancestral master's aura on you. Yi Xian took out the sword spirit. Is it this sword? When he saw the sword, the soul took a deep look at Yi Xian. You. Yi Xian smiled, I'm from the sword sect as well. The soul didn't speak. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly asked, what exactly happened here? The soul spoke softly, many years ago, our sword sect suffered a calamity. Some mysterious experts appeared in our sword sect and slaughtered our sword sect. Yi Xian asked, why? The soul's expression was complicated. Because of a supermineral vein. A supermineral vein, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, a supermineral vein? The soul nodded. Our sword sect obtained a supermineral vein in the dark world. This mineral vein stretches for thousands of miles, and it has its own sentience, but we never thought that it would bring disaster to our sword sect. The old man said softly, a supermineral vein, no wonder the dark abyss would act. The soul spoke again, back then, in order to avoid those experts, we used a formation to escape into the dark world. But we never thought that those people would be even more terrifying than we imagined. They were not afraid of the turbid gas at all, and directly entered the dark world to kill us. Yi Xian said gravely, but those experts from the dark abyss are also dead. Who killed them? The soul replied gravely, ancestral master. Yi Xian asked, the azure-robed man? The soul glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. It's not ancestral master. Yi Xian was a little curious. It's not the azure-robed man? The soul nodded. It's ancestral master Ting Yun. Ting Yun, Yi Xian was stunned. He had heard senior sister Lu say this before, but he didn't take it to heart. Was Ting Yun that strong? At this moment, the old man suddenly said, little friend, what's your relationship with this senior Ting Yun? Yi Xian blinked and said, senior sister. She's my senior sister. The old man fell silent. Damn, your father is so freakish, your big brother is also freakish, your senior sister is also freakish. Who is this guy? Is his whole family so terrifying? P.S. Tickets. Ting Yun, Yi Xian was a little shocked at this moment because he really didn't expect Ting Yun's strength to be so terrifying. Over a dozen completed Dao Realm experts had been killed. This was simply not treating completed Dao Realm experts as humans. At this time, the middle-aged man's soul gradually became illusory. Yi Xian looked at the old man. The old man shook his head, his soul was originally scattered. I forcefully gathered it. Now, his soul is extremely weak and is about to scatter from the world. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in front of the middle-aged man. In the next moment, the soul-suppressing sword directly released a powerful soul force that enveloped the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man's soul that was about to disperse suddenly condensed once more, A trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw this. He glanced at the soul-suppressing sword but did not say anything. In front of Xian, the middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. It's meaningless. To a certain extent, his soul had already been destroyed. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I'll send you into reincarnation. Then, the mark of the god of reincarnation suddenly appeared between his brows. Seeing this scene, the old man was a little curious. Little friend, is this the reincarnation great Tao? Xian nodded. Senior, you also know about the reincarnation great Tao? The old man smiled and said, who doesn't know about the 3,000 great Taos? This Samsara Grand Tao is ranked in the top 10 amongst the 3,000 Grand Taos. If you make good use of it, it'll be of great use in the future. Xian blinked. What great use? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, you don't know? Xian shook his head, I don't know. I obtained this seal of the God's will of the reincarnation Tao by chance. He obtained it by chance. The old man was speechless. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, let's talk later. With that, he looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, enter the cycle of reincarnation. The middle-aged man took a deep look at Xian. Take care. With that, he entered the reincarnation cave. Soon, the middle-aged man's soul completely disappeared. Xian kept the samsara seal and looked at the old man. Senior, what's the use of this samsara god seal? In the past, he'd used it to reach the Tao corroboration realm. Now that he'd reached the Tao corroboration realm, he hadn't used the samsara god's seal in a very long time. The old man said, when you reach the Tao formation realm in the future, you can use the divine seal of samsara. Xian blinked. This god seal can help people achieve the Tao? The old man nodded. Sure. However, if you borrow the god's seal to reach the Tao, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, if you use this god's seal to achieve Tao, you will be the reincarnation great Tao. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Xian understood. If he used the reincarnation god's seal to achieve the Tao, then he, Xian, would become the god's seal. He, Xian, would be the reincarnation great Tao, one of the 3,000 great Taos. Xian gazed at the old man, is there a problem with that? The old man spoke in a low voice, there's a huge problem. Because it'll be difficult for you to break through again. The grand Tao of samsara isn't a Tao that you've come up with on your own, it's the Tao of someone else. The grand Tao of samsara itself has reached its end. If you become it, then it means that attaining the Tao will be your end, and it'll be extremely difficult for you to continue breaking through. However, attaining the Tao is the lifelong pursuit of many, and it all depends on one's own choice. Xian nodded and spoke softly, I understand. The old man smiled, young brother, I came here to investigate the dark abyss. Now that I've finished my investigation, I have to return to report on my mission. Xian gazed at the old man, Senior, what's your name? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Suku. Xian cupped his fists, Senior Suku, we'll meet again. Suku cupped his fists as well, young brother, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, young brother, that expert from the dark abyss has fled. You have to be careful of the dark abyss because it isn't a simple place. Xian nodded, thank you for the warning, Senior. Suku continued, besides that, the muddy energy in the depths of the dark world is extremely strong. Young brother, you must not continue forward because you'll enter the depths of the dark world if you continue forward. The muddy energy there isn't something you can resist right now. Xian turned around and glanced at the distance, but there was only pitch-black darkness at the end of his vision. The depths of the dark world, Xian fell into deep contemplation. Suku didn't speak another word, and he just turned around and left. After Suku left, Xian started to plunder the top-grade ores like a madman. About 2 hours later, Xian had obtained 6 top-grade mineral veins and more than 1,300,000 divine crystals of fortune, over 1,300,000 divine fortune crystals. What sort of concept was that? It could be said that even the entire Daoting and the Daotung combined couldn't compare to his wealth. Of course, he also plundered the experts' corpses. He buried the sword sex experts' corpses properly, while the dark abyss experts' corpses were also plundered. His harvest wasn't small at all. There were several tens of thousands of divine fortune crystals and all kinds of treasures, a huge windfall. After plundering, Xian didn't choose to leave. Instead, he looked towards the depths of the dark world. There must be more top-grade ores in the depths of the dark world, because he could already feel the dense spiritual energy there. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded, "Don't be greedy." Xian nodded and turned to leave. He was satisfied with his harvest today. Right at this time, he stopped again. Yi Jiming asked, "What is it?" Xian said solemnly, "Jiming, I almost forgot something." Yi Jiming asked, "What is it?" Xian said softly, "I've already become a Dao physique. Do you think my Dao physique can resist the turbid qi?" Yi Jiming fell silent. Xian suddenly smiled. The Dao scripture is known as the number one body tempering technique, and the Dao physique is known as the number one constitution. I'm curious, can the Dao physique resist the turbid qi? Yi Jiming said, "Why don't you give it a try?" She was also curious. This is a Dao scripture martial art. Xian nodded and looked around. There were still some turbid qi drifting around the sword sect. His body trembled and he appeared in front of a strand of turbid qi, grabbing it with his right hand. Xian stared at the strand of turbid qi. A moment later, he smiled, because nothing happened to his body at all. The turbid qi had no effect on his Dao physique. Xian looked at the strand of turbid qi in his hand. As if he thought of something, he suddenly loosened his grip and allowed the turbid qi to enter his body. Nothing happened to him after the turbid qi entered his body. Xian slowly closed his eyes and said excitedly, "Jiming, I have a great plan." Yi Jiming asked, "What plan?" The corner of Xian's lips curled up slightly. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Not long later, Xian entered the depths of the dark realm. When he arrived at the depths of the dark realm, Xian discovered that his surroundings were pitch black and filled with turbid qi. The turbid qi here was extremely dense. Not to mention Dao controlling experts, even Dao attainment experts wouldn't dare to step into this place recklessly. This time, Xian did not look for any top-grade mineral veins. Instead, he frantically absorbed the turbid qi. He used his body as a vessel and absorbed all the turbid qi into his body. When it reached a certain level, Xian opened his palm and a sword quietly formed in his hand. It was a sword condensed from turbid qi. Apart from that, tens of thousands of qi swords suddenly appeared around him. All of them were qi swords formed from turbid qi. Seeing this scene, Xian couldn't help but laugh. His Dao body was immune to the turbid qi, but not everyone had a Dao body. These 10,000 qi swords formed from turbid qi were even more terrifying than the soul-suppressing sword, because these qi swords would kill upon contact. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to withstand the turbid qi at all. Once touched, they would immediately enter heavenly decay. Xian didn't stop and continued to absorb the turbid qi. After absorbing it, he immediately condensed the turbid qi into swords. Inside the prison pagoda, Yi Jiming was silent as she watched Xian frantically condense swords. The cause of misfortune, she was starting to suspect that this was the cause of misfortune. She was actually starting to sympathize with Dao Ting. If this went on, Dao Ting would be toyed to death by Xian. About 4 hours later, Xian absorbed all the turbid qi within hundreds of thousands of miles and condensed it into swords, and now, he had a total of 120,000 swords. All of them were condensed from turbid qi, and with his current strength, forget about 120,000 swords, he could even control 500,000 swords. Of course, the reason why he didn't do this before was because the sword qi was more refined than quantity. But it was different now. These swords were special. It could be said that these swords formed from turbid qi didn't require much of his strength at all. These swords formed from turbid qi themselves carried a strange power. He just needed to control these swords. It was that simple. Xian put away all of the swords and walked towards the depths of the dark world. However, he didn't walk for long when he suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him, a powerful aura swept over. Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Soon, a white figure appeared in front of him. White robe. Seeing white robe, Xian was expressionless. This Dao Ting really didn't give up. White robe glanced at the surroundings and frowned slightly. Why isn't there any turbid qi here? Xian looked at White robe and didn't speak. White robe looked at Xian. You did it. Xian slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, White Robe said again, "You can ignore the turbid qi." Yi Xian didn't speak. White Robe looked deeply at Yi Xian. He didn't choose to attack but turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't choose to attack either because he wasn't confident that he could kill White Robe, and he didn't want to expose this turbid qi now. This would be a killer move that he would leave for Dao Ting. On the spot, Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he continued walking towards the depths of the dark world. He wanted to go to the deepest part to take a look, the depths of the dark world, which was also the depths of the celestial abyss. What exactly was there? About an hour later, Yi Xian's brows gradually furrowed because he felt an invisible pressure. This pressure was like several mountains pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. An hour later, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare to continue forward, because he felt that he couldn't breathe, that pressure was too strong. What exactly was in the depths of the dark world? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he turned around and left. At this moment, a pitch-black hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, without a sound. Yi Xian did not dare to move, and that hand just rested on his shoulder. Yi Xian did not sense anyone behind him, and that was the most terrifying thing. There was clearly someone, and the other party had a hand on his shoulder, but he could not sense the other party. Who was it? Yi Xian turned around, but there was nothing in front of him. There was nothing. Yi Xian fell silent. In the next moment, Yi Xian turned around and ran. Hee. At this moment, a strange laughter suddenly sounded from all around him. Yi Xian stopped and glanced around, but he did not find anything. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian continued forward. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and a face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the face of a little girl. The little girl's face was as pale as a sheet, and her hair was disheveled, covering half of her face. At this moment, the little girl was staring at him with a sinister smile. It had to be said that Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian looked at the little girl in front of him and grinned. Seeing Yi Xian smile, the little girl was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, she grabbed Yi Xian's throat, and a powerful force locked onto Yi Xian. The moment the little girl made a move, Yi Xian's soul-subduing sword suddenly unsheathed. Qi, as a cutting sound rang out, the human face disappeared, and Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, a little girl in white appeared in front of him. The little girl in white looked at Yi Xian and grinned. This smile was somewhat sinister. Immediately after, she was about to make a move, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a candied hawthorn. The little girl looked at the candied hawthorn in Yi Xian's hand and blinked. Yi Xian flicked his finger and the candied hawthorn landed in front of the little girl in white. The white-clothed little girl hesitated for a moment, and then she took the candied fruit and licked it lightly. In next to no time, her eyes lit up with disbelief. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, he was just trying it out because he realized that some of the younger ones seemed to like Tonghulu. Obviously, the little girl in front of him also liked Tonghulu. The little girl in white was indeed attracted by the candied hawthorn. She licked with relish. Yi Xian sized up the little girl in white. This little girl's strength was not an ordinary kind of ferocious, because just now, this little girl had forcefully taken a blow from his sword and was completely fine. Soon, the little girl finished eating the candied haws. Yi Xian quickly took out another stick of candied hawthorn and handed it to the little girl. The little girl in white looked at Yi Xian. She took the candied hawthorn but did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The white-clothed little girl didn't say anything. Yi Xian took out a stick of candied hawthorn and gave it to the white-clothed girl. The white-clothed girl took it and said, "Nagalu." Nagalu? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That name is a little strange. The white-clothed little girl looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Nagalu, what are you doing here?" Nagalu didn't answer and just licked the candied hawthorn. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to go out and play?" Nagalu looked at Yi Xian and said, "I can't go out." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why? I can even go out." Nagalu pointed to the right. Yi Xian looked over, but there was nothing there. Meanwhile, Nagalu suddenly walked over. The space in front of Nagalu suddenly split open a few hundred meters away, and then a huge golden word floated out. "Stop!" The golden word "stop" blocked Nagalu's path, and there was fear in Nagalu's eyes. Yi Xian looked at the word and said in a low voice, "Jiming, do you know what this is?" Yi Jiming was silent for a moment, then said, I've never seen it before. Yi Xian walked over to Nagalu's side and looked at the golden word. It was obvious that someone had trapped Nagalu here. Who could it be? A single word had trapped the powerful Nagalu here. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he looked at Nagalu and said, Why don't you enter my Xiao Ta? Nagalu pointed at Yi Xian's abdomen. Inside? Yi Xian nodded. Nagalu fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, Give it a try? What if I can get out? Nagalu thought about it, then nodded and entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, Nagalu looked around curiously. Outside, Yi Xian looked at the giant golden word. He walked forward slowly. At this moment, the giant golden word suddenly erupted with a beam of golden light. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he slashed with his sword. Hiss, a tearing sound resounded. Bang, an expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in the dark realm. In the next moment, Yi Xian was instantly blasted back 30 kilometers away. After he stopped, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He looked at the golden word. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the golden word trembled violently as if it was about to attack again. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly leaped up and stabbed with his sword, the sword of the way. As he stabbed with his sword, the remaining turbid qi in the surroundings was instantly reduced to nothingness. The sword as the way as the sword. This was the first time Yi Xian had used the sword of the way. At this moment, the golden word suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light and vanished. A moment of silence. Bang, an expanse of golden light and sword light suddenly erupted in this expanse of space, and then a figure retreated repeatedly amidst the sword light and golden light. It was Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had retreated by an entire 30 km. However, the golden word had retreated by 3 kilometers as well. Yi Xian had just stopped moving when the space behind him exploded apart, and he even spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at the golden word. What the hell is this? It's actually so terrifying. If his physical body wasn't sufficiently strong, then he would have probably been obliterated by that attack. Meanwhile, Nagalu appeared by Yi Xian's side. She gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian laughed bitterly, I can't defeat him. Nagalu turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he followed her. Along the way, Nagalu didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled, Nagalu, how long have you been here? Nagalu raised a finger. Yi Xian blinked, 10,000 years? Nagalu looked at Yi Xian, 100,000 years, 100,000 years. Yi Xian was stunned. She had been here for 100,000 years. What the hell? This little girl had lived for 100,000 years. At this time, Nagalu stopped, and Yi Xian looked up. Not far away, there was a floating mountain. This mountain was 100,000 zhang tall, and there were some scattered floating rocks around it. Yi Xian followed Nagalu to the top of the mountain. When they arrived, Yi Xian saw an old man. The old man sat cross-legged on a boulder, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura was as deep as the sea. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. There was a powerhouse here. At this time, Nagalu walked to the old man's side, and she handed the candied hawthorn in her hand to the old man. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at the candied hawthorn in Nagalu's hand, and smiled, You eat. Nagalu shook her head. The old man smiled, took the candied hawthorn, and then looked at Yi Xian in the distance, smiling, Taoist body. How many years has it been since I last saw it? Taoist body. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Taoist body was a part of the Taoist scripture martial arts, and in the words of Knowing Destiny, there were only 2 people who knew about the Taoist scripture martial arts. One was the owner of the Taoist scripture, and the other was her. This old man in front of him actually knew about Taoist body. Could it be the owner of the Taoist scripture? But it didn't seem like it. Yi Xian's mind was full of questions. At this time, the old man smiled, Young man, do you have many questions? Yi Xian nodded. How does senior know about Taoist body? The old man smiled, because someone has successfully cultivated it. Yi Xian asked, Who? The old man said softly, It was a very, very long time ago. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Who are you, senior? The old man looked at Yi Xian. Young man, do you believe in fate? Yi Xian was silent. Damn, this old man is trying to fool me. The old man smiled. I believe in fate, and to be able to meet you today, it is enough to prove that we are fated. Xian smiled. With senior strength, you should be able to see the cause of my misfortune, right? The old man was silent. Xian said, Senior, if there is anything you want to say, you can say it directly. The old man said softly, Young man, you are a straightforward person, so I will say it directly. To be honest, I want you to do me a favor. Xian did not say anything. He did not dare to casually agree to someone else's request. This old man was unfathomable, and the other party was actually trapped here. One could imagine how strong the person who trapped them was. The old man looked at Xian. Young man, can you help me bring my granddaughter out? Jiao Lu. Xian looked at Jiao Lu. Jiao Lu licked his tonghulu and did not say anything. The old man said again, Young man, over the years, there have been some people who have come here, but I did not ask them for help. I did not intend to ask you for help, because the karma between my granddaughter and me is not something an ordinary person can bear. Xian frowned. You think I can bear it? The old man looked at Xian. You have the cause of misfortune, but you still lived until now. Young man, do you know how terrifying that is? Xian was silent. The old man said again, Young man, I do not know your background, but I know that it is not simple. Xian looked at Jiao Lu and said with a smile, Senior, the person who can trap you must have strength that I cannot resist, right? The old man nodded. It is not someone you can resist. However, this is a grudge between me and him. My granddaughter is innocent, so I want to ask you for a favor and bring her out. Xian did not say anything. The old man looked at Xian. I do not have any benefits for you. On the contrary, if you save my granddaughter, it is very likely that you will be tainted with some bad karma, and this karma will bring you great trouble in the future. Xian said with a smile, Then Senior, do you think I will save her? The old man said with a smile, You will. Xian did not understand. Why? The old man smiled slightly, Because you are a good person. Xian was struck dumb. Then he shook his head. Sir, I have a lot of friends behind me. Anything I say or do can bring disaster to them. So, do you understand what I mean? The old man was silent. Xian said, If I am alone, I will save her, but I have a universe behind me, so I am sorry. After saying that, he turned around and left. Be a good person, he really did not mind doing good things, but the premise was that he had the strength. Taking care of things that were not within one's ability would not only bring disaster to oneself, but also to the entire five-dimensional universe. Doing good things, he had to act within his ability. If he did not have the ability, then he really should not meddle in other people's business. Moreover, he did not know the ins and outs of the matter. Who knew whether this old man deserved it or not? The old man sighed softly when he saw Xian leave decisively. Xian still didn't stop. At this moment, the old man suddenly appeared before Xian. Xian held the sword tightly in his right hand and didn't speak, but he was secretly on guard. The old man smiled, Young friend, perhaps we can talk in a different way. Xian looked at the old man, Feel free to bluff me, Senior. The old man laughed, Young friend, you're interesting. Xian didn't speak. The old man sized up Xian and smiled, Young friend, I saw that your Dao form has just reached the Dao validation realm, right? Xian nodded, Yes. The old man smiled, Do you want to reach the Dao defense realm? The Dao defense realm. Xian was stunned, and then he said, Are you serious? The old man nodded, Yes. Xian fell silent. The old man continued, Young friend, there will be trouble if you save my granddaughter, but this trouble is in the future. Since it's in the future, then there are many uncertain factors. At that time it might seem troublesome now, but it might be a trivial matter to you. To put it simply, whether the trouble in the future is big or small, or no trouble at all, it all depends on your strength in the future. Xian looked at the old man in confusion, Who are you people? The old man smiled, The dragon horde, the most ancient dragon horde. Dragon, Xian couldn't help but glance at Jialo in the distance. No wonder this little girl's defense is so abnormal, so it's a dragon, the old man continued, Young friend, if you're willing to help, this old man can not only help you reach the Dao defense realm, but he can also pass on everything to you from the dragon horde. Of course, this old man won't bluff you. Forming good karma with the dragon horde is equivalent to forming bad karma with others. However, little friend should also understand that since ancient times, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. There are gains and losses. It all depends on little friend's choice. Xian looked at the old man. Didn't you say that you wouldn't give me any benefits? The old man smiled and said, it's just a test. Xian asked, what's there to test? Do you think I'm a good person? The old man smiled and said, little friend, you are neither good nor evil. You are not a pure good person, nor are you a pure evil person. After a moment of silence, Xian asked, what level has Senior reached? The old man thought for a moment and said, do you really want to know? Xian nodded. The old man smiled and said, 2 or 3 realms higher than you, little friend. Above achieving the Tao, Xian asked softly, Senior, what is above achieving Tao? The old man smiled and said, you will know in the future. Xian was speechless. Can't I know in advance? The old man shook his head. It's meaningless. Don't ask about meaningless things. Xian was about to speak when the old man said, little friend, let me discuss my specific conditions with you. If you are willing to help, then not only will I help your Tao body attain the Tao defense realm, I will even give you the wealth of the Jiaolong tribe. Moreover, the Jiaolong tribe has 12 dragon souls. Even though they are only souls, they are all at the peak of the Tao defense realm. Moreover, they are not ordinary peak Tao defense realm experts. Ordinary experts at the Tao defense realm are utterly unable to resist them. 12 dragon souls, all at the peak of the Tao defense realm. Xian was slightly tempted. At this time, the old man added, as for wealth, all the top-grade mines in the heavenly world abyss belong to my dragon tribe. As long as little friend agrees, I will gift all the top-grade mines to little friend, as well as some of my dragon tribe's treasures. Everything will belong to little friend. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, the old man continued, there are over 30 top-grade spirit veins in the depths of the dark world, and every single one of them contains at least 1,000,000 divine fortune crystals. Xian suddenly said seriously, I'll do it. The old man looked at Xian, won't you think about it? Xian hurriedly shook his head, there's no need to think about it. The old man smiled, you know how strong I am. Just think about it, how terrifying is the person who can trap me. Are you really not going to think about it? Xian chuckled, I really want to think about the future. However, my top priority now is to think about the present. Would the Dao Ting let him go? Of course not. As for the Dao Tomb, he would not place his hopes on it at all. As long as there were enough benefits, the Dao Tomb would abandon him at any time. As if thinking of something, Xian said solemnly, Senior, there's a large golden word outside. The old man smiled, I'll take care of that. Xian nodded, then there's no problem. The old man said, come with me. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Xian and Jialo followed. Soon, the old man brought Xian and Jialo to a well. Xian glanced at the well. It was not water in the well, but blood. It was full of blood. The blood was boiling like magma. The old man said softly, when my dragon horde was massacred, I preserved the blood of my dragon horde. After saying that, he looked at Xian, go down. Xian said solemnly, absorb? The old man smiled, no, go down and use the dragon blood to temper your body. My dragon horde's blood is extremely young and tyrannical. It has a miraculous effect on the tempering of the body. This much dragon blood is enough to improve your Taoist physique to the next level. Not only that, but it will also give you the power of the dragon blood. Xian glanced at the dragon blood and jumped into the well without hesitation. Boom, in an instant, Xian's eyes widened. Burn, at this moment, Xian felt his body burning. The power of the dragon blood, this well contained almost all the dragon blood of the Jia dragon horde. This dragon blood was so powerful that ordinary Dao defense realm cultivators would immediately be reduced to ashes if they entered. Only Xian's Taoist physique could withstand the power of so much dragon blood. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the dragon blood. At this moment, the blood in Xian's body suddenly surged. Boom, in an instant, Xian began to absorb the dragon blood around him. He was devouring. The old man watched quietly from the side. He did not stop him, and his expression was calm as if he had already expected this. Beside the old man, Jialo was still quietly licking his candied fruit, not saying a word. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly grabbed Jialo's hand and spoke softly, "Little girl, follow him later, all right?" Jialo shook her head. The old man looked at Jialo and smiled, "Little girl, you're the last hope of the dragon horde. Grandpa didn't want you to carry this burden, but you have no choice. Look at the dragon horde. 136 dragons were skinned and their tendons skinned. We living dragons can't forget this blood feud. Grandpa isn't capable enough to avenge our clansmen. Only you can avenge them." Jialo remained silent. The old man looked at the well and spoke softly, "You must follow him. Only by following him will you have a chance to avenge the dragon horde. Besides that, little girl, it's time for you to go out and see the outside world." Jialo still remained silent. The old man looked at Xian in the well. This person has the disaster seed and has cultivated a Dao body. He's not simple, especially his bloodline power. His bloodline power is even stronger than our Jiao dragon tribes. I have to say that it's terrifying for a human's bloodline to reach such a level. However, because of the disaster seed, his troubles may be endless. Little girl, you must be careful when you follow him. Just because he's tough doesn't mean the lives of those around him are tough. Jialo still remained silent. The old man looked at Jialo with a complicated expression. "Little girl, if you can take revenge in the future, do so. If you can't, then don't. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. You must live well." Jialo looked at the old man. "Let's go together." The old man smiled and was about to speak when the well in the distance suddenly exploded and Xian floated out. At that moment, Xian's body exuded an extremely powerful aura. His body was red as if it was condensed from fresh blood. Dragon blood, he had absorbed all the dragon blood. Now, his Dao body had reached the Dao imperial realm. Xian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, the space around him split apart, a trace of excitement flashed in Xian's eyes. After he had devoured the dragon blood, his Dao body had not only reached the Dao imperial realm, but he had also obtained the bloodline power of the dragon tribe. The characteristic of the bloodline power of the dragon tribe was power. Unparalleled power. He could now easily kill a Dao imperial realm expert with the power of his physical body. With the strength of his current physical body, he would not be afraid even if he faced experts at the level of Zhenwu and White Robe. He could go head-on against experts at the level of White Robe and Zhenwu. The improvement this time was far too great. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the old man in the distance. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." The old man smiled and said, "Congratulations, young friend." Xian spoke in a low voice, "Senior, was this Heaven Abyss once the territory of the dragon tribe?" The old man nodded. "This place used to be the territory of the dragon tribe. Later on, a great battle occurred here, so it became an abyss. The mineral veins in this abyss all belong to the dragon tribe." Xian spoke softly, "I see." Meanwhile, the old man withdrew a spatial ring. This spatial ring contains all the treasures and mineral veins of the dragon tribe. It can be said that all the wealth of the dragon tribe is in here. Now, I'll give it to you. However, Xian did not take it. The old man smiled, "Young friend, are you going back on your word?" Xian spoke in a low voice, "Senior, aren't you afraid of entrusting it to the wrong person?" The old man roared with laughter, "Young friend, I believe in your character." Xian shook his head and smiled, "To be honest, even I don't really believe in my character." The old man smiled, "Young friend, I'll be honest with you as well. Besides you, I have no one else to choose from." Xian fell silent. The old man looked at Jiao Lu who was beside him, "Young friend, this granddaughter of mine has been here for too long and is slightly introverted. However, her nature is not bad. After she leaves with you, I hope you treat her well." Xian glanced at Jiao Lu, "Don't worry, senior. Xian, will take good care of Miss Jiao Lu after I benefited from you." The old man spoke softly, "This old man can rest assured." As he spoke, he spread open his hands. In an instant, his body started to crack inch by inch. At the same time, an extremely overbearing aura suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. In next to no time, an enormous dragon that was over 100 kilometers long appeared on the mountain peak. In front of this enormous dragon, the mountain beneath Yi Xian's feet was like a speck of dust. Yi Xian was shocked. He had never seen such an enormous dragon before. Compared to this dragon, the so-called true dragons in the past were like earthworms. At this moment, the enormous dragon suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. In an instant, the entire celestial abyss shook violently. At this moment, whether it was the Doubting World or the Dao Tomb, everyone was shocked. In the sky above the mountain peak, the enormous dragon raised its head and looked into the distance, laughing loudly. "Girl, remember well. Even if there is only one dragon left in my dragon clan, we must still live with our backs straight. We can die, we can be exterminated, but our dragon clan's courage and pride cannot be lost. Even if we die, we must die standing. Is that so?" At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded from afar. This voice seemed to come from ancient times, and it was illusory. At almost the same time, somewhere in the distant starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped in her tracks. The woman in the plain dress just stood there silently, not saying a word. As the ancient voice sounded from the depths of the celestial abyss, a huge golden word suddenly appeared before the enormous dragon, and a faint shadow could be seen within the golden word. The golden word transformed into a golden ray of light that shot explosively towards the enormous dragon. In the sky, the enormous dragon suddenly raised its head and roared, and then it directly collided with the golden ray of light. Boom! This collision caused the entire celestial abyss to shake violently like a huge earthquake. In the sky, the enormous dragon had just come into contact with the golden word, and then the enormous dragon actually started to crumble inch by inch. When he saw this, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Such a powerful dragon actually couldn't defeat this word. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. At this moment, the old man's pained voice suddenly resounded in the sky, "Take her and leave." Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly pulled Jialo, who was beside him, and ran madly towards the distance. At this moment, the enormous dragon had already turned into ashes. A super expert above the Dao attainment realm had been instantly killed just like that. His soul had been completely destroyed. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Damn, this was too frightening. Hurry up and run. Yi Xian pulled Jialo and quickened their pace. At this moment, Yi Xian and Jialo suddenly stopped, because the huge golden word had appeared in front of them. Within the huge golden word, a faint shadow could be seen. Yi Xian looked at this shadow with an extremely solemn expression. Beside Yi Xian, Jialo stared at the shadow. 2 streams of clear liquid had appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. The huge golden word suddenly trembled slightly, as if it was about to attack. At this moment, somewhere in the distant starry sky, the woman in the plain dress suddenly turned her head and glanced at it. "Attack him? You can try. P.S. Tickets, tickets." As soon as she said this, the golden word in front of Yi Xian and Jialo stopped moving. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman in the plain dress continued to walk into the distance. At this moment, a voice resounded from the starry sky behind her. "Who are you?" In the distance, the woman in the plain dress didn't even turn around. "Someone you can't afford to offend." "Someone you can't afford to offend." The starry sky suddenly became quiet. Heaven abyss, dark world. The golden word in front of Yi Xian suddenly became illusory, and then it gradually disappeared completely. Yi Xian and Jialo were stunned. Gone. Yi Xian lifted his head to take a look. He said softly, "Is that you, Qinger?" There was no response. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he left with Jialo. Jialo didn't speak along the way. Yi Xian glanced at Jialo and said, "Miss Jialo, why don't you come to my tower first?" Jialo nodded and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian looked around. He had to admit that he had gained a lot this time, very much. The treasures he had obtained from the Naga Dragon clan were enough to change the fate of the entire 5th dimension, truly change the fate of the 5th dimension. There were a total of 36 top-grade mineral veins in the spatial ring the old man had given him. In addition to the ones he had obtained before, he now had a total of 40 top-grade mineral veins, and he had tens of millions of divine fortune crystals, tens of millions. What did that mean? It could be said that the total wealth of the Doubting and the Dao Tomb couldn't compare to Yi Xian. With these divine fortune crystals, he could cultivate a large number of Dao-proving realm experts. and even Tao-controlling realm experts. Of course, what he needed the most now was time. The complete rise of the fifth dimension was only a matter of time. Apart from that, he had also gained a lot this time. He now had over 100,000 energy swords, and all of them were condensed from turbid qi. Even an ordinary Tao defense realm expert would find it difficult to resist the turbid qi. This was the gift he had prepared for the Tao Ting. Of course, the biggest gain was the improvement of his Taoist body. With his current body, he could fight against a top expert like true martial god. It could be said that if it was a one-on-one battle, the only ones who could pose a fatal threat to him were experts of the Tao realm. In addition, he had also obtained the treasures of the Naga dragons. The treasures of the dragon clan were truly terrifying. In short, the harvest this time was bountiful. Of course, he didn't get too excited. Now, he had to face a problem, and that was how to explain everything that had happened in the dark world. However, this was not a problem for him. After a while, Xian left the black vortex. As soon as he appeared outside the vortex, Rahu and the others appeared in front of him. Luoho glanced at Xian. "Let's talk somewhere else." After saying that, everyone disappeared. Heavenly King Palace. Apart from Luoho, Qi Yaoyao, Bitter King, and Barbarian King were also in the hall. At this moment, everyone was looking at Xian. Xian smiled. Everyone must be very curious about what happened in the vortex. Luoho nodded. "Tell us." Xian told them about the sword sect, but he didn't say anything about Jialo and the old man. In any case, it was half the truth and half a lie. After a while, Luoho suddenly asked, "That's it?" Xian nodded. "That's it." Luoho looked at Xian. "You didn't know that something big happened in the dark world?" Xian said, "I know, but it came from the depths of the dark world. I didn't go there, so I don't know what happened there either." At this moment, Bitter King suddenly said, "You really don't know, or you don't want to say?" Xian looked at Bitter King and smiled. "Bitter King, you really think highly of me. How could I go to the depths of the dark world?" Bitter King gazed at Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Luoho suddenly said, "Did you get anything?" Xian nodded. "I brought 6 top-grade ores from the sword sect ruins." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Luoho. "I'll take 3. Luoho glanced at Xian and put the spatial ring away. Meanwhile, Zhang Man spoke abruptly, "What right do you have to take 3? Xian replied, "I risked my life for them." Zhang Man gazed at Xian. "Without us to stop the Tao Ting, you wouldn't have been able to enter." Xian ignored Zhang Man and looked at Luoho instead. Luoho remained silent. Xian smiled. "It's fine. They're all yours. I don't want any of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed a spatial ring in front of Luoho. Inside the spatial ring were 3 top-grade ores. After putting down the spatial ring, Xian turned around and left. Zhang Man King frowned. "Wait." Xian turned around to look at Zhang Man King. Zhang Man King stared at Xian. "I suspect there are more than 6. Xian laughed. "Zhang Man King, are you an idiot?" Zhang Man King narrowed his eyes and punched out. In the distance, Xian slashed down with his sword. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded in the hall. Xian retreated a dozen steps while Zhang Man King returned to his original position. Luoho and Bitter King looked at Xian with a trace of shock in their eyes. Xian's strength has become so strong. Qing Yaoyao sipped her tea slowly and didn't speak at all. Zhang Man King was about to attack again when Xian suddenly said, "Zhang Man King, you can attack if you want, but it's pointless to stop now. How about this? I challenge you to a life and death duel, and I won't stop until one of us dies. Just the 2 of us, and we'll have a fair fight. The one who asks for help is a dog. What do you think?" Luoho frowned as well. Zhang Man King gazed at Xian and smiled. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "You." Meanwhile, Qing Yaoyao spoke abruptly, "Zhang Man, do you want to die?" Everyone gazed at Qing Yaoyao when they heard this. Zhang Man gazed at her with a gloomy expression. "What are you trying to say?" Qing Yaoyao shrugged, "Then have a life and death duel." Zhang Man King frowned. "Divine King, do you think I can't defeat him?" Qing Yaoyao smiled. "Zhang Man, let's not talk about whether you can defeat him or not. Let's talk about whether your life and death duel is meaningful. Who would be the happiest if the two of you fought to the death? Doubting. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. Don't you think so? Yi Xian said with a smile, but I still want to fight him. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian. Are you sure? She was slightly displeased. Yi Xian looked Xianxia in the eyes. I'm sure. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped. Meanwhile, Zhang Manqing stood up, but Luo Ho stopped him. Zhang Manqing was about to speak when Luo Ho's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. You have to think this through. He's full of tricks and never does anything that puts him at a disadvantage. Moreover, he's ruthless. He definitely has something to rely on since he dared to challenge you, and it's very likely that even we can't stop him. Even if we can stop him, your entire reputation will be destroyed if you lose to him. Zhang Manqing fell silent. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring flew into her hand in front of Luo Ho. She handed the storage ring to Yi Xian. You deserve this. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, turned around, and left. After Yi Xian left, Zhang Manqing said fiercely, he's too arrogant. If it wasn't for our Dao Tomb, he would have already been doubting. Idiot. Qi Yaoyao suddenly turned around and glanced coldly at Zhang Manqing's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he was just about to stand up when Luo Ho suddenly said, sit down. His voice was icy cold, and it didn't contain a trace of emotion. Zhang Manqing said in a low voice, Luo Ho, are you really going to let him do this? Luo Ho looked at Qin Yaoyao. Speak. Qin Yaoyao sat down with an expressionless face. We've always taken the initiative in our cooperation with him, but I'm afraid that's no longer the case now. Luo Ho frowned. What do you mean? Qin Yaoyao said softly, let me ask everyone a question. Does he really need our Dao Tomb? Zhang Manqing said coldly, doesn't he need it? Qin Yaoyao looked at Zhang Man. Can you use your brain a little? Zhang Manqing said angrily, you, Luo Ho suddenly said, if you interrupt again, get out. In the Dao Tomb, Qi Yaoyao had always been the brains of the Dao Tomb. Even when the Lord was here, he was extremely respectful to Qi Yaoyao, and would discuss all major matters with her. Zhang Manqing's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't interrupt again. Qi Yaoyao said, actually, he doesn't need us. I've investigated before. He went to Daoting after Mu Yanyan's death, and he slaughtered countless Daoting experts at that time. He even proved his Dao by killing. In the end, the Dao ancestor had no choice but to intervene, but he's still alive. Why? Because his younger sister stopped the Dao ancestor. In other words, Yi Ling. And there's an extremely powerful soul within Yi Ling's body. Luo Ho and the others fell silent. Qi Yaoyao said again, what does that mean? It means that that person's strength isn't inferior to the Dao ancestors. Also, you seem to have forgotten that he's someone with the calamity seed. This calamity seed only exists in the legends. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that he's still alive. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. I've done an investigation recently, and I've investigated everything about him. Do you know what I found? Luo Ho said solemnly, speak. Qi Yaoyao smiled, he's not someone we can afford to offend. Luo Ho frowned slightly, a little exaggerated? Qi Yaoyao shook her head, it's not exaggerated at all. We all think that Mu Yanyan is his greatest backer, but in my opinion, that Miss Yanyan isn't his greatest backer. The source of his bloodline is that woman in a plain dress. And we know almost nothing about these two people. Even with our strength, we can't investigate them. If you think about this problem, you'll realize how terrifying it is. Besides that, there's definitely someone who's helping him resist the calamity seed. Otherwise, with his strength, he would absolutely be unable to survive until now. As for this cause of disaster, let alone resisting it, we don't even know what the hell this cause of disaster is. The calamity seed, what exactly is it? Actually, many people don't know. They only know that it's a form of karma, but exactly what kind of karma is it? No one knows. Qi Yaoyao continued, he's immune to sword qi. As for the sword sex sword qi, all of you've experienced it, so you know how terrifying it is. But he's immune to it. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Man, if I were him, I wouldn't absorb the sword qi. Instead, I'd gather it, and once I encounter an enemy, I'd release it. In any case, the sword chi would automatically attack others. How comfortable would that be? Zhang Man's expression turned even more unsightly when he heard this. Inside the hall, Luo Ho and the others had ugly expressions. Qi Yaoyao stood up and left without another word. In the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped with a woman standing in front of him. It was Qin Yaoyao. Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. This isn't like you. Yi Xian said, about the hall? Qin Yaoyao nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yaoyao, the Dao Tomb grounds have never trusted me. No matter how many top-grade ores I hand over, you still won't believe me, right? Qin Yaoyao fell silent. Indeed, no matter how much Yi Xian handed over, the Dao Tomb grounds would think it wasn't enough. Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Then how many top-grade ores did you get? Yi Xian looked at Qin Yaoyao. Miss Yaoyao, are you asking me on behalf of the Dao Tomb grounds or yourself? Qin Yaoyao blinked. Is there a difference? Yi Xian smiled. There's a huge difference. How could Qin Yaoyao not understand Yi Xian's meaning? After a moment of silence, Qin Yaoyao said, I won't ask any more. Yi Xian smiled. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Qin Yaoyao suddenly said, Can I still kill you now? Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qin Yaoyao. I'm afraid not. He couldn't. Qin Yaoyao shook her head and smiled. She knew that Yi Xian must have had some fortuitous encounter in the dark world. Qi Yaoyao asked again, Then can you kill me? Yi Xian thought about it. I can try. Qin Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian. You're so confident? Yi Xian smiled. I'm not very confident. Qin Yaoyao's lips curled. Want to exchange a few moves? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Yaoyao, my enemy is Dao Ting, not you, and not the Dao Tomb. From the very beginning, I've never treated the Dao Tomb as an enemy. You should know this very well. However, the Dao Tomb doesn't think so. What do you think? After a long period of silence, Qin Yaoyao asked, Will we become enemies in the future? Yi Xian smiled and said, That will depend on what the Dao Tomb ground does. Qian Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Yaoyao, have you ever thought of changing places? Qian Yaoyao was taken aback for a moment before she smiled and said, You want to rope me in? Yi Xian nodded. The fifth dimension is a good place. Are you interested in going there? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, I'm very curious, what benefits are you going to use to win me over? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before he asked, What does Miss Yaoyao want? Qian Yaoyao asked back, What do you think I want? Yi Xian looked at Qian Yaoyao and said, You want to destroy the Dao Ting, the so-called Great Dao, because the Great Dao is unfair. But now, the Dao Tomb ground's goal is not Dao Ting. Miss Yaoyao, forgive me for being blunt, but even if the Dao Tomb ground destroys the Dao Ting, the world will still be unfair because the Dao Tomb ground will be the next Dao Ting. Miss Yaoyao, you should understand that the Dao Tomb ground is no longer fighting for their beliefs, but for themselves. Qian Yaoyao was silent. Yi Xian said again, Miss Yaoyao, you should have investigated the fifth dimension. What do you think of it now? Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, Very good. Yi Xian looked at Qian Yaoyao and said, I want to destroy the Dao Ting and rebuild the Great Dao of Order. Qian Yaoyao looked straight at Yi Xian and said, Will you not become the next Dao Ting? Yi Xian shook his head and said, I won't. Qian Yaoyao smiled and said, Why should I? Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yaoyao, you understand. With that, he turned and left. Qian Yaoyao was silent. She naturally understood. Why did Yi Xian want to destroy the Dao Ting? Revenge for Mu Niannian. What was Yi Xian's ultimate goal? To protect the fifth dimension. Yi Xian didn't care about the Dao scripture, power, or longevity. Or in other words, in his heart, the Dao scripture, power, longevity, and invincibility were not the most important. To him, friends, family, and the fifth dimension were more important. Yi Xian always knew what he wanted to do and what he wanted to fight for. But the Dao Tomb ground was no longer fighting for the beliefs of the past. What did the Dao breakers in the Dao Tomb ground believe in? Fairness. Why did they resist the Dao Ting? Because the Great Dao was unfair. However, when they had great strength, would they fight for this so-called fairness for more people? No, because there was no difference between them and the Dao Ting itself. Everyone was fighting for themselves. This was why no one in the Dao Tomb ground was able to forge a new path. In the past, the Dao Ting was about proving one's Dao, while the Dao Tum ground was about breaking one's Dao. But now, above breaking one's Dao was controlling one's Dao and achieving one's Dao. In other words, the Dao Tum ground and the Dao Ting path were the same. With this thought, Xianxia sighed and turned to leave. Dao Ting. In the main hall of the Divine Palace, Bai Dizzy and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. In the dark world, White Robe did not attack Yixian because he discovered that Yixian could ignore the turbid qi. Moreover, such a huge commotion in the dark world was definitely related to Yixian. What happened in the dark world? This was what they wanted to know the most. At this moment, Bai Dizzy said softly, "Things are getting worse for us." They really wanted to kill Yixian and used all their strength, but Yixian was still alive and well. Now, Yixian was growing every day, and they could only watch Yixian grow. It had to be said that this was a kind of torture for them. And now, even if they wanted to stop and make peace, it was impossible because Yixian would never stop and make peace. It could be said that between the Dao Ting and Yixian, only one could survive. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Wait." White Robe and the true martial divine lord looked at Bai Dizzy, and Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Wait for the Dao ancestor to come out of seclusion. Come out of seclusion, now, only when the Dao ancestor came out could they change the situation of the Dao Ting. In the fifth dimension. After Yixian returned to the fifth dimension, he immediately called Guanyin. In the hall, Yixian said solemnly, "Only Xiaoqi has reached Dao validation?" Guanyin nodded. And Lanqiu, Arrow, and Ajiao are on the verge of breaking through, but it's still not enough. There aren't enough Fortune Divine Crystals. Fortune Divine Crystals. Thinking of this, Guanyin sighed softly. At this moment, she realized how important the Fortune Divine Crystals were. Not only were they useful to Dao validation experts, but they were also useful to self-release experts like her. This world was like this. Without money, no matter how much effort you put in, it was useless. At this moment, Yixian suddenly took out a storage ring and handed it to Guanyin. Guanyin glanced at the storage ring, and the next moment, her expression changed drastically. There were 5 million Fortune Divine Crystals in the storage ring. Moreover, these Fortune Divine Crystals were several times purer than before. Guanyin looked at Yixian and said with a trembling voice, "Where did you go to rob this time?" Yixian's face darkened. "What are you saying? What do you mean I went to rob again?" Guanyin stared at Yixian. "Where did you get them?" Yixian said with a smile, "It's a long story, so I won't say much. You can distribute these Fortune Divine Crystals." Guanyin glanced at Yixian and did not ask any more. She picked up the storage ring and left. In the hall, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Fortune Divine Crystals. He now had more than 38 million Fortune Divine Crystals. After giving 5 million to Guanyin, he still had 33 million left. These Fortune Divine Crystals were enough to last the fifth dimension for 100 years. What he needed the most now was time. It could be said that it was not impossible for the fifth dimension to surpass the Dao Ting and the Dao Tum. Inside the hall, Yixian took out the Dao scriptures. He now had 5 Dao scriptures. He already knew that there was one in the Dao Ting, one in the Dao Tum, and one in the whirling world. What about the last one? Yixian suddenly asked. "Jiming, do you know the whereabouts of the last Dao scripture?" Yi Jiming said solemnly, "No." Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Dao scriptures, the spirit of the great Dao. This was what Sister Nian told him before she died. He must find the spirit of the great Dao. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly ran into the hall. She looked at Yixian and said excitedly, "Good news." Yixian was stunned and asked, "Good news?" Guanyin nodded and said excitedly, "Many, many spirits came." Spirits. Yixian and Guanyin disappeared from the hall. Spirit Palace. On this day, countless spirits came to the Spirit Palace. These spirits were the spirits of heaven and earth that had been ordered by Xiaolinger to find spirits. Now, these spirits had returned. Not only did they return, but they also brought many spirits with them to the fifth dimension. Every spirit brought back a spirit, some even brought back a few. For a moment, the entire Spirit Palace became unusually lively. Yixian glanced at the entire Spirit Palace. There were more than 10,000 spirits. There were all kinds of spirits, and these spirits were surrounding Xiaolinger, and Xiaolinger was giving them divine crystals of fortune. At this moment, Xiaolinger suddenly looked up at Yixian. The next moment, she flew directly in front of Yixian, and all the spirits surrounded them. All the spirits were looking at Yixian and Xiaolinger grinned. "Brother, I want money." Yixian laughed. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger glanced at it, and the next moment, her eyes widened. "Wow." As she said that, she gave Yixian a big hug. There were 300,000 divine crystals of fortune in the storage ring. The reason why he did not give more was because he was afraid that this little girl would waste it. Xiaolinger began to give the spirits divine crystals of fortune. She was very generous because she had doubled the reward. Seeing that Xiaolinger had doubled the reward, the spirits were overjoyed. For a moment, the entire spirit palace was filled with chattering laughter. At this moment, Guanyin's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yixian. "She's gone." Yixian frowned slightly. "Who?" Guanyin said with a trembling voice, "Miss Nian Nian." Yixian directly disappeared. The next moment, he arrived in a starry sky, but that starry sky was empty. Mu Niannian's main body was gone. Yixian was stunned. "P.S. Please." Gone, Yixian stood in the starry sky, looking as if he had lost his soul. At this time, Guanyin appeared beside Yixian, her expression extremely ugly. Yixian asked, "What happened?" Guanyin shook her head, "I don't know." At this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Yixian and Guanyin. The old man bowed to them, "Greetings, Alliance Leader Yi." "Miss Guan." Yixian looked at the old man, "What happened?" The old man shook his head, "I don't know either." Miss Nian's body was still there, but just now, her body disappeared. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Sister Nian's body was taken away. Doubting. Thinking of this, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "It can't be doubting." Yixian asked, "Why?" Yi Jiming said solemnly, "You need to calm down." Yixian fell silent, clenching his fists. Yi Jiming continued, "Doubting bringing Mu Niannian's body is meaningless. Are they going to use her body to threaten you? That's obviously impossible. Moreover, with your current strength, if someone stepped into the fifth dimension, you would definitely be able to detect it, right?" Yixian slowly clenched his right fist. Yi Jiming was right. With his current strength, if someone stepped into the fifth dimension, he would be able to detect it immediately. But just now, he did not sense any aura. Who was it? Yixian swept his gaze across the starry sky, his eyes as cold as ice. At this time, Source Spirit suddenly appeared. She looked at the empty starry sky in the distance, stunned, then looked at Yixian, "It's gone." Yixian nodded. Source Spirit asked, "Doubting?" Yixian shook his head, "Doesn't seem like it." Saying this, he slowly closed his eyes. Doubting, the Dao Tomb, but it didn't look like it. There was no reason for the Dao Tomb. Although there was a reason for doubting, what was Doubting doing with Sister Nian's body? Was he going to use it to threaten him? That was possible. With that thought in mind, Yixian opened his eyes, and in the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Guanyin's expression changed when she saw this. She wanted to stop Yixian, but Yixian had disappeared without a trace. In the abyss of the heaven realm, in front of the main hall of the divine palace, a sword light suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time, a spear pierced through the air from within the palace. Boom! In the sky above the divine palace, a sword light exploded, and a man appeared above the divine palace. The person who had arrived was precisely Yixian. When Yixian appeared, Bai Dizzy, true martial god, and White Robe appeared as well. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yixian. "What are you trying to do?" Yixian looked at Bai Dizzy. "Did you do it?" Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. "What do you mean we did it?" Yixian said fiercely, "Sister Nian's body is no longer here. Did you Doubting do it?" Mu Niannian's body. Bai Dizzy was stunned, and then he said, "The fifth dimension Tendo's body is gone?" Yixian stared fixedly at Yixian. "Did you Doubting?" Bai Dizzy was about to speak when True Martial God suddenly said, "Yixian, I did not Doubting do it." Yixian looked at True Martial God, and True Martial God said solemnly, "Doubting and you are mortal enemies, but not to this extent. Also, Mu Niannian is the strongest. Although the omnipotent expert has already fallen, we still respect her very much. We would never do such a shameless thing." Yixian's expression became fiercer. "If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" True martial god looked at Yi Xian, why do we want Moon Yanyan's body? Are we going to use it to threaten you? If so, we can use it to threaten you now. Also, doubting is not as despicable as you think. Even if we wanted to kill you, we would not use such despicable means. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy immediately said angrily, why are you looking at me? I have never done such a thing, and I disdain to do it. True martial god nodded, very well. He, Zhenwu, would never do something like stealing someone's corpse. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Not doubting, could it be the Dao tomb? At this moment, Qing Yaoyao suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. It is not the Dao tomb, I am sure of this. Not the Dao tomb. Yi Xian was silent, his expression becoming more and more fierce. Who could it be? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly turned and left. In the field, Qing Yaoyao frowned. Moon Yanyan's body was gone. Who would steal Moon Yanyan's body? Why would they steal it? Qing Yaoyao turned to look at Bai Dizzy and the others. It really wasn't you. True martial god said solemnly, Heavenly Monarch, I, Dao Ting, am not that despicable. Besides, I, true martial, respect an expert like Moon Yanyan from the bottom of my heart. Why would I do such a despicable thing? Qing Yaoyao turned to look at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy was expressionless. What, am I that despicable? Qing Yaoyao said indifferently, True martial god is an expert and he has his pride, but you, Bai Dizzy, don't have that. What immoral things can't you do? Bai Dizzy said coldly, think whatever you want. Qi Yaoyao said nothing else and turned to leave. In the field, True martial god said solemnly, who would steal Moon Yanyan's body? Bai Dizzy said, Dao Ting is the most suspicious, followed by the Dao tomb. True martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said, although she is dead, her body is also a five-dimensional tendo, and she is so strong. Her body must be useful. At this point, he said angrily, why are you looking at me like that? I said it. I didn't do it. At this time, White Robe suddenly said, if it wasn't us, and not the Dao tomb, then who could it be? The three fell into silence. After a long time, Bai Dizzy seemed to think of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? White Robe and True martial god looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy's face was pale, and he was a little frightened. True martial frowned. Could it be what? Bai Dizzy said with a trembling voice, it is possible. It is completely possible. At this point, he looked at True martial and White Robe, wait for my news. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. True martial and White Robe were dumbfounded. Heavenly King Palace. At this time, Luo Ho and the others were there. They already knew that Moon Yanyan's body in the five-dimensional universe had disappeared. Inside the palace, Luo Ho looked at Qian Yaoyao. Do you think this was done by doubting? Qian Yaoyao shook her head, it doesn't seem like it. Like what True martial said, they are not that despicable. Especially True martial and White Robe, no matter what, they would not do anything to Moon Yanyan's body. That kind of powerhouse is respected by everyone. Luo Ho nodded, even he respected Moon Yanyan from the bottom of his heart. Powerhouses still had their pride, especially people like True martial and White Robe. Therefore, he did not believe that White Robe and True martial had done anything to Moon Yanyan's body. At this time, Bitter King suddenly said, if it is not us, and not Dao Ting, then who could it be? Or does this Yi Xian have other enemies? In the palace, Qian Yaoyao was silent. No one spoke either. The palace sank into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Qian Yaoyao's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? In the palace, everyone looked at Qian Yaoyao. Qi Yaoyao did not speak. She stood up and left. After leaving the palace, she disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. In the palace, the three looked at each other. In the starry sky, Yi Xian just stood there, staring at the place where Moon Yanyan's body had been. Disappeared without a trace. It was not the Dao tomb, nor was it Dao Ting. Then who could it be? Yi Xian's eyes were somewhat blank. Who took Sister Nian's body away? Yi Ling. She had the ability to take Sister Nian's body away without a trace, but she would not do so. Then who else could it be? Could it be that dark abyss? But that was not possible either. He could not think of anyone else. Just like that, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky for a whole day and a night. On this day, Yi Xian had unknowingly arrived in Shaman City. He just walked on the streets, looking as if he had lost his soul. Shaman City was bustling. There were stalls on both sides of the streets, and the sounds of people shouting could be heard. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly came from Yixian's right. "You thief, how dare you steal?" Yixian looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a fat man was whipping a beggar crazily with a wooden stick. The beggar was curled up on the ground, hugging something tightly. He did not make a sound even though he was being whipped by the fat man. The beggar's hair was long, messy, and dirty. His face could not be seen. The fat man stepped on the beggar and scolded, "How dare you steal from me?" Tui, as he spoke, he continued whipping the beggar with the wooden stick. At that moment, Yixian suddenly appeared before the fat man. When he saw Yixian, a hint of wariness appeared in the fat man's eyes, because Yixian's attire told him that he was not a normal person, and he even had a sword with him. Yixian crouched down before the beggar and gently pushed aside the beggar's messy hair. When he saw the beggar's face, he was instantly stunned. It was a little girl, but her face was very dirty, and there were even wounds on it. The little girl was terrified. She hugged the thing in her hands tightly and her body trembled. "Don't hit me. It hurts," Yixian asked softly, "What's your name?" The little girl cast a glance at Yixian and lowered her head slightly. Her lips moved, but she did not say anything. Yixian said gently, "Don't be afraid, I won't hit you." The little girl lifted her head slightly. She cast a glance at Yixian, but soon lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Nian. Nian. My name is Nian Nian." Hearing this, Yixian instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was petrified on the spot. In the little girl's arms was a fish that was still jumping. The little girl hugged the fish tightly, and she was terrified. "Nian Nian," Yixian looked at the little girl in front of him as if he had lost his soul. "Sister Nian." This thought flashed through Yixian's mind. However, the little girl in front of him looked completely different from Sister Nian. However, he felt that this little girl looked familiar. This was also the reason why he had stopped in his tracks. At this moment, the fat man suddenly said, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he constantly tapped his palm with the wooden stick as if he was threatening her. Yixian was about to speak when the little girl suddenly hugged her knees and buried her head in them. She said with a trembling voice, "Don't hit me. It hurts." A ruthless glint flashed through the fat man's eyes. He was about to grab the little girl's hair when a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Hiss, blood splattered. The expressions of the people on the street changed drastically as they retreated. Yixian ignored everyone. He squatted in front of the little girl and said gently, "Don't worry, no one will hit you." The little girl seemed to be very afraid. She curled up into a ball, but she kept hugging her fish. Even when she was being beaten up badly, she didn't let go of the fish. Yixian felt his heart ache for some reason when he saw that the little girl was still very afraid. As if he had thought of something, he pressed his palm gently against the ground. In an instant, a ball of fire appeared on the ground. Yixian gently crooked his index finger, and a fish flew into his hand from a bucket in the distance. He cleaned the fish quickly and then started to grill it. Soon, the fragrance of fish wafted through the air. At this moment, the little girl raised her head slightly. When she saw the roasted fish in Yixian's hand, she blinked, but she quickly buried her head in her lap. Clearly, she was still very afraid. Yixian hurriedly took out some seasonings and placed them on the roasted fish. Soon, the roasted fish became even more fragrant. The little girl would steal a glance at the roasted fish from time to time. Yixian handed the roasted fish to Nian Nian and said gently, "Here, this is for you." The little girl raised her head and looked at Yixian. Her throat rolled, but she did not dare to take it. Yixian smiled and said gently, "Don't be afraid. With me around, no one will dare to hit you." After hesitating for a while, the little girl slowly reached for the grilled fish. Yixian tried his best to make his smile amiable. He had never been so cautious before. The little girl held on to the grilled fish and Yixian immediately let go. The little girl's throat rolled and she was about to eat when Yixian hurriedly said, "Be careful, it's hot." As he spoke, he quickly blew on the grilled fish. The little girl glanced at Yixian and took a bite. When the fish entered her mouth, she blinked and quickly took a few more bites. At the side, Yixian squatted down and looked at the little girl in front of her. "Is that Sister Nian?" Yixian didn't know. But he hoped so. Soon, the little girl finished the grilled fish. Yixian blinked. Do you want more? The little girl nodded. Yixian hurriedly continued grilling. Soon, he handed the grilled fish to the little girl. Here. The little girl glanced at Yixian. There was no longer any fear in her eyes. The little girl took the grilled fish and seemed to have thought of something. She tore off a piece of fish and handed it to Yixian. Her hands were very, very dirty. Yixian's heart ached when he saw this. He took the piece of fish and put it in his mouth. After eating it, he blinked and smiled. I want more. The little girl looked at Yixian. Xian blinked, and then she tore off another piece of fish and gave it to Yixian. After Yixian finished eating, he looked at the grilled fish in the little girl's hand. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then tore off another piece of fish and gave it to Yixian. However, Yixian didn't take it. He pointed at the fish in the little girl's arms. At this moment, the fish was already dead. The little girl understood what Yixian meant. She hesitated for a while and then handed the fish to Yixian. After Yixian cleaned the fish, he started grilling it. Soon, Yixian finished grilling the fish and shared it with the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was no longer wary of him. After eating the fish, Yixian suddenly stood up and extended his hand to the little girl. He smiled and said, "Let's go home." Home, the little girl was stunned. Then, she lowered her head slightly. Yixian smiled and said, "I'll grill fish for you for the rest of your life." The little girl looked up at Yixian. She just looked at Yixian with a confused look in her eyes. Yixian looked at the little girl with a smile. His hand was still extended in the same way. A moment later, the little girl suddenly extended her hand and placed it in Yixian's. Yixian smiled and said, "Let's go." Just as the little girl was about to stand up, she seemed to have affected her wounds. She immediately gasped and looked at Yixian with tears in her eyes. "It hurts." Looking at the little girl who was covered in injuries, Yixian felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He hurriedly squatted down and took out a pill for the little girl. "Here, take it." The little girl didn't refuse. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Very quickly, the pill transformed into a pure energy that spread throughout her body. In a short while, all the injuries on her body had basically recovered. The little girl moved her hands. Then she lifted her head to look at Yixian. The shocked look on her face was very cute. Yixian smiled and said, "It's amazing, right?" The little girl nodded vigorously. Yixian laughed and pulled the little girl's hand. "Let's go home." The little girl nodded. She held on to Yixian's hand tightly as if she was afraid that Yixian would run away. Yixian pulled the little girl and slowly walked into the distance. At this moment, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. "She is." Yixian said softly in his heart, "I know." Yi Jiming said solemnly, "Now I understand something." Yixian asked, "What is it?" Yi Jiming said, "She was born because of the fifth dimension and then died because of the fifth dimension. If I'm not wrong, she was able to be reborn because you cured the fifth dimension." The fifth dimension, the current fifth dimension, was unprecedentedly good. Not only were there more than 160 dragon veins, there were also more than 10,000 heaven and earth spirits. Other than that, under Yixian's management, there were no more wars in the fifth dimension. No super experts dared to fight in the fifth dimension. Moreover, Yixian also brought back some top-grade ore veins. These top-grade ore veins could also nourish the heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, not only had the fifth dimension's tribulation completely disappeared, the origin of the fifth dimension, which was the origin spirit, had also been restored. At this moment, Yi Jiming said again, "The origin of the fifth dimension has been restored and the fifth dimension's tribulation has also disappeared." In other words, there is no need for her to suppress it. It was this universe that allowed her to be reborn. However, what I don't understand is why she lost her memories and doesn't have any power. Yixian looked at the little girl beside him. He was also very curious. He could now confirm that this little girl was Sister Nian. However, why did Sister Nian lose her memories? Not only that, she also completely lost her power. Could it be because of her previous injuries? At this moment, Yixian suddenly stopped. Not far away from him stood an old man. By Emperor's son, Bai Dizzy just stared at the little girl beside Yixian. the little girl was somewhat afraid and hurriedly hid behind Yixian. Bai Dizzy gave Yixian a deep look before turning to leave. Yixian was silent. He knew that Bai Dizzy already knew that the little girl behind him was Sister Nian. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared not far away from Yixian. She looked at the little girl who only had her head poked out from behind Yixian in silence. Yixian looked at Xianxia, not saying anything. After a moment, Xianxia softly said, "Have you thought about the consequences?" Yixian smiled. "What consequences?" Xianxia looked at Yixian. "They won't let her recover her memories and strength. They will do it at all costs." Yixian smiled. "Then what about the Dao tomb?" Xianxia shook her head. "I don't know. Her appearance will make everyone wary of you." With that, she glanced at the little girl behind Yixian. "Take care." With that, she sighed softly and turned to leave. She didn't expect this fifth dimension Tendo to still be alive. No, it should be rebirth. This rebirth was definitely not a good thing for Yixian. This was because Mu Nian had not only lost her memories, but also her strength. Would Dao Ting help Mu Nian recover her memories? Would Dao Ting help Mu Nian recover her strength? No, Dao Ting would kill this little girl at all costs. At all costs. On the field, Yixian was silent. He naturally understood what Xianxia meant. He originally needed time to develop, but now he didn't have any. At this moment, the little girl suddenly tugged at Yixian's hand. Yixian smiled. He looked at the little girl. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you." "No one." With that, he squatted down and smiled. "Come, I'll carry you home." The little girl blinked, then shook her head. "Dirty." Yixian smiled. Nian isn't dirty at all." With that, he bent his body. The little girl hesitated, then climbed onto Yixian's back. Yixian carried the little girl and walked away slowly. On the way, Yixian suddenly asked, "Nian, do you remember what happened in the past?" The little girl shook her head. "I don't remember." Yixian asked, "Not at all?" The little girl was silent. Yixian asked, "Just a little?" The little girl pressed her head against Yixian's back and said softly, "I think I had a dream. That dream was very long, but I don't remember many things in the dream." "But?" Yixian hurriedly asked, "But what?" The little girl glanced at Yixian and said softly, "I think you were in that dream." Yixian was stunned. Then, he smiled. "Really?" The little girl nodded. "Really?" Yixian said with a smile, "Am I good or bad in your dream?" The little girl thought about it and said, "In the dream, you were always causing trouble. I don't remember anything else." Yixian slowly walked away with the little girl on his back. He didn't know when, but his cheeks were covered in tears. P.S. I also had a dream. In the dream, I was first in the monthly votes. There were so many monthly votes. There were people fighting to vote for me every day. Yixian brought the little girl back to the sword hall where he lived. Guanyin was also in the hall. Yixian brought the little girl to Guanyin. He looked at Guanyin and said, "Take her to clean up." Guanyin nodded slightly. "All right." With that, she stretched out her hand to the little girl. However, the little girl hid behind Yixian. Guanyin looked at Yixian. Yixian squatted down and grabbed the little girl's hands. He smiled and said, "It's all right. Big sister is also a good person. She won't hurt you." The little girl glanced at Guanyin and lowered her head slightly. Yixian gently rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Tell me who bullied you. I'll beat him to death." The little girl raised her head and looked at Yixian. She said softly, "You, don't go." Yixian smiled. "I won't go. Go take a bath with big sister and change into a nice set of clothes, okay?" The little girl looked at her clothes. She hesitated for a long time before nodding. Yixian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin held the little girl's hand and walked towards the inner hall. Inside the hall, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Yijiming suddenly said, "What do you think Dao Ting will do next?" Yixian didn't say anything. What will Dao Ting do? A moment later, Yixian left the sword hall and came to the fish stall where he first met Nian. At this moment, there was no one here. Xian walked to the fish stall. There was a corpse in front of the fish stall. It was the corpse of the fishmonger. After a moment of silence, Xian opened his palm and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, the soul-suppressing sword trembled slightly and a shadow floated out. It was the soul of the fishmonger who had whipped Nian Nian. He had used the soul-suppressing sword to kill the fishmonger. Although the soul-suppressing sword had absorbed the fishmonger's soul, it hadn't completely digested it. Thus, his soul was still there. Seeing Xian, the fishmonger hurriedly kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, spare me, spare me." Xian looked at the fishmonger. "It was Nian Nian's fault for stealing your fish. It was my fault for killing you." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and then pressed it lightly towards fishmonger. Very soon, a mysterious force enveloped fishmonger, and gradually, fishmonger's soul entered his body. Not long after, fishmonger slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky with slight confusion, and he found it hard to believe that he was still alive. As if he had thought of something, the fishmonger hurriedly got up. He knelt before Xian and kowtowed as if pounding garlic. "Thank you, immortal, for not killing me. Thank you, immortal, for not killing me." Xian opened his palm. A black scroll and a bottle of pills landed in front of the fishmonger. This is a cultivation technique. If you cultivate this technique, it shouldn't be difficult for you to live for 100 years. Sister Nian ate one of your fish, and I gave you a fortune. We're even. As he spoke, he turned and left. Behind him, the fishmonger was still kowtowing crazily. However, at this moment, he wasn't afraid but excited and agitated. After Xian left the city gate, he suddenly said, "Come." As his voice fell, a shadow appeared beside him and bowed respectfully. Xian said softly, "Secretly observe him. If he's evil, kill him. If he's good, help him." The shadow bowed respectfully. "Yes." As he spoke, he quietly disappeared. Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Sister Nian, we don't owe anyone anything, even if it's a fish." After he finished speaking, he also disappeared. Heaven Realm Abyss, Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Dizzy sat on a chair and did not speak for a long time. He had been sitting for a full 2 hours. During this time, he did not say a word. Next to him, True Martial Divine Lord and White Robe's expressions were extremely grave. They did not expect that Mu Niannian had been reborn. That woman was not Xian. Xian's threat was in the future, but that woman's threat was now. Now that the fifth dimension had recovered its vitality, there was no need for her to suppress it. What did this mean? It meant that once she recovered her memories, she would be in her peak state. How terrifying would a peak fifth dimension Tendo be? Could she instantly kill a Dao ancestor? Most likely. As they thought of this, the three people's expressions became even uglier. At this moment, Dizzy suddenly said softly, "She has lost her memories. She has lost her strength." White Robe and True Martial looked at Dizzy. Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. In other words, the current her has no strength at all. Hearing this, True Martial narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If Mu Niannian was in her peak state, even if everyone in the Daoting joined forces, they would not be her opponent. However, she had lost her memories and strength. Right now, she was just an ordinary little girl, a little girl who could be killed with a flick of a finger. At this moment, White Robe suddenly said, "This matter cannot be delayed." Dizzy nodded. Their top priority now was to get rid of Mu Niannian as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew when she would regain her memories and strength? Perhaps it would be tomorrow. True Martial suddenly said, "There is another problem. The Dao Tomb." Dizzy stood up. "I will go talk to them." True Martial looked at Dizzy. "What if they can't come to an agreement?" Dizzy did not even turn his head. "Then we will all perish together." True Martial, White Robe, gather all the experts in the Daoting. Remember, all of them. With that, he had already disappeared into the distance. Daotum City. Dizzy came to the Daotum City alone. He had just entered when Luo Ho appeared in front of him. Ke Yao Yao, Bitter King, and Zhang Man were also there. Dizzy went straight to the point. "Mu Niannian's death is beneficial to both of us." Ke Yao Yao smiled. "It's beneficial to the Daoting, right?" Bai Dizzy looked at Kei Yao Yao. Yao Yao, does the Dao Tomb really want to see such a powerful person appear? The corners of Kei Yao Yao's mouth curled up. Why not? Her appearance is not detrimental to us. On the contrary, if she regains her memories and strength, the first person she will kill will be the Dao Ting, right? Bai Dizzy smiled. Then let's not talk about it. Perish together. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Perish together, the smile on Kei Yao Yao's face gradually faded. She knew that the Dao Ting was not joking. Because the Dao Ting had no way out, if they did not get rid of Mu Niannian now. Once Mu Niannian regained her memories and strength, the Dao Ting's life would be in the hands of Mu Niannian. It could be said that they would kill Mu Niannian at all costs, even if they had to perish together with the Dao Tomb. At this moment, Luo Ho suddenly said, "We cannot interfere." Kei Yao Yao looked at Luo Ho. Luo Ho said softly, "The Dao Ting is already desperate." Kei Yao Yao was silent. Luo Ho looked at Kei Yao Yao. "What do you think?" Kei Yao Yao said, "We have two choices. The first is to watch from the sidelines and let the Dao Ting and Yixian fight to the death while we reap the benefits." Luo Ho said, "The second?" Kei Yao Yao said, "The second is to help Yixian fight the Dao Ting until Mu Niannian regains her memories and strength." The Bitter King suddenly said, "What are the benefits?" Kei Yao Yao said, "The benefit is to form an alliance with the fifth dimension, a true alliance. In the future, we will have a powerful ally." The Bitter King shook his head. Luo Ho also shook his head. Ally? They never believed in allies. Moreover, at that time, Mu Niannian's fifth dimension would be suppressing the Dao Tomb. Just as the White Emperor's son had said, they did not wish for someone as powerful as Mu Niannian to appear. Kei Yao Yao was silent. She already knew everyone's choice. For now, the first choice was the most suitable for the Dao Tomb. Wouldn't it be better to let Yixian and the Dao Ting fight to the death? After all, the Dao Tomb did not need to do anything and they could reap the benefits. If Yixian lost, the Dao Tomb would not suffer any losses. If the Dao Ting lost, it would be a great thing for the Dao Tomb. At this moment, Kei Yao Yao suddenly said, "I will go to the fifth dimension." She was about to leave when Luo Ho suddenly said, "Celestial Monarch." Yixian turned to look at Luo Ho and smiled, "You can't be too ruthless." "What do you think?" Luo Ho was silent for a moment, then said, "Have a sense of propriety." Kei Yao Yao did not say anything else and disappeared into the horizon. In the fifth dimension. In the Sword Hall, Guanyin walked out with the little girl. At this moment, the little girl looked completely different. Her hair had been tied into a braid by Guanyin. She looked extremely cute. The little girl's appearance was completely different from Sister Nian, but Yixian knew that she was Sister Nian. When she saw Yixian, Nian ran to his side and grabbed his arm. She looked up at Yixian and said, "Eat fish." "Eat fish," Yixian laughed, "Let's go, I will roast fish for you." After saying this, he pulled Nian out of the hall. Inside the hall, Guanyin was silent, his expression extremely solemn. Sister Nian's rebirth was naturally a great thing for the fifth dimension. However, there was a fatal problem, and that was that Sister Nian had lost her memories and power. At this time, would the Dao Ting give Sister Nian time? Of course not. The Dao Ting would definitely kill Sister Nian at all costs. The fifth dimension would not be peaceful anymore. Yixian brought Nian to a river. This was the place where he and Mu Niannian had first met. At that time, he did not know that this woman was the Tendo of the fifth dimension. Qing'er was also there at that time. After Yixian caught a few fish from the river, he looked at Nian and said with a smile, "Which one do you like?" Nian pointed at the largest one with her little finger. Yixian laughed. He cleaned up the fish quickly and started a fire to roast it. Nian walked to Yixian's side and sat down next to Yixian, her eyes fixed on the roasted fish in front of her. Yixian suddenly said, Nian, why were you on the street?" Nian shook her head. "I don't know." Yixian turned to look at Nian. "Don't you remember why you were on the street?" Nian nodded. Yixian was silent. Nian's last memory should be on that street. Yixian turned to look at Nian. Nian hugged Yixian's arm with both hands and said softly, Can I always follow you?" Yixian smiled and said, "Of course you can." Nian looked at Yixian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. Really? I'll roast fish for you every day from now on. Nian Yan looked at Yi Xian and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Soon, the fish was roasted. Yi Xian lay on the ground and looked at the sky. At this moment, he felt that life was really beautiful. Sister Nian was still here. At this moment, he was also very glad that he had not done something stupid back then and had properly treated the fifth dimension. The current fifth dimension had never been better, and the creatures of the fifth dimension had never been more united. If Sister Nian recovered her memories and saw the current fifth dimension, how happy would she be? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little proud. At this moment, Nian Yan suddenly said, "It's done." After saying that, she picked up the roasted fish, tore off a piece of fish, and handed it to Yi Xian's mouth. "Eat." Yi Xian laughed and bit the piece of fish. Nian Yan blinked. "Is it delicious?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Of course it's delicious. Don't you see who roasted the fish?" Nian Yan giggled. *T. Yi Xian laughed. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared by the river. The person who had come was Bai Dizzy. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Dizzy and continued eating the fish. Nian Yan was a little wary. She hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly. Bai Dizzy looked at Nian Yan. "I miscalculated. I should have destroyed your main body back then." The fifth dimension Tendo was not a human. She was born for the fifth dimension and died for the fifth dimension. Her life was closely related to the fifth dimension. As long as the fifth dimension did not perish, she could live because of the fifth dimension. Of course, the most important thing was that her strength was still there, her main body was also there. Although her soul had scattered between heaven and earth, it had not shattered. The fifth dimension had condensed her soul again. Yi Xian turned to look at Nian Yan and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Nian Yan nodded slightly and hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly. In the distance, Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, give her to us. Otherwise, I, Doubting, will destroy you." Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and said with a smile, "Come on." By the river, Bai Dizzy just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "Doubting. If you want to die together with me, I, Yi Xian, will welcome you at any time." Bai Dizzy chuckled. "Do you think the Daotun land will help you?" "Yi Xian, you." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Bai Dizzy. Scram. With that, he picked up the sword beside him and slashed out. In the distance, Bai Dizzy's pupils suddenly shrank. He disappeared on the spot and reappeared tens of thousands of li away. By the river, Yi Xian shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Bai Dizzy, but that this person wasn't easy to kill. This person might not be good at fighting, but he was first-rate at escaping. As soon as he slashed out with his sword, Bai Dizzy was already tens of thousands of li away. Even the sword cheek couldn't catch up. At this moment, Nian Yan, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly said, "Why does he want to kill me?" Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked at Nian Yan and smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Nian Yan nodded. "All right." Yi Xian pulled Nian Yan to get up and leave. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of the two. Xianxia glanced at Nian Yan and then at Yi Xian. "Let's talk?" Yi Xian smiled. "Let's talk." The three walked along the river into the distance. On the way, Xianxia said softly, "The Daotun land has decided not to interfere." Yi Xian nodded. "I guessed it." Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. "Is the person behind you going to appear?" Yi Xian smiled. "No." Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. "Then what do you have to rely on?" Yi Xian said softly, "I don't have anything to rely on. It's just my life." Xianxia stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm telling the truth." After a moment of silence, Yan Yao looked at Nian Yan. Nian Yan was a little timid and hid behind Yi Xian. Xianxia softly said, "You must help her recover her memories and strength as soon as possible." Yi Xian shook his head. Let nature take its course. He also wanted Nian Yan to recover her memory and strength, but this matter could not be rushed. Moreover, he had no other way. This matter could only rely on Yan Yan himself. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Are you really going to risk your life? Yi Xian smiled and said, do I have any other way? Feng Yaoyao was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Yaoyao should have other matters to discuss today, right? After a long silence, Xianxia opened her palm and an ancient scroll appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Qi Yaoyao said, Doubting's information. The number of Doubting's experts and trump cards are basically all inside. Of course, I can't be sure if Doubting has other trump cards, but Doubting's experts are basically all inside. Yi Xian put away the scroll. Thank you. Xianxia shook her head. It's just a small favor. Saying that, she glanced at Yan Yan. Because of my position, I can't help you anymore. Take care. After saying that, her figure trembled and disappeared. In the same place, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared not far from Yi Xian. The phantom gradually solidified. It was a black-robed man. Yi Xian flicked his finger and a token appeared in front of the black-robed man. This black-robed man was none other than the mysterious person who had given him the ice coffin. The mysterious person looked at Yi Xian. I'll help you once. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, can you beat a Dao Attainment Realm expert? The mysterious person shook his head. I can't, but I can barely hold up a Dao Attainment Realm expert. Yi Xian nodded. That's enough. After saying that, he pulled Yan Yan away. In the same place, the mysterious person was silent for a long time before saying softly, Dao Ting. Are you really going to bully his son? How dare you? After saying that, he disappeared without a sound. At the end of the distance, Yan Yan held Yi Xian's hand tightly. Is someone coming to beat us up? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Are you afraid? Yan Yan looked at Yi Xian and asked, Are you afraid? Yi Xian blinked. A little. Yan Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, Then I'm a little afraid too. Yi Xian laughed. After a moment, Yan Yan said again, Are they going to beat me up? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Yan Yan said, Will you protect me? Yi Xian said, Yes. Yan Yan said, What if you can't beat them? Yi Xian said, What do you think I should do? Yan Yan said, If you hand me over, will they stop beating you up? Yi Xian said, No, their goal is to kill you and then kill me. After a long time. Yan Yan said again, Why are you protecting me? Yi Xian said, There's no reason. I just want to protect you. Yan Yan said softly, But there should be a reason for everything. Yi Xian said, Because I like you, so I'm protecting you. Is that a good reason? Yan Yan stopped in her tracks. She looked at Yi Xian and asked seriously, Do you really like me? Yi Xian nodded. Yan Yan asked again, Why? Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Yan said, Why do you like me? There must be a reason. Yi Xian asked, Why do you like eating fish? Yan Yan said, If you like it, then eat it. There's no reason. Yi Xian smiled and said, I like you like fish. If I like you, then I like you. There's no reason. Yan Yan said, But I'm not a fish. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Why don't we change the topic? Yan Yan said, All right. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Yan said, What do you like about me? Yi Xian said, I like everything. Yan Yan said, Why do you like everything? I like eating fish, but I don't like fish bones. There must be something about me that you don't like. Yi Xian fell silent. Yan Yan said, Why? Yi Xian said, I don't like it when you lie to me. Yan Yan blinked. Have I ever lied to you? Yi Xian nodded. In my dream, we went to a place. You lied to me and said that we would definitely come back together, but you didn't. Yan Yan held Yi Xian's hand and said with some heartache, Don't be angry. I won't lie to you next time. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's a deal. Yan Yan said seriously, Definitely. Soon, the two of them disappeared at the end of the river hand in hand. In the sky above the fifth dimension. Xiao looked down and remained silent. Beside her was Luohua. Luohua said in a deep voice, "The doubting has already gathered all the experts. Everyone who is in seclusion, except for the Dao ancestors, has already rushed to the heaven abyss." Xiao was silent. Luohua said, "The doubting is going to destroy everything this time. They will kill Mu Nianyan at all costs." Saying so, he looked at Xiao. "Heavenly Monarch, I know you love talent, but this Xian is a huge whirlpool. Our Dao burial mound cannot be dragged into this whirlpool, or we will be consigned to eternal damnation." Xiao nodded. "I understand." Luohua sighed. "To be honest, I also admire this Xian. Unfortunately, he is not from our Dao burial mound." Xiao suddenly said, "Luohua, do you think our Dao burial mound should change?" Luohua looked at Xiao. "What do you want to change?" Xiao smiled. "What are we fighting for?" Luohua was silent. Xiao looked at Luohua. "We are fighting for our own interests. Back then, we became Dao breakers because the great Dao was unfair. We fought for the beliefs in our hearts. But now, our Dao burial mound has lost its beliefs. No one is fighting for their own interests. If we destroy the Dao Ting, we will be the next Dao Ting." Luohua said nothing. Xiao said softly, "Our original intentions. We don't know when, but we have forgotten our original intentions. Why can't anyone create a new path on the path of Dao breakers? Because we are no different from the doubting in the first place." With that, she turned and left. Luohua said in a low voice, "Where are you going?" In the distance, Xiao didn't even look back. "Follow my heart." With that, she disappeared into the distance. Luohua was silent. Xian didn't bring Yan back to the sword hall. Instead, he brought her to the fourth dimension. The Nether Hall. Xian came to this place again. The hall was deserted with only a few statues. Xian looked at the statues and said softly, "Is anyone there?" No response. Xian was silent for a long time. Then, he turned and left with Yan. Outside the hall, Xian wasn't disappointed. He didn't put his hopes on others. It was naturally good for him to find a helper, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded within the hall. "Is there something you need?" Xian turned around and looked into the hall, but there was no one there. Xian bowed slightly. "May I know who it is?" The voice resounded once more. "Is there something you need?" Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Does Senior know about doubting?" The voice replied, "I don't." Xian was speechless. The voice spoke again. "Is there something you need?" Xian thought for a moment and said, "Senior, can you help me with something?" The voice fell silent for a moment before it said, "What is it?" Xian said, "Fight." The voice fell silent. Xian waited silently for an answer. After a long time, the voice resounded once more. "Someone has told me. I don't want to help you." Xian blinked. Who? Who?" The voice replied, "Someone you know." Xian was quite stunned. "Someone I know, could it be that mysterious expert within Yiling's body, or perhaps it's that woman with the spear?" Meanwhile, the voice spoke again. "Your path is very long, and you have to walk it yourself. The path you walk is the path that belongs to you. Do you understand what I mean?" Xian spoke in a low voice. "Senior, doubting wants to gang up on me. There are many of them." The voice replied, "Deal with it yourself." Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can you help me a little?" The voice replied, "No." Xian laughed miserably. "Forget it. In any case, I've been orphaned since I was young, and I've had to endure all sorts of disasters. Alas, let's not talk about it. It's meaningless to talk about it. In any case, I'm an orphan. I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it." As he spoke, he pulled Yan towards the distance. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from within the hall. "Wait. P.S. Thank you for your monthly votes and tips. Thank you for your support. I'm going to buy a car soon. Do you have any suggestions?" "A two-wheeled one." Outside the Nether Palace, Yixian stopped in his tracks. At this moment, the voice sounded from inside the palace, "We are too far away from here, do you understand what I mean?" Yixian was silent. At this moment, the voice sounded again. No one knew what the voice said, but Yixian suddenly looked happy. He bowed slightly to the Nether Palace, then turned around and left with Nian Nian. Yixian returned to the fifth dimension with Nian Nian, and at this moment, the fifth dimension was on full alert. Yixian arrived at the Sword Sect, where hundreds of swordsmen from the Sword Sect were already waiting. All the swordsmen had reached the self-release realm. Although they were only at the self-release realm, they had the strength to fight Dao Validation realm, but this was not enough. Yixian found Senior Sister Lu and took out a storage ring and handed it to her. Senior Sister Lu looked at Yixian, "What's inside?" Yixian smiled, "Look." Senior Sister Lu glanced at it, and the next moment, her expression changed drastically. Inside the storage ring were some divine objects. Those were the treasures of the Jiaolong clan. Among them, there were countless treasures of the Dao Validation realm. Although there were few treasures of the Dao Validation realm, there were still some. After all, Yixian's soul-suppressing sword was only at the Dao Validation realm. Senior Sister Lu looked at Yixian, "Where did you go to rob?" Yixian smiled, "A senior gave it to me." After a moment of silence, Senior Sister Lu said, "With this equipment, my Sword Sect swordsman can kill Dao Validation realm. Gun Yan and the others can kill Dao Validation realm." Yixian nodded, "Okay." After saying that, he turned around and left with Nian Nian. At this moment, Senior Sister Lu suddenly said, "Are you confident?" Yixian stopped and turned to look at Senior Sister Lu, smiling, "No." Senior Lu fell silent. Yixian gently rubbed Nian Nian's little head and said with a smile, "Senior Martial Sister, can you summon the Patriarch of the Sword Sect?" Senior Sister Lu shook her head. Yixian shrugged. "Others can summon their ancestors." "Senior Sister Lu, you should also summon your ancestor." Senior Apprentice Sister Lu glared at Yixian. "Scram." Yixian laughed and left with Nian Nian. Yixian brought Nian Nian to the Sword Hall. He took out the World Prison Pagoda. At this moment, a woman appeared in front of him. Najialu, he was the last dragon of the Jiao Dragon clan. Jialo looked at Yixian. "I want to cultivate a Dao body." "Can I?" Yixian blinked. "Can you cultivate?" Jialo nodded. "Grandfather said that I can cultivate, but he doesn't think he will give it to me." Yixian smiled and said, "I'll teach." Jialo looked at Yixian. "Really?" Yixian nodded. "But you have to help me fight." Jialo took out a stick of Tonghulu and licked it. Then, he said, "No problem." Next, Yixian began to teach Jialo the Dao body. In fact, if time allowed, he wanted to teach Xianxia and the others the Dao body. Unfortunately, time did not allow it. Moreover, the Dao body was not easy to cultivate. This was because Xianxia and the others had weak physical bodies. The reason he could cultivate it so quickly was because his physical body's foundation was very, very strong. In the five-dimensional universe, there was almost no one whose physical body had reached his level. Of course, Jialo was one of them. She was a member of the Dragon clan, so her physical body was naturally strong. Once she cultivated a Dao body and reached the Dao defense realm, the strength of her physical body would definitely be above his. If Jialo could cultivate a Dao body, she would definitely be able to fight a Dao realization realm expert. Even if she could not win, she would definitely be able to fight a Dao realization realm expert. In the following time, Yixian taught Jialo the Dao body every day to accompany Nian Nian. Of course, he did not forget about Dao Ting. In a certain hall, Yixian sat to the side and roasted fish. Beside him was Nian Nian, and in front of him stood a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man bowed slightly to Yixian. "Young Master Yi, doubting experts have already rushed to the celestial abyss. I'm afraid they will come to the five-dimensional universe in the next few days. Young Master Yi, please make early preparations." Yixian said, "How many in total?" The black-robed old man looked at Yixian. "Anyone who has reached the Dao confirmation realm has gone to the celestial abyss. In addition, this time, Dao Ting will probably use some trump cards that have never been used before. Also, that Dao ancestor is very likely to appear. Young Master Yi, you must make early preparations." Yixian was silent. The black-robed old man cupped his fists. If Dao Ting makes any new moves, this old man will inform young Master Yi immediately. Goodbye. After saying that, he was about to leave. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, "Thank the Celestial King for me." The black-robed old man nodded. This old man will definitely deliver it. After saying that, he disappeared. In the hall, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Nian Yan suddenly said softly, "Are they all here to beat me?" Yixian shook his head. "No, they're all here to beat me." Nian Yan looked at Yixian. "You lied to me." Yixian said with a smile, "All right. They're all here to beat me." Nian Yan blinked. "Why? Just because I stole the fish? But I'm really hungry. I won't steal fish next time." Yixian gently rubbed Nian Yan's head and said softly, "What's a mere fish? Our entire fifth dimension owes her." If not for Sister Nian, would the fifth dimension still exist? It probably wouldn't even exist anymore. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire fifth dimension owes her. At this time, Guanyin walked in. Guanyin looked at Yixian. "The fifth dimension is ready." Yixian said, "The battlefield cannot be in the fifth dimension." Guanyin nodded. If the battlefield was in the fifth dimension, once a fight broke out, regardless of whether the fifth dimension won or lost, it would still suffer heavy losses, Guanyin said in a deep voice, "But their goal is not only to kill Miss Nian, but also to destroy the fifth dimension." Yixian was silent. The current Dao Ting must have learned to be smart. Killing Sister Nian was not enough. If they wanted to get rid of future troubles, they had to destroy the entire fifth dimension. As long as the entire fifth dimension was destroyed, there would be no possibility of Sister Nian being reborn. At this time, Guanyin said softly, "It would be great if Miss Nian could regain her memory." The current fifth dimension no longer needed Mu Nianyan to suppress it. Once Mu Nianyan regained her memory, Dao Ting and the Dao Tomb would be like ants to her. Therefore, Dao Ting would definitely destroy the fifth dimension. But would Sister Nian regain her memory? Yixian glanced at Nian Nian next to him. He was not sure either. Sister Nian had really forgotten everything in the past. As for when she would regain her memory, no one knew. Yixian was silent for a moment before smiling. "It's okay, I'll take care of it this time." Guanyin looked at Yixian. "Can you take care of it?" Yixian smiled. "Don't we still have you?" Guanyin was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Let's take care of it together." Yixian said, "Have Ajio and Arrow come out of seclusion?" Guanyin said in a low voice, "Soon." Yixian nodded. "That's good." After explaining some matters to Guanyin, Guanyin left. Yixian continued to roast fish, but his thoughts had already drifted away. Dao Ting had two Dao realm experts, one was a Dao ancestor, and the other had disappeared for many years. Even the Dao Tomb did not know who he was. And now, the only ones who could kill Yixian single-handedly were powerhouses at the Dao attainment realm. If he used the power of his bloodline, he might be able to fight a Dao realm expert head-on. It should be a 3 to 7 chance, but if Dao Ting and two Dao realm experts attacked together, he would not stand a chance. Two Dao realm experts were definitely not people he could fight against at the moment. After all, only his physical body had reached the Dao Imperial realm. His realm had not reached the Dao Imperial realm. Fighting one Dao realm expert would be difficult, let alone two. Apart from the experts of the Dao realm, if Shen Wu and the white-robed experts ganged up on him, he would not have much confidence in winning. These two people were infinitely close to the Dao realm. This time, Dao Ting would definitely not give him a chance. They would definitely choose to gang up on him. And now, there were basically no other people in the fifth dimension, especially Dao Imperial realm experts. Dao Ting Divine Lords, however, had a total of 76. What did this mean? This was equivalent to a total of 76 Dao Manipulation realm experts in the Dao Court. Dao Ting Dao realm experts below the Dao Imperial realm had a total of 167. It could be said that in terms of lineup, Dao Ting had completely crushed the fifth dimension. Moreover, this was only the doubting strength on the surface. The Dao Tomb did not know whether Dao Ting had more trump cards. How could they fight? Inside the hall, Yixian was quietly roasting fish. At this moment, Nian Nian suddenly hugged Yixian's arm and said softly, "Did I drag you into this?" Yi Xian looked at Nian Yan and said with a smile, "No. I dragged you into this. Without him, Yi Xian, Sister Nian would not have fallen back then." Nian Yan looked up at Yi Xian. "Those dreams I had were not dreams, right?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Nian Yan had only lost her memory. In fact, she was not stupid at all. Nian Yan looked at Yi Xian. "I lost my memory. Am I right?" Yi Xian nodded. Nian Yan asked again, "Was I very powerful before?" Yi Xian laughed. "Powerful. Very, very powerful. It is known as the fourth sword in the world." Nian Yan blinked. "There are 3 more swords?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Nian Yan lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian asked softly, "What's wrong?" Nian Yan hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly with both hands. "I can't remember anything." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's okay. If you can't remember, don't force yourself to remember." Nian Yan looked at Yi Xian. "But I want to help." Yi Xian gently rubbed Nian Yan's little head. "You've already helped me a lot. This time, let me help you once, okay?" Nian Yan looked at Yi Xian and didn't say a word. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. He saw a familiar old man in the starry sky. "By Dizzy, he's here," in the hall, Yi Xian smiled. Then he pulled Nian Yan to her feet and walked out of the hall. Nian Yan held Yi Xian's hand. "Can I call you brother?" In the distance, Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Nian Yan was a little puzzled. "Why?" Yi Xian said, "I'm afraid that he'll hit me after he recovers his memories." Nian Yan blinked. "Can't you beat me?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Nian Yan suddenly said, "You promised me. Don't lie to me." Yi Xian was a little helpless. "I can't beat him. He might shatter my Dao body with one punch." Nian Yan giggled and held Yi Xian's hand tightly. "Don't be afraid. I won't hit him in the future." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Keep your promise." Nian Yan said seriously, "Pinky swear." As she spoke, she extended a finger. Yi Xian laughed. Then he also extended a finger. Just like that, the 2 fingers gently hooked together. Outside the hall, someone said, "I'll protect you in the future." In the 5-dimensional universe, in the starry sky, Bai Dizzy looked down at the 5-dimensional universe with a calm expression. Mu Niannian, the moment he learned that Mu Niannian had been reborn, he really panicked. No, it was fear. Mu Niannian, this woman had shattered the physical body of a Dao ancestor with only 30% of her strength. Once this woman regained her memory, she could destroy Daoting in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, this woman had lost her memory and strength. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Bai Dizzy. Beside Yi Xian was Nian Yan. Bai Dizzy glanced at Yi Xian, then at Nian Yan. This time, Nian Yan was not afraid. She looked at Bai Dizzy, her right hand holding Yi Xian's hand tightly. Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Just one person?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course not." Bai Dizzy nodded. "I'm looking forward to it." As soon as he finished speaking, the starry sky behind him suddenly split open. Then, countless powerful auras surged out like a tide. The first to come out were White Robe and Jin Wu, and behind them stood 76 Sir Gods. All of them were Dao Defense Realm, and behind these 76 people, there were 167 Dao Validation Realm powerhouses. It could be said that all the powerhouses of Daoting had come out. This time, Daoting was fighting with its back to the wall. Although the strength of the 5-dimensional universe was not as strong as Daoting, once Mu Niannian regained her memory, the situation would be reversed. Therefore, either Mu Niannian died, or Daoting perished. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you can call the person behind you out." Yi Xian nodded. He turned his head and saw a black-robed man not far away. It was the black-robed man who had given him the ice coffin. This man in black had a mysterious background. Yi Xian did not know his name, and he did not ask because the other party did not seem to want to have too much karma with him. This time, the other party was here to help fight. After the fight, the other party would probably leave. Bai Dizzy glanced at the man in black and then looked at Yi Xian. "Anything else?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Not for now." Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. He suddenly felt uneasy. Because Yi Xian was too calm, based on his understanding of Yi Xian, for this guy to be so calm, he definitely had something to rely on, but what did this guy have to rely on? The Dao Tomb would no longer interfere. Did this guy really come from the Saha world? Bai Dizzy did not believe it at all. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Bai Dizzy, what are you waiting for? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, why don't you attack together? Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian, deliberately mystifying. Then, he looked at the black-robed man not far away. Your Excellency is? The black-robed man said, I'm helping him fight, that's all. Bai Dizzy was expressionless. Your Excellency, no matter what price he offers, I will doubting double it. The black-robed man shook his head. It has nothing to do with money. Bai Dizzy was about to say something when the black-robed man suddenly said, cut the crap. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Who should I fight? Yi Xian pointed at Jin Wu and White Robe in the distance. Those two. The black-robed man said, I can only hold them back. Yi Xian nodded. That's enough. The black-robed man nodded. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Jin Wu looked at White Robe. I'll hold him back. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed forward. Chi, the sound of something tearing resounded, boom, the space in front of Jin Wu suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, he was blasted back dozens of feet. Seeing this scene, Bai Dizzy's expression darkened. This black-robed man was actually so strong. Jin Wu gripped his sword tightly with his right hand. A powerful sword momentum gathered in his sword. At this moment, the black-robed man appeared in front of him again. The black-robed man threw a punch. A simple punch, a ruthless look flashed in Jin Wu's eyes. He slashed with his sword. This sword seemed to be able to shatter the starry sky. Boom, the area where the two of them were exploded and turned into nothingness. White Robe didn't attack. Even though Jin Wu was at a disadvantage, it was still very difficult for the black-robed man to kill Jin Wu. White Robe looked at Yi Xian. He doesn't seem to be able to fight two at once. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, a sword howl resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a little girl suddenly appeared in front of White Robe. Xiaoqi. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqi and was stunned. He said, Xiaoqi, didn't you go to the third dimension? Xiaoqi glanced at Yi Xian. You're back. Yi Xian blinked. Can you win? Xiaoqi said, I'll give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and slashed with her sword. This slash caused White Robe's brows to instantly knit together. It was a very powerful strike. In the distance, Bai Dizzy's expression instantly sank. Where did this little girl come from? Very quickly, Xiaoqi and White Robe started fighting. The two of them were evenly matched. It had to be said that Yi Xian was a little shocked. Xiaoqi was actually so strong. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Letting someone stall White Robe and Jin Wu. Obviously, there is someone else, right? Yi Xian shook his head. There is no one else. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. Then, is everything going to end? Yi Xian smiled. Bai Dizzy, I'll give you a big gift. With that, he sent Nian Nian into the prison pagoda. After Nian Nian returned to the prison pagoda, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. He slowly clenched his fists. As for the Sir Gods behind him, they were extremely vigilant. Against Yi Xian, they naturally did not dare to be careless. At this moment, there was a sudden pfft sound from behind Yi Xian's buttocks. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Bulsh asterisk T, Yi Xian was farting. At this moment, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He looked at Bai Dizzy and smiled. This fart is my gift to you. Do you like it? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian calmly. Attack. The god lords behind him dashed toward Yi Xian as soon as he finished speaking. These god lords were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of energy swords flew out of his body. These energy swords were condensed from turbid gas. When he saw the energy swords, Bai Dizzy's expression changed. Retreat. Retreat quickly. However, it was too late. The dozen god lords who were charging at the front were turned into beehives by the energy swords. Even Dao Attainment Realm experts did not dare to belittle the turbid gas. How could Dao Manipulation Realm experts withstand it? More than a dozen divine lords were caught off guard and were killed immediately. As for the remaining divine lords, they reacted quickly and retreated rapidly. This retreat took them tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of energy swords were circling around Yixian. Bai Dizzy looked at Yixian in disbelief. This is the turbid gas of Dark World. He is not afraid of the turbid gas. Yixian smiled. Are you surprised? With that, he suddenly disappeared. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of energy swords slashed at Bai Dizzy and the rest like a storm. The expressions of the divine monarchs and Dao vindication experts changed drastically when they saw this scene. If it was just the energy swords, they would not be afraid at all. Yixian's current strength was not enough to kill a Dao validation realm expert with energy swords. Moreover, he was controlling so many energy swords. However, this was no ordinary sword chi, it was turbid gas, not to mention Dao validation realm experts. Even Dao attainment realm experts did not dare to touch the turbid gas. Once they did, they would immediately enter the heavenly decay stage 5 and die. Bai Dizzy did not hesitate. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. After receiving the order, the Dao attainment realm experts and Dao validation realm experts retreated rapidly. It didn't take long for them to leave the fifth dimension. At this moment, White Robe and Jinwu stopped as well. When they looked at Yixian, their eyes were solemn. Turbid gas. The reason why the Daoting realm and the Dao tomb could not be fully developed was because of the turbid gas. Not to mention ordinary Daoting experts, even the two of them did not dare to belittle the turbid gas, but they did not expect that Yixian was not afraid of the turbid gas. Moreover, he had condensed the turbid gas into swords. How did he do it? Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yixian. How is it possible that he is not afraid of the turbid gas? Yixian said with a smile, guess. Bai Dizzy looked at Yixian for a moment, and then he smiled. Yixian, you have really given us all a pleasant surprise. A great surprise. Yixian suddenly pointed with his fingers, and a strand of sword chi slashed directly at Bai Dizzy. The moment the sword chi flew out, Bai Dizzy had already appeared tens of thousands of meters away. Yixian was silent when he saw this. Damn it, this old fart was not good at fighting, but his escaping skills were the fastest he had seen so far. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, let's go. With that, he turned and left. White Robe and Jinwu followed him. In the starry sky, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this matter was not over. The next time the Dao Ting came, it would not be the Dao attainment realm. The Dao attainment realm. Currently, the greatest threat to Yixian was the Dao attainment realm. In the heaven abyss, even though the Dao attainment realm old man was afraid of the turbid gas, he was not especially afraid. However, he did not dare go deep into the heaven abyss because it was filled with turbid gas, but Yixian was unable to fill the entire fifth dimension with turbid gas. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi appeared by Yixian's side. What do you plan to do next? Yixian looked at Xiaoqi. Protect the fifth dimension for me. Xiaoqi nodded. All right. Yixian looked at the black-cloaked man, and the latter hesitated for a moment before he said, I have already helped. Yixian tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring appeared in front of the black-clothed man. Within the spatial ring were over 10,000 fortune divine crystals. Yixian looked at the black-clothed man. Senior, 10,000 fortune divine crystals for each time you help. Will you do it or not? The black-clothed man was slightly hesitant. At this time, Yixian tapped with his finger again, and a spatial ring appeared in front of the black-clothed man. Inside were 20,000 fortune divine crystals. The black-clothed man put away the two spatial rings. I will live and die with the fifth dimension. The Daoting and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Yixian. P.S. I am not asking for tickets, because I know that there are no more. Yixian shook his head and smiled when he heard the black-clothed man. The fortune divine crystals were great treasures. Even an expert like the black-clothed man couldn't refuse them. However, it made sense. The fortune divine crystals were practically controlled by the Daoting and the Dao tomb, so it was extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain them. Yixian frowned when he thought up to this point. He had a few tens of millions of fortune divine crystals. He didn't just have a few tens of millions of fortune divine crystals, he even had a few super top-grade mines. A conservative estimate was that these mines produced at least 5 to 6 million fortune divine crystals every year. Since it was like that, why didn't he recruit more Dao-controlling realm experts? Even though the Dao Ting was powerful, there would definitely be brave people who would come to the fifth dimension with great rewards. So long as the price was right, then there would definitely be people who would come to the fifth dimension. Thinking up to this point, Yixian immediately called Guanyin over. He thought for a moment and then said, Guanyin, write a recruitment order for me. Just say that as long as any expert at the Dao Corroboration or Dao Defense realm comes to the fifth dimension to help, Dao Corroboration realm experts will be given 10,000 fortune divine crystals for every time they help. Dao Corroboration realm experts will be given 3,000 fortune divine crystals for every time they help. Guanyin glanced at Yixian and nodded. All right. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yixian gazed at the black-cloaked man. Senior, what's your name? The black-cloaked man hesitated for a moment and said, Li Zue. Yixian nodded. Senior Li Zue, do you know any other formidable experts? Li Zue thought for a moment and said, I do know one or two. Yixian was delighted. Senior Li Zue, can you call them over? Li Zue fell silent. Yixian smiled. I won't force them. Li Zue shook his head. I'll give it a try. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Li Zue gazed at Yixian from afar, and no one knew what he was thinking. In truth, he hadn't stayed behind for the fortune divine crystal. This thing was very important to him, but it wasn't the real reason he had stayed behind. The reason why he stayed was because he wanted to form a good relationship. Others might not know this guy's background, but he did. That azure-robed man from back then was so powerful that it made people despair. It was truly hopeless. Even at his current level, he still felt hopeless every time he thought of the green-robed man. A moment later, Li Zue turned around and left. Somewhere in the starry sky, Luo Ho and the others were silent. They were present when Dao Ting came to the fifth dimension. At this moment, Luo Ho and the others wore extremely solemn expressions. Yixian was not afraid of the turbid air. Moreover, he had even condensed the turbid air into a sword. This was something they had never expected. Meanwhile, Bitter King spoke abruptly. He went to the depths of the dark dimension. Luo Ho nodded. The commotion in the dark world must have something to do with him. Zhang Man's expression was cold. He must have obtained countless fortune divine crystals. Suddenly, Xianxia said, Don't worry about the fortune divine crystals. You should be wondering why he could go to the depths of the dark world and not fear the turbid gas. Zhang Man was silent. Luo Ho looked at Xianxia. What do you think? Xianxia looked down at the fifth dimension and said softly, Haven't you noticed? He can always do things that we think are impossible. Luo Ho and the others were silent. Ever since they met Yixian was too mysterious. Even he, Luo Ho, did not dare to enter the dark world with the turbid air, and this guy had clearly entered the depths of the dark world. Not only did he enter, but he was also not afraid of the turbid air. This guy had condensed the turbid air into a sword. This guy's body could not only absorb swords, but also the turbid air. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, What do you think Dao Ting will do next? Dao Ting, Luo Ho said softly, they will definitely not give up. If I am not wrong, the Dao ancestor should be coming out soon. Xianxia shook her head, not enough. A Dao ancestor cannot destroy the current fifth dimension. Luo Ho looked at Xianxia. Why? Xianxia said, Do you think Yixian is afraid of a Dao attainment expert? Luo Ho and the others were silent. At this moment, Xianxia said, Actually, we have two choices. The first is to wait and see, then reap the benefits. The second is to help Yixian. Bitter King looked at Xianxia. What about the benefits? Xianxia glanced at Bitter King. Benefits? Why do you only care about the benefits in front of you? With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. In the field, Luo Ho was silent. Help Yixian. It was not that he had not thought of it, but the risk was too great. The current situation was the most stable for the Dao burial mound. Inside the sword hall, Yixian and Yan Yan sat side by side. Grilled fish, Nian Nian stared at the golden grilled fish in front of her, her saliva almost flowing out. She spent most of her time with Yixian roasting fish. In fact, she did not know why she liked eating fish, she just liked it. Although Yixian was roasting fish, his thoughts had already drifted outside the hall. At this moment, Nian Nian suddenly said, "How can I recover my memories?" Yixian retracted his thoughts and looked at Nian Nian. "You want to recover your memories?" Nian Nian nodded and said softly, "Once I recover my memories, I can help you." Yixian was stunned, then smiled and said, "It's okay, I can still bear it." Nian Nian lowered her head slightly and did not speak. Yixian gently rubbed Nian Nian's little head. "Do you know? You've done enough for this world. You have let down the entire five-dimensional universe. You have already handed the heavy responsibility of protecting the five-dimensional universe to me. Then let me bear it." Nian Nian was about to speak when Yixian suddenly smiled and said, "Your fish is ready." Nian Nian looked at the roasted fish and sniffed it with her nose. Then, she revealed an intoxicated expression. Soon, she tore off a piece of fish and placed it in front of Yixian's mouth. Yixian laughed. He was really enjoying every moment he spent with Nian Nian. As if thinking of something, Yixian glanced at Jiao Lu in the pagoda. When he saw Jiao Lu, he was stunned. Gradually, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Jiao Lu was going to succeed. If Jiao Lu cultivated a Dao body, then she would definitely be able to block a Dao Attainment Realm expert, and Dao Ting had 2 Dao Attainment Realm experts. Thinking of this, the smile on Yixian's face gradually disappeared. For now, the five-dimensional universe still did not have a good chance of winning. It was not enough, he had to reach the Dao Attainment Realm. Thinking of this, Yixian got up and left with Nian Nian. The best way to improve was to fight Dao Ting. At this time, the atmosphere in Dao Ting was extremely solemn. This time almost all of Dao Ting's forces had attacked. However, not only did they not gain an advantage, but Yixian had also killed more than a dozen Dao Attainment Realm experts. Turbid Qi, Yixian could actually control Turbid Qi. It had to be said that this made many of Dao Ting's experts extremely afraid. In a large hall, basically all of Dao Ting's experts were gathered here. Everyone in the hall was at the Dao Attainment Realm, leading them were Bai Dizzy, Zhenwu, and White Robe. At this moment, an old man suddenly said softly, "How can he absorb the Turbid Qi? Where's the Turbid Qi?" Absorb Turbid Qi. In the hall, everyone looked at Bai Dizzy. In fact, there was still some resentment in everyone's hearts. Bai Dizzy's intelligence skills were not good enough. Bai Dizzy was silent. He did not know that Yixian could absorb Turbid Qi. Why was this guy not afraid of Turbid Qi? Bai Dizzy was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Zhenwu suddenly said, "Bai Dizzy, aren't you going to say something?" Bai Dizzy said softly, "Every time I think I understand him, he gives me a new surprise." As he spoke, he shook his head with a bitter feeling in his heart. He had never underestimated Yixian, but Yixian would always surprise him. Just like this time, he thought that the people behind Yixian would show up, but they didn't. Yixian had used the Turbid Qi to drive them away. Even Dao Attainment Realm experts didn't dare to underestimate Turbid Qi. How could Yixian not be afraid of Turbid Qi? Meanwhile, the white-robed man spoke abruptly, "Don't forget 2 things. The first is that Mu Nian. Even though she's temporarily lost her memories and strength, destroying our Dao court would be as easy as flicking her finger once she recovers her memories." Everyone was silent. Once Mu Nian regained her memories, Dao Ting would be finished immediately, because the five-dimensional universe no longer needed Mu Nian to suppress it. Once Mu Nian regained her memories, it would mean that her strength would reach its peak, the true peak. At that time, Dao Ting would be like a chicken in front of her. At this moment, White Robe spoke again. "The second thing is Yixian. Once he reaches Dao Attainment Realm, the price we have to pay to kill him will be more than 10 times higher than it is now." Everyone was silent. Once Yixian reached Dao Attainment Realm, it could be said that even if White Robe and Zhenwu joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to him. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone looked at Bai Dizzy, and Bai Dizzy said solemnly, "At most 5 days, the Tao Ancestor will come out of seclusion." Tao Ancestor. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly relaxed. That was the true backbone of Dao Ting. Meanwhile, a sword howl suddenly resounded from outside the hall. In the next moment, everyone raised their heads and looked over. A young man was walking slowly towards the southern gate with a sword in his hand. Yixian. The expressions of all the experts within the hall instantly changed when they saw Yixian. What's this fellow doing here? In the next moment, all the experts within the hall had appeared at the southern gate. In an instant, all of them surrounded Yixian. Yixian glanced at the doubting experts that had suddenly appeared around him, and he smiled. So many of you? Dizzy gazed at Yixian and said, what? You intend to fight all of us by yourself? Yixian opened his palm. In the next moment, countless energy swords condensed from death energy appeared around him. All the experts of doubting retreated explosively when they witnessed this scene. The expressions of Dizzy and the others instantly became solemn. Yixian smiled and said, don't run. I've come here this time to ask for a favor from all of you. Dizzy frowned slightly and said, ask for our help? Are you sure? Yixian nodded. I've been at the Dao control realm for too long, and I want to break through. I want all of you to help me. Dizzy gazed at Yixian and said, have you gone mad? Yixian gazed at Jinwu and said, Jinwu, I've never fought you in the past. Now, let's fight again. Jinwu gazed at Yixian and said, you want to fight me, and then charge into the Dao control realm? Yixian nodded and said, I won't utilize foul energy. Jinwu stared fixedly at Yixian and said, do you think I'll agree? Yixian pointed at the white-robed figures and said, both of you attack me together. Attack him together. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Together, no one expected Yixian to challenge Jinwu and White Robe. 1 against 2, was Yixian crazy? Although Yixian was a genius, Jinwu and the white-robed man could be said to be the strongest people in the Dao court who had achieved the Dao. And now he wanted to fight 1 against 2. Jinwu looked at Yixian without saying a word. Beside him, White Robe kept silent with his eyes closed. Yixian smiled. Why, are you refusing? Jinwu looked at Yixian in silence. At this moment, Dizzy's voice suddenly sounded in Jinwu's mind. This person must have something to rely on. Jinwu said in a low voice, but this is also our chance. A chance to kill him. Isn't that right? Dizzy was silent. If Jinwu and White Robe joined forces, they would have a chance to kill Yixian, but if they couldn't kill him, it was very likely that Yixian would reach Dao defense. At this moment, White Robe suddenly opened his eyes. Why think so much? Let's just fight. As his voice fell, he suddenly rushed forward. The next moment, a silver light appeared half an inch between Yixian's eyebrows. The reason why it didn't pierce through was because a sword had pierced the body of that spear. Seeing that his attack had missed, White Robe suddenly swept his spear horizontally. Swoosh, with a sweep, space was torn apart. Yixian blocked it with his sword. Boom, under the spear, Yixian instantly retreated hundreds of feet away, but just as he stopped, a silver spear pierced through the air. Yixian straightened his sword and slashed forward. Boom, a wave of sword light exploded in the field. Yixian retreated hundreds of feet again. Before he stopped, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a silver spear instantly reached his throat. As fast as lightning, Yixian's expression was calm. Just as the spear was about to pierce his throat, his body suddenly leaned back, and at the same time, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Chi, the sword brought with it a sword light that looked like a crescent moon. White Robe suddenly withdrew his spear and slammed it down. Boom, Yixian's sword was directly hit, and the powerful force sent the sword flying. Yixian himself took the opportunity to retreat 1,000 feet away. The moment he stopped, he stretched out his right hand, and the sword that was sent flying by the White Robe landed firmly in his palm. In the distance, the white-robed man stood with a spear in his hand. He was dressed in white robes and had a silver spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war. Jinwu did not intervene. Whether it was him or White Robe, both of them had their own pride. As long as Yixian didn't play any dirty tricks, they wouldn't choose to gang up on Yixian. Arrogance. They had fought countless battles in their lives, so why would they fear Yixian? At this moment, White Robe suddenly took a step forward. With each step, he struck with his spear. The space in front of Yixian suddenly cracked open. Following that, a silver light flashed out. The spear arrived before the man. Yixian did not block it. Instead, he stabbed with his sword. This time, he chose to fight head-on. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Yixian retreated more than 10 feet. However, White Robe also retreated more than 300 feet with his spear. Yi Xian actually gained the upper hand in this head-on confrontation. Not far away, Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhenwu suddenly said, his strength is different from before. Strength. Yi Xian's current strength was naturally different from before. He had absorbed the blood of the entire Naga Dragon clan. He now possessed the strength of the Naga Dragon clan. In terms of pure strength, perhaps only Jia Lu could compete with him. At this moment, Bai Dizzy's voice suddenly sounded in Zhenwu's mind. When he fights with White Robe later, if you ambush him, how confident are you of killing him? Hearing this, Zhenwu frowned slightly. He looked at Bai Dizzy. What do you mean? Bai Dizzy's face was extremely gloomy. Zhenwu, I know you have your pride, but you have to know that this Yi Xian. Zhenwu suddenly shook his head. Bai Dizzy, I know that in your heart, you have always wanted Yi Xian to die. I also want him to die. However, I will not ambush him. Now, it is a fair battle between him and White Robe. Bai Dizzy stared at Zhenwu. Zhenwu, don't be pedantic. I beg you. Zhenwu looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, it's not pedantic. It's the bottom line. Bai Dizzy still wanted to say something. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed towards White Robe with his sword in hand. Bai Dizzy's face was extremely ugly. If Zhenwu suddenly ambushed him, he had a high chance of killing Yi Xian. However, Zhenwu was too pedantic. Bottom line, Bai Dizzy also wanted to have a bottom line. However, between the bottom line and doubting's life and death, he chose the latter. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at a Sir God on his right. At this moment, Zhenwu's voice suddenly rang in his head. Bai Dizzy, doubting, am I a sore loser? Bai Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. Zhenwu said softly, even if we lose, let us lose with some dignity, okay? Bai Dizzy was silent. Zhenwu said again, let them fight. If White Robe loses, I won't say anything if you choose to gang up on him. But now, let them fight fairly. I believe that White Robe will choose the same. Bai Dizzy was still silent. Zhenwu looked at Bai Dizzy. Doubting is my belief. I will fight for this belief until the end. I know that doubting is your belief too. However, we cannot throw away our bottom line for our belief. Bai Dizzy sighed softly. Zhenwu did not say anything else. He looked into the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian and White Robe's battle was very intense. Actually, he was feeling rather emotional. Back when Yi Xian had just gone to Celestial Abyss, Yi Xian was not his match. But now, Yi Xian's strength was no weaker than his and White Robe's. Yi Xian's growth was really too fast. Boom, at this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Under everyone's gaze, White Robe was forced back nearly 100 feet by Yi Xian's sword. White Robe had just stopped when he suddenly soared into the sky. The next moment, he held the silver spear in his hand and threw it at Yi Xian. The spear was like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through heaven and earth. Below, Yi Xian's expression was calm. Before the spear reached him, the space around him was already distorted. The momentum of the spear was too strong. When the spear arrived above Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and then the space in an area of over 100 kilometers cracked apart. In midair, Yi Xian held his sword firmly against the spear. The energy within the spear hadn't vanished completely. The glow on Yi Xian's sword was growing dimmer and dimmer. Right at this moment, White Robe suddenly appeared in the sky above the spear, and then he stomped his right foot against the tip of the spear. Bang! Yi Xian descended straight down from midair while the tip of the spear was constantly pressing against the tip of Yi Xian's sword. So, White Robe's energy was ceaselessly suppressing Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. In the next moment, the sword domain suddenly appeared here. At the same time, he swiftly slashed his sword forward. Bang! Yi Xian stopped. In the next moment, White Robe retreated explosively by 300 m. After White Robe stopped, he gazed at Yi Xian with eyes that were filled with battle intent. Fight? Yi Xian's eyes were filled with battle intent as well. Since he'd absorbed the dragon's blood and cultivated his body into the Tao body, he'd rarely fought. But now, he wanted to fight to his heart's content. Yi Xian walked towards White Robe with his sword in hand. His blood started to surge within him. However, he didn't release the energy of his bloodline. Not only did he not release the energy of his bloodline, he didn't even expose his Tao body. White Robe gazed at Yixian from afar while he held the silver spear tightly in his right hand. The silver spear in his hand started to tremble violently, and a monstrous aura enveloped the surroundings. The aura of the spear was overwhelming. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot. White Robe's face was expressionless as he suddenly stabbed the spear in his right hand forward. Bang! A ray of sword light was forced to stop by the spear strike. The space around White Robe and Yixian transformed into nothingness at this moment, whereas White Robe and Yixian separated from each other at this moment, and both of them retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. As Yixian was flying backwards, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards White Robe. White Robe stabbed forward in midair. Bang! The flying sword was blocked. However, in the next moment, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of the flying sword. He grabbed the sword and slashed forward with great force. When this strike descended, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically, including White Robe. Dao sword. This strike wasn't an ordinary sword technique any longer, but a Dao sword. It was also the first time Yixian had executed a Dao sword since he'd cultivated the Dao sword. This strike shook the heavens and the earth. White Robe's eyes revealed a solemn expression for the first time as he stood before Yixian. He held the spear with both hands and swiftly swept it horizontally, causing a strand of domineering spear energy to sweep out. But in the next moment, this spear energy was directly slashed into pieces by Yixian's strike. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, White Robe instantly retreated explosively by 3 kilometers, whereas the space in an area of 3 kilometers in front of Yixian had been transformed into nothingness. This strike had forcefully obliterated this expanse of space. Nearby, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of White Robe's mouth. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on the silver spear in his hand. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. White Robe was at a complete disadvantage in this collision. In the distance, Yixian walked slowly towards White Robe with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, a trace of viciousness flashed through White Robe's eyes, and then he suddenly leaped up. At this moment, his entire body became illusory, and the silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled violently. At a disadvantage, Yixian suddenly leaped up and slashed with his sword, Dao sword. With this slash, the space around Yixian instantly became illusory. Meanwhile, White Robe suddenly stabbed down with his spear. It was a tit for tat. Both of them had executed their strongest attacks. Bang! As soon as the spear and sword came into contact, the space in an area of over 100 kilometers around the southern gate was forcefully obliterated. On the other hand, Yixian and White Robe retreated explosively, and they retreated for over 10 km. As soon as Yixian stopped, the space in an area of 3 kilometers behind him was instantly transformed into nothingness. Yixian was first stunned, and then he hurriedly fell to the ground. He held his chest with both hands as if he was about to die. Actually, he was completely fine because his body had forcefully withstood all the force of White Robe's attack. However, he didn't want to expose his Dao physique. In the distance, White Robe was quite heavily injured as well. However, he didn't fall, and he stood there with his spear in hand. Meanwhile, White Robe suddenly charged towards Yixian with his spear in hand. Obviously, he wanted to put an end to Yixian right away. Now that Yixian was heavily injured, it was the best time to kill him. Under everyone's gazes, Yixian clutched his chest as blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. White Robe was getting closer and closer to Yixian. Just as White Robe was several feet away from Yixian, White Robe suddenly stopped. White Robe stared at Yixian. "Stop pretending." Yixian did not react and still looked like he was about to die. White Robe just stared at Yixian. He did not choose to attack again. After a moment, seeing that White Robe did not attack, Yixian sat up. He looked at White Robe and thought it was a pity. This guy actually did not fall for it. White Robe looked at Yixian. "If you were really that weak, you would not have come to challenge me." Saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. "Yixian, if you want to kill me, there is only one way, and that is to kill me openly." "You want to kill me? Then you might be thinking too much." Yixian chuckled. "Then I will kill you openly." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up with his sword in hand, and then he swiftly slashed down, Dao sword. At the same time that the sword slashed down, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped White Robe. Sword domain. White Robe was expressionless as he stabbed out with his spear. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. under everyone's gaze, White Robe retreated rapidly, not far away. Bai Dizzy and the others did not look good. Because Xian could already suppress White Robe, he did not rely on battle techniques, but purely on strength and that Dao sword. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to continuously use such a powerful sword technique, but Xian could, because his fleshly body was really strong enough. The battle became more and more intense, and the blood in Xian's body gradually boiled. However, he was still suppressing his bloodline power. This bloodline power was too abnormal. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would usually not use it. In the distance, Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at Zhenwu. He is getting stronger as he fights. Zhenwu was silent. He also realized this problem. Xian was getting stronger as he fought. In other words, Xian had just broken through. Right now, Xian was using battle to stimulate his potential. Bai Dizzy said softly, "If this continues, I don't know if White Robe will lose, but I do know that this Xian will become stronger and stronger. He might even reach the Dao manipulation realm." Obviously, he still wanted Zhenwu to sneak up on Xian. Now that Xian was being forced by the white-robed man, as long as Zhenwu chose to launch a sneak attack, there was a great chance that he could kill Xian. In the field, only Zhenwu had a good chance to kill Xian. Zhenwu fell silent. Bai Dizzy sighed softly. "Zhenwu, I know you're proud, but have you ever thought that once this person reaches the Imperial Dao, even a Dao ancestor wouldn't be able to kill him so easily? You have to know that he has yet to unleash his full strength. Putting everything else aside, he has yet to use the power of his bloodline." What does this mean? It means that once he uses the power of his bloodline, White Robe will most likely lose. Zhenwu slowly closed his eyes, and the sword in his hand kept trembling. Bai Dizzy continued, "Zhenwu, if we don't get rid of Xian today, Dao Ting, will be destroyed by this person in the future. Xian is a despicable person. There's no need for us to talk about fairness with him. Moreover, he is challenging you and White Robe. There's nothing wrong with you making a move." After a long silence, Zhenwu looked at Xian in the distance and said softly, "If I make a move, it means that Dao Ting, will lose the last bit of pride and dignity." Bai Dizzy was about to speak when Zhenwu suddenly said, "Bai Dizzy, do you know why the great Dao collapsed all those years ago?" Bai Dizzy looked at Zhenwu. Zhenwu said softly, "Because we are unscrupulous. Our Dao court is unscrupulous in everything we do. It is because of Ruchu that the world has appeared." Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is a crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the new crown prince Yilang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown Prince Yilang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yilang inherits the position of crown prince, it's everyone's wish, why are you shouting?" As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry, and just covered her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince." Yilang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards, so you can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times." Yilang nodded slightly, "Drag him out, this person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yixian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yixian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yixian, his face changed, and he quickly looked at Yilang. Just as he was about to speak, Yixian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, "Yixian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yixian lifted his head and looked at him, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yixian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Yixian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yixian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yiling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yixian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Behind Bai Dizzy stood a middle-aged man. It was the Daoting Dao ancestor. Bai Dizzy said, Dao ancestor, Zhenwu. The Dao ancestor said, this is his choice. Respect it. Bai Dizzy sighed. With Zhenwu's departure, the Daoting's strength was greatly reduced. The Dao ancestor looked into the depths of the starry sky. Did you find the plain-dressed woman? Bai Dizzy said, Divine Wind and the others have been found. But both of them are dead. It seems that the plain-dressed woman is stronger than we imagined. The Dao ancestor was silent. Bai Dizzy said, our top priority now is to deal with Mu Nianyan. She has lost her memory and has no strength. Now is the best time to kill her. Mu Nianyan, the Dao ancestor turned to look in the direction of the five-dimensional universe and said, we should have destroyed her body and the five-dimensional universe. As for that woman, he was also afraid of her. It was that woman who had destroyed his body with less than 30% of her strength. 30% of her strength. He had to admit that he was a little shocked at that time. He was at the Tao attainment realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the Tao attainment realm. However, that woman had easily destroyed his body with only 30% of her strength. In fact, during this period of seclusion, he had been thinking about how strong that woman was. There was no answer, there was no path above the Tao attainment realm. At least for him, there was no path. After a long time, the Tao ancestor suddenly said, "Get ready. I will go find that person." With that, he turned and left. In the field, Bai Dizzy was silent for a long time, then said softly, "Zhenwu, the doubting realm will become better. The order of the Great Path will also be restored." With that, he turned and left. The Tao ancestor came to the Tao tomb. On a mountain peak, the Tao ancestor came to a cave. The Tao ancestor looked at the cave and said, "Senior brother, are you still in seclusion?" The stone door of the cave suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked out. "Lord, the Lord of the Tao tomb, if there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked, because the Tao ancestor called him senior brother. In fact, very few people knew that the Lord was once a Tao Ting. However, he later parted ways with the Tao Ting. The Lord looked at the Tao ancestor and smiled, "Junior brother, how have you been?" The Tao ancestor was expressionless. "Looks like you didn't break through again." The Lord laughed, "It doesn't matter." The Tao ancestor smiled and said, "Do you really not care?" The Lord raised his head and looked deep into the starry sky. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, during my seclusion, I suddenly realized something. It's meaningless." The Tao ancestor frowned slightly. "What's meaningless?" The Lord laughed, "Doubting battles with you are meaningless." The Tao ancestor looked at the Great Lord. "What do you mean?" The Lord laughed. "How strong do you think Mu Nianyan is?" The Tao ancestor was silent. Mu Nianyan, just how strong was this woman? He didn't know. That woman's strength could be said to have exceeded his understanding. The Lord continued, "Even if I subvert your Tao Ting, what's the point? The 3,000 great Taos are just ants to some people in this world." Then, he looked at the Tao ancestor and smiled, "I want to go to other places to see how big the universe is. I also want to see the strong from other places. What about you?" The Tao ancestor was silent. The Lord laughed, "I know that you want to kill Xian and that woman. Moreover, you want the Tao scriptures. Xian now has 5 scrolls, your Tao court has 2, and the Tao tomb has 1. If you get all of them, you will have 8 Tao scriptures. However, the last one is in the Saha world. Can you get it?" The Tao ancestor whispered, "What if you get it?" The Lord was silent. Tao scriptures, what did it mean to gather the Tao scriptures? It meant to awaken the Tao spirit, one had to say. It was very tempting. The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord, "Senior brother, aren't you tempted?" The Lord laughed and didn't say anything. The Tao ancestor said, "Senior brother, if we gather the Tao scriptures and awaken the Tao spirit, we will be able to reach the next level." The Lord was silent. The Tao ancestor said, "Don't you want to see the complete version of the Tao scriptures?" The Lord looked at the Tao ancestor, "That Xian is not simple." The Tao ancestor smiled, "His biggest support is that Mu Nianyan. That person has lost her memory. If we want to kill her, it will be easy, isn't it?" The Lord asked, "What about the person behind him?" The Tao ancestor was silent. Because until now, the Tao Ting still didn't know who was behind Xian. The Lord smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the woman in the plain dress. Junior brother, what level do you think she is?" The Tao ancestor said, "Senior brother, you have actually made a decision, right?" The Lord smiled, "What decision?" The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord, "You will not give up on the Tao scriptures." The Lord laughed, "Junior brother, you have no choice because you have already become enemies with Xian. However, I have a choice because I have a good relationship with Xian in the Tao tomb. What do you think?" The Tao ancestor smiled, "Senior brother, you said that you want to leave. Where are you going? To the ancient God abyss?" The Lord said, "Can't I?" The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord, "Are you going there to rely on others?" The Lord's smile slowly disappeared. The Tao ancestor smiled and said, Senior brother, at this level, you and I can be said to have reached our limits. Although we are all geniuses, the Tao attainment realm is our limit. Not to mention us, wasn't Master the same back then? To us, there is only one way to change our fate and reach the next level. That is to gather all the Tao scriptures and awaken the Tao spirit. What do you think? The Lord smiled, you want me to join forces with you? The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord, yes. The Lord chuckled, Junior brother, do you know that greed can kill people? The Tao ancestor was expressionless, if we can't reach the next level, how long do you and I have to live? 10,000 years? 1,000 years? The Lord was silent. The Tao ancestor continued, one more thing. Senior brother, don't you want to know why Munyanyan is so strong? He doesn't have the complete Tao scripture but his wealth is above the Tao realm. I believe that you must be curious too, right? The Lord smiled, I am indeed curious. The Tao ancestor said, it's easy to figure it out. Just capture this person, right? The Lord did not speak. He slowly walked to the side of the cliff. No one knew what he was thinking. The Tao ancestor continued, Senior brother, you are worried about the person behind him. The Lord smiled, shouldn't I be worried? The Tao ancestor said, everything has its risks. The Lord said softly, this is a little risky. The Tao ancestor was about to speak when the Lord said, as far as I know, Xian has an agreement with the Tao tomb. After he obtains the Tao scripture, he will share it with the Tao tomb. The Tao ancestor's face darkened, Senior brother, do you really believe it? The Lord looked at the Tao ancestor, why wouldn't I believe it? After Xian obtained the Tao scripture, he was very generous. He shared the 5 Tao scriptures with the people around him. The Tao ancestor said, it's just to buy people's hearts. The Lord laughed, buy people's hearts? Junior brother. You are still the same as before. You like to look at people with prejudice. Sometimes, is it so difficult to admit the excellence of others? The Tao ancestor was expressionless. The Lord said, Junior brother, I am different from you. You have no way out because if you don't kill Xian will destroy your doubting. As for me, I have no reason to be enemies with him. Why should I be enemies with him? My Tao tomb has already formed a good relationship with him. Why should I turn this good relationship into a bad one? Of course, I am also tempted by what you said. Gather all the Tao scriptures, awaken the spirit of the Tao, and reach a higher level. However, even if I am tempted, there is no need for me to be enemies with Xian. Why? Because after Xian gathers all the Tao scriptures, I don't think there will be any problem with him sharing it. As he said this, he looked at the Tao ancestor and smiled, it might be difficult for you to share it. However, I don't think there will be any difficulty for Xian to share it. This person has a pure heart and values relationships. Most importantly, he doesn't care about the Tao scriptures. When he gathers all 8 scrolls, I will give him the one from my Tao tomb. I believe that it won't be difficult for him to share the complete version of the Tao scripture. What do you think? The Tao ancestor smiled, it seems that Senior brother thinks that I, Tao Ting, will definitely lose this battle. The Lord shook his head, that is not what I am concerned about. What I am concerned about is what choice I should make to maximize my benefits. As he said this, he looked at the sky and smiled, I will not help Xian fight you. Although he is worth befriending, I do not want to be involved in this whirlpool. After all, he is a person with the cause of disaster. It is better to stay away from him. Also, I will not help you fight him. You are an ingrate. It is better to help him than to help you. After all, Xian is a person who values relationships more than you. As he said this, he looked at the Tao ancestor and smiled, I will wait and see. The Tao ancestor smiled, what if I win? The Lord blinked, if you win, will you be able to gather all the Tao scriptures? Junior brother, don't forget that I also have the Tao scriptures. You win. If you want to gather all the Tao scriptures, you have to beg me. The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord and did not speak. The Lord smiled, for the sake of my dead master, I will give you a piece of advice. It is not scary to make mistakes, but it is scary to make mistakes again and again. Mu Nianyan has been resurrected. Xian's hatred for the doubting is not that great. Admit defeat and form a good relationship with the 5th dimension. I believe that it should not be a big problem. After all, Mu Nianyan is alive. For Yi Xian, as long as Mu Nianyan is not dead, anything can be discussed. As for the Tao scriptures, if it is yours, then it is yours. If it is not, then don't force it. The Tao ancestor looked at the Lord and smiled. Senior brother, do you know why you lost to me? Without waiting for the Lord to answer, the Tao ancestor said, because I fight. I fight for everything. Since I have set foot on this path, I must fight. Watch carefully. This time I will fight with Yi Xian. As he said this, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. On the mountain peak, the Lord was silent for a moment. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Fight your sister. The five-dimensional universe. Yi Xian returned to the five-dimensional universe. At this moment, his heart was extremely heavy. Lord True Marshal had reached the Tao attainment realm. This was one disaster after another for the five-dimensional universe. He was also extremely depressed. How did that guy reach the Tao attainment realm? Could it be that his battle with White Robe inspired that guy? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but shake his head and sigh. This trip to the Daoting realm was a huge loss. Inside the hall, Yi Xian had just entered the sword hall when he saw Guanyin. Beside Guanyin was a man in black. It was Li Zue. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw Li Zue, then hurriedly said, Senior Li Zue, you're back so soon? Li Zue said solemnly, I called two people, both at the peak of the Tao attainment realm. However, they will need 30,000 fortune divine crystals for each attack. Is there a problem? Yi Xian smiled. No problem. What he lacked the least now were fortune divine crystals. Li Zue nodded slightly. That's good. They are all in the dark. If you need them, they can attack at any time. Of course, if the five-dimensional universe has no chance of winning, they will not fight to the death. They will choose to leave. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. After all, they were here to make money, not to fight to the death. Of course, he only needed them to help him hold back a few of the Daoting realm's core powerhouses. Li Zue nodded and did not say anything else. He quietly left. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin smiled. Arrow, Jiu, and Lanqiu, and Wenqiu have all come out. Yi Xian was about to speak when a woman walked in. It was Zhang Wenqiu. Seeing Zhang Wenqiu, Guanyin smiled and retreated. She knew that Yi Xian and Zhang Wenqiu had a special relationship. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Wenqiu and smiled. Congratulations. Zhang Wenqiu had reached the Tao validation realm. Zhang Wenqiu walked over to Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. Let's spar? Yi Xian laughed and said, You really want to beat me? Zhang Wenqiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She walked to the side and sat down. Looks like I won't be able to defeat you. Yi Xian sat beside Zhang Wenqiu. Wenqiu, how's the academy? Zhang Wenqiu smiled and said, It's getting better and better. The current academy is several times bigger than before. The headmaster of the academy only teaches every day. She is very relaxed. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhang Wenqiu. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Zhang Wenqiu looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian blinked. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Wenqiu did not say anything. She stood up and left. Yi Xian quickly grabbed Zhang Wenqiu's hand. Zhang Wenqiu tried to break free, but Yi Xian's physical strength was too strong. She could not break free at all. Yi Xian asked softly, What's wrong? Zhang Wenqiu was expressionless and did not say anything. Yi Xian caressed Zhang Wenqiu's hand and said softly, I know that I have neglected you these days. I, Yi Xian, am not a heartless person. But you also know that too many things have happened in the fifth dimension. Zhang Wenqiu did not say anything. She knew that ever since Mu Nianyan left, Yi Xian had shouldered too much. Now, the safety of the entire fifth dimension was on Yi Xian's shoulders. Yi Xian said again, If I am not wrong, Daoting might be risking his life. Zhang Wenqiu looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans? Yi Xian smiled. What plans can I have? Of course, I will fight them to the death. Zhang Wenqiu was silent. Yi Xian held Zhang Wenqiu's hand and said softly, I can't promise you anything because I might die tomorrow. Zhang Wenqiu shook her head. I don't need you to promise me anything. Yi Xian smiled. If we live together. If we die together. What I owe you in this life, I will repay you in my next life. Zhang Wenxiu said calmly, if you lose, will Doubting let you have a next life? Yi Xian laughed. That's true. They will definitely annihilate my soul. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in her eyes. You have matured a lot. She still remembered the Yi Xian of the past. At that time, Yi Xian was sloppy and not serious at all. But now, Yi Xian was the master of the fifth dimension. As if she thought of something, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Do you know? I have been a little worried these days. I am not worried about Doubting, but worried about you. I am worried that you are walking too fast. Yi Xian blinked. I am walking too fast? Zhang Wenxiu nodded. You are walking too fast. So fast that I can't keep up with you. Yi Xian fell silent. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian. It is not just me. They all have this worry. Yi Xian smiled. I have to walk fast. Zhang Wenxiu nodded. I understand. Yi Xian took out a storage ring and placed it in Zhang Wenxiu's hand. There are 1,000,000 fortune divine crystals and some treasures that you can use. Zhang Wenxiu did not refuse. She put away the storage ring and said, if there is anything, we will all bear it together. Don't bear it alone, understand? Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian. Even if we die, we will die together. Of course, it is best if we can live. After all, you still owe me so much. Yi Xian held Zhang Wenxiu's hand tightly and smiled. I will repay what I owe you in this lifetime. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Men smell so bad. Then, she turned and left. Inside the hall, Yi Xian was silent. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the hall. The person who had come was the High Lord. Yi Xian looked at the Lord. Senior, are you the Lord of the Dao Tomb? The Lord smiled. How did you guess? Yi Xian said, there is only one Dao ancestor that can make me feel threatened. The other one is the Lord. The Lord laughed. Yi Xian, there is more than one Dao ancestor in the Doubting realm. Yi Xian smiled. I was just guessing, but it seems like I was right. Looking at Yi Xian, the Lord said, I am here to talk about cooperation with you. Yi Xian said, Senior, please speak. The Lord laughed and said, you are a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. What I mean is simple. This time, the Dao Tomb will not interfere in the matter between you and the Doubting. Yi Xian said, Senior, please continue. The Lord continued. If you can gather all 8 Dao scriptures, I will give you the one in the Dao Tomb. You can summon the Dao spirit. But in return, I want to see the complete Dao scripture. Is there a problem? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I have discussed this with Senior Rahu. We have reached an agreement. The Lord looked at Yi Xian. I just want to confirm. Yi Xian said, Senior, don't worry. If I can gather all 9 Dao scriptures, I will let you have a look. The Lord smiled. Thank you. He turned to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Sir, can we talk about something else? The Lord turned to Yi Xian. You are trying to trick me. Yi Xian was speechless. The Lord smiled. Although I know you are trying to trick me, I am willing to listen to you. Consider it as giving you face. After all, I still have to give you face. Yi Xian looked at the Lord. Senior, I want to borrow a few people from you. The Lord blinked. I said. The Dao Tomb will not interfere. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, Sister Nian has reached the Dao realm. The Lord's smile froze. Yi Xian said, Sister Nian and I are very close. He looked at the Lord. Senior, do you want to make a bet? The Lord was silent. He knew what Yi Xian meant. If Yi Xian won and Mu Niannian regained his memory, he could ask Mu Niannian for guidance. If he could ask Mu Niannian for guidance, the complete Dao scripture would be nothing. Why would Mu Niannian teach him? It was simple. Yi Xian, if Yi Xian spoke up for him, it would be simple. Who didn't know the relationship between Yi Xian and Mu Niannian? A moment later, the Lord suddenly said, I will give you 6 Dao Defense Peak Stage powerhouses. I have secretly trained these 6 people. Even Luo Ho doesn't know of their existence. Their strength is second only to Luo Ho and the Heavenly King. Then, 6 black-robed people appeared behind him. All 6 of them were Dao Defense Peak Stage powerhouses. The Lord looked at Yi Xian. Now, the 6 of them will listen to your orders. Yi Xian said, thank you. The Lord suddenly laughed, can you tell me the truth? Yi Xian said with a smile, what do you mean? The Lord smiled. For example, your true background. And the people behind you. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, you won't believe me even if I tell you. The Lord smiled. How can I believe you if you don't tell me? Yi Xian thought for a moment. Actually, I am the son of the plane of the 9-dimensional universe. The Lord blinked. Scram. Then, he turned and disappeared. Inside the palace, Yi Xian shook his head. His own background, in fact, he didn't even know. Yi Xian gazed at the 6 of them, and then he pointed with his finger. 6 spatial rings descended before them, and every single one of them contained 100,000 divine fortune crystals. The 6 of them glanced at the spatial rings. Meanwhile, one of the black-robed figures hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, you're too kind. Yi Xian smiled. The battle with the Dao Ting is of utmost importance to the 5-dimensional universe. I hope that all of you can help me when the time comes. If I, Yi Xian, am able to survive, then I, Yi Xian, will definitely reward all of you handsomely. The black-robed figure in the lead put the spatial rings away. We'll do our best. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you. All of you hide yourselves for now. I'll ask all of you to lend a hand when the time comes. The 6 of them nodded, and then they vanished without a trace. Yi Xian walked out of the palace, and he looked up into the depths of the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Nian Nian suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. She took Yi Xian's hand and said softly, I still can't remember anything. She'd been trying hard to recall the past, but she couldn't. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, looked at Nian Nian, and smiled. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. This time, I'll protect you. Nian Nian looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued. Just like how you protected me last time. Nian Nian looked up at Yi Xian. What if you can't win? Yi Xian smiled. Then I'll die with Nian Nian. This time, if we live, then we'll live together. If we die, then we'll die together. Ancient God Abyss. An old man stood silently at the top of a pyramid. He looked up into the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes were filled with confusion. This person was Xianxia. Ever since he'd met the woman in the plain dress, he'd been deeply affected. He'd already achieved the Tao. Originally, he'd thought that he was already standing at the peak of martial arts in this world. However, the appearance of the woman in the plain dress made him understand that he hadn't reached the peak at all. In fact, he was still a long way from the true peak. That woman was so strong that it made people feel hopeless. How could there be such a powerful person in this world? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. This person was Su Ku, who'd come into contact with Yi Xian in the depths of the dark world. Xianxia withdrew his gaze. How's the investigation going? Su Ku said in a low voice. It's clear. The young man I met in the dark world is the brother of the woman in the plain dress. In fact, he didn't know the woman in the plain dress. When she came to the ancient God Abyss, he wasn't there. When he returned to the ancient God Abyss and heard about the woman in the plain dress, he felt a lingering fear. Because he'd met Yi Xian. At that time, he'd almost attacked Yi Xian. Every time he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. That mysterious woman had almost destroyed the ancient God Abyss. After the lingering fear, he rejoiced. This was because he'd formed a good relationship with Yi Xian. At this time, Xianxia asked, that young man is in the 5th dimension? Su Ku nodded. Yes. However, his current situation doesn't seem to be good. Xianxia looked at Su Ku. What do you mean? Su Ku said in a low voice. According to what I know, that Dao Ting wants to attack him. Xianxia was stunned. Dao Ting wants to attack him? Su Ku nodded. Young Master Yi has 5 Dao scriptures. Moreover, he seems to have a blood feud with Doubting. Now that Doubting Dao ancestor has come out, he's about to attack the fifth dimension. Suja said softly, this Doubting. His strength isn't that great, but his guts are really big. As he said this, he looked at Suja. Don't they know how strong that senior is? Suka said in a low voice. According to my investigation, they've investigated that senior. The two people that senior killed were from Doubting. Suja frowned. Then why do they still dare to cause trouble for young Master Yi? Suka smiled bitterly. That senior only used one sword to kill them. Therefore, they don't know her true strength. They might have misunderstood her strength. Suja was silent. That senior only used one sword to kill, but Doubting didn't know that she only used one sword to kill Dao Realm cultivators. Forget about Dao Realm cultivators, even if he was in front of her, he wouldn't be able to withstand one sword. Suka suddenly asked, should we help? Suja smiled. Of course we should help. That senior values this young Master Yi so much. If we can form a good relationship with this young Master Yi, it'll be the same as forming a good relationship with that senior. As he said this, he paused and then said, that senior might be training this young Master Yi. Therefore, we shouldn't rush to intervene. If young Master Yi is in danger, it won't be too late for us to intervene. Suka nodded. All right. I'll go to the fifth dimension now. Suja suddenly said, bring some people with you. Suka looked at Suja. How many people? Suja thought for a moment and said, just in case, bring 10 Dao Realm cultivators with you. If there are any changes, inform me immediately. P.S. Are there any tycoons among my readers? If there are, can you share how you got rich? I'm about to go to the sea. In the fifth dimension. On this day, somewhere in the fifth dimension, the starry sky suddenly split open. Then, a middle-aged man walked out, Dao Ancestor. The moment the Dao Ancestor appeared in the starry sky of the fifth dimension, all living beings in the fifth dimension felt a formless power, a Dao Realm expert. Behind the Dao Ancestor were Bai Dizzy and the others. Almost all the Doubting experts were here. The Dao Ancestor suddenly said, set up the array. As soon as he said that, 7 godly lords suddenly appeared in 7 different directions. The next moment, the constellations moved and a huge starlight array covered the entire starry sky. 7 stars divine array. In the depths of the starry sky, the power of countless stars continuously gathered towards this array. This was the most powerful array of the Doubting experts. It could borrow the power of thousands of stars. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you the young master of the Whirling Sect? Now, you can call the experts of the Whirling Sect to save you. Or, you can call the woman in the plain dress behind you. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. After saying that, he took out the Qianquan gourd. Immortal gourd, call some people over. There was no response. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Immortal gourd, don't play dead. Call some people over to help. At this moment, Immortal Gourd suddenly said, Kid, I can call people over. I really can. However, if the people I call over know that you have so many Dao scriptures, Yi Xian threw Immortal Gourd into the world prison pagoda. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian spread out his hands and the blood in his body started to tremble. Bloodline power. Seeing this scene, the Dao Ancestor's expression changed subtly. Yi Xian's bloodline had always been a mystery. Who was this guy's son? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and roared, Ancestor summoning. Ancestor summoning, everyone, the Doubting and the other experts' expressions were extremely strange. This guy wanted to summon his ancestor? The Dao Ancestor's expression gradually turned solemn. He did not dare to underestimate Yi Xian's bloodline. As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, a blood-red light suddenly shot up from his body. In an instant, the entire starry sky turned blood-red. It was extremely terrifying. The expressions of the experts from the Dao Palace turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. It looked a little scary. When Yi Xian shouted ancestral summoning, in a distant part of the starry sky, a man in green suddenly stopped. He turned his head and frowned. What is he doing? Beside the azure-robed man, a spear-wielding woman asked, What's wrong? The blue-clothed man had a strange expression. He's summoning his ancestor. The woman, the azure-clothed man shook his head. You even summoned your ancestor. He wants to ascend to the heavens. The woman said, maybe he ran into some trouble. The green-robed man pulled the woman's hand and walked away. Ignore him. The woman was about to speak when the azure-clothed man suddenly stopped. He turned his head and frowned. There was killing intent in his eyes. The woman asked, what's wrong? The azure-clothed man said, Xianxia is in trouble. The woman was about to speak when the azure-clothed man said, wait for me. I'll be back soon. With that, he disappeared on the spot. The woman, at the side, the horned little girl suddenly said, the daughter is her biological daughter. The son must have been picked up. In the five-dimensional universe, Yixian looked at the starry sky without any reaction. Yixian frowned. He tried again, but there was still no response. Yixian's expression darkened, damn it, summoning his ancestor didn't work. This was a little awkward. At this moment, the Tao ancestor suddenly said, Yixian, I'll give you a chance to live. Are you leaving? Yixian looked at the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor, why are you still saying such nonsense to me at a time like this? Are you retarded? The Tao ancestor was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, Jiao Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed out of Yixian's body. In the next moment, a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the starry sky. Jiao Lu. At this moment, Jiao Lu had already cultivated a Tao body. When he saw Jiao Lu, the Tao ancestor's expression changed. He looked at Yixian. Jiao Lu, you. Yixian looked at Jiao Lu. Hold him back. In the sky, Jiao Lu dove directly towards the Tao ancestor. This charge caused the starry sky to tremble as if it was about to shatter. It was extremely shocking. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the Tao Ting experts changed. This pressure was not weaker than the Tao ancestors at all. A trace of hostility flashed in the Tao ancestor's eyes. He lightly stomped his right foot and shot into the sky. In the sky, he punched out. This punch caused the entire starry sky to become illusory. Boom. The entire starry sky suddenly trembled violently. Then, Jiao Lu was blasted back. However, her strong body had withstood all the power of the Tao ancestor's punch. After forcing Jiao Lu back with a punch, the Tao ancestor turned to look at Bai Dizzy. Kill. Leave no one alive. With that, he turned and rushed towards Jiao Lu again. Below, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, get out of the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-star god formation suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the energy of countless stars converged to form a huge blade, and the space around the huge blade instantly became illusory as soon as it appeared. This huge blade contained endless power of the stars. In the sky, Bai Dizzy suddenly roared, kill. The seven divine lords pointed at Yixian below as soon as they finished speaking. Chi, the huge blade of stars tore through the sky from the center of the formation. Wherever the blade passed, space was directly torn and shattered. Yixian had to receive this attack. If he did not, the huge blade of stars would enter the fifth dimension and destroy the fifth dimension's origin. However, Yixian did not dodge and allowed the huge blade of stars to slash into his body. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the huge blade of stars was directly absorbed by Yixian. Yixian's aura skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, all the experts on the doubting stage were stunned. Bai Dizzy looked at Yixian in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, You can even absorb the power of the stars. With that, he roared like a madman, Yixian. Is there anything that you can't absorb? At that moment, Bai Dizzy was indeed very aggrieved. Yixian could absorb sword chi, turbid chi, and death chi. But now, Yixian could even absorb the power of the stars. Was this guy a black hole? He could absorb anything. Below, Yixian greedily took a deep breath, an intoxicated expression on his face. After absorbing the power of the stars, he felt that his cultivation level had improved a lot. It was really a great supplement. Yixian looked at Bai Dizzy, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, Thank you. Hearing this, Bai Dizzy's face twitched. This was killing people. Yixian looked up at Jiao Lu and the Tao ancestor. Jiao Lu had already been suppressed by the Tao ancestor. Obviously, Jiao Lu's strength was inferior to the Tao ancestors. However, with Jiao Lu's powerful physical body, the Tao ancestor could not do anything to her for a while. Yixian withdrew his gaze and looked at White Robe. Little 7. As his voice fell, a sword light suddenly broke through the air from afar. Not far away, White Robe frowned slightly. He suddenly turned his head and stabbed out with his spear. Bang! White Robe was blasted over 100 m back. White Robe stared fixedly at Little Seven who had appeared in front of him. "You become stronger again." He'd fought Little Seven the last time, and Little Seven wasn't so strong at that time. Little Seven didn't waste his breath at all. He charged at White Robe with his sword in hand. White Robe stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he vanished on the spot. In an instant, numerous sounds of slicing resounded. After White Robe was stopped, Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and the others. Bai Dizzy was about to speak when Xian suddenly waved his right hand. In an instant, over 100,000 energy swords appeared around him. The expressions of Bai Dizzy and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Xian suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Slash! As soon as he finished speaking, over 100,000 energy swords tore through the air, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of Bai Dizzy and the others. The white-haired old man opened his palm, and a white square mirror appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a strand of dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the mirror. Bang! Xian's foul energy was completely obstructed by the white light, and it was gradually dispersed. Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. "What sort of mirror is that? It's actually able to disperse my foul energy." However, the white mirror in the white-haired old man's hand was slowly becoming illusory as well. Xian didn't retract his foul energy because he noticed that the white-haired old man's mirror was on the verge of vanishing. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly put the mirror away, and then he transformed into an afterimage that shot explosively towards Xian. Hiss! His body tore through space, and the space in an area of over 3 kilometers was even split apart into spiderwebs by the white-haired old man's body. It was an extremely shocking sight. Moreover, the foul energy hadn't even approached the white-haired old man when it was blasted away by a powerful force. Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. A Dao Attainment Realm expert. The white-haired old man was actually an expert at the Dao Attainment Realm. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man had arrived in front of Xian, and then he smashed his fist forward. This punch was very simple, yet it contained an extremely overbearing and violent force. This violent force seemed as if it could destroy the entire fifth dimension, and it was extremely terrifying. At the instant that the white-haired old man struck out with his fist, some of the foul energy in the space around Xian was instantly transformed into nothingness. It wasn't just the foul energy, even the space around Xian was shattered and obliterated at this moment. The might of this punch was sufficient to shatter the heavens and the earth. Xian didn't dodge. He was unable to dodge this punch, so he could only take it head-on. Xian took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Dao sword, his sword slashed out, and sword light shot out like a waterfall. Rumble, an expanse of sword light shattered, and Xian instantly retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him had been transformed into nothingness. Xian gazed at the white-haired old man with a solemn expression. This old man was much stronger than the white-robed old man and Zhen Wu. The white-haired old man glanced at Xian, then turned his head to look at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy understood and looked down at the fifth dimension. Kill! As soon as his voice fell, the doubting experts behind him rushed toward the fifth dimension. This time, they didn't just want to kill Xian, but also the entire fifth dimension. As long as the fifth dimension was not destroyed, Moon Yanyan wouldn't die. Therefore, they had to destroy the entire fifth dimension to avoid any future troubles. At this moment, sword cries suddenly resounded from below, and the next moment, hundreds of sword lights collided from below. Sword sect, more than 300 swordsmen directly rushed into the starry sky. Although the doubting experts had a higher realm than the swordsmen from the sword sect, these swordsmen didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. Fight! In the eyes of all the swordsmen, there was only fighting spirit. Senior Sister Lu, who was in the lead, pointed her sword at the doubting experts. Fight to the last man. Kill! As soon as her voice fell, she directly turned into a sword light and rushed out. Hundreds of swordsmen attacked at the same time. In an instant, sword chi swept across the entire starry sky with terrifying momentum. Bai Dizzy was expressionless. Courting death. These swordsmen's battle prowess wasn't bad, but the difference between their realms and the doubting experts was too big. One had to know that the weakest doubting experts were Dao validation experts. Moreover, the majority of doubting experts were Dao defense experts. What was important was that these people had all stayed in the celestial abyss before, so their combat experience was quite rich. If these swordsmen were all Dao validation experts, perhaps there would be a fight. Unfortunately, these swordsmen were mostly self-release experts. At this moment, 6 mysterious experts suddenly rushed toward Bai Dizzy and the others. They were the 6 people that the Lord had given to Yixian. Apart from them, there were also Li Zue and the other 2. All 3 of them were at the peak of Dao defense, 9 super Dao defense realm experts. Seeing these 9 people, Bai Dizzy's expression changed subtly. However, these 9 people wouldn't be able to change the outcome of the battle. At this moment, Yixian, who was not far away, suddenly opened his palm. The next moment, 12 black shadows flew out from his palm. Then, 12 enormous Naga dragon souls appeared in the starry sky. As soon as the 12 Naga dragon souls appeared, Bai Dizzy's expression changed. It wasn't just Bai Dizzy, the white-haired old man who stood before Yixian frowned as well. These 12 Naga dragon souls were over 10 kilometers tall, and they emanated extremely powerful dragon energy. Even though they were only dragon souls, their auras were extremely powerful, and they were merely inferior to the 2 Dao attainment realm experts and Jiao Lu. The white-haired old man stared fixedly at Yixian. What's your relationship with the Naga dragons? Yixian looked at the white-haired old man and smiled. Take a guess. The white-haired old man didn't speak. Yixian is becoming more and more mysterious. Suddenly, the 12 Naga dragon souls swooped down towards Dao Ting and the other experts. The 12 Naga dragon souls swooped down in unison as if they intended to crush this expanse of the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky trembled as if it was on the verge of collapse. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yixian was slightly shocked as well because he hadn't expected the Naga dragon souls to be so strong. The 12 Naga dragon souls were sufficient to resist a few dozen Dao attainment realm experts. At the same time, Xianxia and the others had arrived. Xianxia, Arrow, Ajiao, Situ, Zhang Wenxiu, Lian Wanli, and the others had attained the Dao validation realm. Even though they were only at the Dao validation realm, they didn't feel any pressure when resisting Dao attainment realm experts. Bai Dizzy's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. The overall strength of the 5th dimension was still inferior to Dao Ting, but it wasn't as weak as Dao Ting thought either. The current 5th dimension was completely capable of fighting Dao Ting. As if he'd thought of something, Bai Dizzy suddenly turned to look at the white-haired old man in the distance. Elder me, kill Yixian first. The white-haired old man looked at Yixian, and then he slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, the space around him instantly became illusory. In the distance, Yixian slowly closed his eyes, and a powerful strand of killing intent gradually spread out from within him. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man suddenly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and they were completely blood red. Yixian suddenly roared furiously, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with his sword. This strike wasn't just a Dao sword, it also contained killing intent. An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted in front of him. In an instant, Yixian retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer, and he just stopped when the white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of him. After that, the white-haired old man smashed his fist towards Yixian's stomach. This punch could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, at this moment, Yixian actually didn't dodge at all and allowed the punch to strike his chest. Bang! Yixian's figure was blasted flying, but at the instant he flew, a sword stabbed into the white-haired old man's left shoulder. Soul-suppressing sword, bang! A powerful soul force directly enveloped the white-haired old man, causing his expression to change drastically. His reaction was extremely fast, and his right hand abruptly pulled out the soul-suppressing sword. At the same time, his entire figure retreated hundreds of meters. After stopping, the white-haired old man's body turned illusory, and his entire person was extremely abnormal. However, his soul gradually returned to normal. After all, he was a Dao attainment realm expert, so it was impossible for his soul to be shattered by a single slash from the soul-suppressing sword. After the white-haired old man's soul calmed down, he lifted his head to look at Yixian in the distance. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. In that instant just now, he'd almost fallen for Yixian's Dao, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, his soul would have been severely injured. Other than that, he'd also noticed something else, and that was Yixian's physical body. Yixian had forcefully taken a punch from him, but Yixian was still standing normally. The white-haired old man unwaveringly stared at Yixian. Your physical body is unexpectedly strong to this extent. In the distance, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity. That sword just now had almost seriously injured the old man's soul. He'd still underestimated a Dao realm expert. Yixian opened his eyes and looked around. At this moment, the experts of the fifth dimension and the doubting experts were already in full swing. Because of the 12 Naga dragon souls, the fifth dimension's side was not too disadvantaged. However, the situation was not good for the fifth dimension, because Jiao Lu couldn't beat the Dao ancestor. At this moment, Jiao Lu was completely suppressed. If it weren't for her physical body being too strong, she would have already been killed. At this moment, the Dao ancestor suddenly punched Jiao Lu. He didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked down at Yixian and said fiercely, "Yixian, today, you and that Mu Nianyan must die. No one can protect the two of you." As his voice faded, he opened his palm and roared, "Great Dao Restoration." As his voice faded, the starlight in the entire starry sky was annihilated. On the other side, the white-haired old man slowly clenched his right hand, and a powerful fist force locked onto Yixian. It should be said that the entire starry sky was enveloped by this fist force, Fist Dao. Obviously, the two of them wanted to join forces to kill Yixian first. As long as they killed Yixian, the entire fifth dimension would instantly collapse. How terrifying would it be if two Dao realm experts joined forces? At this moment, in the starry sky, the Dao ancestor suddenly slapped down with his palm. A palm print swept down from the starry sky. Boom! The entire starry sky trembled as if there was a huge earthquake. In front of Yixian, the white-haired old man suddenly took a step forward and punched out. Boom! A fist print that could destroy heaven and earth headed straight for Yixian. Wherever the fist print passed, the starry sky was destroyed. In the starry sky, Yixian was like a floating page in the ocean in front of these two forces. He seemed so frail. At this moment, Yixian's expression was surprisingly calm. Could he beat them? He definitely couldn't. Yixian could at most fight one Dao Attainment Realm expert. He definitely couldn't fight two Dao Attainment Realm experts working together. After all, he was only at the Dao Validation Realm. Even with a Dao body, he couldn't beat two Dao Attainment Realm experts, but he couldn't retreat. Yixian wasn't a pedantic person. In the past, he would have chosen to flee if he couldn't beat them. But at this moment, he had no way out. Because the five-dimensional universe was behind him, his family and friends were behind him, Nian Nian was behind him. If he retreated, everyone would die. Since he couldn't retreat, he could only fight. He had to fight even if he couldn't beat them. At this point, the blood in Yixian's body suddenly trembled. Gradually, powerful bloodline power surged out of his body. Killing intent and bloodline power, the executing heaven sword in Yixian's hand became a sword spirit. Yixian suddenly took a step forward and slashed with his sword, Dao sword, a Dao sword that was enhanced by killing intent and bloodline power. The power of this sword shook the starry sky. Bang! As soon as Yixian slashed with his sword, a blood-colored sword light suddenly exploded in front of him. In an instant, Yixian retreated thousands of meters. Although he was strong, he couldn't resist the power of two Dao Attainment Realm experts. In the sky, the Dao ancestor was about to attack again when Jiao Lu slammed into him. A trace of viciousness flashed in the Dao ancestor's eyes as he punched. Bang! Jiao Lu was sent flying by the punch, and many parts of her body had already begun to slowly crack. After sending Jiao Lu flying, the Dao ancestor looked down at Yixian. At this moment, Yixian slowly stood up. Although he hadn't fought with his life on the line, his powerful body had held on. Although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. The Dao ancestor looked down at Yixian, his eyes cold. Overconfident ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palm forward, and the space in front of Yixian directly shattered layer by layer. Yixian suddenly leaped up and slashed forward with his sword in both hands. Boom! With a slash, the space in front of Yixian was slashed into nothingness. At this time, the Dao ancestor suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. He pointed a finger at Yixian. This finger directly touched the tip of Yixian's sword. Boom! Yixian flew out instantly, but the Dao ancestor's entire arm also cracked at this moment. the Tao ancestor frowned slightly when he saw that. He looked at the sword in Xian's hand in the distance with a grim look in his eyes. This sword was actually able to injure him. As soon as Xian stopped, the white-haired old man suddenly appeared behind him, and the white-haired old man directly punched at Xian's head. If this punch hit, even if Xian had a Tao body, he would probably be seriously injured. Both the white-haired old man and the Tao ancestor didn't hold back at all. Their goal was to kill Xian. Xian's reaction was extremely fast. At the instant the old man punched, he suddenly turned around and blocked with his sword. Boom! Xian's entire body directly retreated thousands of meters away, and before he could stop, the Tao ancestor appeared in front of him again. Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he slashed with his sword. Boom! A wave of blood-red sword light suddenly exploded, and Xian was sent flying again. As soon as he was sent flying, the ancestral lord suddenly approached him and threw a punch at Xian's face. Although it was just a simple punch, this punch was even more powerful than some divine skills. At the level of experts like the Tao ancestor, every punch and finger contained their own Tao, which was not something that some divine skills and martial skills could compare to. Seeing this punch coming, Xian didn't dodge, and let the Tao ancestor's punch hit his body. However, at this moment, his sword also slashed on the Tao ancestor's head. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Xian flew out again. This time, he flew thousands of meters away. And the Tao ancestor forcibly withstood Xian's sword. This was because a golden light had appeared around him, and it was this golden light that had withstood Xian's sword just now. The Tao ancestor looked coldly at Xian in the distance. Do you think you're the only one who has a life-saving method? You. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly leaped up, and then he suddenly slashed his sword down towards the Tao ancestor. The moment he struck with his sword, the white-haired old man not far away suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a fist mark appeared behind Xian. However, at this moment, a woman appeared behind Xian. And Xianxia suddenly stabbed her spear forward. Bang! And Xianxia was blasted 3 kilometers back, and as soon as she stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She hadn't cultivated a Tao body, so she was utterly unable to endure the strength of an expert at the Tao realm. On the other hand, Xian's sword slashed towards the Tao ancestor in the distance, but it was stopped by the Tao ancestor as well. Even though his Tao sword was formidable, it was too difficult to kill a Tao ancestor. Meanwhile, Xianxia retreated to Xian's side, and she spoke in a low voice. Are you alright? Even though Xian's bloodline had been activated, he hadn't gone completely berserk. Even though his strength would increase explosively after going completely berserk, he wouldn't recognize anyone in that state. So, he didn't dare allow himself to go completely berserk. Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. I can still fight. And Xianxia gazed at the white-haired old man. I'll stop him for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack. However, Xian suddenly grabbed her hand. And Xianxia gazed at Xian, and Xian shook his head. No. And Xianxia didn't possess a Tao body, so she was utterly unable to endure the white-haired old man's strength. Just that strike from before had already heavily injured Xianxia, and Xianxia was just about to speak when the Tao ancestor suddenly vanished on the spot. After that, a formidable force swept towards Xian and Xianxia. On the other side, the white-haired old man had suddenly vanished on the spot as well. Hiss. The space behind Xian and Xianxia suddenly collapsed layer by layer. Xianxia suddenly turned around. She didn't retreat but advanced instead, and she charged forward and stabbed her spear forward. The spear was like a dragon that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, a fist smashed directly onto Xianxia's spear. Bang! The spear shook violently while Xianxia instantly retreated explosively. During the process of her retreat, her entire body suddenly became ethereal. In the next moment, she suddenly smashed her fist forward. As soon as her fist shot forward, countless afterimages suddenly appeared here, and all of these afterimages punched out at the same time. The white-haired old man who intended to follow up with another attack had suddenly stopped, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The afterimages that covered the sky instantly vanished, and at this moment, a spear tore through the sky towards them. The white-haired old man frowned slightly as he punched once more, and the might of this punch was peerlessly domineering. Bang! The spear shattered into pieces, and Xianxia instantly retreated 3 kilometers away. The white-haired old man was just about to attack again when Jia Lu suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. She glanced at Xianxia and said, "Let's attack together." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged directly towards the white-haired old man, and Xianxia stomped her right foot and transformed into a streak of white light that shot towards by. The white-haired old man charged forward. Meanwhile, Yixian had already started fighting with that Dao ancestor. Yixian was still suppressed, but without the help of the white-haired old man, the Dao ancestor could only suppress Yixian, because Yixian's body was too strong. Moreover, Yixian had 4 domains. With the help of the 4 domains and the power of his bloodline, although he was suppressed, he could contend with the Dao ancestor. On the other side, the Lord had been paying attention to the battlefield in the starry sky. Beside the Lord were Yanyaoyao, Luoho, and the others. Luoho looked at Yixian in the distance and said softly, "This person is truly a peerless genius. To actually resist a Dao ancestor for so long at the Dao corroboration realm." Qi Yaoyao spoke abruptly, "His body is strong. If his body wasn't strong enough, he would have perished a long time ago." Luoho was quite curious, "What's his body? Why is it so strong?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yanyaoyao. Yanyaoyao shook her head, "Don't look at me, I don't know either." She gazed at the Lord as she spoke, "The Lord is knowledgeable. Do you know what his body is?" The Lord shook his head, "I've never seen such a strong body. It can even resist the strength of a Dao attainment realm expert." Meanwhile, Luoho spoke abruptly, "Those 2 women can't resist the doubting Lord Me." Yanyaoyao gazed at Xianxia and Jialo. Even though they were strong, they were still being suppressed by Lord Me. Yixian wasn't suppressing them either. If this continued, then Yixian's side would lose sooner or later. Meanwhile, Aku spoke abruptly, "Have all of you noticed? Yixian's aura is growing stronger and stronger." Everyone gazed at Yixian. Even though Yixian was being suppressed, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. The Lord suddenly smiled, "Interesting. This fellow might be breaking through during the battle." Yanyaoyao spoke softly, "Will the Dao ancestor give him that chance?" The Lord shook his head, "Once this fellow reaches the Dao attainment realm, it'll be impossible for the Dao ancestor to kill him alone. Even if he joins forces with Lord Me, it'll be difficult to kill Yixian." Qi Yaoyao spoke, "So they're going to use their trump card?" The Lord nodded, "They should be." Aku spoke abruptly, "Lord, if we help Yixian now, wouldn't it be easy to destroy the doubting realm?" The Lord smiled without a word. Yanyaoyao spoke softly, "If it's so easy to destroy the doubting realm, then you're underestimating the doubting realm." Aku frowned, "Why? Do they have a stronger trump card?" Yanyaoyao looked at the Lord. The Lord smiled, "You'll be shocked." Aku spoke in a low voice, "Then why aren't they using the doubting realm?" Qi Yaoyao replied, "If I'm not wrong, they're saving it to deal with the people behind Yixian realm." Aku glanced around and spoke softly, "Will the people behind Yixian realm appear?" The Lord smiled, "Who knows?" At this moment, Yixian, who was not far away, suddenly forced the Tao ancestor back with a sword strike. Everyone looked at Yixian in the distance. Yixian stood there with his sword in hand, exuding a powerful aura. He was about to break through. Yixian greedily took a deep breath, the blood in his body surging. Powerful auras gushed out of his body, causing the entire starry sky to boil. Opposite Yixian, the Dao ancestor was expressionless. "Want to break through? You're dreaming." As soon as he spoke, something appeared on the battlefield. The expressions of everyone in the 5th dimension changed drastically. Qi Yaoyao and the others also changed drastically. P.S. Everyone, please support the original version. 1 chapter costs 9 cents. I'll update 3 chapters a day, so it's only 10 cents. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Those who subscribe to the original version are the ones who feed us. Thank you for your support. End of chapter 1406. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.